Welcome to the Dragon Ball world. Saiyan system initializing. Ding. Distributing the novice gift pack. In his mind, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed, leaving the slumbering Luya utterly bewildered. Dragon Ball world. Saiyan system. Damn. Did he actually transmigrate? And not only into the Dragon Ball world, but with the system awakened as well. Heaven above, must it be this sudden? He had indeed dreamed of transmigration, but he was nowhere near prepared for it. He opened his eyes fully, and what met his gaze was a boundless pitch-black ocean of stars. Was he drifting through the universe? Suddenly noticing something, Luya exclaimed in astonishment, "No way. This spaceship looks so familiar. Isn't this the special space pod used by Saiyans?" He pinched his own cheek hard, and the sharp sting convinced him completely. This was not a dream. He had truly transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world. But why was he inside this space pod? Puzzled, Luya examined his surroundings, and even his own body. In the end, his expression became rather strange. He was wearing the distinctive battle armor of the Saiyan race, and from the base of his spine extended a furry tail. Damn it. He had not only transmigrated, but had become a Saiyan as well. Ding. Notification: novice gift pack has been fully issued. Open now. Abruptly, the mechanical voice sounded again. Hearing this, Luya immediately nodded. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an initial combat power of 100 million points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one instance of Great Ape transformation. The moment the system's voice faded, a terrifying force erupted from within Luya's body. At once, the entire space pod trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface. Seeing this, Luya hurriedly retracted his chi. Damn, receiving a combat power of 100 million right at the start was simply extravagant. It left him feeling almost embarrassed. System, am I currently in the age of the Saiyans? Luya asked curiously. No, the system replied calmly. Host, the environment you are in now already belongs to the Dragon Ball Super era. At those words, Luya's expression froze, then his eyes widened. You're kidding me, right? The system replied, I am not joking. Although the host combat power has reached 100 million, you are far from the strongest. Many individuals surpass you, such as Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. Luya fell silent. The system continued, host, the destination of the space pod you are currently riding in is Earth. Upon hearing that, Luya finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was much better. If he were sent to some unknown planet, wouldn't that be an utter headache? Suddenly recalling something, Luya asked, since it's already the Dragon Ball Super storyline, has the tournament of power begun yet? No, it has only just begun in the early stages. Right now, Son Goku and Vegeta are not on Earth. They have already gone to train under the god of destruction, Beerus, the system answered. Hearing this, Luya's brows furrowed and his eyelids twitched. So this is the segment where Frieza is resurrected, isn't it? Yes, the system said. Frieza's resurrection occurs 3 hours from now, and his invasion of Earth will be 4 months later. If we follow the timeline, Frieza's army must already be on their way to steal the Dragon Balls. I won't make it to Earth in time. Thinking of this, Luya asked, is there any way for me to increase my combat power? To be honest, while a combat power of 100 million was formidable, it was only roughly equivalent to the first stage of Super Saiyan within the Dragon Ball storyline. By now, even an untransformed Son Goku could reach tens of billions in combat power, not to mention his Super Saiyan Blue form. Frieza too could transform into Golden Frieza with a combat power surpassing Super Saiyan Blue. There is a way, the system said. As long as the host completes tasks assigned by this system, you will receive rewards. Additionally, the host possesses the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Would you like to activate it? Luya shook his head. I'd rather not die out here. If he were to activate his Super Saiyan bloodline now, this space pod would never withstand his power. He was no Frieza able to survive, even in the vacuum of space. He would head to Earth first. 3 hours later, above Earth's atmosphere, a small spacecraft suddenly wrapped in flames pierced through the planet's air barrier and plummeted downward. West City. With a thunderous boom, a deep crater appeared within a mountain valley near West City, spanning over 100 meters in diameter. At the center of the crater, a space pod was embedded in the soil, scorching heat still billowing around it. With a series of mechanical clicks, the hatch slowly opened, revealing Luya's face. Luya stepped out of the pod and swept his gaze over the surrounding landscape. So this is Earth in the Dragon Ball world. It truly is different from the Earth I came from. In his previous life on Earth, Luya had been a student of average grades whose greatest hobby was watching certain well-known films from an island nation while buried under his blankets. By chance, he stumbled upon a story involving Android 18 and Cell, and somehow, inexplicably, he transmigrated into this world. He was utterly baffled. He had heard of all manner of transmigration tales, but to transmigrate because of those particular films, he might well be the pioneer of such a path. Just as Luya was about to find a place to settle down, two immense auras suddenly approached. He looked up in confusion, wondering who they could be. An instant later, 2 figures appeared above him, a youth and a middle-aged man. The youth wore scholarly attire, glasses perched on his nose, looking every bit the model student. The middle-aged man had a white cape, black trousers, sharp black shoes, a white turban-like hat, and skin of a deep green hue. Son Gohan and Piccolo. The newcomers were indeed Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo's gaze fell upon Luya. When he saw Luya's attire and the tail behind him, his expression instantly hardened. A Saiyan. What? A.S. Saiyan. Gohan stared at Luya in shock. Luya looked up at the two of them and raised a hand in greeting. Hi, nice to meet you. Piccolo and Gohan both regarded Luya with somewhat peculiar expressions. Gohan edged closer to Piccolo and whispered, Uncle Piccolo, could we be mistaken? It seems like he just landed on Earth. Piccolo's facial muscles twitched slightly, then he said in a deep voice, but just now I clearly sensed someone summoning Shinran in this area. Strange, what on earth is going on? He suddenly turned his gaze back to Luya. Who are you? Luya flicked his tail lightly then grinned. I'm a Saiyan, Luya. Nice to meet you, Gohan Piccolo. Gohan, Piccolo. Both of them were dumbfounded. This stranger actually knew who they were. What was going on? How do you know us? Gohan asked doubtfully. Luya smiled faintly. Of course I know. Precisely because I knew there were Saiyans on Earth that I investigated you. And then Piccolo studied Luya, his perceptive gaze sweeping over him, and said gravely, your ki is very powerful, far beyond what an ordinary Saiyan could possess. And weren't the Saiyans wiped out by Frieza? By rights, Earth should be the only place in the universe where Saiyans remain. How did you survive?
Su Yuyo's eyes radiated a sharp light as she declared, the path.
Not from our universe. You mean you're a Saiyan from another universe? Piccolo stared at Luya in shock. Luya nodded with a smile. That's right. A few beads of cold sweat slid down the cheeks of both Piccolo and Gohan. Another universe. So besides their own, there actually existed other universes as well. They could not help but feel utterly astonished, for up until now the highest level of existence they had ever come into contact with was merely the god of destruction, and even that was already the ceiling of this universe. At that moment a system task was triggered: compete in a sparring match with Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Luya froze for a heartbeat, then excitement flickered in his eyes. It was the perfect opportunity to see exactly what realm his strength had reached. With that thought, Luya turned to Sun Wukong and said, you are a Saiyan as well. Would you be willing to spar with me? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, then pointed at himself in confusion. You want to spar with me? Piccolo watched Luya, his thoughts unreadable. Luya nodded lightly. Yes. Is that all right? Sun Wukong glanced at Luya, then turned toward Piccolo, clearly seeking his opinion. Piccolo fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Since that is the case, Wukong, you should have a bout with him. Sun Wukong nodded in response. All right, Uncle Piccolo. A short while later, Luya and Wukong stood facing each other on the ground, barely 20 meters apart. Luya smiled faintly. Let us begin. Wukong's expression grew grave. He removed his glasses and assumed a battle stance. The two locked eyes, neither making the first move. Huh. In the next instant, Wukong's figure shot forward like an arrow. Luya's expression shifted and he too rushed out. With a thunderous impact, their first clash erupted and immediately devolved into an evenly matched struggle. In both speed and strength, they were almost identical. Hovering in the air, Piccolo watched the battle below with a composed expression. After dozens of exchanges, Wukong suddenly seized Luya's arm and swept a powerful kick across his body. Luya could only hastily raise his arms to block. With a heavy impact, he was sent flying backward. He crashed into a small mountain which exploded apart under the force, dust and rubble billowing as Luya's figure was buried beneath. Wukong descended from midair to the ground, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. Did I use too much force? Piccolo replied coolly. In truth, his chi is not weaker than yours. He seems to have encountered some kind of problem and cannot properly control that power, so you must be more careful. Hearing this, Wukong's relaxed expression faded, and he gazed earnestly toward Luya's direction. When the dust finally dispersed, Luya abruptly stood up, patting the dirt from his clothes, his expression unchanged. Wukong narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing solemn. Luya, meanwhile, felt a twinge of emotion. Though his current battle power had reached 100 million, he still had not fully adapted to such an intense level of chi. Through the system, Luya knew that Sun Wukong's combat strength had reached 130 million, far surpassing his own. In truth, given Wukong's potential, his real power should have been far greater than this. However, over the years, Wukong had neglected his cultivation, and under Kiki's insistence that he focus on his studies, had become a scholar. In terms of raw battle power, before he transformed into a Super Saiyan, even Piccolo's chi was stronger than Wukong's. Luya looked at Wukong and suddenly laughed. Once more, as the words fell, his figure vanished from where he stood. Wukong did not waste breath on words. His body likewise disappeared from sight. Their battle reignited high above, and in the sky, only the shockwaves of their clashes could be seen, their movements so fast they were nearly invisible. After exchanging blows with Wukong, Luya's control over his chi gradually improved. Even so, he was still being suppressed by Wukong. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Wukong leaped high into the air and began hurling ki blasts down toward Luya in rapid succession. Refusing to concede, Luya unleashed an equal storm of ki blasts. The two streams of energy collided, heat in the space between them erupting in a series of violent explosions. In a sharp whistle of air, Wukong's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind Luya a heartbeat later. Driving his elbow down, he slammed Luya straight into the ground, triggering yet another burst of smoke and debris. Suspended in midair, Wukong brought his hands together at his waist, beginning to gather energy. Came. Ha! Wukong thrust the Kamehameha forward, the massive wave of energy surging toward the spot where Luya had fallen. With a deafening roar, the entire valley was flattened in an instant. In the sky, Piccolo could only sigh inwardly. This child, when asked to hold back, he restrains himself far too much, yet once he becomes serious, he overdoes it. With a Kamehameha like that, even if Luya survived, he would surely be gravely injured. Wukong hovered above the thick smoke, staring down with a serious, stern gaze. He did not feel that he had already won. On the contrary, a faint unease had already risen in his heart. Soon the smoke parted and a blurred figure stood within it, gradually revealing itself as Luya. How? How is this possible? Wufan stared at Luya's appearance, utterly dumbfounded. Even Piccolo could no longer remain calm. He looked at Luya, eyes wide with shock he could not conceal. Super Saiyan. Luya's entire body was now wrapped in golden chi, his hair standing on end and blazing gold. The aura surrounding him was countless times stronger than before. By activating the Super Saiyan bloodline, Luya had successfully transformed his battle power, erupting from 100 million to 5 billion. A 50-fold increase. With a fierce shout, Luya detonated his chi. An immense pressure wave burst outward, sand and stones swept away as the scene became grand and tumultuous. I did not expect that aside from the Saiyans on Earth there would be another Saiyan capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Wufan suddenly smiled, a strong fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. The stronger the opponent, the more the Saiyan's proud battle spirit was ignited. With a shout, Wufan erupted his own chi, and in an instant his hair turned golden. Super Saiyan. Golden currents of chi wrapped around his entire body. Wufan's lips curled slightly as he said, "Let me witness for myself a Super Saiyan from another universe." Luya looked at Wufan. Though Wufan's potential had yet to be fully awakened, once he became a Super Saiyan, his battle power soared to an astonishing 6.5 billion. So strong, stronger even than himself. Luya's expression grew heavy. He understood that with his current strength he stood no chance of defeating Son Wufan. Although the difference was only 1.5 billion, the gap between them was still immense. With this in mind, Luya abruptly let his aura subside and reverted to his normal state. Seeing this, Piccolo and Wufan both stared in puzzlement. Luya smiled. "I cannot beat you." Wufan hesitated briefly, then likewise suppressed his aura and returned to his usual form. "As expected, the warriors of Earth have not disappointed me." Luya let out a hearty laugh. Wufan also smiled. "You are very strong as well. To fight me to this point is already remarkable." Luya nodded with a smile as a mechanical chime sounded in his mind, announcing that he had completed the task. His battle power was rewarded with an additional 100 million points, along with the combat techniques Kamehameha and instant transmission. As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Luya's heart surged with joy. Battle power aside, Kamehameha and instant transmission were treasures of the Dragon Ball world. At that moment, Luya felt as though he could completely take over Son Goku's role as the protagonist. Of course, it was only a thought. Although his strength was now formidable, the gap between him and Son Goku was still vast. Pulling his thoughts back, Luya suddenly looked at Piccolo and Wufan and asked, "You came here to investigate who used the Dragon Balls, did you not?" Piccolo's expression stiffened. "How do you know that?" Luya smiled faintly. "Because I know who it was." "Who?" Luya smiled mysteriously and then recounted the general course of events. After a long while, Frieza has actually... Gohan and Piccolo wore serious expressions, a hint of apprehension on their faces. Undoubtedly, Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, had left a profound impression on them. Father defeated him time and again, yet his life is still so resilient. I can't believe he has come back so quickly." Gohan gritted his teeth and said. Piccolo's face was equally grave. He had been defeated by Frieza in the past, although they hadn't fought again since he still held many reservations about him. Piccolo looked at Luya and asked, "How do you know? Didn't you just arrive on Earth? Could this guy be from the future like Luya cryptically replied, "I certainly have my channels. In any case, Frieza has indeed resurrected, and he has become immensely powerful. Currently, he is training, and he will attack Earth in no more than 4 months. At that time, Earth will fall into crisis." Gohan's expression grew serious. "Frieza, has he really become so strong?" Luya nodded. "Extremely powerful." He did not elaborate, but Frieza in his normal state would be enough to defeat Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and that made things rather grim. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances. The former said, "Regardless of whether it's true or not, we should go back and discuss strategies." Gohan nodded and then looked at Luya invitingly, saying, Luya, right. If you don't mind, can you stay with us for a while?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Luya was taken aback, realizing he indeed had no place to go, so he nodded. "All right, I will stay with you for a few days." After a moment, the group departed, but they first went to Bulma's house to deliver the space capsule for her to study. Upon seeing Luya, the Saiyan, Bulma and the others were very surprised. However, since her husband Vegeta was also a Saiyan, she was relatively warm towards Luya. After bidding farewell to Bulma, the three left directly. Over the next few days, Luya stayed at Gohan's home, and he asked Gohan to teach him some techniques, including the Kamehameha. Krillin and the other warrior friends heard about Luya's existence and were also shocked for a moment. However, when they learned of Frieza's resurrection, they were unable to believe it, and thus began training fervently. A few days later, Bulma announced a shocking piece of news. According to the Cosmic Patrol, or rather as Gak stated, Frieza has truly resurrected. Moreover, he would soon arrive on Earth. Upon hearing this news, everyone became more certain and thus entered into intense training. Even Krillin paused his duties as a police officer to begin training. 2 months later, Luya had basically familiarized himself with the immense power of his body, and his combat power had reached an astonishing 210 million. His training talent was now on par with that of a Saiyan. "Gohan, I want to train in the hyperbolic time chamber." On this day, Luya made this request. Gohan, upon hearing this, quickly discussed it with Piccolo, and in the end, Piccolo agreed. Now that Goku and Vegeta were both absent, they had to face Frieza, a truly terrifying figure, so they needed powerful allies. The reason Luya wanted to train in the hyperbolic time chamber was that the system had temporarily issued a task. However, even if the system had not issued a task, he would still choose to train there, as anyone who has seen Dragon Ball knows that it is currently the fastest place to enhance strength. Soon Gohan brought Luya to the Kai's temple. Long time no see Gohan. Din ran over joyfully and gave Gohan. Since Piccolo fused with the previous generation's Kai, Din had become the new Kai of Earth, and now he was already a... After Gohan caught up with Din, he began to introduce Luya to him. Din stated that he had been keeping an eye on Earth's situation and knew that Luya meant no harm, so he politely greeted, "Hello Luya, I am Din." Luya smiled slightly saying, "Hello Din. You truly are the most gifted Namekian after Piccolo, being the Kai of Earth suits you well." Din. He was somewhat surprised. How did this person know so much about him? With that thought, he looked towards Gohan. The latter shrugged, feeling puzzled himself, wondering if he had ever mentioned Din to Luya. Luya didn't think much of it, and after exchanging a few pleasantries made the request to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Din nodded. "Bubbles will take you there." At that moment Bubbles stepped forward and said to Luya, "Please follow me." Luya nodded at Gohan, and then followed Bubbles. Meanwhile Gohan watched Luya's departing figure and smiled slightly. "Gohan, don't you find his background a bit mysterious?" Din suddenly asked. Gohan was taken aback, then replied, "I suppose it's nothing. He says he's a Saiyan from another universe." Din responded somewhat speechless, "Do you just believe what he says?" Gohan chuckled. "It's fine, mainly because he means no harm to Earth, and even if he did I would personally deal with him." Din sighed and said, "Fine, then I will leave it to you to handle, but Frieza has indeed resurrected. Hasn't Goku?" Gohan shook his head. "Father and Uncle Vegeta are training with the god of destruction Beerus, and we can't reach them." Din looked serious. "Frieza's strength is extremely formidable. I'm afraid you all may not be able to contend with him." Gohan responded solemnly, "There are no other options now. We can only train hard." Din suddenly said, "Gohan, can't you enter the hyperbolic time chamber for a day? You can train inside, and with your potential you will surely become stronger." Gohan shook his head and laughed. "No need, I'm just not in the mood to train right now." Din. Meanwhile Luya followed Bubbles to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Bubbles explained, "In the hyperbolic time chamber each person can only stay for 2 days, 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. The gravity inside has increased from 10 times to 50 times, so the efficacy has greatly enhanced. Be mindful of the time. If you exceed it the entrance will disappear." Luya pretended to understand and nodded, "Got it." Bubbles nodded and then opened the door to the time chamber saying to Luya, "You can go in now." Luya nodded and then walked inside. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training task. Reward 100 million combat power. Reward strongest Saiyan talent. Reward King Kai Fist unlimited. After closing the door Luya revealed a smile. It must be said that this system is incredibly rewarding. The tasks are simple and the rewards are plentiful. With it surpassing Goku and the others would not be a difficult task, right? No, my vision is a bit short. Luya should first set a small goal and aim to surpass the gods before anything else. As he stepped into the room, Luya looked outside to behold a vast, boundless world of white light with no end in sight. The gravity here was incredibly strong, indeed 50 times that of the outside. In that case, let's begin the training. Luya rubbed his hands together and activated the Saiyans training talent. Using the Super Saiyan talent, the host possessed the strongest talent of a Saiyan. Luya grinned saying, "System, how does this talent compare to Gohan's?" The system replied, "Of course it's stronger. The host's talent stands shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest Saiyan Broly." Upon hearing this name, Luya's expression grew serious. Broly was indeed the strongest Saiyan and his talent was fearsome. If he underwent proper system training, it was likely that no one in the universe could rival him. Of course, it wasn't the time for him to appear yet. 1 year inside the hyperbolic time chamber equated to a day outside, and time swiftly passed. In the cosmic expanse, a massive warship flew rapidly. Inside the warship, a group of soldiers clad in combat gear trembled as they knelt in the same direction. There sat an alien adorned with a helmet-like headgear. It was Frieza. The resurrected Frieza had returned. At this moment the hatch opened and several aliens entered. Leading the way was Sorb. "Lord Frieza, we are almost at Earth." Sorb said respectfully. "Very good, I didn't expect it would be you who revived me. You've shown some consideration." Frieza gave a sinister smile. Sorb respectfully replied, "It is our honor to serve Lord Frieza." "Stop with the flattery, you're all a bunch of useless fools for nearly losing the army while I was away." Frieza scoffed. Cold sweat dripped from Sorb and the others. They hadn't intended for that to happen. Had it not been for the emergence of various powerful beings in the universe resulting in a loss of 60% of their forces, they would still be the strongest army in the universe. Enough with the nonsense. This time we head to Earth, and I will definitely settle the score with those Saiyans. Frieza's expression turned cold as he spoke indifferently. He still vividly recalled the humiliation of being defeated by Super Saiyans on 2 occasions. Losing to those filthy monkeys was an immense disgrace. Sorb dared not speak, for when Lord Frieza was revived previously there were those who advised him not to provoke the Saiyans, only to be thrown out of the space capsule meeting of fate without a burial site. Now the Frieza who had trained had become terrifyingly powerful. Order to proceed at full speed. We must reach Earth as soon as possible. I can no longer contain my urge to find those Saiyans. Suddenly, after an unknown period, the King of the Earth and the Supreme Kai halted their activities, looking up at the vast sky with grave expressions. It's coming. On this day, a powerful aura enveloped the entire Earth. How can it be so soon? A shocked Piccolo gazed towards the north. Whoosh. At that moment Gohan appeared beside Piccolo, saying, "Uncle Piccolo, there's a powerful aura from the north." Piccolo's face dripped with cold sweat as he gravely replied, "It's Frieza's aura. Let's go." Sensing the sudden appearance of the aura, the Z warriors on Earth hurried towards its source. Meanwhile, on a small island in the north, boom, a massive spaceship gradually descended, landing at the edge of a cliff. The hatch on top of the spaceship opened and countless soldiers poured out. Simultaneously, a floating seat slowly ascended and Frieza was seated upon it. "Ho ho ho, Earth-Eye Frieza." Frieza let out his distinctive laugh. "Hey, you over there, make way." Suddenly Frieza shouted at the floating soldiers ahead. The soldiers immediately parted to clear a path. "Let me send my greetings to these Earthlings." Frieza pointed towards a distant city, and a red glow gathered at his fingertip. Whoosh. In the next moment, a red beam shot directly from Frieza's fingertip, growing larger and ultimately transforming into a wave of light that engulfed the city. After a brief silence, boom. Under the earth-shattering explosion, the entire North City was obliterated. Ho ho ho, the thrill of destruction is truly nostalgic. Frieza was in high spirits, but suddenly his gaze shifted to another direction. Tap, tap. Two figures flew swiftly and finally landed on a cliff. It was Gohan and Piccolo. Staring at the ashes of North City, the two were utterly dumbfounded. "Too late. You bastard. How could you?" Gohan clenched his fists, veins popping as he glared at Frieza. "Ho ho ho, so it's you guys. You're that Namekian from Namek, right? As for you, the resemblance to Son Goku is quite striking. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Goku's son." "Gohan, I didn't expect that little brat from back then has grown up this much." Frieza regarded Gohan and the others with a hint of surprise. Frieza, you truly haven't changed a bit." Piccolo glared coldly at Frieza. "Presumptuous, ignorant Earthlings daring to be rude to Lord Frieza." Sorb shouted sharply. Gohan shot him a cold glance and was about to speak when a figure flew in. It was Tenshinhan. Uncle Tenshinhan. Upon seeing him, Gohan's expression softened as he greeted him with a smile. Tenshinhan nodded and then glanced at Frieza. "I didn't bring Chaozu and the others. In a fight like this, their presence would be futile." Gohan nodded. Soon Kuririn, Master Roshi, and others also arrived. Even Bulma came aboard the ship. Pilot, "Bulma, what are you doing here?" Kuririn and the others were instantly surprised. Bulma replied casually, "Vegeta isn't here, so I came. By the way, Trunks is still young, so I didn't let him know about this." Kuririn nodded in understanding, and then asked, "Can't we contact Goku and the others?" Bulma shook her head. "I tried to contact Whis, but he hasn't replied." Hearing this, everyone felt a headache. To be honest, without Goku here, they felt insecure. "By the way, who is this?" Kuririn looked towards Gak, who was hiding in the spaceship. Bulma smiled slightly, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is my friend, a galactic patrolman named Gak." Upon hearing this, Kuririn and the others nodded in acknowledgement. They had long since gotten used to Bulma making friends with all sorts of odd characters. "Hey, I say, are you all ignoring me too much?" At this moment, Frieza spoke with an expressionless face. Upon hearing this, Bulma looked at Frieza with curiosity and remarked, "Is this guy Frieza? He looks so ugly." Frieza, "Hey, you should speak with a bit of decency. That's the Emperor of the Universe." Frieza, Jace suddenly exclaimed in anger. "Damn, why is this woman always so venomous with her words?" As a friend, he expressed his panic at this moment. Bulma glanced at Jace and nonchalantly replied, "What's the big deal? Frieza is indeed powerful, but our Gohan has become even stronger now. He can definitely handle him, right, Gohan?" Gohan looked gravely at Frieza and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma, but the current Frieza is frighteningly powerful. Even I fear I cannot defeat him." "Huh, how can this be?" Bulma's relaxed expression vanished as she glanced incredulously at Frieza. Frieza was already a bit impatient. He looked at Gohan and asked, "Where's your father's son, Goku?" Gohan replied solemnly, "Dad is still training hard. If you want to find him, you can wait." Bulma quickly added, Yes. Goku and the others will be back soon, please wait a bit." Frieza suddenly laughed. Bulma quickly added, Yes. Goku and the others will be back soon, please wait a bit." 10 seconds. The crowd choked on their saliva, feeling it was rather strange. "Hey, that's too stingy." Bulma retorted angrily. "Well, time's up. Let the game begin." Frieza displayed a sinister expression. Sorbet waved his hand, "Kill them." In an instant, over 1,000 soldiers charged down like a tidal wave. Gohan and the others gritted their teeth and stared at this scene, and the next moment, they exploded with energy. Over 1,000 soldiers means each person has to take down more than 100. "Let's go, everyone," Master Roshi said. The next moment, Gohan and the others rushed out. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Luya was still training, and his energy had reached a terrifying level. He had been training there for 1 year and 3 months, which was equivalent to 6 hours a day in the outside world. And now his combat power soared to 6.5 billion. Indeed, in pure Saiyan form, his power reached 6.5 billion. It must be said that the training environment here, combined with Luya's exceptional Saiyan talent, had multiplied his strength several times. He was even stronger than when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Luya landed on the ground, panting, satisfied with his rigorous training outcomes. 6.5 billion. That should still not be enough to deal with Frieza. Luya pondered. He knew that Frieza's combat power in his normal state should be between 7 billion and 8 billion. "It's been over a year, it's time to go out," Luya said slowly. Although he might not yet be Frieza's match, the intensity of his training had taken a toll, and if people outside learned that he had reached such a terrifying level after only training for a year or two, they would surely view him as a monster. Thinking of this, Luya walked towards the exit of the time chamber. Meanwhile, Tian and Bobo were feeling the battle below, their expressions serious. Frieza was far too strong enough that they couldn't gauge his depth. After 3 months of training, his power has increased so much. Tian said with a bitter smile. Gohan and the others are likely no match for Frieza. It's not just that they can't win, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. When will Goku and the others return? What's going on? Why do you both look so troubled? Just as the two were deeply worried, a curious voice came from behind them. Tian and Bobo were taken aback and then turned in surprise. Luya was walking towards them with a relaxed smile on his face. You, Mr. Luya, have you completed your training? Tian asked in astonishment. Luya smiled slightly and replied, yes, I felt that long-term training was too taxing on my body, so I came out early. Upon hearing this, Tian and Bobo exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange, as if they felt they had heard this sentence somewhere before. By the way, what were you discussing just now? You both look like something's bothering you, Luya asked. Hearing this, Tian suddenly came to his senses and said gravely, Frieza has already arrived on Earth. What, so soon? Luya was surprised. It seemed it hadn't even been 4 months yet. How did he arrive? However, after feeling it, Luya indeed sensed Frieza's energy. This guy really did come early. Tian said, I don't know either. Logically, he should arrive in 4 months, but he's already here. Gohan and the others are fighting him. Upon hearing this, Luya's eyes narrowed slightly, becoming serious. Undoubtedly, Frieza arriving so quickly was unexpected, but thinking about it, since he had only trained for less than 3 months, could his combat power also be around 8 billion? Thinking of this, Luya suddenly thought, System, can you detect Frieza's combat power? System, sorry, detection is not possible. The distance from the host is too far, so it cannot be detected. Luya nodded, and then said, alright then, I'll go meet. Beep. System task activated. Task content: defeat Frieza and save the Earth. The mechanical voice of the system fell and Luya's expression stiffened. Damn, defeat Frieza. How is that possible? He couldn't even estimate whether he was a match for Frieza, yet he was tasked with defeating him. This was tough. Besides, isn't that Son Goku's task? Just as Luya was lost in thought, Tian suddenly bowed to Luya and said, Mr. Luya, can I ask you to join the battle? Help Gohan and the others defeat Frieza. Of course, although this is somewhat unrealistic, I still hope you can help. Upon hearing this, Luya looked at Tian and then smiled slightly, saying, alright, you are the Earth's deity, so there's no need to be so polite with me. Besides, I have used your hyperbolic time chamber, so I will personally defeat Frieza. With that, Luya pointed between his eyebrows, sensing Frieza's energy. This is... Tian and the others looked at Luya's gesture, their eyes filled with shock, as if they realized something incredible. Luya suddenly exclaimed in delight, found it. He waved at Tian and Bobo, saying, see you next time. Saying this, he vanished from the spot. Tian and Bobo, still in shock, were left to ponder what had just happened. Instant transmission. Turtle School Kamehameha. Chi Yuan slash. Demon conquering light cannon. Ki blast. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the series of explosions, countless soldiers were reduced to ashes, although their numbers were 100 times that of Gohan and his companions. However, their quality was lacking. Every person present was a master capable of fighting against 100, yet, even so, these soldiers seemed inexhaustible, gradually wearing down the stamina of the Z warriors. Seeing that his companions were struggling, Gohan could no longer hold back. He erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, his aura surged explosively. Gohan's expression turned cold as he extended his palm toward the soldiers, unleashing a laser cannon that immediately caused a massive number of casualties. At this time, Piccolo was evenly matched against the bull demon soldier. Without hesitation, Gohan teleported right in front of him. Without striking, he simply stared intently at him. Damn little brat. Die. The bull demon soldier roared angrily and swung a punch at Gohan. Whoosh. But the bull demon missed. Gohan appeared directly behind him and delivered a knife hand strike, causing the bull demon to stagger as if struck hard. With a loss of consciousness, he crashed heavily to the ground. After dealing with his opponent, Gohan nodded to Piccolo and then vanished in the blink of an eye. It is worth noting that Gohan did not kill. The kind-hearted boy merely knocked out these soldiers. On the other side, Frieza watched this scene, with veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth as he gazed at the valiant Gohan. Who is this person? Sorbet was drenched in cold sweat, watching his soldiers fall one by one, his heart bleeding. This is the Super Saiyan. I never expected that Goku's son would also possess this power, but I must say he is as kind-hearted as his father, to the point. Although Frieza was stronger than Gohan, having been killed by Saiyans twice, he already had psychological scars. Now seeing Gohan transform, his expression turned extremely grim. In the next moment, Frieza suddenly flashed in front of Gohan. Gohan sensed danger and immediately shouted angrily, throwing a punch at Frieza. Frieza's expression was cold as he effortlessly grabbed Gohan's fist, then closed in, delivering a solid punch. Ugh! Gohan could not withstand the impact, instantly vomiting bile. However, despite having his fist caught, he did not get knocked back. Instead, his body went limp, his golden hair reverted to black, and his energy rapidly diminished. Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others were horrified to see Gohan taken down so easily. Frieza looked at Gohan and then revealed a smirk. The next moment, he fiercely grabbed Gohan's arm and kicked him away. Ugh! Gohan let out a wretched cry, flying backward and crashing into a cliff, causing it to collapse. Hurry and save him. Krillin's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted. Piccolo clenched his teeth and erupted with energy charging towards Gohan's position. Whoosh. Suddenly Frieza blocked his path, looking at Piccolo with an evil smile. His palm opened toward him, unleashing a red energy ball that blasted Piccolo into the sea. Piccolo, Krillin and the others were instantly filled with despair. If even Piccolo was no match for the opponent, how could they fight back? Frieza glanced at Krillin and the others, revealing a meaningful smile. Krillin and the others were rendered immobile by Frieza's gaze. The opponent was simply too terrifying. They had no chance of victory. Huh. It seems I am too powerful, a bit too much for them. Frieza did not strike again, as he had lost the desire to fight. He initially thought these people would be a warm-up, but they were clearly underwhelming. Frieza withdrew his gaze, preparing to return to his throne, when suddenly his eyes widened, and he quickly turned to look in a certain direction. There a young boy appeared out of nowhere, and the boy even had a tail. You, who are you? Frieza looked at the boy in surprise. The boy smiled slightly at him. Frieza, I finally met you. You know me? Frieza asked, puzzled. The boy nodded. Of course I know you. Luya, how did you get here? No, finally you. At this moment Bulma suddenly exclaimed in joy. Luya nodded slightly at her. Sorry to have kept you waiting. What? Is he the Saiyan Luya? He looks quite powerful. Krillin and Master Roshi looked at Luya with surprise, curious. However, soon their expressions turned serious as they realized they could not gauge the strength of his aura. How is that possible? Luya smiled slightly and then looked at Krillin. Mister Krillin, you should have some senza beans, right? Hurry and save Piccolo and Gohan. Upon hearing this, Krillin was a bit stunned. Excuse me, do you know me? Luya was momentarily speechless, then laughed. I do know you, but this isn't the time for that. Save the people first. Hearing this, Krillin nodded understanding and then glanced at Frieza with trepidation before flying toward the seaside. However, Frieza clearly would not allow him to succeed. The next moment he appeared in front of Krillin, blocking his line of sight. Krillin's expression instantly changed as he glared at Frieza, readying himself for a desperate struggle. Whoosh. At that moment Luya suddenly appeared in front of him, facing Frieza, saying, your opponent is me. It just so happens that I want to see the might of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Frieza, upon hearing this, smirked. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Well then I shall oblige. Luya smiled confidently. Seeing this, Krillin immediately flew over to save the others. Luya and Frieza locked eyes in midair, neither making the first move. He had already assessed Frieza's battle strength. Since the opponent had not made a move in the past 4 months, his battle strength was only 7 billion. When Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle strength increased to 8 billion. It was this 200 million difference combined with Frieza's perfect ambush that led to Gohan being instantly defeated. Tisk Luya felt a bit regretful. If Gohan had continued his training without giving up, he probably wouldn't be weaker than Frieza now. However, now he was not afraid, as his battle strength was 5 billion. Although there was a slight gap, it was not enough to lead to defeat. Luya suddenly extended his palm toward Frieza. Frieza was taken aback, then smiled slightly, making no further moves. Puff. In the next moment, Luya suddenly unleashed an energy ball, shooting directly at Frieza. Frieza remained smiling, casually shaking his head, causing the energy ball to fly past him without hitting him. Frieza looked at Luya and chuckled. Are you here to entertain me? Luya smiled mysteriously. Is that so? Frieza paused, then suddenly had an ominous premonition, recalling something. He turned around sharply. He saw that the energy ball Luya had fired had turned a corner and was heading straight for Sorbet. No, Lord Frieza, save me. Save ah. Boom. Sorbet was obliterated by the energy ball. No one expected that Luya's target was actually Sorbet. However, they were puzzled, as Sorbet was merely a small fry. Why would he choose to take action against him first? Frieza's expression twisted slightly as he turned his head, staring fiercely at Luya. You seem to be a bit arrogant. Luya smiled faintly and replied, I just feel that a fair fight between us should exclude any external interference. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression darkened. Did the other party know something? In fact, he had prepared a trump card for this trip to Earth, but unexpectedly, it was disrupted by this mysterious kid. This made him somewhat angry. However, Frieza suddenly revealed a cruel smile. Ha ha ha, since you say so, I will help you eliminate interference. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza suddenly pointed in the direction of Tianjin Fan, and with a whoosh a red beam shot out. Luya's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Tianjin Fan, directly deflecting Frieza's attack. Frieza's expression remained calm, but there was a hint of coldness. Luya said indifferently, Leave Frieza to me, you all retreat to a safe place. Tianjin Fan nodded immediately in response, Thank you. After saying this, he exchanged glances with Master Roshi, and then flew towards Bulma's direction. Luya looked at Frieza and smiled. Now we can start fighting. Frieza slowly descended and looked at Luya, asking, Who exactly are you? Why is the energy around you so powerful? Luya grinned and lifted his tail, which was coiled around his waist. Upon seeing that tail, Frieza's expression suddenly changed to tail. You are a Saiyan. Luya laughed and replied, That's right. Surprised. Frieza found it hard to believe. Impossible. Aside from the Saiyans on Earth, all the other Saiyans, including planet Vegeta, have been destroyed by me. Luya shook his head and said, Don't dwell on those things, let's have a fight. Frieza, shaking off his surprise, chuckled. You are so confident that you can defeat me. Luya suddenly smiled and then shouted furiously. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted from his body. Frieza stared at Luya, who had suddenly erupted with power, stunned. Impossible. Why is your power so strong? Surrounded by pure white energy, Luya wore a confident smile. I originally thought you would come in 4 months, but unexpectedly you showed up early, which surprised me. Now show me your true strength. Frieza looked at Luya, his expression somewhat unpleasant. The situation had exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect that besides Son Goku and Vegeta, there was such a powerful Saiyan. Damn it. Boom. In the next moment, Frieza also began to explode with energy. Purple energy enveloped his body, and the intensity of that energy was not much weaker than Luya's. Luya looked at Frieza and smiled slightly. Every cell in his body was trembling with excitement. On the other side, Krillin helped Piccolo and Gohan up and fed them senzu beans. As expected of the miraculous senzu beans, the moment they swallowed them, they woke up the next second. Krillin, are you all right? Where's Frieza? Gohan sat up and asked in confusion. Krillin smiled slightly and said, Gohan, I'm fine. The Saiyan friend you brought back is incredible. Saiyan. Gohan was puzzled when Piccolo suddenly exclaimed in surprise, That's Saiyan Luya. Upon hearing this, Gohan quickly glanced at the battlefield. Suddenly, even Gohan was dumbfounded. How did his energy change like this? So powerful. Gohan's mouth dropped open in astonishment, hardly believing it. After all, he had previously suppressed Luya, but now he felt his own insignificance from the other party. Piccolo's expression also became solemn. I didn't expect his talent to be so strong in just over a day in the time chamber. He has already raised his power to this level. I'm afraid even Goku and the others might not compare. Upon hearing this, everyone became serious. To their companions, no one's power could surpass Goku. Even if there was, Vegeta was undoubtedly the most likely candidate, but now Luya had appeared. How could this not shock them? It seems that Vegeta, the perennial second place, will have to change positions. In the arena, Luya and Frieza locked eyes, and suddenly Luya's energy surged again. Frieza gritted his teeth, unwilling to show weakness. Luya suddenly shouted, angrily charging direct. TCH. Frieza snorted coldly, and an explosion of energy surged out as well. Boom. The two fists collided violently, and in an instant a shockwave erupted. The two fists pressed tightly together, neither retreating an inch, continuously raising their energy, locked in a stalemate. Suddenly Frieza revealed a hint of a curve, then instantly grabbed Luya's hand and yanked hard, while kicking out. Luya had already anticipated this move. With his other hand, he pressed down on Frieza's knee, taking the initiative, and Frieza plummeted to the ground like a lead ball, and Luya didn't pause, immediately launching an energy bomb. Boom. The energy bomb exploded, sending dust flying. Luya looked at the dust cloud, narrowing his eyes. According to the Dragon Ball rule, the greater the dust cloud, the more it proved that the opponent was unharmed. Sure enough, as the dust settled, Frieza's figure emerged, standing on the ground with a faint smile, looking at Luya. Ha ha ha. You certainly didn't let me down. Besides Son Goku, you are the only opponent I take seriously. Luya smiled slightly and said, Alright, let's cut the nonsense and transform. You are only in your first form now. Frieza was somewhat surprised but quickly smiled and said, Interesting. Although I don't know why you are so clear about me, since that's the case. Before battling Son Goku, let me play with you a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza suddenly let out a howl, and in an instant the ground around him cracked, and the floating stones defied gravity, followed by a powerful purple energy erupting from Frieza's body. Frieza's body suddenly began to swell, growing to more than 3 times its original size. However, it did not stop there. His body began to change again, taking on a duck-like appearance, and finally his form began to shrink back to a shape resembling his original form. What a powerful aura. It turns out that Frieza has not been using his full strength all along. Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, his face showing signs of fear. How did he train? How could he reach such a level? The turtle hermit was equally incredulous. Gohan and Piccolo remained silent, their expressions grave as they watched the two. At this moment, they realized they could no longer intervene in the battle. The power that Frieza displayed had far exceeded theirs. Final form. Quite impressive. Luya watched Frieza, slightly taken aback. This guy really is quite rude, directly fighting with his final form, catching him off guard. After transforming twice, Frieza's combat power had astonishingly reached 15 trillion. It seems I can't hold back either. I must exert my full strength in response. Luya smiled slightly, and suddenly the energy around him began to stir. With a loud shout, Luya's energy surged exponentially. His hair instantly turned golden. At the same time, his aura changed to golden as well. Super Saiyan. Luya transformed into a Super Saiyan. His combat power skyrocketed from 6.5 billion to 32.5 billion. Frieza's expression changed. Super Saiyan. I didn't expect you could transform as well. Are you truly a Saiyan from planet Vegeta? Sorry, I am a Super Saiyan from another universe. Luya replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Frieza's face stiffened, then frowned. Another universe. Meanwhile, the other companions were also very surprised. Krillin exclaimed, Are the Saiyans from other universes this powerful? Gohan said gravely, I believe Mr. Luya's strength has surpassed my father's. How is that possible? He surpassed Goku. That's impossible. Tianjinhan was somewhat taken aback, the first to Piccolo wiped cold sweat from his forehead and said, Luya might indeed be stronger than Goku, and his talent seems to slightly surpass both Goku and Vegeta. Previously, Luya was not even Gohan's opponent, but now after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had reached this level, indicating he had already surpassed them. The young men were all incredulous as they stared at the scene, feeling complex emotions. They had never imagined that besides the god of destruction Beerus there were others who surpassed Goku and Vegeta, and what astonished them even more was that he was also a Saiyan. At this moment Luya looked at Frieza and chuckled softly. I still can't defeat you. Since that's the case. Luya erupted with energy again, the golden aura soaring into the sky. Everything around him was flattened in that instant. Suddenly strands of lightning appeared around Luya. Frieza looked at Luya's rapidly increasing aura, his expression changed, and he incredulously exclaimed, impossible. This can't be. That's Super Saiyan's second stage. Gohan transformed into it back then. He can transform too. Krillin and the others exclaimed in shock. Gohan's eyes widened. Super Saiyan 2, that was the form he transformed into when he defeated Cell. Would Mr. Luya also be able to? As Luya's roar echoed, his aura suddenly exploded. In an instant a massive pit appeared beneath his feet that could no longer withstand the pressure. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The golden aura enveloped with electricity, and Luya's hair grew significantly longer, looking even more stunning than during his Super Saiyan form. Ding. Host has activated the Super Saiyan 2 transformation skill, transforming into Super Saiyan second stage combat power, reaching 165 trillion. Frieza was left speechless. The opponent's evolution had exceeded his power. Luya smirked at him and said, let's continue the fight. Whoosh. With that, Luya's figure flashed and disappeared. Frieza gritted his teeth, released his energy, and soon vanished as well. Bang, bang, bang. As the battle commenced, the two collided at high speed, creating countless ripples in the air, representing the intensity of the fight. Below, the Z fighters watched closely. Too fast, I can't keep up with their movements at all. Tianjinhan gritted his teeth, his three eyes darting around, but he couldn't follow Luya and Frieza's actions. Gohan furrowed his brow, struggling to keep up with the rhythm as well, while only Piccolo kept his eyes fixed on the sky, his unique physiology allowing him to see their movements. Crash. Suddenly a figure plummeted rapidly. It was Frieza. Whoosh. Luya appeared right behind him, shouting loudly and throwing a punch. Frieza's expression changed directly, using his tail to wrap around Luya's arm. Luya sneered and grabbed Frieza's tail with both hands, spinning him around like a whirlwind. Frieza's face changed drastically as he shouted in panic. With a powerful throw, Luya sent Frieza crashing into the ground. His body smashed hard against the surface, creating a... Take this. Luya gathered a ball of energy in his hand and forcefully threw it out. Frieza's face darkened, stabilizing himself and firing a blast of energy in response. Boom. The two energy blasts collided and exploded. Luya charged through the smoke with his golden aura towards Frieza. The latter suddenly erupted with energy and continuously fired energy blasts at Luya. Luya was caught off guard, crossing his arms to block the incoming attacks. Seeing this, Frieza went into a frenzy, wildly releasing energy blasts. Luya struggled to defend himself, his aura continuously weakening. Not good. We need to help him. Krillin's face turned pale as he prepared to intervene. No, even if we go to help now, it would be useless. We can't intervene in such a battle. Gohan stopped Krillin, saying, Krillin asked, what should we do? Are we just going to watch Luya lose? If that happens, Earth is finished. Gohan fell silent. Piccolo suddenly turned to Bulma. Bulma, haven't you heard from Goku and the others? No, I have no way to contact them. I can only communicate with them when Whis actively reaches out to me. Bulma replied helplessly. TCH. Piccolo snorted impatiently, but stopped asking. Meanwhile, Frieza was already wearing a smug smile, believing that by suppressing his opponent like this, victory was assured. However, just as Frieza was feeling smug, a figure appeared behind him and delivered a heavy punch. Ugh. Frieza was left dumbstruck, unable to believe his eyes as he turned to see Luya smirking at him. How is that possible? That's instant transmission. Isn't that Dad's technique? Gohan could not help but exclaim upon witnessing this scene. P.S. According to the reactions of various readers, the combat power has now been adjusted. No more saying the author can't do math, I was wrong. Ordinary form to Super Saiyan transformation grants a power boost of 50 times. Super Saiyan transforming to Super Saiyan 2 grants a 5-fold boost. Super Saiyan 2 transforming to Super Saiyan 3 also grants a 5-fold boost. This is my limit, as I've already written so much. Changes are indeed present, so readers who cannot accept it may abandon the book. I don't mind. As Luya performed instant teleportation, everyone was left in utter shock. Why could Luya teleport? Isn't that Goku's technique? Could it be that the opponent has also been to that planet? Gohan felt puzzled. If Luya could use the Kamehameha, he could accept it after all he taught Luya, but instant teleportation, he couldn't do that. In the arena, after delivering a critical blow to Frieza, Luya kicked him away, and at the same moment, his figure vanished again, reappearing right in front of Frieza, delivering yet another crushing blow. Frieza felt like a punching bag being relentlessly attacked by Luya. Bang! Ugh! Luya clasped his fists and struck Frieza down into the ground, causing the earth to crack open. Hovering in the air, Luya looked down, then clasped his hands at his waist. Familiar moves. Everyone immediately recognized it as the Kamehameha technique. Krillin, sweating, said, Gohan, did you teach him the Kamehameha? Yes, that's correct, Gohan nodded. In reality, he hadn't taught it to him. Luya learned it directly from the system. He just did. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a powerful aura gathered in Luya's hands, radiating with brilliant light. Luya thrust his hand forward, and a massive energy wave erupted like a fountain, directly embedding itself into the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, and the entire island trembled. Quick, get out of here. Gohan's expression changed, and he quickly flashed to Bulma's side, taking her away to safety. The others, seeing this, also changed their expressions and flew far away. Boom. Luya's Kamehameha obliterated the entire island, causing it to collapse, waves sweeping over. Luya, enveloped in golden energy, looked down expressionlessly. He didn't believe Frieza had been killed. That guy hadn't even shown his real strength yet. Thinking of this, Luya suddenly became alert. Meanwhile, the others had also arrived at another island, watching the scene with grave expressions. Do you think Luya can really defeat Frieza? Krillin asked, somewhat uncertain. Gohan shook his head. I don't know. Frieza must have prepared thoroughly for this visit to Earth. Although he has transformed into his final form, I still have a bad feeling. I feel the same. Tianjin Han said gravely. However, for Luya to fight Frieza to this extent is already remarkable. At least he can buy us some time. Waiting for Goku and the others to return. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone felt somewhat helpless. Goku and the others had not been heard from, and Whis was not proactively contacting Bulma, making it impossible for them to find Goku. So now all they could do was wait. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly a slight tremor shook the air, and everyone tensed up. Luya, hovering in midair, also looked seriously at the sea, as if something was about to burst forth from within. Boom. In the next moment, a massive column of water shot up into the sky. Inside the water column, a blurred figure rose, but Luya didn't need to guess. He knew it was Frieza. This guy really is fine. However, this also excited him. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he felt. Frieza slowly ascended, and even though he was not severely injured, the scrapes on his body made him look somewhat disheveled. Frieza looked at Luya with a blank expression, not revealing what he was thinking. Luya looked at him, and then smiled slightly, saying, Interesting, you actually seem fine. His battle power was 100 billion higher than Frieza's, yet even now he had only gained a slight upper hand, which showed that Frieza's combat experience was even stronger than his. Frieza looked at Luya with a serious expression and said, Your current strength truly confounds me. Why are you so formidable? Are you really a Saiyan from another universe? Then what else could it be? Luya raised an eyebrow. Frieza's expression suddenly turned cold. I never expected the Saiyans from other universes to be this powerful. Does that mean they also have members of my race over there? Luya was somewhat surprised. How did Frieza know this? Although he was not a Saiyan from another universe, he knew there was a universe with warriors similar to those in their current 7th universe, namely the 6th universe, where there were Saiyans and a villain similar to Frieza. Seeing Luya's expression, Frieza understood. It seems I guessed correctly. Enough of this nonsense. Oh, let's battle again. I intend to defeat you, not to engage in idle chatter. Luya said, Idle chatter? What do you mean? Frieza asked, confused. Luya paused, then realized it was a bit strange. He remembered that the language style from his world was somewhat different from this one, so he casually replied, It means literally boasting nonsense, you understand. Are you a foreigner? Frieza frowned. Luya glared. What? You know about foreigners? Frieza's brow furrowed, then he coldly said, Do you think you can defeat me with that? That's impossible. He had always been defeated by Saiyans. With such humiliation, he could not allow to happen again. Luya smirked, saying, I know you haven't unleashed your true power yet, so now transform. What? Frieza's expression froze, and then he said somewhat incredulously, How? How did you know that I can still transform? The fact that he could transform into Golden Frieza was a secret, his most powerful technique. How did the opponent know? Luya smiled slightly, saying, Because I am already thoroughly familiar with this storyline. Frieza, come on. Let me see just how powerful Golden Frieza is. Otherwise, right now you're not even my opponent. Luya said with a teasing smile. Frieza's expression darkened. Internally, he felt some wariness. The opponent not only knew he had not transformed, but even knew about his Golden Frieza form. What exactly was his background? This made him feel greatly apprehensive. However, since it had come to this, he had no choice but to transform. If he didn't, he would not be able to contend with this Saiyan. If that happened, his plan would completely fail. This was originally prepared for Goku, but since you are provoking me like this, I shall comply. Frieza suddenly sneered, and immediately his aura began to surge violently. Boom. As Frieza powered up, the sky instantly darkened. Thick clouds churned overhead, crackling with violent lightning, like the dawn of apocalypse itself. At that very moment, not just for miles, but across the entire Earth, the air trembled with Frieza's overwhelming aura, staggering, immense, and terrifyingly potent. This, Krillin and the others stood frozen in disbelief, utterly unprepared for the sheer magnitude to which Frieza's power had surged. What on earth has this man undergone in his years of death? Piccolo stared, sweat glistening on his brow, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. They had assumed, after all these years, that their own strength had long surpassed Frieza's former peak. Yet they never imagined he too had ascended so far so fiercely. He truly was a prodigy beyond reckoning. Gohan watched Frieza's silhouette, his expression uncharacteristically grave. Even if he transformed once more into a Super Saiyan 2, he doubted he could prevail. Boom, boom, boom. Not only were they stunned, Luya too stood paralyzed. Unlike the others, he could feel with chilling precision just how monstrously Frieza's aura had swelled. 15 trillion, 16 trillion, 17 trillion. His power wasn't rising linearly. It was accelerating exponentially, defying all natural logic. Luya grimaced inwardly. Damn it. This meant he was hopelessly outmatched. What now? Flee. Impossible. If he fled, who would stand against Frieza? The Earth would be doomed. Yet if he stayed, his own life hung by a thread. System, can you grant the mission reward early? Luya urgently queried. System, no. The objective, to defeat Frieza, has not yet been fulfilled. Early reward distribution is unsupported. Damn it. Luya's face twitched with frustration. Then what happens if I dies? System, should the host be eliminated, this system will disengage and seek a new host. Luya, damn. Ruthless. Is there any alternative? His lips quivered faintly. This system, it seemed, was anything but reliable. System, the host has two options. First, activate the Kaioken technique, whose victory probability stands at 50%. Second, undergo Oozuru transformation. There is a 50% chance of triggering the hidden skill Super Saiyan 4. Victory probability 80%. Before Luya could choose the second option, the system interjected, warning Oozuru transformation may overwhelm the host with the Saiyan race's innate ferocity, resulting in total loss of rationality and descent into mindless slaughter. Luya, Kukuku, is that fear I see upon your face? Suddenly Frieza's sinister laughter echoed across. Luya looked up, and there he stood, golden radiant, unchanged in form, yet fundamentally remade. Luya knew this was no mere chromatic shift. This was transcendence. Golden Frieza. According to the system's scan, his battle power had soared to 15 quadrillion. 15 quadrillion. 15 quadrillion. What did that even mean? It dwarfed Super Saiyan 2 by over 50-fold. Dire. Utterly dire. At that moment Luya felt the weight of true, inescapable peril. 15 quadrillion. Enough to obliterate him in an instant. Luya's face tightened with grim resolve. And Gohan, Krillin, they stood petrified. Was this Frieza's true might? Terrifying beyond measure. Under that suffocating aura, even standing at a distance crushed their spirit. No warrior's instinct stirred within them, only dread. Fear had frozen their very cells. This form, I name it, Golden Frieza. A cruel smirk flickered across Frieza's face as he added, though I wonder, how did you come to know my ultimate trump card? Still, since you do, perhaps you too have a final gambit to unveil. Luya forced a thin smile, a bead of cold sweat traced his temple. You are astonishingly powerful. It seems you've already surpassed Son Goku and his allies. Oh, what do you mean? Does only this golden form elevate me above them? Frieza's mirth faded, replaced by quiet, lethal curiosity. Luya nodded. Indeed. Kukuku, is that so? Excellent. Then I shall dispose of you first, before hunting down Son Goku. Frieza's visage twisted into something monstrous, yet he made no move to strike. Instead he declared, my strength now eclipses yours utterly. But I offer you one chance, swear fealty to me. Become my loyal servant, and I shall spare your life. Luya smiled faintly. No need, for I am not yet defeated. And with those words, he erupted. Golden aura blazed around him, laced with searing arcs of lightning. Ha! Kaioken! With a thunderous roar, crimson energy burst forth from his body, swirling violently. In that instant Luya's power surged, faster, fiercer, unstoppable. Kaioken! He knows it too. Krillin and the others stared, minds reeling, reality itself trembling beneath their feet. How could Luya master the Kaioken? Instant transmission. Kamehameha. Kaioken. This Saiyan named Luya had not merely copied Son Goku's techniques, he had perfected them. It appears we underestimated him entirely, Piccolo murmured, gaze sharp and solemn. In that moment Luya's aura not just rivaled Goku's but surpassed it. Of course, this referred to Goku before his encounter with the god of destruction Beerus. Against this version of Goku, Luya held absolute supremacy. His talent was nothing short of monstrous. Merely a single trip inside the hyperbolic time chamber had wrought such. Recall their own desperate training against Cell, yet none among them achieved what Luya had done. Even Gohan had failed to reach such heights. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Turbulent winds shrieked across the battlefield as Luya's aura continued its relentless ascent. Golden light, blazing crimson fire roaring ever louder. One-fold, two-fold, three-fold. 16 trillion, 17 trillion, 18 trillion. His power swelled like water, filling an ever-expanding vessel. Unstoppable, inexorable, boundless. I recognize this technique. It was the very one Son Goku unleashed on planet Namek. I never imagined you'd wield it too. Frieza's eyes narrowed, his voice low, his focus absolute. This attack had become a genuine threat. Hi-ya, sevenfold Kaioken. With that final earth-shattering cry, the ground shattered outward in all directions. Tsunamis exploded skyward, colossal water spouts piercing the heavens, an awe-inspiring cataclysm. Whoosh. At this moment Luya's figure was completely enveloped by golden and red energy flows, his cold expression resembling that of a war god. His muscle lines were distinctly more pronounced, filled with explosive power. In truth, Luya was still quite worried, for transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to execute the King's Punch was unprecedented. Even Sun Wukong could only use it in his Super Blue form. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had already been practicing the King's Punch, and he had insisted on maintaining the state of the King's Punch while in Super Saiyan form. Now, even with his strongest Super Saiyan talent, it took him half a year to achieve the sevenfold King's Punch. Otherwise, with his talent, his strength could far exceed this. Boom, boom, boom. Ding. Host successfully used the King's Punch. Side effects calculation starting now. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, leaving Luya momentarily stunned, somewhat confused. System, what do you mean by this? The system replied, the King's Punch obtained by the host does not have side effects like Sun Wukong's. Instead, it starts with no side effects and only accumulates side effects when the host uses it. Hearing this, Luya was momentarily dumbfounded. Then he became ecstatic. Does this mean I can maintain this form indefinitely? The system responded, in theory yes, although there are no side effects from the King's Punch, it requires an enormous amount of energy. Given the host's current state, you can maintain it for a maximum of 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Luya's gaze sharpened. This might just be enough. Because his combat power while executing the sevenfold King's Punch had already reached 113.75 billion. Indeed, it had soared from over 10 billion to over 113 billion. Whoosh. At that moment, a golden figure appeared before Luya. Before he could react, he felt a sharp sting on his face, and in the next instant, he let out a scream as his body was sent flying crashing into the sea. The one who struck was Frieza, standing in the void looking at the water chuckling. So you thought I was weak? Daring to let your guard down during a fight. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a column of water shot into the sky, and immediately Luya's figure was sent soaring. With undiminished aura, he looked at Frieza and said with a smile, come on. Frieza's expression darkened, and then his figure vanished like a cannonball. Luya instantly disappeared as well, and the next moment a fierce clash erupted in the void. It was incredibly intense. These two are evenly matched. Krillin sighed as he watched the battle unfold. No, on the surface Frieza has the absolute upper hand. Piccolo narrowed his eyes slightly, keeping a watchful gaze on the fight. Oh. Luya and Frieza engaged in a high-speed battle exchanging punches and kicks, but their hit rates were low, mostly blocked by their opponent. Of course, during this time Luya also took a few punches and kicks from Frieza. Overall, Frieza had the upper hand. Luya suddenly flashed behind Frieza, pushing both hands forward, unleashing an energy ball that struck him and sent him flying. Luya gritted his teeth and charged forward, but the next moment the flying Frieza suddenly vanished. In the very next instant he appeared in front of Luya so fast that Luya could only see a blur. Bang! Frieza delivered a powerful punch, striking Luya in the stomach, causing the latter to spit out foam and fly back like a shrimp. Frieza didn't give Luya a chance. His speed increased, further accelerating to appear before Luya. Fists raised again. Luya cried out in agony as he fell. Frieza's face twisted with malice as he looked at the falling Luya. Then he extended his index finger, aiming to reflect a laser blast at Luya. Boom, 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 boom. A dozen red laser blasts exploded, smoke billowing everywhere. At that moment, a figure emerged from the smoke. It was Luya. He was injured, but not fatally, and he landed safely on a rock. Frieza looked at Luya and laughed. Ho ho ho. Is this all your power? It seems you're not my match. Luya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smirked. You're indeed quite strong, but how could I ever lose to you? Oh, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Go ahead and show them. Frieza spread his arms, flicking his tail mockingly. Luya gritted his teeth, then suddenly unleashed his energy, raising it to the maximum. He was still in the state of the king's. However, it was subtly becoming taxing. Typically, he could maintain it for 10 minutes. But now using energy to deal with Frieza also consumed energy, meaning his time was limited. He had to end this quickly. With that thought, Luya directly raised his energy to the maximum. At the same time, he brought his hands together at his waist. Came. Upon seeing this familiar scene, Gohan and the others were startled awake. Krillin almost shouted, but Gohan quickly covered his mouth. Do not interfere with them, Gohan said sternly. Krillin nodded eagerly, and once Gohan released him, he exclaimed excitedly, does this guy want to use the same technique Goku used against Cell on Frieza? Gohan looked at Luya in the arena, silently praying, I hope this works. Meanwhile, Luya was frantically gathering energy, raising his power to the maximum, and the energy in his hands surged violently before being compressed. Frieza also sensed something was amiss, looking at Luya with some confusion. Hey, are you crazy? Such a buildup of energy will destroy the entire Earth. Luya smiled slightly and said, what? Are you scared? Frieza's expression stiffened, then he laughed. Kid, regardless of whether your attack can harm me based on your speed alone, you can't. So you should be cautious, save your energy for a last-ditch effort. Luya smiled faintly, not responding, and in the next moment his aura suddenly surged. Frieza observed this scene, feeling a sense of foreboding, but he couldn't believe that the other party could hit him. Or was the other party? Thinking of this, Frieza's eyes flashed with killing intent, and then he opened his palm towards Luya, gathering red energy. Die. The next moment Frieza erupted with energy, shooting it directly at Luya. Luya's eyes widened, and in the next instant he roared angrily. Kamehameha. Whoosh. In the next instant Luya's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only the energy ball passing through his afterimage. At this moment Luya had arrived behind Frieza. Wah! What? Frieza was startled, attempting to dodge, but it was already too late. Luya thrust forward, and in an instant a massive energy wave engulfed Frieza. Frieza screamed, soon being swallowed by the torrent of the energy wave. With a single Kamehameha wave, Luya obliterated everything in its path. Seawater itself split apart beneath the sheer force of his energy blast. Vast quantities of seawater vaporized instantly. As far as the eye could see, the horizon vanished into an endless void. This was Luya's ultimate technique, channeling his entire reservoir of ki, the staggering power of over 11 trillion combat units. Who could fathom the sheer magnitude of such energy? Indeed, had Luya unleashed this attack from midair moments earlier, it might well have shattered the entire Earth. Luya remained frozen in his stance, gasping deeply, his muscles trembling with exhaustion. Every fiber of his body ached from the cataclysmic release of that ultimate technique. Were. The once raging torrent of energy gradually subsided. The crimson aura faded entirely, leaving only a radiant golden key. Luya's stamina could no longer sustain the sevenfold Kaioken. He immediately deactivated the technique, and unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 2 form, reverted to his base Super Saiyan state. Having exhaled the breath he'd held for the Kamehameha, he could no longer access the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. That foe surely perished. The Z-fighters watched in hushed awe. They remembered Goku's legendary Kamehameha against Cell, how even Cell at the peak of his power had failed to react in time. And yet Luya's assault dwarfed that one in raw intensity. Surely Frieza stood no chance against such overwhelming. A surge of exhilaration rippled through them. Perhaps they wouldn't need Goku and the others to return after all. Frieza, this formidable enemy, might fall here and now. Something is wrong. Gohan and Piccolo did not share the others' relief. Instead, their expressions hardened. Luya himself remained utterly vigilant, unrelenting. Could it be that this opponent possesses regeneration, just like Uncle Piccolo? Gohan clenched his teeth, voice tight, with dawning dread. A cold sweat glistened on Piccolo's brow. Meanwhile, Luya's expression grew grim. He knew full well his devastating strike, though immense, had failed to slay Frieza. Frieza still lived. In beep. Frieza's life signature remains detectable. Mission incomplete. Please press onward. In Luya. And so he truly survived. Suddenly the group sensed something. An instinctive shift in the air. All eyes snapped toward a single point on the ocean's surface. Luya stared, a bead of cold sweat tracing his temple. At that moment, a figure slowly rose from the churning sea. First the head, then the torso, and finally the full silhouette emerged upon the water's surface. Silence fell, absolute and suffocating. Frieza. It was Frieza himself, alive, unbowed, undeniable. Luya studied him, then offered a faint wry smile. You truly do possess 9 lives. Frieza's face twisted in fury. His appearance was ghastly, stripped of his golden form, one arm severed entirely, half his torso reduced to ruin, and nearly 7/10 of his tail torn away. He was ruined. And though Golden Frieza had sensed Luya's arrival, he'd been just a fraction too slow. Luya's instantaneous movement rendered his ki nearly undetectable. Even in his golden form, Frieza struggled to counter such speed. Curse you, damn Saiyan. Frieza snarled, his voice raw with humiliation, then erupted with a terrifying. Instantly his mangled wounds began to writhe. Something stirred beneath the torn flesh, straining to burst forth. Piccolo's eyes widened in alarm. Strike now, while he regenerates. He's regrowing his body. Luya blinked, stunned, incredulous. Wait, Frieza can regenerate like Piccolo. Is this some kind of joke? He'd never seen it before. Snapping back to reality, Luya fired off rapid ki blasts, each detonating violently against Frieza's ravaged form. But in the next instant, a violent violet aura exploded outward, shattering the smoke and revealing Frieza. How? Luya recoiled, stunned. Frieza's body had fully regenerated. Frieza stretched his limbs with eerie calm, his gaze locked onto Luya. You are the first to force me to resort to regeneration. Regeneration? Luya demanded, voice low and taut. Frieza chuckled darkly. Indeed, regeneration. This is my ultimate secret art, reserved only for extinction-level peril. I am a cosmic being forged anew through universal matter recombination. So long as physical substance remains, and so long as I am not utterly annihilated in a single blow, I shall rise again. Luya frowned. Then why didn't you use it when Goku and Trunks defeated you? Frieza's expression dark and venomous. Against Goku, I had no opening. And even if I had regenerated, I would still have fallen before Super Saiyan's might. I risked true erasure. As for that teenage Super Saiyan, there was no respite, no breath. Only death, swift and absolute. It's all your fault, you Saiyan scum. You filthy monkeys. You were meant to serve me. Yet time and again you reduce me to ruin. Frieza's lips curled into a cruel smirk as he turned to Luya. Enough ranting. I trust you've recovered some strength. Luya's jaw tightened. Yes, he'd been stalling, buying time to recover, but he was far from his peak. Another Super Saiyan 2 transformation remained impossible. Frieza, though weakened by regeneration, still possessed overwhelming power, enough to crush every fighter present. This would be a battle of sheer endurance. Frieza chuckled softly. Surrender. If you do, I may grant you mercy. Luya bared his teeth in a fierce grin. Never. Luya would rather die, crushed beneath your fist, than bow before you. Frieza's face hardened into icy resolve. Then die you shall. In a flash he ascended into the sky, and raised a single finger. A crimson sphere of energy coalesced, swelling rapidly into a blinding, searing orb. Kukuku. Saiyan, my playtime ends now. You and this earth shall vanish together. Frieza sneered, his voice dripping with malice. In the next heartbeat he hurled the massive sphere, now 20 meters wide, straight downward. Luya narrowed his eyes. Failure meant annihilation, not just for himself, but for the entire planet. What now? Just as Luya prepared to trigger his Oozuru transformation, 2 figures flashed into existence before him. Seeing them he froze, then exhaled, tension melting from his shoulders. At last, they had returned. Goku and Vegeta. At the sudden arrival of the 2 warriors, cheers of pure elation erupted from every ally. Goku and Vegeta had just returned from training with the God of Destruction when they unexpectedly encountered this situation as they instantaneously teleported back to Earth. In an instant, both of them sensed danger and turned to look at the red energy sphere approaching them. A moment later, their expressions darkened and simultaneously they extended one hand, instantly blocking Frieza's energy blast. Huh. In the next second, both erupted with energy, and in an instant, two terrifying forces swept forth as they simultaneously exerted their strength, pushing the massive energy sphere back. How is that possible? Frieza's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly vanished from sight. Boom. The gigantic energy sphere exploded in the distant clouds, instantly staining the entire sky a crimson hue. Wukong and Vegeta suppressed their auras, with Wukong looking puzzled. What happened? Why is Frieza here on Earth? At this moment, the Z fighters gathered around Wukong. Wukong looked at Gohan and the others congregating and was somewhat pleased. Gohan, Krillin. You're all here, what happened? Gohan immediately recounted the events. Frieza has been resurrected. Upon hearing this, both Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. That guy Frieza is truly incorrigible. How dare he threaten Earth? Wukong said angrily. Then, as if recalling something, he suddenly looked at Luya and smiled. You must be Luya, right? I heard you are also a Saiyan. Please specifically prevent Frieza from causing chaos. We couldn't contact Earth, so it took us quite some time to locate its energy. Luya nodded slightly. It's good that you are back. Frieza is tougher than I anticipated. Since you have returned, I will leave it to you. Wukong nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Frieza will be defeated by me. Hey, Kakarot, leave Frieza to me. Ever since I broke through to Super Saiyan, I've not fought him. So we'll take the lead. Vegeta suddenly said irritably. Wukong glanced at Vegeta and then laughed. Alright, you can go first then. But don't you feel a sense of familiarity? This scene is somewhat similar to the past. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was taken aback, then coldly smiled. Now that you mention it, it does feel somewhat familiar. Back then, I wasn't a Super Saiyan yet, it was Future Trunks who dealt with Frieza's invasion of Earth. He then suddenly looked at Luya. You say you come from another universe. Luya nodded slightly yes. Vegeta frowned, and then spoke in a somber tone. It's strange, and not only does our universe exist, but there are also other universes. Moreover, you can transform into a Super Saiyan. What kind of universe do you exist in? Luya raised an eyebrow and replied, a very impressive universe. Impressive? What does that mean? Vegeta asked in confusion. Everyone else. Luya held back his laughter, saying, it just means very powerful. How powerful is it? Upon hearing this, Vegeta nodded in a somewhat confused manner. Luya replied earnestly, extremely powerful. Damn. Vegeta's expression stiffened and he clenched his fists, his temper flared, and he almost wanted to punch Luya. Stop chatting, and let's deal with Frieza first. This guy is far stronger than before. Just then Wukong suddenly said, not having paid attention to their conversation earlier, but focused on Frieza, his eyes filled with fervent battle intent. Just to be clear, Frieza will be dealt with by me, Vegeta. You all step aside. Vegeta declared arrogantly. Hearing this, Wukong hesitated, but ultimately agreed. Alright, you go ahead. Luya suddenly interjected. But Frieza can transform into Golden Frieza, so be careful. Vegeta dismissed it with a scoff. Is he really that strong? I've become stronger too, and taking him down will be a piece of cake. Luya shook his head in exasperation. As a failed king, he genuinely worried for Vegeta. However, he said nothing and followed Wukong and the others to a distance. Currently, Luya's energy was heavily depleted, so it was best for him to avoid the fray, especially since he still couldn't transform into Super Saiyan Blue, making it impossible to defeat Frieza. Mr. Krillin, could you give me a Senzu Bean? Luya suddenly looked at Krillin. Krillin quickly nodded, of course. If it weren't for you, we might have all been killed by Frieza. Saying this, he took out a Senzu Bean and handed it to Luya. Luya accepted it and swallowed it directly. In less than 2 seconds, his condition reached its peak. Moi. At this moment, Wukong suddenly looked at Luya, his expression somewhat serious. This guy's energy seems not weaker than his own. Wukong thought to himself, making a decision in his heart. Meanwhile, Vegeta slowly moved and soon arrived in front of Frieza. After dodging the attack, Frieza was recovering his strength, grateful that these guys were busy with themselves, giving him a chance to catch. At this moment, seeing Vegeta approach, he suddenly laughed. Ho ho ho. I was wondering who it was, turns out it's my loyal subordinate. Vegeta's expression turned cold. Don't get it twisted, I, Vegeta, have never considered you my boss. Frieza didn't care, thinking it was just Vegeta's pride acting up, and said with a smile, Vegeta, you're just in time. Who joined forces with me to kill Son Goku and that Saiyan. I can make you my right-hand man. You'll be my #1 general, what do you say? Vegeta paused for a second and then revealed a wicked smile. It appears that the offer is not bad. Frieza, thinking he had Vegeta in the bag, continued, right? So why don't you come to my side? Vegeta actually started walking towards Frieza. What is that guy doing? Seeing her husband about to defect, Bulma was instantly furious. Wukong looked at Vegeta, his expression unchanged. Don't worry, Vegeta is no longer the old Vegeta. Luya remained silent, slowly closing his eyes to check his condition. Fortunately, his strength had not only shown no side effects, but had also significantly increased. During the battle with Frieza, Luya had unleashed all his power, and his Super Saiyan talent had been continuously activated, allowing him to grow stronger while fighting Frieza. Now his combat power was 6.7 billion, an increase of 200 million. He also used the system to see Wukong and Vegeta's combat powers. They had not yet transformed into Super Saiyan, but their combat power was already astonishing. Wukong's combat power was 6.9 billion, while Vegeta was close to 6.8 billion. Their combat powers were nearly equal, but given their strengths, this slight difference was completely negligible. As Vegeta stood before Frieza, he paused. Frieza gazed at him with a smug smile, exuding arrogance. Bang! In the next instant, Frieza seemed to be struck hard, his entire body curling up like a shrimp. Ugh! Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorting in immense pain. Vegeta had already appeared in front of him, and his fist landed squarely on Frieza's abdomen. Vegeta leaned close to Frieza's ear and mockingly said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not the least bit interested in your terms." Frieza's eyes turned bloodshot, his expression one of incredulity. Vegeta's face hardened, and with a furious roar he sent Frieza flying. Frieza crashed through several small mountains before finally smashing into a cliff. Vegeta snorted coldly. "Is that—" Frieza was embedded in the cliff, gritting his teeth as he stared at Vegeta, realizing he had truly underestimated this brat who dared to strike him. Crack! 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 Floating out, Frieza looked at Vegeta with an ugly expression, then coldly huffed. "I didn't expect that my former subordinate would become so powerful today." Vegeta coldly regarded him and replied, "There are many things you haven't seen or thought of yet. For example." With those words, Vegeta let out a fierce roar, and in the next moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. This? Frieza's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over him. Vegeta sneered, "It's not over yet." Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. Vegeta erupted with energy, directly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. "Didn't expect this, did you, Frieza? Vegeta can also transform into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta pointed at himself with a smirk. Frieza clenched his teeth, suddenly closing his eyes before calming himself. He opened his eyes to look at Vegeta and said with a smile, "I admit I am somewhat surprised, but so what? Frieza am the universe's #1 genius. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you will not be my match." With that, Frieza tightened his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and began to erupt with energy. Boom. As Frieza let out a roar, the purple aura surrounding him transformed into a golden divine light. His body gradually metamorphosed into Golden Frieza. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying power radiated from his body, shaking the heavens. Vegeta's expression froze and cold sweat dripped down his face. Damn it. This guy. On the other side, Goku, seeing this form for the first time, also displayed an expression of disbelief. How on earth did this guy? He managed to reach such a level. This is Golden Frieza. His power is incredibly terrifying. Even Luya would struggle against him. If it weren't for Luya using instant transmission and the strongest Kamehameha, we might have been done for. Krillin said gravely. Goku looked somewhat complicated. Instant transmission Kamehameha. Luya, you're quite strong. Will Uncle Vegeta be okay, eh? Gohan asked with concern. Goku chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, Frieza has indeed become stronger, but we haven't fallen behind in our training. Don't worry, Vegeta won't lose." The others looked puzzled. Could it be that these two had some extraordinary encounters during— Luya smiled, knowingly understanding why Goku was so confident, as both he and Vegeta could further enhance their powers to reach the realm of Super Saiyan Blue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden aura enveloped Frieza. Having transformed back into Golden Frieza, his energy peaked. His power was indeed greater than Luya's, but Luya's instant transmission combined with the strongest Kamehameha was somewhat difficult to withstand, which is why he had been injured. "I didn't expect your power to reach such a level. It's truly frightening." At this moment, even someone as proud as Vegeta was somewhat shaken. After all, it had been years since Frieza was killed, and now his speed of improvement in Hell was more terrifying than theirs. To think they were personally instructed by Whis. I originally thought Frieza was far behind them, but now the power he displayed posed a significant threat. Haha, did you think only you would progress? This is the new form I've developed after so many years in Hell, and I call it Golden Frieza. Frieza laughed heartily, somewhat smug. Vegeta's expression darkened as he snorted, "Umph. So what? I also have my reserves." Frieza was taken aback, surprised, and said, "Oh, is that so? Then you needn't unleash your power." Vegeta snorted coldly, and his aura began to erupt, then he roared skyward. In an instant, a terrifying golden aura burst forth from his body, and at that moment, that yellow energy underwent a transformation. Vegeta's aura is increasing. Quickly. Piccolo's eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down his face. Krillin and the others were all dumbfounded. They were astonished. What had Vegeta gone through? Goku smiled mysteriously, but said nothing. Luya narrowed his eyes, slightly calculating Vegeta's power with the system. Vegeta's aura was continuously rising with a battle power exceeding trillions. And it was still on the rise. Vegeta continued to roar, seeming to need to do so to fully unleash his power. Frieza's expression was beginning to crack. He gritted his teeth and looked at Vegeta, incredulously exclaiming, "How? I don't believe it." A high-pitched roar echoed, and the aura around Vegeta transformed into blue. It was no longer just an aura, but a fluid-like divine essence. With a head of blue spiky hair, Vegeta's aura underwent a monumental change. He looked at Frieza with a cold smile and said, "What do you think? This is my power." Frieza's expression darkened. Vegeta's aura had surpassed his own, which was already depleted. If only he had trained for another 6 months to boost his strength before coming to trouble with these Saiyans. Moreover, he had also consumed quite a bit of energy in his previous battle with Luya. Vegeta had no intention of wasting words with Frieza. The battle cells within him activated, and he charged direct. "Damn it!" Frieza roared angrily and met him heat. Bang! The two fists collided, and in that instant an explosion ensued. Boom! The two clashed directly, and both were immediately sent flying back. However, in the next moment, they both retaliated simultaneously. Boom. Another explosion resounded, and at that moment Frieza had already appeared behind Vegeta. An elbow strike came crashing down. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged as he lowered his head, avoiding Frieza's attack. At the same time, he suddenly thrust his elbow backward, but it was blocked by Frieza. Whoosh. Vegeta's figure flickered, and in the next instant he appeared above Frieza, launching a ball of energy with both hands. Whoosh. Frieza's speed was astonishing. He vanished in the blink of an eye, dodging the attack. At the same time, he appeared beside Vegeta and kicked him away. In just a few seconds, their movements were impossible to capture. Krillin and the others watched the scene with grave expressions, both surprised by the strength of both sides and secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vegeta exploded with energy, ascending into the air, looking at Frieza with a cold snort. Frieza's expression twisted with malice, and he crossed his arms with every fingertip glowing red. Take this. Frieza snorted coldly, then suddenly pointed towards Vegeta. In an instant, 10 red beams shot. Moreover, the appearance of the beams was perfectly timed, completely blocking Vegeta's path of movement. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's face as he gritted his teeth and unleashed several palm strikes. Numerous energy balls exploded around him, and in the next instant, they detonated. At the same time, Vegeta unleashed a burst of energy, a blue pillar shooting out from the smoke, leaping into the air, and then he charged fiercely at Frieza. However, at this moment, Frieza revealed a strange smile. I've been waiting for you. He suddenly opened his palm towards Vegeta. Boom. A terrifyingly condensed energy ball shot out instantly. Vegeta's expression changed. He had no time to dodge and could only block with his arms. Boom. In the next moment, Vegeta's figure plummeted downwards. Seeing this, Frieza had no intention of letting him go and charged fiercely towards Vegeta. In an instant, Frieza delivered a flying kick to Vegeta's back, accelerating his descent. He crashed into the sea, sending up a spray of water. Yet accompanied by a furious shout, Vegeta burst out of the sea again, looking at Frieza and gritting his teeth. Final flash. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A horrific energy erupted once more, and a powerful energy suddenly gathered in Vegeta's palm. Frieza's expression changed, revealing a look of seriousness. In the next moment, he snarled, then bring it on. Swish. Following that, Frieza also began to condense a terrifying energy, a golden aura swirling in his palm, exuding a dreadful presence. Frieza, die. Vegeta roared, unleashing his ultimate technique, a massive energy wave diving downward. Frieza sneered, ho ho ho, bloom beautiful fireworks. Boom. In an instant, with a surge of power from his palm, he unleashed a terrifying golden wave of light. Boom 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 boom. The two energies collided, locking in a standoff. However, the surrounding environment could not withstand their power and began to collapse. Goku and the others watched the scene with serious expressions. Goku sighed. Frieza has truly become this power. Beside him, Rio watched the battle, already contemplating a decisive move. As long as he dealt with Frieza, his mission would be. These two are incredibly strong. Gohan remarked with awe. As a Saiyan, he felt a surge of excitement, thinking that if he had persisted in his training over the years, he too could reach such a level. Thinking of this, Gohan's expression suddenly turned resolute. It seemed he could not slack off any longer. I can't let these two run wild, or the earth will be destroyed by them. Goku suddenly said with a serious expression. In the next moment, he unleashed a burst of energy, roaring as a terrifying power erupted from him. In the next instant, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Gee, Goku. Dad. Krillin and the others looked at Goku in surprise. It turned out that Goku could transform. Goku nodded, then suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared between the two energies, clashing instantly, raising his energy to its peak, and then he unleashed his ultimate technique. Came. Haim. Ha. Ha. Boom. Goku used the Kamehameha to push the attacks of both. The scene returned to normal with both Frieza and Vegeta somewhat exhausted. However, it was clear that Frieza was in a worse state. Kakarot, what are you doing? Seeing his battle interrupted, Vegeta immediately became displeased, glaring at Goku. Goku replied helplessly, if you keep fighting like this, the earth will be destroyed. Humph. Who cares if it dies? Vegeta haughtily turned his head. Goku replied, at least you have a family, as shouldn't you have some sense of belonging? Hearing this, Vegeta's expression turned green with anger. Shut up. Kakarot, I'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost. My battle with Frieza is not over yet. Goku hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, it's time for me to step in. What did you say? Vegeta's expression darkened immediately. Goku laughed heartily and said, you're exhausting a lot of energy now, and you can't defeat this guy. Let me handle it. I've already found his weakness. What a... Vegeta's anger flared up. Are you saying I can't defeat him? What a joke. Oh, weakness. You say I have a weakness. Ho ho ho. Son Goku, you're quite the joke. How could Frieza possibly have a weakness? Frieza suddenly interjected, his expression a mix of humiliation and disdain. It's your stamina. At that moment, Luya suddenly spoke up. As soon as he said this, everyone was taken aback. Luya smiled slightly, secretly delighted. It was time for him to show off. So you noticed too? You're quite impressive. Goku looked at Luya with appreciation in his eyes. Luya humbly replied, just keeping a low profile. Stop babbling nonsense. The weakness you mentioned doesn't exist at all. Frieza's expression twisted in rage. Goku looked at him, then smiled. If that's the case, then let's have a match. Frieza clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Goku. Kakarot, are you trying to back out? You promised to let me take care of that. Vegeta suddenly said in a deep voice. Goku scratched his head. When did I say that? You've been fighting for so long, oh why not take a little break? Let me take down this guy instead, okay? Hell no, absolutely not. Vegeta roared. Goku shrugged, then looked at Frieza, smiling as he asked, Hey Frieza, do you want to have a match with me? Frieza? Vegeta. What? What are you talking about? Frieza looked at Son Wukong with a pale face. In that moment, he felt like a played by these two guys. Wukong smiled slightly, and then suddenly burst out with anger, the blue aura of divinity enveloping him. Come on. Your target is me, right? Frieza gritted his teeth, then exploded with energy charging towards Wukong. Wukong's eyes narrowed, and he immediately took action. Bang, bang, bang. The two began a high-speed confrontation, the intense collisions rippling through the space. Vegeta's face darkened, but he quickly composed himself, dispelling his Super Saiyan blue form and landing on the ground. In the arena, although Frieza had just consumed a lot of energy, he was still not at a disadvantage against Wukong. However, this situation quickly changed as Frieza's expression soured, panting heavily, appearing exhausted. Wukong looked at Frieza, then curiously asked, Frieza, it seems you just successfully transformed into this form. Frieza was taken aback, then gritted his teeth, glaring at Wukong. What do you mean by that? Wukong smiled and said, You should get more familiar with this form when coming to Earth. That way perhaps neither I nor Vegeta would be your match. Frieza snorted coldly. Even now you are not my match. Wukong chuckled. You must be quite tired now, right? This form has drained too much of your stamina, so your flaws are increasing. At this rate you won't be able to match me at all. Stop talking nonsense. Frieza's face contorted with rage, and in the next moment he exploded with energy and charged directly at Wukong. Whoosh. Bang. Frieza threw a rapid punch, but Wukong caught his fist. What? What? Frieza's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Wukong grinned, holding Frieza's fist to bang. In the next moment Wukong turned around, yanking Frieza's body and throwing him out. Frieza was not weak either, managing to halt his momentum. Frieza! Wukong shouted, charging forward and delivering a powerful double fist strike. Oh! Frieza was hit hard, his body plummeting. Boom! A cliff was smashed down and Frieza was sent flying back by the rebound. The next moment Wukong appeared before Frieza, palm open, sending another energy blast his way. Boom! Breaking through the cliff behind him, Frieza crashed into distant debris, a cloud of dust rising. Wukong gazed coldly towards Frieza's direction. We won. Gohan and the others all smiled joyfully. TCH. If it weren't for this prince exhausting him, where would Kakarot fit in? Vegeta said proudly. At that moment Luya remained silent, trying to lower his presence so he could launch a surprise attack. Defeating Frieza was a task he still needed to accomplish alone. Huh. Wukong suddenly changed his expression. The next moment. Aya! Son Wukong! A roar echoed, and in the next second Frieza, enveloped in golden energy, soared into the sky. Wukong's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment his body shook, the deep blue aura of divinity twisting as he shot into the air, meeting Frieza's gaze. Frieza stared at Wukong intensely, but he was becoming increasingly weak, gasping heavily. Frieza, you can no longer maintain this form. Just give up. Wukong looked at Frieza and said lightly. Give up. I, Frieza, can never lose. Are you joking? Frieza roared with a twisted face, suddenly exploding with energy and charging towards Wukong. Die. Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred as he threw a punch. Wukong snorted coldly, and in the next moment, he lowered his head to dodge the punch, then countered with a strike, directly hitting Frieza in the stomach. Ugh. Ugh. Frieza's face twisted in agony, his entire body trembling violently. That punch from Son Wukong nearly pierced his body. Whoosh. Suddenly a flash of light appeared on Frieza's body, and he lost his golden form, reverting to his final form. Damn. Frieza struggled to turn and attack Wukong, but the latter vanished in an instant, reappearing behind him and kicking Frieza towards the ground. Ugh. Frieza's entire body crashed into the ground, shaking the earth, and the solid ground shattered. Wukong slowly descended, watching Frieza expressionlessly. Frieza struggled to get up, disbelief written on his face, murmuring, This is impossible. How could I possibly lose? Bang. Frieza, enraged, pounded the ground with both fists, creating a small crater. Wukong said coldly, Frieza, you have no hope left. Now I will send you back to hell. Frieza's face twisted with rage, then he revealed a hint of madness. If that's the case, then what? Wukong suddenly showed a look of horror, feeling a strong sense of unease. Suddenly Frieza raised his fist, preparing to strike the ground. Wukong realized he couldn't stop it in time. Ho ho ho. Disappear. Frieza's face twisted with anger. Whoosh. Just as he was about to smash down, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, grabbing his wrist. What? Frieza's face changed drastically, looking incredulously at the one who stopped him. Luya smiled slightly. I've been waiting for you. After saying that, Luya tossed Frieza away, sending him flying far. Boom. In the next second, Luya exploded with energy, reaching Super Saiyan 2 while also unleashing the Kaioken. He began to gather energy. Came. Luya did not hesitate, unleashing his most powerful force, striking fierce. I will definitely return. Frieza screamed, then was obliterated into blood and ash within the Kamehameha. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. They never expected Frieza would choose to perish with them, and Luya had seemingly predicted it, stopping him and killing him. Even Wukong and Vegeta broke out in cold sweat. Especially upon seeing Luya's current form, their expressions, especially Wukong, who didn't expect Luya could still perform the Kaioken. This was a technique he hadn't anticipated. This guy is truly formidable. Frieza's death left the entire crowd overwhelmed with complex emotions, a tyrannical sovereign of evil fallen, so abruptly defying all belief. After defeating Frieza, Luya dispelled his transformed state and reverted to his original form. A system notification chimed: mission completed, Frieza defeated. Reward granted 500 million combat power points. Acquired Frieza's cellular essence, enabling survival in outer space. Additional rewards: mastery of Super Saiyan third transformation, 100 sins of beans, and an upgraded Kaioken technique, now amplified tenfold. Hearing the cascade of notifications resonate within his mind, Luya's heart swelled with quiet elation. Remarkable, his combat power had surged by 500 million points. Moreover, he now possessed the ability to ascend into Super Saiyan third, the same legendary transformation once exclusive to Son Goku and the fused warrior Gotenks. Indeed, across the entire Dragon Ball saga, only those two had ever achieved it. Until now, when a third stood him. Luya. Goku's voice gently pulled him back from reverie. Luya turned toward him, brows lifted in mild curiosity. What is it? Goku's expression grew solemn. How do you know my techniques? At once the others gathered close, their gazes locking onto Luya with shared astonishment. Vegeta crossed his arms, eyes narrowing slightly as he studied Luya. Luya swept his gaze across the group before replying calmly, I learned them from Gohan. The group paused stunned. Goku turned to Gohan. Gohan, do you know my instant transmission or Kaioken? Gohan shook his head. That I don't. I only taught Luya the techniques I knew, your ultimate arts. I couldn't possibly have passed those on. Goku nodded, slowly, comprehension dawning. Then he looked again at Luya, who smiled faintly. Instant transmission. I devised it myself. And Kaioken. I grasped its essence through personal insight. What? A wave of disbelief rippled across their... Meanwhile, far beyond in Otherworld, the KO wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Goku studied Luya with quiet intensity. You created it. Do you even know its origin? Planet Yardrat, Luya replied without hesitation. I visited long ago. Its people radiated kindness, so I shared the technique with them. Is that truly so strange? He spoke with effortless conviction, though inwardly he smirked. After all, who among transmigrators didn't know Dragon Ball's lore by heart? Deception, when wielded with knowledge, was an art perfected. Goku's expression tightened. He himself had mastered instant transmission on Yardrat. Luya's claim therefore bore unsettling plausibility. TCH. Impossible. Vegeta snarled, teeth clenched. You look barely past youth. How could you possibly wield such a technique? Back then you were still a child. Luya met his gaze and smiled. Actually, I am 520 years old. What? The group froze speechless. Silence fell, stunned, disbelieving. Luya continued unruffled. For 5 centuries I trained beneath a mountain in my homeland, enduring wind, rain, hunger, and thirst. It was this crucible that forged my ascension into a Super Saiyan. My homeland is called Wuji Mountain. The group exchanged blank stares. Luya added smoothly, upon attaining Super Saiyan, I journeyed across the cosmos, undefeated, before arriving in this universe. During my cosmic wanderings I discovered Saiyans existed here, and thus I sought out Earth. Listening to his tale, equal parts grandiose and enigmatic, they wavered between doubt and reluctant awe. Could any mortal truly live for centuries? Honestly, Goku scratched his head. Aside from the gods, I've never met anyone who lived that long. Nor have I ever heard of a Saiyan lifespan stretching so far, Vegeta remarked coolly. Just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it cannot exist, Luya replied with a serene smile. He realized wryly that even bold fabrication demanded erudition, yet falsehoods unbound by law remained a permissible craft. As uncertainty lingered, Goku suddenly laughed. Enough speculation. It sounds unbelievable, yes, but not impossible. Then he turned to Luya, eyes alight with earnest anticipation. Mr. Luya, would you spar with me? Luya blinked, then tilted his head, puzzled. Are you certain? Goku clenched his fist, grinning. Absolutely. You're extraordinary. I must test myself against you. The other sighed, resigned. Such impulsiveness was simply Goku's nature. Vegeta gritted his teeth, jaw tight, then exhaled a sharp, disdainful snort and remained silent. A system chime resonated. Quest activated. Survive 1,000 rounds against Son Goku without defeat. This task was daunting. Unless he combined Super Saiyan third with Kaioken, victory over Goku remained beyond reach. So what do you say, Mr. Luya? Goku pressed, hope gleaming in his eyes. After a moment's pause, Luya nodded. Excellent. Goku beamed, unrestrained joy lighting his face. Let's move farther out. We wouldn't want to damage. Agreed, Luya said. Their eyes met, and with synchronized smiles both vanished via instant transmission. Back at the site, the remaining warriors exchanged uneasy glances. TCH, Kakarot. Vegeta's scowl deepened. To see Kakarot drawn away by another, was that not a direct affront to his royal pride? Kakarot's rival was he, and only he held the right to challenge him. A surge of bitter frustration rose in his chest. He turned sharply to Bulma. Hey, Bulma. We're leaving. Bulma glanced around, then nodded quickly. Right. Vegeta strode off with her. Krillin hurried after them. The rest watched each other silently. With the crisis resolved, there remained no reason to linger. Do you think those two will go too far? Krillin asked, concern edging his voice. Who can say? Piccolo replied coolly. Gohan, let's go. He gestured toward the young Saiyan. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan replied at once. Then he turned to Krillin and the others. Everyone take care. We'll see you soon. Goodbye. Take care on your way, they called back, waving farewell. Moments later, the clearing emptied completely. Time slipped by, until at last a streak of iridescent light descended upon the field. Hey Whis, where did they go? A cool, detached voice cut through the air. Oh my, what happened? They were just here moments ago. Did they leave? Came a startled reply. This is entirely your fault. You led us astray. You've wasted my time. Time I could have spent savoring sweets. The voice sharpened with irritation. Oh ho ho. Please calm yourself, Lord Beerus. I shall guide you straight to Miss Bulma's residence. The second voice chuckled lightly. In an instant, a radiant arc shot skyward, vanishing into the distant horizon. In a desert, Luya and Wukong gazed at each other from afar, both floating silently in midair, unperturbed by the howling winds. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, causing the corners of their eyes to twitch. In the next moment, they suddenly vanished from their spot. Bang! In the air, they reappeared, simultaneously throwing punches at each other. A wave of energy erupted, the two locked eyes revealing a hint of a smile. The next moment, he shouted in anger and unleashed his energy. Thus began a rapid and chaotic battle. Bang! 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 Huh! 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 The more they fought, the stronger they became, their energy levels skyrocketing. Boom! Whoosh! 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 With a collision, the two swiftly retreated. At the same time, they both unleashed their energy, transforming into Super Saiyans. Wukong looked at Luya, smiling slightly, and said, I didn't expect your power to be so immense. No wonder you can withstand Frieza. Luya smiled faintly. You are impressive as well. If it weren't for the sudden increase of 500 million battle power, he might not have been able to contend with Wukong. Even now, he needed to remain extremely cautious. The opponent's combat experience was simply too rich. Compared to him, a novice, it was overwhelmingly superior. Wukong suddenly said, I've heard you can transform into Super Saiyan second stage. Luya nodded yes. Wukong smiled confidently, then bring it on. Huh. With a loud shout, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His power surged. Luya felt a surge of excitement as he similarly roared, his energy instantly reaching its peak. Crackle, crackle. His entire body radiated with lightning like small serpents. Luya with golden hair grinned. How about this? This is my Super Saiyan second stage. Wukong looked at Luya in astonishment, exclaiming, It really looks like it. He then smiled. Your power is not inferior to mine. In that case, we can fight to our heart's content. Wait. Luya suddenly interrupted. You should still be able to transform right into Super Saiyan third stage. Wukong was taken aback, then nodded. I can indeed. Luya smirked slightly, then show it. Wukong was momentarily stunned, then hesitated, saying, Are you sure? If I transform again, the power will be immense. Luya waved his hand. No problem, just transform quickly. Wukong's expression turned serious. All right. Watch closely. Huh. In the next moment, Wukong began to unleash his energy, a massive aura shooting up into the sky, instantly changing the color of the heavens as countless white clouds sped by the very earth, seeming to resonate with Wukong's energy. Luya looked at Wukong and then said, System, activate the Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill. Ding. Activating Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill. The host can transform into Super Saiyan third stage. Luya's expression suddenly turned fierce, and in the next moment, he roared to the heavens, Ah! Boom. A golden column of energy shot straight up. The entire cloud layer was stirred up. In the arena, two terrifying auras erupted, and the energy levels of both rapidly increased. Meanwhile, on a distant island, a young man with long black hair suddenly sensed something, turning to look into the distance with a hint of surprise, followed by a long silence. Son Wukong. Have these two already clashed? Meanwhile, in Bulma's home, the god of destruction Beerus looked towards the distance while eating dessert. Lord Beerus, it seems this Luya is quite mysterious. Why said, savoring a spoonful of ice cream, looking in. So what? If he dares to harbor any ill intentions towards this universe, just destroy him. Beerus said, indifferently dismissing the matter. At this moment, Bulma brought over a plate of desserts and said, That's unnecessary. Luya is a good person. If it weren't for him, you two wouldn't even be able to enjoy these treats. Moi. Beerus was taken aback, then smirked. All right then, since it's like this, let him have a chance at life. Bulma smiled. Thank you, Lord Beerus. This is for the sake of these desserts. Weiss chuckled, then suddenly seemed to think of something, looking into the distance with a... Meanwhile, in the desert, Wukong and Luya both shouted at the same time, their energy peaking, and as they did, their hair grew down to their waists, their expressions cold, with their original eyebrows no longer visible, enveloped in a terrifying golden aura. Wukong looked at Luya and smiled slightly. Indeed, you have hidden your power. Luya replied, I do have some... He couldn't say that he could only transform into Super Saiyan 3 after defeating Frieza, or else Wukong would be even more astonished. Then let's get started. Wukong grinned. The power displayed by Luya excited him greatly because the opponent's energy was strong enough, not much weaker than his own. This made him somewhat expectant. Luya nodded slightly and assumed a combat stance, and Wukong did the same. Whoosh. In the next moment, both vanished simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle high in the sky, their bodies constantly shifting the speed of their punches, leaving behind only afterimages, making it impossible to see their movements. As they collided, rolling thunder and lightning engulfed the arena, the waves of energy terrifying, the sound of their clashes resonating like thunder. Huh. Wukong suddenly landed a punch on Luya's face, causing Luya to scream and be sent flying. Wukong's body suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Luya, preparing to strike again. Luya reacted, countering with a push, launching an energy blast that struck Wukong. Wukong screamed as he was sent flying far away. Seizing the opportunity, Luya unleashed the prince's combat technique, bombarding Wukong with countless energy blasts. Wukong found himself on the defensive. Ding. The host has battled Sun Wukong for 552 rounds. Keep up the good work. Ding. The host. Luya exerted himself even more frantically, releasing energy blasts. Just then a terrifying energy emanated from Wukong. Wukong unleashed his energy, transforming into the super blue state, his immense power instantly pushing Luya back. No martial ethics. Luya said, somewhat speechless. Damn it, it was supposed to be a fair fight, and you transformed into super blue. Are you bullying me for not being in super blue? Wukong looked at Luya and smiled slightly. You're really impressive being able to push me to Super Saiyan blue. Luya hesitated, then said, how do you transform into super blue? Can you teach me some techniques? Wukong. Facing Luya's bizarre question, Wukong did not take it to heart, instead saying, I have put in a tremendous amount of effort to reach my current level of cultivation. Becoming a Super Saiyan blue is not something one can achieve easily. Luya nodded in understanding. Wukong smiled and asked, shall we continue fighting? My power now surpasses yours. Luya could not refuse. After all, the system had given him a task, and they had only completed half of it after fighting just a few hundred rounds. Of course we shall. Even though you have transformed into a Super Saiyan blue, I have not yet unleashed my full power. Luya said confidently. Oh really? That's true, you can still use the Kaioken. Wukong seemed to recall something, then he smiled. Luya nodded, that's right. Boom. Luya then unleashed his aura, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and exploding with power. Kaioken. Suddenly Luya shouted in anger, and a terrifying force erupted around him. Swish, swish, swish. A red aura enveloped him, once more horrifyingly powerful. Wukong narrowed his eyes, showing a serious and solemn expression, but more than that he was excited. Impressive. You actually managed to amplify the Kaioken to 7 times. He too could use the Kaioken, but in his current state, he dared not use it as he had not practiced it before. He couldn't recklessly combine it with Super Blue. Luya smiled slightly. 7 times. No, I can do even more than that. As soon as he finished speaking, Luya erupted with energy, once again his aura soaring after a loud roar. 10 times Kaioken. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. The 10-fold Kaioken struck, and his power surged once more. Wukong's expression grew serious, for the opponent's strength was now on par with his own. Such incredible power. It seems I need to practice the Kaioken too. Wukong smiled slightly, but added, although your power has surged, the burden on your body from the Kaioken is significant. You are nearly at Frieza's level. Is that so? Then let's see, Luya said with a strange smile. With that, he suddenly charged at Wukong, moving so fast that even Wukong was startled. Bang! Just as he reacted, Wukong felt a heavy blow and was sent flying with a scream. Cough! So fast. Wukong halted, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an excited smile. Luya looked at Wukong, his energy erupting again, his expression serious and cold. Come again. Wukong laughed heartily and charged forward. Luya scoffed, not showing weakness, and charged out as well. Bang! 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 The two began a high-speed collision right from the start. As they fought, they exchanged punches. Bang! Suddenly Luya unleashed the Kaioken, enhancing his speed to another level, and then delivered a heavy blow, sending Wukong crashing into the desert. Boom! A massive crater formed, and Wukong's figure fell into it. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and shot up into the sky, his speed suddenly increasing. Luya's heart stirred, and suddenly, he threw an energy ball. Swish! In an instant, Wukong vanished from his spot, only to reappear beside Luya, delivering a kick to his stomach. Ugh! Luya was kicked so hard that he spat out stomach acid. Without giving Luya a chance, Wukong landed a punch that sent him into the desert. Came. Hame. Huh. In an instant, Wukong gathered energy and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha. In a flash, the surrounding desert was blown apart for several thousand meters. A massive crater appeared in the arena. As the dust settled, Wukong looked at the giant pit below and smiled slightly, saying, I knew you wouldn't be so easily defeated. The next second, a rumble echoed, and the entire desert seemed to tremble at that moment. Huh. With a roar, a powerful column of energy shot into the sky, stirring the wind and clouds in the heavens once more. At the source of the light column, Luya's body slowly rose. His clothes were somewhat torn, and he had multiple abrasions, but his energy had hardly diminished. Seeing this scene, Wukong's expression turned serious. He had underestimated Luya's strength. This guy was unexpectedly strong. Even though the opponent lacked a divine domain, he could still fight on such a level. Even Wukong couldn't help but admire him. Luya had not yet shaken off the power of the Kaioken, but he was now a bit out of breath, just like Frieza earlier. It must be said, using the Kaioken repeatedly increased his strength, but prolonged use affected him as well. Luya looked at Wukong, then said, I can still fight. Wukong nodded, then I will go all out. As soon as he spoke, Wukong erupted with energy, and cloaked in blue divine aura, he charged directly at Luya. Luya gritted his teeth and charged out directly. In fact, completing the task was quite simple. As long as he swallowed a senzu bean, he could certainly last for 1,000 rounds. But saying that, not only Wukong, but even Luya himself couldn't accept doing that. After all, he was a Saiyan. Inheriting the pride of the Saiyans, his proud self-esteem wouldn't allow him to do so. Bang bang bang. The two engaged in high-speed clashes again, but as the battle progressed, Luya gradually found himself at a disadvantage. However, Luya also felt that although it was a clash between the two, Wukong was correcting his shortcomings during the fight, and he did not have as good control over the power of Super Saiyan 3 as Wukong. The latter was helping him grow stronger. Unlocking the strongest Saiyan potential, Luya quickly grasped his own power and was also training his battle experience. Bang! In a moment of opportunity, Luya landed a punch on Wukong's right cheek, sending him flying several dozen meters. Ding! You have fought with Wukong for 999 rounds, only one round remains, keep it up. Luya's heart stirred, and the next moment he suddenly looked at Wukong and said, let's settle this with one move. Wukong was taken aback, then confidently smiled. Alright. Luya erupted with energy, pushing the Kaioken to its peak. Wukong also refused to back down, suddenly exploding with energy, his blue divine aura expanding several times. Came. Hame. Huh. The two's techniques coincidentally aligned. Two distinctly different Kamehameha waves formed, both channeling their strength into this one move. Seconds later. The two exchanged glances and almost simultaneously unleashed their Kamehameha. In an instant, the two energy waves collided and merged, causing the entire space to tremble. P.S. Here it comes. After the great explosion, the scene was a mess with dust swirling and visibility blurred. The clash between Wukong and Luya nearly turned the entire desert into a wasteland. A bottomless giant pit appeared in the center with strands of lightning swirling within it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, Wukong and Luya maintained their postures for executing the Kamehameha, surrounded by auras of energy, both gasping for breath. Wukong withdrew his hands, dispelling his super blue state, and slowly began to calm himself. Seeing this, Luya also dispersed his power, maintaining the energy-draining form of tenfold Kaioken combined with Super Saiyan 3, feeling quite exhausted. You are indeed very strong. Thankfully, I stubbornly followed Whis to train back, then otherwise I might not have been your match. Wukong smiled at Luya. Luya also responded with a smile. If you had continued fighting, I would definitely have lost. Wukong did not deny it, but said your Kaioken still needs more diligent training so that your body can withstand the burden. Luya nodded, understood. Wukong pondered for a moment, and then asked, what are your plans next? Luya raised an eyebrow, about to say something, when suddenly the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of fighting with Sun Wukong for 1,000 rounds. Reward Kaioken upgraded to 2 times current level is 12 times. Reward combat power of 500 million points. Reward exclusive combat skill of Sun Wukong Dragon Fist Burst. Reward 100 Senzu Beans. Luya frowned slightly. He had thought he would obtain the Super Saiyan Blue skill, but unexpectedly did not. System, why didn't you reward me with the Super Blue skill? The system replied, host, rewards are distributed randomly. Ooh, I cannot provide special treatment. Luya. Wukong noticed Luya's dazed expression and asked in confusion. Luya came to his senses and smiled. My next goal is to train hard and strive to achieve Super Saiyan Blue as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Wukong laughed. Is that so? Then you must work hard. To reach Super Saiyan Blue is no ordinary challenge. I'll take you to meet Whis when I have time. By the way, Whis is an angel and Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. He is the god of destruction. Luya nodded. I understand, thank you. Wukong laughed heartily. After fighting you, I have also become much stronger, and I've realized that Kaioken can be used this way. Next, I will also train hard and practice Kaioken. Luya nodded, wishing you success. He felt somewhat strange because even without him, according to the plot, Wukong would later use Kaioken in his battle against Hit from the 6th universe. So did he inadvertently remind Wukong ahead of time? Thinking of this, Luya felt complicated. Then I'll take my leave. If you want to train, you can go to Gohan's house and fight. I'm really looking forward to fighting you again. Wukong smiled. Luya nodded slightly, definitely. Wukong pointed to his forehead and waved his hand goodbye. Swish. After saying that, he vanished from the spot. Luya stood there momentarily stunned, then smiled. Interesting. Landing on the ground, he glanced at his palm, his expression somewhat complex. He had only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few days and unexpectedly became this powerful. This sudden boost made him feel somewhat unreal. My current combat power is nearly 8 billion, surpassing even Sun Wukong and the others, but the enemies to come are far more terrifying than they are, so even if I reach this level, I probably still can't defeat them. Luya pondered, speaking to himself. He knew that after Frieza, the next threats would come from the 6th universe, along with Zamasu from the future world and the fake Vegeta, and the parasites brought by GAC. All these powerful beings are not to be taken lightly. It seems I need to train more. Luya sighed. Although his current combat power looks impressive, it won't be enough later, so he must speed up his training. Although he can now control his power, he is still not proficient enough, and his power is increasing too rapidly. Even with the strongest talent, he cannot fully digest and absorb it. Thus, Luya vanished from the spot. He needed to find a place to train alone. Time passed quietly on the other side. Meanwhile, at Bulma's spaceship, swish, Wukong suddenly appeared on the scene, looking at Beerus, who was eating dessert not far away, and instantly felt delighted. Lord Beerus, I didn't expect you to actually come. I sensed your energy, so I came. Beerus was taken aback and asked, I am a god. How did you sense my energy? Wukong smiled slightly and said, in my super blue state, I possess the realm of the gods. So it was quite normal. Beerus did not dwell on it further and asked, so why are you here this time? Wukong replied with a smile, I came to ask Lord Whis to teach me how to train. Whis happily swallowed a cherry and chewed while looking at Wukong. Aren't you already able to transform into Super Blue? Have you not already broken through a stage? Wukong shook his head. Not enough. This time I encountered two incredibly powerful opponents. Oh, is it Frieza? Whis was surprised and then asked. Wukong nodded. Yes, he counts as one. What about the— At that moment Vegeta walked over wearing a tank top with sweat dripping down his face, seemingly just finishing training. Wukong looked at him and smiled. Luya. Him? Kakarot, are you sure you're not joking with me? Vegeta's face stiffened, then he spoke with some annoyance. Wukong shook his head. I'm not joking. Luya is indeed very strong. To be honest, even using Super Saiyan Blue against him feels a bit strenuous. Vegeta gritted his teeth, seemingly unable to believe it. Oh Luya, is he the Saiyan that Bulma mentioned? Sounds interesting. I've heard he also stopped Frieza from destroying Earth. Looks intriguing, Beerus said casually. Wukong nodded. He said he is from another universe. Another universe? At that moment both Beerus and Whis were taken aback, then looked somewhat intrigued. Wukong nodded, then thought of something, and asked curiously, Lord Beerus, do you know about the existence of other universes? P.S. The current combat power has been adjusted. Our readers who have seen it before can review it again, otherwise it might be a bit— Please give a reward. Please rate and urge for updates. Thank you, thank you. Beerus glanced at Son Goku, then said, well. Suddenly Whis's angelic staff shimmered with light. Whis glanced at the crystal orb atop it and remarked somewhat surprised, Lord Beerus, we have guests arriving. Guests? What kind of guests? Beerus blinked, then replied coolly. Whis smiled faintly. Who else but the one who frequently pays you visits? Beerus fell silent for a moment, then sneered coldly. That fellow. Surely he hasn't come to cause trouble. Ho ho ho, I couldn't say. Do you not intend to return home, Lord Beerus? Otherwise I can't guarantee they won't act recklessly. Whis chuckled, his expression remaining effortlessly serene. Beerus rubbed his temples, sighing, humph. Let's go and see. If that fellow brings up some trivial nonsense, don't blame me for my lack of courtesy. He turned abruptly towards Son Goku and Vegeta. Hey, you two wanted to learn about other universes, didn't you? Then come with me. Hearing this, Goku's face lit up. Is that true, Lord Beerus? Beerus nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To safeguard my residence, your instant transmission will be indispensable. Goku grinned with pleasure. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his power and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. In an instant, the four of them vanished from Earth via instant transmission. In the next moment, they materialized inside Beerus's abode. Boom. The moment they appeared, a destructive energy blast hurtled straight toward them. Goku and Vegeta paled instantly and darted behind Beerus. Beerus snorted disdainfully, extended a single finger, and tapped the blast, whereupon it dissolved into nothingness. Oh, Beerus, you're here after all. A gruff voice boomed. In the next second, a short, stout, elephant-like being, bearing a striking resemblance to Beerus, appeared before them. Behind him stood an angel who bore a marked similarity to Whis. Beerus gazed at him impassively and said coolly, if you fail to give me a satisfactory reason for coming, I'll make you regret it. The elephant being chuckled, don't be so cold. After all, we are brothers, aren't we? Brothers. Goku and Vegeta, still cowering behind Beerus, exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, I see now. No wonder he resembles Lord Beerus so closely. They truly are brothers. Goku mused, curiously studying the elephant being with open fascination. Vegeta's expression grew complex. Lord Beerus is a god of destruction. So is this fellow dressed identically also a god of destruction? Impossible. Isn't there only one god of destruction per universe? At that moment, the elephant being noticed Goku and Vegeta, and his expression hardened. Beerus, who are these humans? Your disciples? Beerus had nearly denied it, but after a fleeting glance he lifted his chin proudly and affirmed, they are my disciples, and Saiyans at that. Saiyans. You actually take interest in such a low-tier race. Your taste is truly appalling, the elephant being sneered. What did you say? Vegeta's temper flared. He could never tolerate such slander against the Saiyans. To insult the Saiyans was to insult the Saiyan Prince himself. Oh, so, you wish to fight me? The elephant being regarded Vegeta coolly. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely. Just then Whis interjected gently, do not act rashly, Vegeta. Standing before you is Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. He is immensely powerful, you stand no chance against him. Vegeta recoiled in shock, then stammered, the god of destruction of Universe 6? Haha, precisely. I am the god of destruction of Universe 6, behold my might. Kampa surveyed Goku and Vegeta with smug satisfaction. Vegeta trembled slightly. Confronting a god of destruction stirred deep-seated dread within him, recalling how thoroughly Beerus had once crushed him. Whoa, you're a god of destruction too. Goku's eyes sparkled with wonder as he gazed at Kampa. Kampa basked in the attention, interpreting it as admiration, and replied loftily, naturally. Goku suddenly smiled mysteriously, then you must be incredibly strong, right? Kampa nodded dismissively, needless to say. Goku pressed on, so, how do you compare to Lord Beerus? Who is stronger? Kampa froze. Beerus too paused, then burst into laughter. Kampa, did you hear that? He's asking which of us is— You ought to demonstrate something, shouldn't you? Kampa's expression darkened. He turned to Goku, a Saiyan. Goku suddenly declared, my name is Son Goku. Kampa choked mid-breath, then snapped. I don't care who you are. You claim to be Beerus's disciple. Then surely your strength isn't negligible. Goku laughed heartily and scratched his head. Oh, not at all. I'm just average. His humility was genuine. Kampa replied coolly, coincidentally I command a retinue of warriors. We'll arrange a match for you both. Goku beamed with delight, really? Haha, Lord Kampa, how formidable are the warriors of Universe 6? Kampa blinked, taken utterly aback by Goku's unbridled enthusiasm. Ho ho, Whis smiled faintly. He knew Goku well. His mind held only the purest devotion to martial cultivation. Should Goku engage Kampa further, the latter would surely erupt in exasperation. Vegeta and Beerus observed the scene calmly. They understood Goku's nature perfectly and thus felt no surprise. Yet Beerus suddenly commanded, Goku, stand down. This matter concerns only Kampa and myself. Step aside. Goku scratched his head and replied, understood, Lord Beerus. He moved obediently to stand beside Vegeta. Beerus then fixed Kampa with a cool, unwavering gaze. Speak plainly. What brings you here? Kampa stood with hands clasped behind his back, affecting an air of lofty mastery, then flashed a cocky grin and pointed at Beerus. This time I've brought something entirely unprecedented. Something you've never seen and certainly never tasted. Beerus blinked momentarily, nonplussed. Food. Kampa replied, evenly indeed. Though, Beerus, I've traveled a great distance. Is this truly how you receive a guest? Beerus's lips twitched faintly. Behind him the angel Vados smiled gently. He, Lord Kampa, even as a god of destruction, do mind your dignity. Kampa huffed with feigned pride and remained silent. Beerus paused, then let out a sharp, icy snort. If you offer me no real surprise, I'll ensure you deeply regret this visit. Moments later, Beerus and Kampa sat at a long dining table exchanging distant glances, while Whis and Vados stood behind them, and Goku and Vegeta stood behind Beerus. Hey, Kampa, didn't you say you had something for me to see? Where is it? Beerus lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. Kampa smiled mysteriously. Vados. Yes. Vados replied with a smile, and then with a thought her staff suddenly lit up, and a large covered dish appeared in front of Beerus. Oh, what is this? Beerus asked with curiosity. Kampa laughed heartily. This is the delicacy of my universe. This time I specially brought it for you to taste, so you can know that my 6th universe is indeed a true paradise of gourmet food. The food you can never find in your 7th universe. My 6th universe has it. Wow. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, and then Beerus opened the lid of the dish, revealing a lump of yellow gooey substance in his sight. Beerus twitched the corner of his mouth. What is this? Is it feces? Upon hearing this, Kampa choked and slammed the table, glaring at Beerus. Hey, open your eyes and take a look. Smell it with your nose. This is gourmet food. Gourmet food. Beerus pouted, hesitated for a moment, then dipped his claw into the substance and tasted a bit, while Whis curiously followed. In the next moment, both of them showed expressions as if they had eaten feces and simultaneously spat out what was in their mouths. Kampa's face instantly darkened. Uft, uft, Whis, take this to feed the dog. No, this kind of thing, even dogs won't eat it. Throw it away, Beerus said in anger. Before Whis could act, Kampa, as if insulted, slammed his fists on the dining table. Hey, what do you mean by this? Beerus said indifferently. If you came all the way just to show off this to me, then you can go back. Kampa coldly exclaimed. What? Is my gourmet food not tasty? Gourmet? More like spoiled food. How dare you present such a thing? Beerus sneered. Kampa was left stunned. This was not what he had imagined. Wasn't the other party supposed to show an expression of admiration and then smile proudly? Did things seem to have reversed? Hey, Whis, Beerus said indifferently. Yes. Whis understood, then stamped his staff, and immediately several cylindrical items appeared in front of Kampa. Kampa and Vados were taken aback, then curiously asked, what is this? Goku and Vegeta were stunned upon seeing those buckets. What the hell? Isn't this beef noodles? They're already prepared and soaked. Since visiting Earth, Beerus and Whis have developed a taste for fine food. Perhaps in the past he would have been interested in the food brought by Kampa, but now what was that thing? Is it food for humans? Oh no, for gods. Give it a try. Don't say I'm trying to bring you down. I want you to be utterly convinced. Beerus said calmly. Kampa crossed his arms and said indifferently, just by looking at this, it's clearly not tasty. It's probably poisoned. At this moment, Vados suddenly curiously stirred a bunch of noodles with a fork and put it into her mouth. After chewing a few times, she trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Wow. Such delicious food. Hey, Vados, what nonsense are you talking about? Seeing Vados praising an outsider, Kampa shouted angrily. Vados smiled. Lord Kampa, this is really delicious. And even better than what you brought. Really? Kampa hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but taste a bit. Holy crap. After swallowing a few strands of noodles, Kampa's eyes widened, and he directly brought a bucket of instant noodles to his mouth. Slurping. In just a few seconds, Kampa finished an entire bucket of instant noodles. What delicious food, what is this? Kampa asked eagerly. Seeing him like this, Beerus knew that his expectations had been met, and then said proudly, this is called instant noodles, just an ordinary delicacy. What just an ordinary delicacy? Kampa was astonished. It's hard to imagine that something so delicious is merely an ordinary delicacy. Whis, you didn't tell me. That's a bit unfair. Vados also looked at Whis in surprise. Ho ho ho. It's not that I don't want to say, but Lord Beerus won't let me reveal it. Sister, Whis said with a slight smile. Sister? Whis, is she your sister? Goku, who had not been able to interject, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Whis nodded. My sister Vados is the angel of the 6th universe. The 6th universe sounds impressive. There must be many, Goku said with some envy. Ho ho ho. Of course, and I should tell you as a secret, actually the 6th universe is a parallel universe to our 7th universe. It is one of the two most special universes among all universes. Whis said with a slight smile. All universes. How many universes are there in total? Vegeta seized on the point and asked. Whis smiled. There are 12 universes. 12 universes. Hearing this, Goku and Vegeta were both shocked. Whis said casually, each universe has a god of destruction and an angel who governs them, controlling the life and death of all beings in the universe. Just like Lord Beerus, if any planet violates his order, then it will be eliminated. 12 gods of destruction. Vegeta and Goku both had complex expressions. Beerus was already very strong, but he didn't expect there to be 11 others equally as strong. Goku was somewhat excited. Then can I go to other universes and challenge those experts? Whis shook his head. No. You are not a god and can't freely traverse other universes, otherwise you might be erased. Goku was somewhat shocked. Ignorant little brat. Just a reckless fool. Kappa said indifferently. Whis explained the 6th universe to Beerus. Suddenly spoke. Whis nodded. Yes, Lord Beerus. Then Whis looked at Goku and Vegeta. As I just mentioned, the 6th universe and the 7th universe are parallel universes, so simply put, whatever we have in the 7th universe, they also have in the 6th universe. Including Earth and the Saiyans, they have them too. What? The 6th universe also has Saiyans. Goku and Vegeta were astonished. Then Rhea, could it be that he comes from the 6th universe? Goku said somewhat nervously. Vegeta clenched his teeth. This fact took him by surprise. There are actually other Saiyans. Luya? Who is Luya? Xiang Pa asked, puzzled, clearly unprepared for the notion that a Saiyan from his own universe had somehow slipped into the 7th universe. That's impossible. If this Luya you speak of truly is a Saiyan, he bears no meaningful connection to our 6th. Bardock smiled faintly. Why, oi? Goku asked, perplexed. Because any biological entity breaching the cosmic barrier would immediately alert that universe's deity. Thus Luya cannot be from the 6th universe. Beerus spoke coolly. Not the 6th universe. Could he be from another? Vegeta replied, his expression complex. Unlikely. The 6th and 7th universes are parallel realms, hence their striking similarities. Beyond these two, no other universe is known to harbor Saiyans. Whis interjected suddenly. This Saiyan named Luya remains utterly inscrutable, even to us deities, and his origins are wholly unknown. Even the records of other deities hold no mention of him. Beerus intoned gravely. TCH. It's merely a Saiyan. Why all this fuss? Beerus, tell me, where did you procure this exquisite delicacy? Xiang Pa tapped the table lightly. Beerus glanced at Xiang Pa before replying calmly. These come from a planet called Earth. What? Earth? You're not joking, are you certain? A mere speck of a world could produce such extraordinary fare. Xiang Pa sounded incredulous. Beerus replied, evenly, of course. Xiang Pa stroked his chin, then turned to Bardock. Hey Bardock, doesn't the 6th universe also have an Earth? Indeed, Bardock nodded. There is one, but it lies abandoned, sparsely inhabited. Some cataclysm long ago nearly extinguished all life there. Ahem. Xiang Pa clenched his teeth. So, no culinary treasures after all. Unacceptable. For years he had measured himself against Beerus, always falling short, often humiliatingly so. This time, however, he conceded defeat willingly, even finding himself strangely drawn to this fabled Earth. Ha. Xiang Pa, surely you'll admit defeat now. Beerus observed with quiet triumph. Xiang Pa replied coolly. Nothing impressive, Beerus. Truth is, I've come to propose a wager. Beerus blinked in surprise. What do you wish to wager? Xiang Pa said evenly, I've gathered 6 Super Dragon Balls. You recall them. The orbs capable of granting any wish. Beerus's pupils contracted sharply. How do you intend to wager them? Xiang Pa replied simply, we each select 5 warriors, one from the 6th universe, one from the 7th, and hold a martial contest. Should you win, I surrender the 6 Dragon Balls. Should you lose, you cede Earth to me. At those words, Beerus's expression darkened. Goku and Vegeta exchanged startled, uneasy glances. Well, not unfair, is it? Or are you afraid? Xiang Pa chuckled slyly. His gaze was fixed on Earth's cuisine. Victory meant unlimited access. Beerus studied Xiang Pa, keen-eyed, calculating, then answered coldly, Then let's fight, Lord Beerus. Beerus choked on his saliva, whirling toward Goku in outrage. What did you say? Goku grinned confidently. We will win. You impudent brat. Do you even grasp what you're claiming? To best the 6th universe. Xiang Pa burst into raucous laughter. Goku met his gaze and said calmly, I'm deeply curious about your 6th universe's elite warriors. Please, send your strongest. Hey, do you realize what's at stake? Should we lose, Earth becomes his. Can you truly abide that? Beerus regarded Goku laughed confidently. I won't lose. I'll train rigorously and defeat them. And isn't Lord Beerus himself intrigued by those Super Dragon Balls? Hey, don't presume to read a deity's mind. Beerus stared blankly at Goku. Hey. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. TCH. What a simple-minded fool, Vegeta declared haughtily. Hey Vegeta, don't you wish to test your strength against the 6th universe's finest? Goku grinned. Vegeta stiffened, hesitated briefly, then scoffed. Such mediocrities hold no interest for me. Very well, then you may sit this out. I'll compete alongside Gohan and Piccolo. Goku laughed heartily. Kakarot, you're doing this on purpose. Vegeta's face flushed crimson. Damn it, doesn't he know I was... Beerus watched the two, then smiled faintly before turning to Xiang Pa. Fine, I accept your challenge. Xiang Pa snapped his fingers. Excellent. Beerus, you'll regret this decision. My sixth universe warriors will effortlessly crush your disciples. Beerus smirked coldly. It's far too early to boast. Just wait and see. Xiangpa, exuding quiet confidence, added, excellent. I'll choose the battleground and notify you once preparations are. Bardock, we depart. As you command, Lord Xiangpa. Bardock bowed respectfully, then escorted Xiangpa away. In the chamber, Beerus turned to Goku and Vegeta. Did you hear? The sixth universe has challenged us to combat. Goku declared confidently, don't worry, I won't lose to them. And we have formidable warriors of our own. No. You underestimate the sixth universe. They possess a figure of extraordinary power. Whis smiled faintly. Truly, how powerful is he? Goku's eyes sparkled with sudden excitement. Whis nodded. Indeed. Facing him alone you'd likely fall. Only if you and Vegeta fought together might you— What? So formidable? Vegeta exclaimed stunned, then abruptly turned to Goku. Kakarot. Goku immediately objected. No way. I want my turn first. The two instantly fell into spirited— When will these two ever truly unite as one? Whis sighed softly. After Xiangpa left, Wukong and Vegeta applied to train here personally, guided by Whis, which undoubtedly brought them immense gains. They are now waiting for Xiangpa to prepare for the competition and then to compete against the strong warriors of the sixth universe. 3 days later, on Earth in a certain valley, a powerful aura suddenly surged into the sky. The entire horizon was affected by it. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others far away on Earth sensed this aura and looked towards that direction with shock. That's the aura of Luya. This guy has become even more dangerous. In the valley, Luya stood in a massive pit enveloped in milky white energy exuding a formidable presence. The gigantic pit was created by the overwhelming power of his aura. Luya let out a sigh of relief and his aura receded at that moment. Finally, I can perfectly control the energy within my body. Now my combat power has reached 8 billion. Luya said with a hint of excitement. Through these few days of training, his strength has once again increased, and Luya has mastered his energy with fluidity, as if it were a natural extension of his own being. Moreover, with the full use of his Saiyan talents, his advancements are not limited to just this. He is also trained. Now he can unleash a 15x Kaioken. 15 times. Such power is undoubtedly terrifying. Luya now has the confidence that even the Super Saiyan Blue would not intimidate him. However, he still couldn't perfectly control it. I wonder if those guys from the sixth universe have made their appearance after all this time. Luya smiled slightly, then used instant transmission to disappear from his spot. Heavenly Temple. Whoosh. Luya's figure suddenly appeared in the arena. Mr. Luya. Tian, seeing him, was slightly surprised. What brings you here? He still has some apprehension and respect for Luya, because he had previously witnessed this Saiyan confront Frieza. In the end, he even killed Frieza. Undoubtedly, this man's strength is not inferior to that of Wukong and the others. Luya smiled slightly and said, I have nowhere to stay, so I came here to hang out. You don't mind, do you? Tian was taken aback and then responded somewhat oddly, Mr. Luya has nowhere to stay. Luya awkwardly nodded. He really had nowhere to go. Previously, he could stay at Gohan's place, but now he felt a bit embarrassed. Staying there any longer would disturb Gohan and Vidal's romantic moments. Tian hesitated for a moment and then nodded. All right, if Mr. Luya doesn't mind, you can stay here. I can help you. Luya nodded slightly. Okay, thank you, Tian. Tian also shyly smiled. It's a small matter. Luya nodded, and then suddenly remembered something, asking, by the way, is Wukong still on Earth? Tian shook his head. They left a few days ago. I can't sense their presence anymore. They must have gone to train with Lord. Indeed. Luya understood and secretly speculated that if he was not mistaken, it was probably something regarding the... With this thought, Luya squinted slightly. He wanted to participate in the martial arts tournament and confront that time-skipping. Now Luya has reached a very powerful level. Only Wukong in his Super Saiyan Blue form or stronger opponents could force him to go all out. To feel powerful, one must battle formidable opponents. Ding. Triggering system task. Task content: participate in the martial arts competition of the sixth universe and defeat Hit. Upon hearing this, Luya was dumbfounded. What the heck? Defeat Hit. System, what is this? Are you trying to make things difficult? System, calm down, host. The tournament will not take place for a few days. You can use this time to train, and it'll give you a hint. If you defeat Hit, there will be unexpected rewards. Upon hearing this, Luya felt a bit tempted. He could roughly guess what the rewards mentioned by the host would be. Likely Hit's time-skipping ability. With that, he could definitely overpower Super Saiyan Blue. Just thinking about it felt incredibly awesome. System, host, accept your fate. This system has been professionally trained, and unless the host destroys the system, it won't back down once a task is issued. Otherwise, once the task is released, it will not be withdrawn no matter what. Luya. Then he could only go and complete. After a pause, Tian suddenly said, recently, I repaired the time chamber a bit. Everyone can re-enter, but this... After a pause, Tian suddenly said, recently, I repaired the time chamber a bit. Everyone can re-enter, but this time you can only stay for 3... After a pause, Tian suddenly said, recently, I repaired the time chamber a bit. Everyone can re-enter, but this time you can only stay for 3 days. Repaired. Upon hearing this, Luya was taken aback and then nodded. I plan to enter the time chamber again to train. Tian was surprised and puzzled. Mr. Luya, you are already very strong. With all due respect, why continue training? Luya closed his eyes and smiled, saying, as an outlier. Oh no, as a Saiyan we of course pursue the ultimate power. Moreover, I have a feeling that what is about to happen will be very serious, and it may require me to step forward. Tian understood, albeit only partially, but he still said, Alright then, since that's the case, Mr. Luya can enter the time chamber, but this time, you must pay attention to the time. If the entrance disappears, it will be very difficult to get out. Luya nodded, don't worry. In fact, even if he went over time, it wouldn't matter, because at that point he could just pull off a Majin Buu move to get out. He now had the strength to do so. As if recalling something, Luya suddenly said, By the way, if Wukong returns to Earth, have him come here, or if he wants to find me, just tell him I'm here. Tian was taken aback, feeling confused. What is this situation? Wukong wants to find him. What does this mean? At that moment, Tian felt like his brain was not quite working. However, he still agreed. Alright, when Uncle Wukong and the others return, I will notify him. Thank you. Luya smiled slightly, and then turned to enter the building. Tian watched him, feeling somewhat complicated. What a special Saiyan. During the following time, Luya trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, telling Tian that if it wasn't Wukong, then whoever came should not inform him. Tian and Bobo both had some bad premonitions. 3 hours later, Wukong, Vegeta, and Beerus along with Whis returned to Earth. Their purpose for returning was simple: to find powerful warriors and compete against the masters of the 6th universe. I've heard that reader friends really enjoy giving gifts to female authors, especially beautiful female authors. Ahem. Alright, I won't pretend anymore. I confess. I am female. Quickly leave your rewards. Hey, I say, have you all decided who will participate in the martial arts tournament? Beerus said, a bit bored while holding a cup of lemon. Goku and Vegeta both felt a bit of a headache. How about we let Krillin go? He is now the strongest Earthling. Goku suggested suddenly. Vegeta crossed his arms and said lightly he won't do. His power is limited to Earth. He can't possibly compare with the experts from other universes. Vegeta, your words are a bit hurtful. Goku said helplessly. If you want Earth to lose, then let him go. I won't take responsibility for the consequences. Vegeta huffed. Goku scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. I have one spot available, and it's for Monaka. You all can find the other two. At that moment, Beerus suddenly spoke up. Monaka? Who is that? Is he very strong? Goku asked curiously while Vegeta looked at Beerus with some confusion. Beerus replied with a proud smile, of course he is strong. He is the most powerful opponent I have ever seen. He looked at Goku and said, didn't I mention before that you ranked second among the opponents I've encountered? Monaka is the first. Oh, really? Lord Beerus, is the Monaka you mentioned really that strong? Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression became serious. Beerus nodded and said, absolutely. Would I lie to you? Hee. Whis chuckled without saying a word. That's impressive. How come we didn't see him when we were training with Lord Beerus before? Goku asked excitedly. Beerus' expression turned cold for a moment, but he feigned calmness and said, it's obvious. He is a great master and very... Don't worry about that, you just find the other two participants. In that case, let's go find some people. Goku laughed heartily and said. Vegeta thought for a moment and said, Piccolo and Gohan are currently the strongest. No wait, there's also Majin Buu. Choosing them should be fine. Goku stroked his chin and then said, Gohan won't do. He hasn't trained in years, and besides, Shishi won't let him participate. Plus my granddaughter just got born, so his mind is all on that. Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly as he wanted to say something, but Goku suddenly interrupted. Alright, let's go find Buu. If that doesn't work, then we'll find Piccolo. He'll go find Buu. Goku laughed heartily and said. He was about to use, have you returned? It's me, Tian. Suddenly a voice came down. Goku and the others were taken aback and looked. Tian. How did he come here? Oh, it's Tian. I've returned to Earth. Is there something wrong? Goku. Tian's voice rang out again. It's like this, mister. Rhea is staying with me, and he asked me to let you find him. It seems he knows you are looking for him. What's going on? Do you know, Rhea? Goku was taken aback, and Beerus and the others were also surprised. Suddenly Vegeta's expression changed. Kakarot. Aren't you worried about not finding a strong opponent? Isn't Rhea the one you bragged about endlessly? Why not let him take action? Goku and Beerus were stunned, then both of them simultaneously expressed their excitement, saying, right. How did I not think of that? And there's Rhea. Since he isn't a Saiyan from the 6th universe, he can represent our 7th universe in the tournament, right? Beerus also restrained his excitement and said, then let's decide on that, you go find him. Goku nodded and then shifted his energy, quickly locating Tian's energy before vanishing. Suddenly Goku appeared in the area looking at Tian. How are you? Goku. Tian exclaimed in surprise, rushing over to Goku. Goku laughed heartily and said, so how are you adapting to being here? Tian nodded, yes, I've become accustomed to my identity as a god of the heavens. By the way, where is Rhea? Tian replied, he is still training in the room of spirit and time. Sorry I didn't explain clearly earlier, so you came early. Goku glanced in the direction of the time chamber and smiled, saying, no worries, I'll come back later. Having finished speaking, he suddenly vanished. After leaving the time chamber, Goku went to Gohan's house, where he found. After explaining the situation, Piccolo expressed that he wasn't interested in the martial arts tournament, so he declined. In his heart, he thought he couldn't play with the Saiyans, otherwise he would just face humiliation. Although he had considered partnering with Goku before, Goku was already partnering with Vegeta, so it was really hard for him to challenge this guy. Moreover, Gohan's strength had greatly diminished, so fighting him wouldn't be meaningful. If Piccolo didn't participate, then they would only have gathered 3 people. Goku, Vegeta, Monaka. They still needed 2 more. Goku thought for a moment and went directly to Satan's house where after some persuasion from Goku, Majin Buu ultimately agreed with Satan's encouragement. With 4 warriors gathered, Goku's task was complete, and he returned to the spaceship. Very well, since we have gathered enough participants, you two should train hard from now on, Beerus said to Goku and Vegeta in a calm tone. Kakarot, this time I won't train with you, I want to train here. You can do whatever you need to do, and by the way, you can train with Whis as well. Anyway, I will definitely surpass you, Vegeta said with a cold and proud expression. Goku was taken aback, then replied, refusing to back down, don't worry Vegeta, I won't train with Whis, so you can rest assured that I won't surpass you. That's best, Vegeta huffed, and then turned to leave. Goku smiled slightly, and waved goodbye to Beerus, and Whis, Lord Beerus, Whis, I'm off now. Go on. Try to get stronger. Beerus waved his hand. Goku laughed heartily, saying, don't worry. In a flash, the next second Goku disappeared. On the spot, Beerus fell into silence. Is Lord Beerus worried about this martial arts tournament? Whis suddenly chuckled. I wouldn't say I'm worried, but it's just that these guys' appearances make me a bit concerned. By the way, Whis, why are you teaching them how to train? Moreover, you're teaching Vegeta first, and then Goku after he improves. Do you have some plan that I don't know about? Whis chuckled, and said, oh come on, I have no such thoughts. Beerus. After Wukong left, he once again arrived at the Heavenly God Temple. As soon as he appeared, he said to Tian, I want to enter the time chamber for cultivation too. Tian was somewhat surprised to hear this, but Luya is still inside. Wukong smiled, and said, it's fine, the time chamber can accommodate 2 people at once. Isn't it upgraded by you now? Besides, I also want to cultivate alongside Luya. After a moment of thought, Tian quickly nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll have Bobo take you there. Wukong smiled, and said thank you. Not long after Wukong entered the time chamber, and as soon as he stepped inside, he felt an incredibly powerful aura. Sensing this power, Wukong was somewhat excited. Goodness. No wonder you're a Saiyan. The rate of improvement is astonishing. If this guy participates in the martial arts tournament with us, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. With that thought, Wukong walked outside. At this moment, Luya was cultivating, leaping into the air, throwing punches and kicks at the sky with incredible speed that made it hard to catch. Whoosh. A punch struck the empty air in front of him, causing Luya's body to pause, and then he looked at Wukong. Hey, Luya. Seeing that Luya noticed him, Wukong greeted him with a smile. Luya smiled slightly, seemingly having already guessed that Wukong had come to find him, so he was not surprised. He landed and approached Wukong. Mister Wukong, what brings you to see me? Wukong laughed heartily, and said, I heard from Tian that you seemed to know I was coming to find you. How did you know? Luya thought to himself, damn. I've already thoroughly researched the Dragon Ball series. How could I not know the current situation? He could say that apart from Wukong and Vegeta, he was the real top expert on Earth. So when Earth is in trouble, the others would definitely think of him. However, what Luya underestimated was that with Wukong's simple-mindedness, he almost forgot about him. If Tian hadn't found him in time, he would have considered letting Krillin step in. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. I see. By the way, I came to invite you to participate in the martial arts tournament. Wukong smiled slightly. Luya was momentarily taken aback, but of course he was just pretending he had to act. Otherwise, looking like he knew everything would easily raise suspicions. What do you mean? Wukong laughed heartily and explained the existence of the 6th and 7th universes, detailing how many universes there were in total, and then spoke about the agreement between the 6th and 7th universes. By the way, Luya, are you a Saiyan from the 6th universe? Suddenly, Wukong thought of something and asked. Luya was slightly taken aback, then he looked at Wukong. Wukong was also looking at him. No. After a moment of silence, Luya shook his head. I am not from the 6th universe. Wukong smiled slightly and said, got it then, I now invite you to join us for the martial arts tournament. Do you agree? Luya did not hesitate and nodded. I agree. Damn. Only a fool would hesitate. He had a mission, and pretending to be humble would be a futile effort. Great. Welcome to become our companion. Wukong extended his hand towards Luya. Luya smiled slightly and reached out to shake hands. Next, let's cultivate together. Practicing alone can be a bit lonely. Wukong suddenly proposed. Luya nodded. Thus Wukong and Luya crazily cultivated in the time chamber, training against each other every day, and their strength improved rapidly. 3 days outside equaled 3 years inside, and they cultivated like this for 3 years. Vegeta was equally unwilling to be outdone. He was training in the gravity chamber of the spacecraft. After Bulma's modifications, the performance of the gravity chamber had become increasingly better. Moreover, with Beerus and Whis residing in the spacecraft, it was undoubtedly a place that could cater to their appetites. As long as Bulma was around, they could enjoy a variety of delicious foods. There was no way around it. As gods, they didn't have money. And Bulma was just like a rich lady. After learning that Wukong had entered the time chamber to cultivate, Vegeta became furious, shouting that the other was not following martial ethics, actually thinking of going to the time chamber to train. So he decided not to hold back and directly approached Whis, asking him to teach him how to cultivate. Whis, tempted by delicious food, had no choice but to instruct Vegeta. Cultivation continued, and 5 days later was the day promised with the 6th universe. 3 days later, boom, at the Heavenly God Temple, the doors of the time chamber opened, and 2 figures tumbled out. It was Wukong and Luya. Wukong, Mr. Luya. Tian hurriedly ran over, looking worried. Wukong laughed heartily and said, sorry, I got a bit absorbed in my training and almost exceeded the time limit. Luya dusted off his clothes and said, the time chamber is indeed a great thing. If it could be modified to have no time limit, that would be wonderful. In that case, they could cultivate inside indefinitely, which would be like cheating you. A day's training would equal a year's worth. Wouldn't that make surpassing the destroyer god a piece of cake? However, Tian shook her head and said that wouldn't work. Randomly altering time would disrupt the order of this spacetime. At that point, the entire Earth could be affected and might be destroyed by Lord Beerus. Luya, that's alright, I still prefer to compete with experts. Becoming strong through them is true strength. Wukong laughed heartily. Tian suddenly smiled and said, Wukong, mister. Luya, let me get you some clothes. After 3 years of cultivation, both of them had matured a lot, especially Luya, who originally looked like a teenager but was now a young man. However, Wukong declined. He was still used to wearing his martial arts uniform. On the other hand, Luya didn't mind. He was just in ordinary casual wear, and Tian made him a fitted green battle suit. After putting on the clothes, Wukong looked at Luya and said, let's go see Lord Beerus and introduce you as well. Luya nodded. He also wanted to see Beerus, that feline creature, and wondered if he would take action against him. Whoosh. Wukong led Luya, said goodbye to Tian, and then left the Heavenly God Temple. In the spacecraft, Wukong and Luya appeared in the arena. Oh, Vegeta, didn't you say you wouldn't seek Whis for training? You cheated. As soon as Wukong appeared, he saw Vegeta sparring with Whis and immediately expressed his displeasure. Seemingly aware of Wukong's arrival, Vegeta and Whis stopped. Vegeta's face turned cold. Humph. Do you think? My apologies. I didn't mean to. Back then I was simply too eager to test my strength against Luya, so I trained relentlessly in the time chamber. Wukong chuckled awkwardly, then spread his hands and said, well then, let's call it even. Oomph. Vegeta chose not to press the matter, instead turning his gaze toward Luya. Luya glanced at him and gave a slight nod. Hello, Vegeta. Vegeta's lips twitched faintly before he closed his eyes and replied coolly, so, you're Luya? I trust you won't disgrace the Saiyan name. Crush the 6th universe utterly. Luya flashed a confident grin. Of course. So, you're the Saiyan Goku? At that moment, Beerus approached and asked. Luya nodded. Yes, it is I. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. Tell me, what universe do you hail from? Why can't I sense your cosmic energy? Cosmic energy? What is that? Luya asked, puzzled. The system interjected. Master, allow me to explain. Cosmic energy, also known as universal energy, is an innate force present from birth in all beings born within this universe. It functions as your cosmic identity, a definitive mark proving you originated here. Luya began to grasp it, then inwardly asked, then what purpose does cosmic energy serve? The system replied, cosmic energy and destruction energy share the same primordial source. The sovereign of this universe is the god of destruction, and destruction energy wielded exclusively by such deities is the natural antithesis of cosmic energy. Both forces are wildly volatile. Any being native to this universe carries cosmic energy within them, and thus falls under the god of destruction's jurisdiction. Should one commit grave transgressions, they are erased, not merely slain but unmade, through the violent detonation of their own cosmic energy. Such erasure consumes the target entirely. Luya frowned. Does everyone possess it? All things across the cosmos, microbes, animals, humans, flora, planets, star clusters, galaxies, even the universe itself, bear cosmic energy. Luya nodded slowly. So that was why the god of destruction seemed so overwhelmingly formidable. Yet everyone cultivated ki. Why then did the gulf between them appear so unbridgeable? Naturally, should one's power ascend to a level capable of challenging the god of destruction, they may defy annihilation, even slay a deity. You, however, bear no cosmic energy native to this universe, which is precisely why Beerus has singled you out. The system observed calmly. Luya nodded in quiet understanding. What cosmic energy is you need not know. Just tell me, who are you? Beerus, realizing he'd revealed too much, swiftly corrected himself with a cold, detached tone. Luya smiled faintly. I am no one in particular. I am simply a Saiyan. Identity matters little. What matters is that I pose no threat to this universe. Is that not so? Beerus fixed Luya with a steady, penetrating stare. Luya met it unflinchingly. Goku and Vegeta watched stunned. This Luya truly was extraordinary. To openly challenge Lord Beerus himself. Extraordinary. Beerus let out a low, disdainful snort. I care not where you come from, but should I discover you've committed any transgression, I will erase you on the spot. As he spoke, he raised his palm toward Luya, crackling violet destruction energy swirling violently before it. Lord Beerus. Goku's expression shifted instantly, alarmed yet hesitant to speak further. Whis observed the scene with a faint knowing smile, but made no move to intervene. Luya remained utterly unshaken. He doubted Beerus would dare strike. And more importantly, he knew the god of destruction mistakenly believed Luya was unaware that without cosmic energy, destruction energy held no dominion over him. Thus Luya offered a calm, measured smile. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, you proclaim reverence for all existence and demand reverence from mortals and deities alike. Yet tell me, have I shown you anything but respect? At those words, Beerus paused, then replied coolly, yet your manner borders on arrogance. You show me none of the reverence befitting my station. Luya responded evenly, I beg to differ. When a destruction ball hovers inches from my face, should I then bow and whisper like a supplicant? Beerus studied Luya, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. This Saiyan bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, disregarding divine authority. Yet while Goku's defiance stemmed from simplicity, this one's was rooted in fearless certainty. Why? Did he somehow know destruction energy could not affect him without cosmic energy? No, that couldn't be. He hadn't even known of cosmic energy moments ago. Or was it sheer audacity? Hey, Lord Beerus. Luya is the fighter I brought in. Don't scare him off. Goku suddenly interjected. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Vegeta added, wary of Beerus spiraling into another rampage, as last time his wrath had nearly shattered their world. Luya may seem brash, but he was unaware of your very existence. Surely you won't hold that against him. He feared provoking Beerus again. Earth itself might not survive a second cataclysm. Beerus scoffed, turning away. Do as you wish, but victory over the sixth universe is non-negotiable. Should Earth fall, I will erase all of you. Haha. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, we will not lose. Goku laughed heartily, lightening the tension. The grand tournament begins tomorrow. Are you prepared? Whis asked suddenly. Goku nodded firmly. We've trained rigorously, we're ready. Luya and Vegeta likewise gave quiet confidence. Luya cast a glance toward Whis and Beerus, then silently activated the system to scan their power levels. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. Would the system even register a god of destruction's strength, or fail entirely? Instantly his consciousness resonated with a chime. Beep. Detected. God of destruction Beerus power level equivalent to a first-tier angel at peak ascension. Beep. Detected. Whis power level equivalent to a second-tier angel. Luya blinked, then murmured, bewildered, an angel. What tier of power is that? The system replied, Master, your current strength remains vastly inferior to even a first-tier angel. Focus your efforts, train harder. You won't even elaborate. Luya sighed inwardly, but he already knew one truth beyond doubt. Beerus was terrified. He'd assumed Goku and Vegeta, having attained Ultra Blue, stood nearly on par with the god of destruction. Now he realized how mistaken he'd been. Even at their absolute zenith, their power likely fell short of 20 trillion, still infinitely distant from the god of destruction's realm. A new question arose in his world. Online discourse ranked Beerus among the strongest gods of destruction. But how did the others compare? All were surely first-tier angels, but how strong precisely? And Beerus stood at the pinnacle of the first tier. Luya broadened his horizons. Damn, the strength of a destroyer god requires units in the hundreds of trillions. Currently Luya's combat power when wielding the 15-fold Kaioken is at most in the tens of trillions, still not reaching the level of a destroyer god. Shouldn't he be a bit more low-key? Weiss suddenly said, Xiang Pa and the others have already set up the arena for the competition. Shouldn't we head over there? Beerus was taken aback and then asked, oh, is it ready already? Where? It wouldn't be in their sixth universe, would it? Weiss chuckled. Of course not. The arena they set up is on a desolate planet right on its surface. I see. In that case, let's go. Beerus nodded and then looked at Goku. Hey, go bring them over here. Goku nodded and was about to use instant transmission. Hey, are you guys going beyond Earth? Can I come too? At that moment, Bulma suddenly approached. Beerus looked at her with some disdain in his eyes. What do you want to go for? Hey, Bulma, don't cause trouble. Vegeta said, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his face. Bulma replied nonchalantly, oh, come on. Don't be so stingy. It's not like anyone said you can't bring spectators, and wouldn't it be incredibly boring to fight without an audience? Everyone else fell silent. Weiss suddenly stroked his chin and said, that does seem to make a bit of sense. And it wouldn't be fun without an audience. Right. Bulma blinked playfully. Do as you like, just don't lose. Beerus crossed his arms proudly. Bulma chuckled, and then looked at Goku. Goku, you should call Shishi and the others over. Goku was taken aback, and then smiled. Got it. As he said this, he pointed his finger between his brows. By the way, Lord Beerus, what about Monaka? Can I meet him? Goku suddenly asked. Beerus' expression stiffened. Luya thought. Monaka, he remembered, was that delivery guy. With no power whatsoever, he was exaggeratedly praised by Beerus as a super expert. Damn, the key is that Goku actually believed it. Idiot. Just go bring them here. Monaka is still on the way. Beerus' face turned red as he said angrily. Goku exclaimed, and then left without delay using instant transmission. In place, Beerus let out a quiet sigh of relief. Oh, Lord Beerus, are you really going to let Monaka participate? Weiss suddenly chuckled. As far as I know, Monaka is just an ordinary delivery guy whose combat power can be completely just a delivery guy. Then why did you say he's a great expert, Lord Beerus? Vegeta's expression immediately turned sour upon hearing this. Beerus glanced at him nonchalantly, then said, of course it's to deceive Goku. Deceive Kakarot. This time everyone except Luya was surprised. Why do that? Bulma asked, puzzled. Beerus proudly stated, of course to give that guy a goal. That guy Goku. He's causing too much chaos. Right now in this universe, he has almost no opponents. If he ever decides to target experts from other universes, wouldn't that bring endless trouble for my seventh universe? Hearing this, everyone finally understood. Luya, however, didn't think, so as Goku had already regarded him as a rival, so Goku likely wouldn't feel lonely for the time being. Though he hadn't reached Super Saiyan Blue, yet he could achieve a 20-fold Kaioken. That's enough to rival Super Saiyan Blue. You all must keep this a secret. If he finds out, then we're in trouble. Beerus instructed. Everyone nodded hurriedly. What's the trouble, Lord Beerus? Suddenly a confused voice rang. Swish. A group of people then appeared in the arena, led by Goku. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Kairatsu, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Satan. All the buddies have arrived. Goku looked at Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, what did you just say? Beerus' lips twitched slightly, but he quickly shifted his... I said that Monaka should try not to make a move. He is a trump card, which is why he should only act at the very end. Upon hearing this, Goku was somewhat surprised. Is that so? Impressive. By the way, where's Monaka? Beerus looked at Weiss. The latter nodded in understanding, and then gently stomped his staff, causing a flash of light to appear in the arena, followed by the appearance of an extraterrestrial with long ears. He resembled a human, but had a significantly larger head than his body and looked dazed, completely lacking the aura of an... Oh, you must be Manaka. Hello, Bump. Goku was just about to go shake hands with him, but Beerus hit him on the head just in time, causing Goku to wince in pain. Beerus said flatly, "Don't be so enthusiastic. Manaka has a flaw, he's extremely shy. If you scare him, Earth might get destroyed." Got it. Everyone else fell silent. Manaka thought, what's happening? Why am I here? Wasn't I still delivering food? At this moment Manaka was a bit dazed, and the surrounding environment felt unfamiliar. No, wait, there were some familiar faces. Lord Beerus. Manaka exclaimed upon seeing Beerus, his expression changing immediately as he prepared to bow. Slap. Beerus acted quickly, directly grabbing Manaka by the neck, and whispered a lot of hushed words in his ear. Goku and the others looked on, puzzled, unsure of what was happening, while only Piccolo had a strange expression, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, and his gaze occasionally darting towards Goku. Manaka was also sweating profusely, nodding occasionally, and shaking his head at other times. After about half a minute, Beerus finally released Manaka. Manaka's expression was a bit hesitant, but he didn't say anything. "Hey, Lord Beerus, what did you say to Manaka?" Goku asked curiously. Beerus replied blandly, "Nothing much, just told Manaka about your situation so he would let his guard down around you." "Is that so? Then thank you." Goku laughed heartily. Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others slightly twitched their mouths. "Alright, enough chit-chat, let's go. Time to meet up with the guys from the 6th universe." Beerus said indifferently, deliberately standing in front of Manaka to block Goku, who was eager to charge forward. "Then let's set off." Weiss smiled gently, and then wrapped everyone in a light circle. With a flash they left Earth. P.S. Once again, this is a fan novel. Any discrepancies are normal, so please bear with me. I review it every day starting from the beginning, and then I check for comments. The author is also a reader. I feel that as long as it's enjoyable, there's nothing wrong with it. There may be typos, but if you spot any, please give me a heads up. By the way, a reward would be appreciated. On a lifeless brown planet, enormous craters resembling pits are scattered all over the surface. At this moment, a semicircular force field is situated within one of the craters, and inside the force field, a vast arena has been established. Its area is a staggering 500 square meters. On either side of the arena there stands a huge board, which is actually a mirror displaying pictures of Beerus and Kampa. At this moment, Kampa and Beerus are already gathered at the scene along with their selected contestants, totaling 6 individuals. One of them is the referee. "Haven't they arrived yet?" Kampa asked impatiently. Beerus smiled slightly and replied, "They are already here." Oh. Hearing this, Kampa suddenly looked aside. Whoosh. In an instant, Beerus and the others appeared in the arena. As they entered, everyone was shocked. Not by the arena itself, but by the enormous golden sphere surrounding the planet, which radiated a golden glow. Inside that sphere there were several stars, 6 in total, with their arrangement in a specific order. This is simply a magnified version of the Dragon Balls. Is this? The Super Dragon Balls. They're enormous. Bulma exclaimed in shock, never expecting to see Dragon Balls of such size. Everyone nodded in agreement, astonished, as they had never seen such Dragon Balls before. These are the real Dragon Balls. They are cosmic-level Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls on your Earth are merely made from fragments of these Super Dragon Balls, but their powers are nowhere near as formidable. Beerus stated casually. Wow, is this the place for the competition? Goku suddenly exclaimed with excitement. I'm a bit puzzled, why are we able to breathe here? Didn't we leave Earth where we can't survive? This area has been enveloped by Bato's divine power, so you need not worry. Whis smiled slightly. Beerus turned to Kampa and said, Kampa, I didn't expect you to find this place as a venue for the competition. Quite interesting. Saying this, Beerus glanced at the Super Dragon Balls around him and then closed his eyes with a smile. I didn't expect you to find so many Super Dragon Balls, which is a pleasant surprise. Kampa replied, cool. I have searched long and hard for the Super Dragon Balls, so you know how much I value this battle. But I'm a bit curious, did you take the Super Dragon Balls from Universe 7? Beerus looked at Kampa with a teasing tone. This. Kampa suddenly became a little awkward. Beerus replied indifferently. Enough with the nonsense, in the end they still belong to us. Are your people all here? Kampa snorted coldly, and then nodded proudly, of course. Saying this, he suddenly stepped aside to reveal their contestants for this round. There was a slender boy, a pitch-black robot, a hefty golden bear, a purple alien in a cloak, and one who oddly resembled that guy. Must be Frieza. Upon seeing the opponent, Krillin and the others' expressions turned serious. Goku and Vegeta also became solemn, realizing that they still did not understand this parallel universe deeply enough. Roya casually glanced at the members of Universe 6 before his gaze landed on Hit, where a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. This guy is undoubtedly the strongest among them. What Frieza? He is the righteous representative of my Universe 6, having once won the Excellent Justice and Peace Award. Kampa said lightly with some pride. What a Peace Award? As soon as these words were spoken, they drew dumbfounded looks from everyone. No way. Is this a joke? How could Frieza possibly be a righteous person? He is more like the embodiment of evil. In Universe 7, Frieza is known as the Evil Emperor. Hello, my name is Frost. I am the captain of the Universe SIXS Universe Protection Team. At this moment, the one resembling Frieza walked over and greeted them amicably. Krillin and the others looked at each other a bit hesitant, as Frieza had left a significant impact on them. Therefore, the other party's friendliness brought them some shadow, leaving them unsure how to respond to his warmth. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Son Goku. In our universe, there's someone who looks a lot like you, but he is very bad, unlike you, who bears a kind title. Goku chuckled. Frost smiled slightly and replied, understood. Well then let's get ready to start. Quick battle, Beerus said somewhat impatiently. Kampa suddenly stood up and said, alright, since that's the case, let's begin. This time our competition will be divided into two parts. First there will be a written test. We'll compare knowledge. Then a martial arts contest. We'll compare strength. Beerus frowned, there's a written test. Kampa replied indifferently, of course there is. This concerns the competition between our two universes. It must include a knowledge test. Beerus expressed impatience. What a hassle. Then let's compete. Kampa replied coolly, for this martial arts contest, he will be the referee. Saying this a bean sprout like a Beerus glanced at the referee with indifference and then nodded. Then let's begin. Soon both teams sat at a table each in front of a white sheet of paper. This written test consists of multiple choice questions. There are 10 questions, and answering 5 correctly will count as a victory. Bato smiled slightly. Everyone's faces became serious as they looked at the white paper in front of them. Upon inspecting it, they were left puzzled. All of these are about food. Who is the idiot that came up with these childish questions? A yawn. Suddenly Beerus and Kampa both sneezed at the same time. Immediately they both looked at each other and said in unison, did you just insult me? Both. Whis. Batos. Such childish questions cannot stump me. Vegeta, clearly impatient, picked up his pen and began to write. He is the husband of the wealthy Bulma. In that kind of affluent family, what has he not enjoyed? Beepa. This contestant is eliminated. Suddenly, just as Vegeta put pen to paper, Batos produced a whistle from somewhere and blew it next to Vegeta, startled. The perplexed crowd also turned to look. Hey, what does this mean? Why am I eliminated? Vegeta angrily. Batos smiled slightly and said, well, I hadn't said start yet, and you answered. That's considered cheating according to the rules. Vegeta. P.S. I made a slight modification to this plot. There are some deviations, but they are not significant. Vegeta's elimination came as a shock to everyone, yet it also evoked a faint pang of sympathy. The contest had ended before it even began, an undeniably awkward turn of events. Hey, Vegeta, you're far too hasty. This won't do at all. Goku chided, slightly exasperated. Vegeta's expression darkened. He let out a cold, disdainful snort. So what? It's merely a written exam. I couldn't care less. With that, he shot upward, soaring straight toward the audience where his companions sat. Bulma, of course, wasted no time in scolding him. Faced with a woman bold enough to slap even a god of destruction, Vegeta, proud and haughty as ever, shrank into utter silence, not daring to utter a single word. The written examination begins now. Vados declared sharply. Instantly, all contestants bent over their papers. Luya glanced at their solemn, furrowed brows and nearly burst into laughter. This is what they call culture. He almost choked on his own mirth. Honestly, anyone who'd completed 9 years of compulsory education could ace this effortlessly. Shaking his head, Luya said nothing. Though his arrival had subtly altered the narrative's original course, the essence remained intact. Luya finished his sheet in mere moments, then added insightful annotations in the margins. Time was up. After collecting all the answer sheets, Vados reviewed them with meticulous care. Her gaze suddenly stilled. Then with a swift motion, she raised a single paper high. I hereby declare Universe 7 wins this written examination. Fair and impartial. Wow, what? Impossible. Kampa, still smug on the other side, blanched instantly. He lunged forward, confronting Vados indignantly. Hey Vados, are you joking? How could Universe 6 possibly lose? Universe 7's cultural standards are abysmally low. How on earth could they surpass us? Are you mocking me? Or are you a mole planted by the opposing side? You, Lord Kampa. I. Vados broke into a cold sweat. Great. She'd merely announced the results, yet somehow offended a god of destruction. Sniff sniff. This little one's heart aches. Hey, you're just refusing to accept defeat, aren't you? Why should Universe 7 be deemed inferior to yours? Beerus suddenly materialized before Vados, snatched the paper and stared, eyes widening in genuine surprise. Oh, so that's how it's done. Kampa blinked momentarily, forgetting his outrage as he leaned in to peer at the paper, and his expression swiftly transformed into one of sheer vivid astonishment. Whose answer is this? Kampa demanded abruptly. Luya raised his hand. Mine. Kampa studied Luya intently, first with wide eyes, then narrowing them in scrutiny. His gaze fell upon Luria's tail and froze. You're a Saiyan? Luya nodded. Yes. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Kampa's eyes. What's going on? Since when have Saiyans cultivated such scholarly refinement? Weren't Saiyans supposed to be a brutish, battle-obsessed race, coarse and uncultured? Excellent. Truly outstanding. A Saiyan worthy of Universe 7. Beerus roared with approving laughter, completely forgetting his earlier threats. To him, anyone who brought honor to his universe was beyond reproach. Kampa gritted his teeth, shoulders slumping in reluctant concession. Very well. Universe 7 may claim victory. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped the answer sheet into his sleeve. Beerus swelled with triumphant pride. Goku and the others erupted into jubilant cheers, lavishing Luya with effusive praise. The second round will be a direct martial contest between representatives of both universes. This bout follows a rotating challenge format. Defeat your opponent, and you advance to face the next, until only one victor remains. The referee explained. One more rule: the first contestant from each side will be determined by lottery. With that, he produced 2 bamboo cylinders. each containing 5 slips. Luya arched a subtle eyebrow, his expression thoughtful. This scene didn't match his memory, but it made sense. His presence, he reasoned, had subtly warped the timeline's original trajectory. Contestants, please step forward to draw your lots. The number 1 designates the first fighter to enter the ring. The referee called out. Goku and the others eagerly stepped up. Oh, fantastic, I'm first. Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. TCH. Vegeta shot Goku a sharp glance, then glared at his own blank slip, jaw tightening in frustration. He'd wanted to go first too, yet Kakarot's luck had once again proven infuriatingly impeccable. Meanwhile, Universe 6's first representative was Golden Frieza. The two factions stood apart, locked in silent, distant confrontation. On the arena floor, Goku and Golden Frieza faced each other, 10 meters apart, gazes locked, unblinking. Since Goku is first, who shall follow? Beerus asked, voice calm and detached. Vegeta opened his mouth, only for Luya to interject swiftly, I'll take it. All eyes turned to Luya. He offered a gentle, knowing smile. May I step forward for the second bout? No, I'll fight. Vegeta's voice was low and stormy. Luya met his gaze. Vegeta's scowl deepened. Kakarot goes first, so I must go second. A strange expression flickered across Luya's face. He suddenly recalled a certain phrase, eternal runner-up. What? Do you object? Vegeta folded his arms, staring down Luya with cool defiance. Though Luya sorely wished to teach him a lesson, the moment wasn't right to act. Besides, Vegeta would inevitably fall to hit. Let him have this. So Luya simply nodded. If you wish to fight, then by all means, go ahead. Only then did Vegeta's stern expression soften, just slightly, into satisfaction. Beerus glanced at Luya, said nothing, then announced, Vegeta will fight second, Luya third, Majin Buu fourth, and Monaka last. Lord Beerus, Majin Buu likely won't compete. He fell asleep during the written exam. Goku raised his hand up. What a... Beerus sputtered, whirling around. And there he was, Buu sprawled like a blissfully oblivious hog, deeply, profoundly asleep. Damn it. Beerus ground his teeth. Once the roster was set, substitutions were forbidden, so Buu was effectively disqualified. Wake him up. Goku scratched his head, embarrassed. Once Buu sleeps, ordinary beings can't rouse him. Silence fell. Meanwhile, Monaka sat upright, like a nervous schoolboy, timidly observing the unfolding spectacle. Say, aren't those the Saiyans from Universe 6? Why do they look so frail? Krillin asked, curiosity piqued. At that, everyone turned, eyes drawn instinctively to Universe 6 Saiyan delegation. Indeed, it was undeniable. Universe 7 Saiyans were powerfully built, thick with muscle and raw vitality. Universe 6's, by contrast, appeared slender, delicate, lacking any visible aura of strength. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. Their battle aura is formidable, stronger than yours. Never underestimate it. Krillin and the others hastily clamped their mouths shut. Staying near Vegeta truly felt like standing atop, and suddenly remembering something, Vegeta turned to Luya. Hey, you've trained alongside Kakarot for quite some time. Have you yet achieved Super Saiyan Blue? Luya shook his head. Not yet. You should be aware that the current main stage is Super Saiyan Blue. If you haven't reached this level and comprehended the realm of the gods, then surpassing us is simply unrealistic. Vegeta said with a faint smile. Leon nodded. I understand this point. In truth, he also wished to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, but the conditions did not permit it. While in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had consulted Son Goku, but no matter what, he could not succeed in transforming, leaving him with no choice. It seems that transforming into Super Blue requires certain specific conditions. However, Luya was not in a hurry. He decided to wait for news from the system. He wondered whether completing this task would reward him with a Super Blue bloodline. Suddenly, Beerus spoke up. Hearing this, everyone quieted down and turned their attention to the arena. At that moment, Goku was staring at the Golden Bear, neither of them speaking and barely revealing their auras. Clearly, both were observing each other. At this point, Goku suddenly smiled and asked, Hey, what's your name? The Golden Bear replied casually, Just call me Golden Bear. Golden Bear. Quite fitting for your temperament, but what I'm more concerned about is your strength. Goku smiled. Then let me show you. The Golden Bear grinned mischievously, suddenly thumping his chest a few times, and then his plump body began to bounce rhythmically with increasing speed. Seeing this scene, everyone was puzzled and confused. What was this big, silly bear doing? Goku also frowned slightly, but soon he noticed something unusual about his opponent. That was the fact that his opponent's speed was increasing, so much so that it made him break into a sweat. Huh. The Golden Bear suddenly shouted, and then his body suddenly leapt 10 meters high, following which he shot towards Goku like a rock. Goku's expression changed, and he quickly moved, dodging the bear's charge. The bear's speed was also quite impressive, forcing Goku to evade hurriedly. Suddenly, the bear charged straight at Goku from behind. Goku's face darkened, and he immediately extended his palm. Bang! In the next moment, he directly blocked the Golden Bear, causing it to halt momentarily. Taking this opportunity, Goku kicked out, sending the Golden Bear soaring into the air. Whoosh! Goku vanished and reappeared in midair, delivering a devastating punch downwards towards the Golden Bear. Oh! The Golden Bear let out a shrill cry, its plump and elastic body plummeting down. Boom! The entire arena erupted in a roar, but strangely the arena did not shatter, it only kicked up a cloud of dust. As the Golden Bear landed, its body sprang back up like a spring. Oh, impressive. You survived that without a... Goku, hovering in the air, was taken aback by this sight. After enduring a series of blows, the Golden Bear's face turned furious. The next moment, it opened its mouth and blue energy blasts began to shoot out like raindrops towards Goku. Goku's expression tightened, and he quickly activated his instant transmission to evade. Meanwhile, the Golden Bear pursued Goku, continuously unleashing energy blasts as if they were free. At that moment, Goku raised his hand and fired an energy blast, colliding with the bear's blasts and causing a massive explosion. Simultaneously, Goku unleashed a series of energy blasts in a flurry. In the standoff, the Golden Bear surprisingly found itself at a disadvantage, its form bouncing like a spring as it dodged rapidly. A glint of brilliance flashed in Goku's eyes. In the next instant, he appeared behind the Golden Bear and unleashed a Kamehameha. The Golden Bear surprisingly did not dodge or evade, taking the hit directly. Boom. With a loud explosion, the arena was engulfed in thick smoke. Great hit. Krillin, Chi-Chi, and the others cheered in excitement. Not good. Vegeta and Luya both exclaimed. Luya observed the scene and was not surprised. In Dragon Ball scenarios, the thicker the smoke, the less likely anything had happened. Sure enough, as the smoke dispersed, the Golden Bear was revealed to be unharmed. Goku was somewhat astonished. What? How could you withstand my Kamehameha without a scratch? The Golden Bear looked at Goku and then grinned. Is that all you've got? Goku narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled. No wonder you're a master of the 6th universe. Your strength is truly formidable. The Golden Bear's eyes flickered with 2 blue lights, and in an instant it shot out countless energy blasts towards Goku. Goku snorted coldly and could only dodge. Simultaneously, he edged closer to his opponent. This Super Saiyan of the 7th universe is nothing special. On the other side, Kampa looked at the battle with disdain. Frost smiled slightly as he watched the battle, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Lord Kampa, please do not underestimate them. Although the Saiyans are a culturally primitive race, they are renowned as a warrior race throughout the universe and should not be taken lightly. Beerus said slowly. They are nothing special. Kampa dismissed. In the arena, Goku dodged the Golden Bear's attacks, while simultaneously getting in close to deliver a powerful punch. Boom. His punch landed solidly on the bear's belly, causing it to cave in. However, Goku's expression changed. How does that feel? Your attack is nothing but a tickle. Have you not eaten? The Golden Bear taunted Eric. Goku smiled slightly, then shouted, gathering energy as he pummeled the bear's body with relentless punches. Yet the Golden Bear appeared unfazed, looking at Goku, as if he felt no pain. In the next moment, the Golden Bear suddenly struck, punching Goku squarely in the face, causing him to cry out and slide away. Goku managed to recover quickly, looking at the Golden Bear with confusion. What kind of body is this? The Golden Bear replied proudly. This body is filled with elasticity, allowing me to ignore any attack. You cannot defeat me. Goku's expression turned serious. In the audience, people were sweating. How could they fight like this? Luya observed without revealing anything, knowing the opponent would find a weakness, so he chose not to say much. Vegeta, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "What's going on? Why do we need to put in so much effort to defeat such a weakling?" Saying this, he suddenly shouted, "Kakarot, can't you think for once?" Hearing this, Goku was taken aback, then his eyes brightened as he looked towards the Golden Bear and going in. With that, he charged towards the Golden Bear. The Golden Bear simply watched. Slap. In the next moment, Goku smashed his head into the bear's belly. Think for once. Idiot. Thinking doesn't mean you should headbutt him. Vegeta stood up, angrily shouting. Everyone. You fool. Your actions are utterly absurd. Golden Bear sneered, watching Wukong charge headfirst into him, with no effect whatsoever. Wukong suddenly smiled mysteriously. No, it is you who is foolish. How dare you grant your opponent such close-range access? What a chilling premonition seized Golden Bear. Suddenly he felt his foot seized. Then his entire body lurched violently off balance. With a sharp cry, Wukong gripped both of Golden Bear's ankles and hoisted him skyward in one fluid motion. Thud! Golden Bear crashed backward onto the arena floor, flat on his back. What just happened? He was utterly stunned. This had never crossed his mind. Wukong chuckled triumphantly. Let's see how you defend against this. You may shrug off my energy blasts, but can you withstand pure physical force? As he spoke, Wukong dragged Golden Bear by the ankle toward the edge of the ring. Let me go, you wretch. Release me this instant. Golden Bear writhed desperately, but his colossal heavy frame rendered him incapable of righting himself. Wukong remarked as he hauled him along. You truly believed your immunity to all attacks excused you from training, didn't you? That's why you've swollen to this absurd size. How utterly foolish. You coward. Put me down and face me fairly. I challenge you to mortal combat. Golden Bear roared in fury. Wukong merely shrugged. Cease your struggling. I've already gauged your limits. It's time you left the ring. Even as he spoke, Wukong had dragged Golden Bear to the very rim of the arena. Then, gripping one massive foot firmly in both hands, he tensed and struck. Golden Bear soared upward, limbs flailing. Then Wukong hurled him clear off the platform with a boom. Golden Bear slammed hard onto the ground below. His elimination confirmed. First match, victory for Universe 7. The referee, recovering from shock, declared at once. Oh, Universe 7 erupted in jubilant cheers. Unbelievable, we lost. Appa grumbled visibly. He turned sharply to Frost. You're up next. Teach that insolent monkey a lesson. Frost bowed slightly. In the blink of an eye, Frost vanished, then reappeared atop the arena. Gazing at Wukong, he smiled politely. From this moment onward, I shall be your worthy opponent. I welcome your challenge. Wukong returned his smile. "Ah, Frost. I've long looked forward to testing your strength." Frost spoke calmly. "Truth be told, as an upholder of justice, I hold no desire to resort to violence. But circumstances leave me no choice. Lord Appa pledged substantial funding to upgrade our equipment. If I step into this ring..." Wukong nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, you possess genuine kindness far surpassing even Frieza of our Universe 7. Then, let us begin." Frost smiled faintly. Wukong suddenly added, "You haven't yet revealed your final form. Do so now. Otherwise victory will elude you." Frost blinked, surprised. "How did you know?" Wukong laughed heartily. "Because Frieza of Universe 7 also transforms into alternate forms." Frost gave a quiet nod. "Understood." Then with a deep resonant shout, he unleashed his power. A torrential aura surged outward, deep sapphire energy rippling across the arena, immense and overwhelming. As blinding light faded, Frost stood transformed, not yet in his ultimate state, but in a secondary form reminiscent of Frieza's avian-like second stage. He had not yet unleashed his full might. Frost met Wukong's gaze and declared, "This is my final form." Wukong frowned slightly. "You still conceal your true power." Frost smiled serenely. "This is more than sufficient." Wukong raised his fists in readiness. "Then, come." Frost drew his fists to his waist. Then, pupils flaring wide, he roared and blurred into motion, vanishing in a streak of afterimage. Wukong's expression hardened, and he too dissolved from sight. Crack, 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 crack. Their blinding speed ignited a whirlwind duel, chasing, countering, trading blows so rapidly the audience could scarcely follow. "What is Kakarot doing? Shouldn't he dispatch this weakling effortlessly?" Vegeta grumbled from the stands. Clearly, Luya watched the battle unfold and overheard Vegeta's remark. Yet he'd anticipated it. Unlike Vegeta, Wukong rarely unleashes his full power at the outset. He holds back, leaving room for growth, mercy, and restraint, a hallmark of his innate compassion. Vegeta, by contrast, strikes with merciless lightning precision, or not at all. Their fighting philosophies stand in stark opposition, yet they share an unshakable bond. To Luya, this paradox was astonishing, perhaps rooted in a rare, unadulterated friendship between them. Crash, UWH. Suddenly, Frost's fist struck Wukong square across the jaw, sending him plummeting downward. But Wukong landed firmly, instantly crossing his palms and firing a searing energy blast. Crockum. The torrential wave of ki surged toward Frost like a celestial cataract. Yet Frost only smirked, then charged straight through the blast, tearing a jagged rift along its path, and scathed, unstoppable. He had rendered the energy attack utterly meaningless. What a... Wukong's eyes widened, but too late. Frost's skull crashed into his abdomen, launching him backward in a violent arc. He skidded across the floor, scraping 10 meters before halting. Frost stood tall upon the ring, a confident, knowing smile playing on his lips. This is Frost's assault form, designed to pierce enemy techniques like a bullet through paper. From Universe 6 side, Vados explained calmly. "Truly impressive," the Saiyan Cabba exclaimed. "Still, the Saiyan of Universe 7 hasn't yet unveiled his true strength." Vados smiled faintly. "What? He's holding back still." Cabba and the others gasped in astonishment. Hit glanced briefly at the battlefield, then withdrew his gaze disinterested. Such a level of combat failed to stir even a flicker of curiosity within him. "Hey, Vados, why are you aiding Universe 7? Appa protested. "Sniff sniff. Lord Appa, I'm only speaking truth." Vados replied, feigning tearful dismay. "Appa, aren't you also holding back your full strength? Stop hiding, or you won't stand a chance against me." Frost looked confidently. Wukong stood up and chuckled. "Aren't you doing the same, not using all your power against me?" Frost looked at him and replied with a smile. "Then let's go all out." Wukong nodded slightly. "I'll go first." With a loud roar, he unleashed his energy, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A massive aura surrounded him as Wukong smiled at Frost. "It's your turn." Frost's face showed a hint of cold sweat. What a powerful force. What form is this? The others from Universe 6 like Kampa were baffled by this transformation, confused as to when Saiyans could transform. Hit merely glanced at Wukong's form before turning back to meditate. Wukong explained, "This is the Super Saiyan, just like you transforming again from the initial form." "Hey, Cabba, you're a Saiyan too, can you transform?" Kampa looked at Cabba and asked. Cabba was sweating profusely, shaking his head. "I've never heard of Saiyans being able to transform." Kampa bit his lip, feeling somewhat complicated. "All right, now it's your turn." Wukong laughed heartily. Frost glanced at Wukong, his expression serious. The opponent's aura had indeed reached a terrifying level. He seemed stronger. "However, let me see your strength." With a flash, Frost appeared right in front of Wukong, tightening his fist and launching an attack. The momentum was immense, but Wukong simply extended his hand to block it, firmly grasping Frost's fist, rendering, "You?" Frost's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared incredulously at Wukong. Wukong smiled faintly, then his expression turned cold as he charged forward. With one punch, he sent Frost flying. Boom. Frost's body crashed into the protective barrier, trembling in pain. Clearly the opponent's punch had injured him severely. But Frost gritted his teeth and charged out again. Crash. Yet before he could get close, Wukong vanished and struck him hard again, sending him flying once more. "Useless. Your strength is too far behind mine. You should transform quickly." Wukong grinned. Frost hovered in the air, looking at Wukong, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, I didn't expect your strength to vary so greatly. It seems I have to use my full power to respond to you. However, my final form is so powerful that even I can't control it. As he spoke, the veins on his forehead bulged, and in the next moment, he roared, unleashing a massive wave of energy. The momentum was overwhelming. Wukong looked at the immense aura with a slight frown, but showed no emotional fluctuation. Seconds later, the enormous energy flow gradually dissipated, revealing Frost's form. At this moment, Frost's form resembled Frieza's, clearly his final form. Wukong smiled faintly. That's more like it. Frost smiled slightly and said, my power is immense, so you better be careful. With that, he shouted, and a deep blue aura enveloped him, charging straight at Wukong. The speed was incredible. Wukong stepped back slightly and instantly struck. Crash. To everyone's surprise, Frost was actually sent flying by Wukong's punch. Oh. Frost flew out, crashing heavily to the ground, looking utterly defeated. How is this possible? Kampa's eyes widened in shock. Damn it. Didn't he already transform into his final form? Why was he still ruthlessly defeated by his opponent? The seventh universe let out a sigh of relief. Frost's explosive energy earlier was spectacular, and they were all worried, but they didn't expect Wukong to be even stronger. This kind of trash is nowhere near Frieza, Vegeta said with arrogance and disdain. Luya watched the scene with crossed arms, not surprised indeed, as Vegeta said, even though Frost transformed into his final form, he was still no match for the current final form of Frieza. A system scan showed his strength at only several billion, and knowing that some time had passed, Frieza must have grown even stronger in hell. However, Luya's eyes narrowed slightly. Frost's true power lay not in his final form, but in the ugly evil heart hidden beneath his facade. In the arena, Frost, who had been knocked down, was also dazed, not expecting that despite his power having increased several levels, he was still defeated. What does this mean? Impossible. How could this happen? Frost refused to believe it and charged forward again. Take this. Frost didn't hold back, kicking directly. Wukong smirked, and before the kick could land, he appeared right in front of Frost, delivering a powerful punch. Crash. Frost had no time to react and was sent flying by the blow. The crowd fell silent, their eyes filled with awe. WWHY. Why is your strength above mine? Frost said somewhat incredulously. Wukong did not explain, as the question was inherently pointless. He said calmly, out of kindness, I really don't want to use my full strength against you. Just admit defeat. Frost's expression twisted. Impossible. I will never admit defeat. If I lose, then the funds promised by Lord Kampa. With that, he charged out again. Wukong frowned and met him heated. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought rapidly, but Frost was no match for Wukong, being completely overwhelmed. Crash. Wukong exerted force directly, sending Frost crashing onto the stage, causing the surface to crack instantly. Ought. Frost spat out a mouthful of blood and began to cough violently. Wukong looked down at him and said, you have already lost. No, I have not lost. Frost roared, charging towards Wukong. Overestimating yourself. Wukong was somewhat displeased. Oh. Frost, seemingly losing his sanity, unleashed a flurry of punches at Wukong. Wukong calmly defended, but for some reason, he suddenly saw a double, feeling dizzy, and then he suddenly weakened. Opportunity. A glint of excitement flashed in Frost's eyes, and in the next moment, he punched Wukong in the face, sending him flying. He flew directly off the stage. What a... At that moment, everyone from Universe 7 was shocked. Son Wukong has been thrown out of the ring. Victory goes to Universe 6. As the referee's voice echoed, Xiang Pa and the others gasped in disbelief. Impossible. How could Kakarot possibly lose? With his strength, such a defeat is inconceivable. Vegeta stared, jaw clenched, eyes blazing with incredulity. Luya watched Frost's figure closely, his eyes narrowing slightly, but he remained silent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Son Goku lose? None was more stunned than Beerus. His eyes widened in shock. He had personally tested Goku's might. However flawed Goku might be, he could never fall to someone like that. There's nothing impossible here, Beerus. Universe 7 has lost, and you will honor the result. No backing out. Xiang Pa chuckled triumphantly. Beerus gritted his teeth, then let out a sharp, disdainful snort. Humph. I'd never stoop to such disgrace. Xiang Pa nodded approvingly. Good, good. Goku. Chi-Chi, seeing him collapsed on the ground, could no longer hold back. She leapt down instantly and landed beside. Krillin descended as well and swiftly placed a Senzu bean into Goku's mouth. After swallowing it, Goku stirred awake. What happened to me? You fell from the ring. Chi-Chi murmured, her voice heavy with quiet sorrow. Goku blinked, bewildered. Then disbelief flickered across his face. How could that be? Yeah. At that moment, Frost approached with a courteous smile. Just now, Master Son Goku seemed momentarily distracted, and I, driven by fierce determination to win, perhaps struck a touch too hard. My sincerest apologies. Goku burst into hearty laughter. No, not at all. A loss is a loss. I accept it fully. No need for modesty. Frost bowed slightly. I am honored by your grace. Seeing Frost's composure and humility, the warriors of Universe 7 found it difficult to harbor true resentment. Goku escorted Chi-Chi back to the spectator stands, sheepish. Sorry. I messed up. Hey Kakarot. What's wrong with you? Why did you lose to him? With your power, defeat should be unthinkable. Vegeta spoke with clear dissatisfaction. Goku paused, then shook his head. I don't know. I truly thought I'd won. TCH. Vegeta dismissed him coolly. Alright, your turn's next, Vegeta. With your strength you can avenge me. Goku laughed heartily, unfazed, optimistic as ever. Vegeta scoffed. Then Luya, who had remained silent until now, spoke calmly. In truth, Son Goku did not lose. What a... The words sent ripples through the crowd. Every gaze snapped toward him. Hey, what do you mean? Explain yourself. Beerus demanded urgently. Luya pointed calmly toward Frost on the stage. He cheated. What a... A fresh wave of shock surged through the arena. Don't speak recklessly. What proof do you have? Or are you simply refusing to accept defeat? Xiangpa's expression. Frost glanced at Luya, his eyes glinting with cold disdain. Luya merely smiled faintly and said hidden beneath his wrist lies a concealed weapon. It was this device that secured his victory over Goku. Check for yourselves, if you dare. A concealed weapon. Gasps erupted. Suspicion turned instantly upon Frost. The referee strode forward, lifted Frost's wrist, and began a swift, thorough inspection. Frost clenched his teeth, but did not resist. There it is, definitely a concealed weapon. The referee cried out. Spectators surged to their feet. Realizing his deception exposed, Frost flung the referee aside and revealed a venomous needle embedded in his own forearm, grinning. This is part of my body. Hardly qualifies as a concealed weapon, does it? You, Frost. How dare you resort to such despicable, dishonorable treachery? Xiangpa's face flushed with profound shame. This was an unforgivable disgrace Universe 6 had won only through underhanded deceit. The irony was crushing. Frost's expression shifted instantly. Crafty, calculating. Lord Xiangpa, I didn't intend to use it. I simply yearned so fiercely to secure victory for Universe 6. You must have wanted to win too surely. Silence, you wretch. You've utterly disgraced me. Xiangpa shot upright, incensed, especially under Beerus's withering, contemptuous gaze. Ho ho ho. Such a grimace you wear. Yet I served you with unwavering devotion. Frost replied, a faint chilling smile playing on his lips. A low hum resonated. Suddenly destructive energy coalesced in Xiangpa's palm. I shall obliterate you. But... Frost's face paled. Not feigned, but raw, visceral terror. This was the god of destruction before him. Escape would be impossible if he struck. Wait. Vegeta's voice cut through the tension. All eyes turned to him. He spoke coolly. If Goku wasn't legitimately eliminated, then he remains eligible to rejoin the match. Nods rippled across the arena. The referee declared, should Son Goku bear a visible wound inflicted by Frost, his eligibility is reinstated. Chi-Chi and Krillin immediately searched Goku's body and soon discovered a small puncture wound in his palm. The evidence was irrefutable. The referee announced firmly, I hereby reinstate Son Goku's match eligibility. Goku laughed, neither surprised nor shaken. Vegeta grinned suddenly, then it falls to me. Without hesitation, he leapt down and landed squarely upon the Vegeta fixed Frost with a glacial stare. No need for destruction. I'll handle this myself. Xiangpa scoffed, but made no move to intervene. He was genuinely enraged. Frost had sullied the very honor of Universe 6. Vados, how exactly did he earn 3 Cosmic Justice Awards? Xiangpa asked abruptly. Vados glanced at her staff, then replied evenly. He quelled so many wars because he instigated them, fomenting conflict, then stepping forth as its sole peacemaker. Thus he effortlessly assumed the mantle of cosmic virtue. Damn it. Xiangpa ground his teeth. Ho ho ho. Ha. Very well, I confess. So what? I pursued this path solely to secure greater funding, so the Galactic Patrol's equipment could be perfected. Is that truly a crime? Frost sneered, features twisted with defiant arrogance. Vegeta's voice sliced through the air, icy and contemptuous. Humph. You're cut from the same cloth as Frieza, and it falls to this prince to eradicate vermin like you. Ho ho ho. Is that all you've got? Then come, try me. Frost sneered, convinced Goku was the pinnacle of power. Defeat him, and none could stand against him. But, Vegeta erupted with explosive energy, and in an instant transformed into a Super Saiyan. No, impossible, you. Frost's eyes bulged wide in sheer disbelief. You filth. Vegeta roared, fury blazing in his gaze, and lunged forward without hesitation. Upon seeing Vegeta charging ferociously towards him, Frost's expression twisted. He suddenly unleashed his aura and rushed to meet him. Frost threw a punch, but Vegeta effortlessly caught his fist, delivering a blow to his face. In the next moment, Frost, unlike Goku who tends to hold back, Vegeta was different and would not hesitate to fight seriously from the start. Vegeta did not give Frost a chance. The moment Frost flew away, he had already appeared behind him, delivering an elbow strike that sent him back. Damn it. Frost could not bear being continuously suppressed. He erupted with all his strength, and a violent aura surged forth, charging directly at Vegeta. Vegeta smirked, and in the next moment he exploded with energy, his brilliant golden aura enveloping him. Then he shouted and charged towards Frost. Bang! In an instant the two were locked closely together. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone was nervously watching. Ugh! At that moment Frost's face suddenly contorted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, the deep blue aura around him dissipating. It was clear that Vegeta's fist had firmly plunged into Frost's abdomen, and the depth was considerable. Vegeta's expression was cold. You are not even worthy of making me move, but given your actions now you trash get. With a low grunt, Vegeta unleashed a burst of energy that sent Frost flying away. Ugh! Frost was sent flying and crashed into the protective barrier. In the next moment the barrier could not withstand his impact, and Frost was thrown off the stage, losing consciousness. He was knocked unconscious by a single punch from Vegeta. It was evident how ruthless Vegeta was. Vegeta glanced coldly at Frost, snorted, and turned to leave. The match is over. Contestant Vegeta wins. The referee suddenly announced loudly. Damn it. Lost again. Compa, are these really the elites of Universe 6? Why are they so weak? Compa said irritably. Bardock replied somewhat mournfully, Lord Compa, it's not that they aren't strong enough, but rather that the fighters from Universe 7 are a bit abnormal. What's the big deal? Aren't they just Saiyans? Gabe, you go next. Compa said in a deep voice. Huh, but in the fourth to go out, Gabe said hesitantly. Before Compa could respond, suddenly the robot beside him stood up, pounded its chest twice, let out a roar, and jumped down. Boom. In an instant, the entire stage trembled. Vegeta glanced at the opponent, then sneered. Is this my next opponent? Buzz. Suddenly a light shield enveloped the arena, and at the same time Compa appeared in midair saying casually, now a new rule has been added to the match, and that is whoever touches this shield will lose. Hey, Compa, what are you doing? Beerus suddenly appeared next to Compa, glaring at him in anger. Compa grinned, and said this is my new rule. If you disagree, then just don't compete. Beerus instantly became displeased. Damn it, not compete. Universe 7 has already won 2 matches while the other side has only won 1. Clearly they have the advantage, how could we not compete? However, the arbitrary addition of rules left him very displeased. Fine, if you don't want to touch it then don't. A mere rule cannot trouble me, Vegeta said proudly. Upon hearing this, Beerus cast a cold glance at Compa, then fell silent and returned to Compa chuckled with satisfaction, then looked meaningfully at the arena and also returned to the audience. Oh, the steam robot suddenly howled, and strangely its belly was filled with magma, and when it howled, 2 jets of hot air spouted from its back. Vegeta. Suddenly Luya spoke up. Vegeta looked at Luya and asked, what is it? Luya smiled slightly and replied, its weakness is that it cannot stand being insulted. If you can insult it a bit, then you'll win. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. How did Luya know the robot's weakness? Impossible. That's nonsense. How could you possibly know its weakness? No, it has no weakness. Compa suddenly roared. How do you know it has no weaknesses? Or are you deliberately hiding something? Beerus sneered. Compa gritted his teeth, but he was not one to cover up. A drop of cold sweat slid down his face. Beerus suddenly looked at Vegeta and said, hey, Vegeta, do as Luya suggested. However, Vegeta was not one to rely on such crooked ways to win. He snorted and said, I will defeat it my way. You don't need to command me. What a, Vegeta, you actually won't listen to me. Beerus said angrily. Upon seeing this, Goku quickly tried to mediate. Lord Beerus, let him win on his own. And with Vegeta's strength, he won't lose. Upon hearing this, Beerus gritted his teeth and then crossed his arms, snorting, I won't care about him. Let him handle it himself. Goku smiled lightly and then looked at Vegeta saying, hey, Vegeta, don't lose. Otherwise I'll take your place. Hearing this, Vegeta scoffed, don't curse me. He looked at the robot and beckoned, come on. Let me see what you can do. Oh. The robot, provoked, became furious and suddenly opened its massive mouth towards Vegeta, spewing forth a torrent of terrifying hot magma. Vegeta's expression changed and he swiftly dodged. Boom. The spot where he had been standing was immediately reduced. Not only that, but it also emanated a scorching heat. Oh, this guy is actually quite formidable. Goku remarked with curiosity. Krillin and the others were sweating. Oh, when did robots become so powerful? Vegeta kept dodging while the robot relentlessly sprayed molten magma at him. Explosions rang out continuously, smoke billowing as the stage was being destroyed. Vegeta's expression turned. If it weren't for the restriction of not being able to touch that protective shield, how could he be so limited? Oh, suddenly the robot appeared right in front of Vegeta and threw a punch at him. Caught off guard, Vegeta had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms to take the blow. Boom. Vegeta's expression changed as he was sent flying. Bardock was violently knocked back by the robot's fist, his expression darkening. He had severely underestimated its speed. Whoosh. The robot instantly closed the distance and unleashed a barrage of iron-fisted strikes. Bardock could only parry desperately. Whoa. After unleashing countless blows, the robot raised both fists high, then brought them down with earth-shattering force. Seizing the opening, Bardock leapt backward in a single fluid motion, landing several meters away. A searing energy sphere coalesced in Bardock's palm before he hurled it forward. With a guttural roar, the robot expelled a torrent of molten lava from its maw. The two forces collided, heated. Boom. Bardock's energy sphere shattered instantly, while a colossal wave of lava surged toward him. Gritting his teeth, Bardock immediately activated his Gallic gun. A furious blast of ki erupted from his palms. The Gallic gun slammed directly into the onrushing lava. Kaboom. The two titanic forces locked in a wah. Undeterred, the robot vented twin plumes of steam from its back, then unleashed a volcanic eruption of magma straight at Bardock. Strangely, the robot's magma burned through Bardock's ki itself. The onlookers noticed this at once. Their expressions hardened with grim realization. This magma-spewing opponent is incredibly strong. Krillin murmured in awe. But Bardock won't lose, he's Bardock. Goku smiled, faintly untroubled. Have you noticed? Whis interjected suddenly. Bardock's condition is deteriorating. At those words, the group gasped in unison and turned their gaze back to the arena. Though Bardock hadn't yet been overwhelmed, his aura flickered erratically. His breathing labored and unstable. His breaths came in ragged, painful gasps. What's happening? Goku's expression tightened. Oxygen. The flames are consuming the oxygen inside the barrier. That's why he's struggling to breathe. But the robot doesn't need air, Lyra observed coolly. At her words, the others' faces fell heavy with dread. That brat Elec. He planned this. Beerus growled incensed. Hey Bardock, watch out. Bardock's chest constricted. He could feel the air itself burning away, consumed by the robot's searing magma. He couldn't let this stand. With a thunderous shout, Bardock erupted with overwhelming ki, and in an instant a blinding white Gallic gun surged forth, forcing the magma stream backward. Whoa! Sensing danger, the robot drove its feet deep into the ground, then flared its crimson eyes, amplifying its magma output to devastating intensity. A surging aura enveloped it, radiating raw, crushing power. Kaboom! Bardock's assault was overpowered. The magma surged forward like an unstoppable avalanche, hurtling toward him. Bardock clenched his jaw, then abruptly ceased the Gallic gun. In the same breath, he exploded with ki and slashed downward with a razor-edged keyblade. Shrike! The magma tore apart under his sheer force, but in that split second the robot closed the gap and struck with a devastating punch. Bardock was struck with brutal force, sent flying across the arena. The robot gave no quarter. It charged after him, seized his ankle, and slammed him down with bone-jarring impact. Ugh! Bardock crashed hard into the ground, then rebounded instantly, unleashing the prince's combat technique. A storm of explosive ki blasts rained upon the robot. Yet the robot evaded every one with uncanny agility, closing in relentlessly until it stood mere inches from Bardock. Off balance and flustered, Bardock could only scramble to block each incoming strike. Thud! One misstep, and Bardock was struck again, sent soaring backward. Whoa! In the next instant, the robot rocketed above him and unleashed another torrent of magma. Bardock's face twisted in alarm. He crossed his arms just in time. Crockum! His body smashed into the arena floor. Then the entire platform detonated, erupting in a cataclysmic spray of molten fire. Bardock! Goku's expression shifted instantly, concern etching deep lines across his face. Beerus and the others paled, certain Bardock had been eliminated. Impossible! Beerus muttered, disbelief warring with fury. Neither Goku nor Bardock had yet tapped their true power. What kind of battle was this? Lyra glanced calmly at the battlefield, then shook her head. Events weren't unfolding exactly as she'd anticipated, but they were close enough. Slowly the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Bardock's silhouette standing amid the ruins. His face was drawn and grim, sweat pouring down his temples. Clenching his teeth, he glared downward, where only one foot remained planted firmly, atop a jagged fragment of the shattered arena. The referee rushed over, peered closely, and declared in astonishment, no boundary violation. Bardock's foot rests upon an arena fragment. He remains in the match. Whoa! A collective gasp rose from the crowd, then erupted into thunderous cheers. The Seventh Universe spectators roared with exhilaration. Bardock's survival had electrified them all, but Bardock felt no triumph. His expression grew darker still, especially when the referee recited the rule. He, Bardock, Prince of the Saiyans, was clinging to victory not by strength but by technicality. Golden ki swirled around him as he rose slowly, face impassive, aura chillingly still. Goku and Lyra, who knew Bardock well, exchanged uneasy glances. Goku's brow furrowed with concern. Bardock! Lyra's gaze flickered from him to the robot, and softened almost pityingly. He's finished. Of all beings to provoke, why choose Bardock? The man was legendary for his volatility, so unhinged he'd even challenge gods like Goku or the Destroyer himself. Why, you damn thing? Bardock's voice dropped to a venomous whisper as he hovered beneath the barrier, his eyes locking onto the robot, where murderous intent coalesced like black lightning. Whoa! The robot pounded its chest in mockery, venting scalding steam. Bardock stared. Then his aura erupted, twisting violently as his powers surged beyond all prior limits. Danger! Eliminate him now! Alec barked urgently. Whoa! The robot roared and vomited forth a colossal torrent of magma, hurtling straight toward Bardock. However, just as the scorching magma was about to approach Vegeta, he erupted with a fierce energy, unleashing an overwhelming force that instantly disintegrated the molten rock. What a... The participants from the Sixth Universe exclaimed in astonishment. Incredible, the Saiyan possesses such power. Gabe's expression was complex. He too was a Saiyan, but had never known of the Super Saiyan form. Vegeta, something's off. Krillin and the others said, beads of cold sweat dripping from their faces, looking serious. Huh. Vegeta, this guy has really gotten angry, Goku said awkwardly. Luya observed Vegeta and used the system to scan his combat power, only to be astonished to find that this individual's strength had soared to an astonishing level. It must be noted this power surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 1, and Vegeta was still maintaining the first stage of Super. It seemed he was truly angry. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Golden light surrounded Vegeta, and as he erupted, the protective shield shattered into glass shards that shot out in all directions. He spread his arms wide, and then brought them together. Final. What could it be? Piccolo watched this familiar move, his face turning pale with shock. Vegeta, you're being too reckless, Goku said while dodging the shards of glass somewhat sarcastically. However, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch something, and suddenly froze, looking towards Monaka. At that moment, Monaka was sitting expressionless with wide eyes, a few sharp glass shards stuck in the chair around him. Wow, as expected of the universe's top expert. He's so calm, Goku exclaimed. What he didn't know was that Monaka had already fainted from fear when he first witnessed Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Hey, quickly stop him, Kampa shouted, suddenly standing up in alarm. The robot suddenly slammed its chest, and immediately a large amount of steam burst forth from its body. It opened its mouth towards Vegeta with magma gradually gathering inside. Boom! A tremendous force erupted and the robot's power surged dramatically. Vegeta's expression twisted in rage as he suddenly shouted. Shining flash. Boom! An incredibly powerful energy surged towards the robot below. Oh! The latter did not back down, directly spewing forth a terrifying stream of magma from its mouth. Boom boom boom. The two powerful energies collided, and the overwhelming pressure swept through, causing everyone to shield themselves with their hands. Vegeta's veins bulged as he suddenly increased his strength. The robot also refused to yield, erupting once more. But the power of Vegeta's final flash was simply too formidable. Even if the opponent's energy could burn his chi, how could Vegeta's chi be so easily extinguished? In the next moment, the robot was directly suppressed. Vegeta's energy blast was now right in front of it. Oh! The robot was startled, desperately trying to hold it back. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly erupted with energy, then charged straight into the blast, as if he were a fish swimming through water, arriving in front of the robot. Get down, you worthless scrap metal! Vegeta bellowed, throwing a punch directly at the robot. While hearing Vegeta's malicious insult, the robot's expression changed, and in an instant it lost all capacity to defend itself. Bang! Vegeta ignored the scorching magma, his fist radiating brilliant light, and directly punched through the magma, striking the robot's face and sending it crashing off the stage. Everyone gasped at this scene, feeling both surprised and impressed. Out of bounds! Out of bounds! The 6th universe contestant has gone out. The referee slipped to the robot's side, confirming it had indeed touched the ground, and immediately announced, in this match the contestant from the 7th universe, Vegeta, wins. Yoshi, that's great! Beerus exclaimed with joy. We won. Krillin, Bulma, and the others all became, Goku chuckled awkwardly. Vegeta really didn't hold back. Vegeta, with a calm demeanor, flew back to the audience, taking large gulps of water offered by Bulma. Vegeta, you've really injured your opponent. Suddenly, Whis remarked. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes towards the 6th universe side, where the robot was sitting on the ground, hugging its knees and making pitiful whimpering sounds, as if emotionally traumatized. TCH, isn't it a robot? It shouldn't be able to feel pain, Vegeta said dismissively. No, what I mean is that his spirit has been severely wounded. He cannot handle being insulted. Your words, scrap metal, undoubtedly inflicted a great deal of harm on him. Whis chuckled. Vegeta's eyelids twitched, but he didn't say much more. Alright, let's prepare for the next match. Goku laughed heartily. Although he felt a bit sympathetic towards his opponent, there was nothing to be done. The gap in strength was simply too great. In a short while, Beerus and Whis appeared above the ring, and both of them activated their divine powers, instantly restoring the ring to its former glory. Not only that, but the protective shield was also restored. Whoosh! At that moment, a frail young boy suddenly landed on the ring. He was Gabe from the 6th universe. Vegeta glanced at him and then leaped onto the ring. Alright, then let's continue the match, the referee announced loudly, raising the microphone. Gabe and Vegeta locked eyes, but neither made a move. Suddenly, Gabe bowed slightly towards Vegeta. Please teach me. Vegeta smiled slightly. Come on. Let me witness the power of the Saiyans from the 6th universe. Gabe's expression hardened, and he quickly assumed a combat stance. Strangely, his fighting stance was not much different from Vegeta was taken aback, then proudly smiled. This could be interesting. After saying that, he also struck a pose. Gabe attacked first, charging forward with a punch. That frail body unleashed an unexpectedly powerful force. Vegeta's pupils widened, and his expression shifted as he quickly crossed his arms for defense. Bang! With a single blow, Vegeta was pushed back repeatedly, while Gabe did not give him a chance, pressing forward and unleashing a barrage of rapid punches, directly overwhelming Vegeta. Well, this Saiyan is truly strong. He can actually fight Vegeta to this extent. Goku exclaimed in surprise. Everyone watched this scene with grave expressions, though they knew Vegeta was not using all his power. His opponent was exceptionally formidable. P.S. Adding an extra chapter. By the way, due to the previous chapter's combat power inconsistencies, I have made significant revisions. You heard that right. It has been revised again. To be honest, it's frustrating. I've been told by readers that I can't calculate properly, which is indeed a bit discouraging. This time I relied on advanced technology to calculate, and I refused to be told that math was taught by the physical education teacher. So to friends who are following up to this point, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. If you want to see it, you'll have to start from the beginning. I apologize for wasting your time. I am utterly embarrassed. As Vegeta was being continuously suppressed, he suddenly unleashed a burst of energy, momentarily halting Gabe's movements, and taking advantage of this gap, Vegeta launched a rapid counterattack with a flurry of punches. Gabe was not to be outdone, exchanging blows with Vegeta, each landing punches and turned the air rippling with energy, creating an exhilarating spectacle. Gabe suddenly seized a moment of weakness in Vegeta's defense, delivering a kick that struck the latter's waist. Vegeta was sent flying backwards, twisting his body as he fell to the ground, and in the next moment, he placed his hand. Gabe mirrored him in perfect synchronization. Kamehameha. Both unleashed their energy attacks simultaneously, and a massive explosion erupted as the two blasts collided. It was a clash of equals. As the smoke cleared, the figures of Vegeta and Gabe were revealed. Vegeta looked at Gabe with some admiration. Not bad, you truly are a Saiyan. Gabe smiled back. You're quite impressive. Vegeta squinted his eyes slightly, and then declared, then let's go again. With those words, Vegeta erupted with energy, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Wrapped in golden light, Vegeta's energy surged exponentially. Gabe was momentarily stunned, quickly taking a fighting stance. Vegeta frowned and asked, "Why aren't you transforming into a Super Saiyan to fight me?" Gabe shook his head. "I can't." Vegeta was taken aback. "Can't?" Gabe nodded and continued, "Wherein from the concept of a Super Saiyan doesn't exist." Vegeta fell silent. Gabe suddenly looked at Vegeta earnestly and said, "Mr. Vegeta, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan." "What? Teach you?" Vegeta said in a deep voice. Gabe bowed to Vegeta and replied, "Yes, I want to transform into a Super Saiyan too. Please teach me." Vegeta's expression stiffened, and then suddenly a cruel smile crept onto his lips. "What about the pride of the Saiyans, you?" Gabe was taken aback, and before he could speak, Vegeta's figure had already flashed in front of him. Gabe was startled, but the gap in power between him and the transformed Vegeta was too vast, and he was sent flying with a punch to the stomach. Gabe let out a cry of despair, and before he could regain his composure, Vegeta appeared before him again. Thud! With a flurry of blows from Vegeta, Gabe was battered like a punching bag. Seizing a moment, Gabe launched an energy blast, but Vegeta merely tilted his head to dodge, effortlessly grabbing Gabe by the neck and applying slight pressure. Ugh! Gabe struggled, feeling as if he was about to suffocate. Vegeta sneered at him, saying, "With your kind of ability, what right do you have for me to teach you?" Gabe could hardly believe Vegeta's sudden change in demeanor. He never expected him to be so fierce. "As a Saiyan, you actually beg for help. Where is the pride of the Saiyans? This is simply disgraceful. I am very disappointed in you." Vegeta looked at Gabe with disappointment. Gabe's body trembled. He could not resist as Vegeta's power overwhelmed him. In the audience stands many. "That guy Vegeta? Isn't he being too ruthless?" Bulma said angrily, feeling a bit of a headache regarding her husband. Vegeta wouldn't act this way without reason. He must have his own thoughts behind this. Goku defended Vegeta. As Vegeta's partner, he understood him well enough to know what kind of person he was. This guy had changed so much from the tough exterior he once portrayed. "Haha, Vegeta's methods remind me of how he abandoned his pride to seek my help for training before. It's quite endearing." Everyone. Luya observed this scene without speaking. He had been watching the fighting style of the 6th universe to prepare for the upcoming Tournament of Power, and although he had seen it before, experiencing it firsthand felt a bit unfamiliar. If all goes well, Gabe would transform into a Super Saiyan. In the arena, Vegeta continued to taunt Gabe relentlessly. "Kid, I'm going to kill you right now. You are utterly embarrassing the pride of the Saiyans. After I kill you, I will wipe out your family, your loved ones, and your friends all together. They'll destroy the entire planet for you," Vegeta said with a sinister grin. Gabe's pupils constricted, and in the next moment a surge of anger crossed his face as his power rapidly ascended. Vegeta smirked. "What's wrong? You're so useless that you can't even protect your family. Oh, what right do you have to live, you worthless piece of trash? You. Shut up." Suddenly Gabe roared like a madman, unleashing a powerful force that pushed Vegeta. Tisk. Vegeta watched him with a smirk. "I won't let you harm my family." Gabe suddenly looked up and roared. Boom. In an instant, Gabe was enveloped in a golden glow, and his hair suddenly turned golden at the Super Saiyan. At this moment, everyone was stunned witnessing this transformation. He actually transformed. Goku raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "That Vegeta really has some tricks up his sleeve." Gabe suddenly let out a furious roar and charged at Vegeta, launching a flurry of Wolfang fist strikes. Interestingly, Vegeta didn't seem to be fighting back, instead appearing to be on the receiving end, clearly letting Gabe have his way. Thud, 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 tot-a-tot. Gabe attacked Vegeta relentlessly as if he had lost his mind, eventually delivering a kick that sent Vegeta soaring into the air, exploding with energy as he ascended above Vegeta, ready to smash down with both fists. Boom. Vegeta plummeted, directly crashing onto the arena, which cracked under the impact. Thud. Gabe landed on the ground, his anger still unresolved, and the next moment, he shouted and charged at Vegeta. Vegeta stood up, watching Gabe as he threw a punch directly at him, showing no intention of blocking. Boom. With a loud collision, dust and debris filled the arena. As the dust settled, Vegeta and Gabe's figures appeared in the audience's view. At this moment, Gabe's fist struck Vegeta's forehead, while Vegeta calmly looked at Gabe and then revealed a reassuring smile. The boy is teachable. Gabe was startled. As he realized what he had done, his expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The kind-hearted Gabe had just thought about killing Vegeta. "Is this me?" Gabe looked at his own appearance, somewhat shocked. Vegeta replied coolly, "The most basic condition to transform into a Super Saiyan is anger." Gabe suddenly realized, saying, "Master, were you trying to provoke my anger just now?" Vegeta smugly responded, "What else could it?" Gabe felt a sense of relief, and then he suddenly retracted his Super Saiyan state. Gabe was stunned, as this was not something he had done voluntarily. "Come back at it as I instructed," Vegeta said softly. Gabe nodded slowly, closing his eyes, and the next moment, he suddenly opened them wide. Boom. With an explosive surge of energy, a terrifying aura erupted from Gabe's body, and in that instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wrapped in golden light, Gabe was incredibly excited and thrilled. "I did it." Vegeta smiled, feeling somewhat gratified. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Gabe quickly bowed to Vegeta. Vegeta replied coolly, "Becoming my disciple is I understand. I will work hard. I believe I will make you look at me differently in the future," Gabe said with confidence. "That's for the future. Now it's time to end this." Vegeta smiled slightly. Gaby suddenly chuckled. Master, defeating me might be a bit difficult for you. Vegeta crossed his arms teasingly, saying, you underestimate me too much. Gaby was taken aback. Huh? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and in the next moment he exploded with energy enveloped in pure blue light, his power multiplying exponentially. What? Gaby's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The entire sixth universe was in shock. What is this form? Why does it exude a divine aura? Kappa said, somewhat surprised. It seems that the Saiyans of the seventh universe are they appear to have mastered powers that ordinary Saiyans cannot. Beerus also expressed some surprise. TCH. No need to say. It must be that guy Beerus. He must have taught these Saiyans special skills. Kappa said somewhat unwillingly. Lord Kappa, you can't blame Lord Beerus. Mainly you seldom care about matters in the sixth universe. Your mind is filled with food and competing with Lord Beerus. It seems I'm the one managing the sixth universe. Beerus chuckled. Kappa felt a bit awkward, as he indeed was as Beerus described. He wouldn't bother much about the sixth universe. If things escalated, he would simply intervene and destroy straightforward and direct. Just watch these Saiyans seem quite impressive transforming into this blue form. Their combat power has increased tremendously. Beerus laughed, watching the scene as if it were a show. TCH. Kappa was somewhat gloomy but didn't say much. Meanwhile, Hit, who had been silently watching, was also stirred. He opened his eyes, glanced at Vegeta, his gaze deep and meaningful, then shifted his focus to Goku in the audience. At that moment, Goku was also looking at him. The two locked eyes from a distance, the tension palpable. Hit glanced at Goku and was about to look away, but in the next moment his gaze suddenly locked onto Luya. Luya was also looking at Hit, his expression calm, showing no emotional fluctuations. However, Hit's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he could tell that Luya's strength might not be less than Goku's, it still gave him an unusual feeling. The seventh universe is quite interesting. Hey Luya. Goku suddenly spoke, but his gaze did not leave Hit. Luya looked at him. Goku also looked at him, smiling. Can I go first in the next match? Luya was taken aback, and Beerus and the others were also surprised. Goku, what are you planning? Krillin asked with some confusion. Goku looked at Hit and smiled. I want to have a match with Hit. What? Everyone was incredibly shocked. Not to mention whether he would get the chance. Vegeta's strength was so great that he should. Everyone thought about it. Beerus and Whis exchanged meaningful smiles. Goku, are you saying that Vegeta can't defeat him? Piccolo looked at Goku with a serious expression. Goku nodded. That guy is very dangerous. So dangerous that even I feel a bit tremble. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and Piccolo turned pale with fright. Is this what Goku said? The companions had always thought of Goku as invincible. Aside from gods of destruction, he had miraculously won against nearly all his opponents. However, they had never heard Goku say he trembled because of someone else's aura. Even as strong as Cellback, then he didn't qualify for this. Luya was not surprised. Instead, he hesitated for a moment, then said you might not be his opponent. Goku was taken aback, then laughed heartily. I think so too, but it would be a shame not to have a chance to spar with such a master. Everyone understood Goku, of course, knowing that his peculiar habits had kicked in. After a pause, Goku suddenly whispered to Luya, if I use that move, do I have a chance? Luya nodded yes, but Hit has a greater chance of winning. You haven't fully mastered that power yet, and if you can't hold on, the harm to your body will be significant. Goku nodded. I understand. For the next match, I'll take the lead. Luya. He didn't say much because he understood that he still couldn't break through Super Blue, so he couldn't challenge Hit right from the start. Even though he knew the other's tricks, his power couldn't keep up. Goku was different. He had Super Blue and his strength was already formidable. If combined with the Kaioken, there was a chance. At this moment in the arena, Vegeta successfully showed off, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. He looked at Gaby and said, this is the higher level of Super Saiyan Blue. As Gaby and Vegeta faced off, everyone's attention was captivated, unaware that a battered figure was slowly moving towards a certain direction. However, the observant Bardoss and Hit noticed it. Bardoss narrowed her eyes slightly, a cold glint passing through them. Hit, watching the scheming Frost, suddenly vanished. Damn Saiyan. Frost's face was pale, but it was twisted with hatred and ferocity. He had barely acquired the investment from Compa contingent on winning the match, but now he had lost, meaning that investment was gone. Unwilling to accept defeat, he planned to steal that funding while these guys were fighting. Soon Frost arrived at a hidden location. Before him lay a mound of jewels and money. Of course, there was also a cube. A greedy look crossed Frost's face. Heh. All of this is mine. That cube is mine. You better not touch it. Suddenly, a calm and indifferent voice came from behind Frost. He was startled and turned around in a panic. Are you Hit? Hit was seen with his hands in his pockets looking at him. Damn, no one can stop me. Frost suddenly roared in anger and charged at Hit. Hit calmly looked at him as if observing a dead man. At the same time, a white time cage suddenly spread from beneath. Swish. What a... Frost was horrified to find he couldn't move. Bang. In the next instant, amidst muffled sounds, everything suddenly fell silent. Frost trembled, disbelief etched on his face, for at that moment his body was riddled with wounds. Instantly, Frost lost consciousness and collapsed. As he fell, he had no idea what technique his opponent had used. Hit looked at Frost, his gaze calm. You should be grateful. I don't want to kill you right now. The assassin Hit. This was his identity in the sixth universe. The most powerful assassin of the sixth universe. The mightiest warrior. Glancing at the unconscious Frost, Hit picked him up and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in a corner, Bardoss witnessed all of this and smiled slightly. It seems I don't need to take action. After saying that, she also turned to leave. Watching Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan Blue, Gaby's expression was extremely serious. He had already felt the gap between them. However, Gaby took a fighting stance and said, "Let me see the power of Super Saiyan Blue." Vegeta smiled strangely, and in the next moment, he suddenly charged at Gaby. Gaby surged with energy, raising his power to the peak, and in the next instant, he launched an attack on Vegeta. But unfortunately, Vegeta's speed was far beyond his own. Gaby's punch reached out, but it did not hit Vegeta. Instead, he received a punch. Bang! Ugh! Gaby was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, reverting to his original state. With one punch, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and couldn't even withstand a blow from the blue form. Gaby fell to the ground, that punch stripping him of all combat capability. Vegeta's expression remained calm as he picked Gaby up and tossed him towards the audience of the 6th universe. Golden Bear caught him, and everyone wore expressions of shock. Damn, he lost just like that. The people of the 6th universe had hoped Gaby could at least fight with Vegeta after transforming, but unexpectedly, he was knocked down with a single punch. Is this the power of Super Saiyan Blue? The companions from the 7th universe cheered, for only one opponent remained. If they won, their 7th universe would triumph. Yet Goku and Rura had no expressions of joy, and neither did Beerus and Whis. Their gazes were fixed on the last fighter of the 6th universe, Hit, with profound meaning. In the arena, Vegeta looked at Hit, understanding that the ace of the 6th universe was now ready to make his move. "Come on, let me see what you're truly capable of." A sinister smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Before the referee could speak, Hit had already jumped down. For some reason, as Hit descended, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became serious. Even proud Vegeta showed a serious expression, for he could not sense Hit's energy. This was undoubtedly a terrifying thing. Vegeta looked at Hit and immediately took a fighting stance. Boom! The blue light enveloped his body, facing Hit in the strongest super blue state. Hit gazed at Vegeta transforming blue, his eyes showing some fluctuation, then said, "Come on." Saying this, he also took a stance, yet it was the most ordinary position with no flaws around him. So strong. Goku's expression was serious. Even Rura with her system had to admit that Hit was truly flawless at that moment. TCH. Playing tricks. Vegeta snorted coldly, and the next second, he charged at Hit. "Take this." Vegeta unleashed his speed to the utmost, throwing a punch at Hit. Swish. But in the next moment, his expression changed, for Hit had appeared beside him without him realizing. And his punch actually missed. What a... The members of the 7th universe all changed their expressions as they had not seen what had just happened. Hit did not give Vegeta a chance. With one punch, he sent Vegeta flying. What a... Vegeta felt pain, but more so disbelief. He never expected his attack to be resolved so easily. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Vegeta gritted his teeth, then once again surged with energy, charging out again. Just as he was about to reach Hit, he vanished and appeared behind him, delivering a knife hand strike. But strangely, Hit instantly reappeared next to Vegeta, once more punching him back. The crowd gasped. "Vegeta!" Bulma cried out anxiously. "Too fast. I can't even see his movements." Piccolo focused intently, yet still could not see Hit's attacks. Goku and Rura's expressions were serious and complex. Vegeta, having endured 2 punches, was really angry. He, the proud Prince Vegeta, bore the pride of the Saiyans. How could he have no power to resist at all? Thinking of this, he suddenly erupted with energy, his combat power soaring to another level. But Hit did not give him a chance. His figure kept flashing, and it wasn't long before he was in front of Vegeta. Vegeta's expression twisted, and the next moment, he was about to swing his fist at Hit. Under the powerful assault of Hit, Vegeta found himself utterly defenseless. Cold sweat dripped from everyone's brows, especially from the companions of Universe 7, for Super Saiyan Blue was the strongest form they had ever witnessed. Aside from the gods of destruction, no one had ever been able to defeat him. Who would have thought that even Super Saiyan Blue could not stand against Hit? Just how powerful is he? Goku asked Luya, "Can you see Hit's movements clearly?" Luya shook his head. "Not at the moment, but his attacks have transcended time." Goku exclaimed in confusion, clearly hearing this for the first time. Luya is right, Hit's power indeed transcends time. However, this is not his inherent strength, but rather a skill he has cultivated. To put it simply, he can predict his opponent's movements 0.1 seconds in advance, thus using time to shift into another parallel space, making Vegeta's attacks ineffective. Weiss suddenly explained. Beerus casually glanced at Luya, saying, "You seem to know quite a lot." Luya smiled slightly and replied, "I can only say that I am well versed in knowledge." Beerus. Luya, since you know about this skill of his, can you find a way to counter it? Goku asked. Luya pondered for a moment, then looked at Goku and said, "Hit's attack is called time skip, which means he can dodge into another space just before your attack reaches him. However, in reality, his body remains, but you cannot touch him while he is able to deliver a fatal blow in the next moment. If you want to counter it, you can only predict his prediction." Upon hearing this, Goku fell into silence. Weiss and Beerus exchanged a glance, both with serious expressions, as they realized that this guy named Luya seemed to be becoming increasingly mysterious. He even knows about time skip. Weiss, is it possible for someone like him to exist in our universe? Beerus asked, somewhat puzzled. Weiss shook his head. "I don't know, but it's basically unlikely. However, I also do not know his origins." Beerus fell silent, and then looked at Luya with narrowed eyes. Luya clearly felt Beerus' gaze, and his heart tightened. "Damn, it seems I still need to keep a low profile and not reveal too much." "Oh, I get it." Goku suddenly exclaimed joyfully. "What do you understand?" Luya asked him. Goku smiled confidently. Just wait and see my performance. Luya. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still struggling, keeping his distance from Hit. The latter's attacks were simply too bizarre, and even he could not see through them. It was as if Hit had always been right in front of him, and the figure in the distance was merely an afterimage. Strange. Even more bizarre was that Vegeta could not touch Hit's body. Just when it seemed he was about to land a hit, he ended up striking nothing, but air only to be countered brutally. How strange. What are you dazed about? Hit's voice rang out as he closed in on Vegeta, launching a punch. Vegeta attempted to defend himself, but was predictably hit in the stomach by Hit's punch. In pain, Vegeta forced himself to endure a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Now's my chance. Slap. Vegeta seized Hit's arm, and then threw a punch with his other hand. Boom. Ugh. Yet strangely, it was Vegeta who was punched. Vegeta's eyes widened as he could not see Hit. After taking 2 punches, the wind from the punches surged through Vegeta's body, spilling out behind him, and in the next moment, he lost his Super Saiyan Blue form. He was gravely injured and could no longer maintain Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta collapsed to the ground. The arena fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at this scene, utterly unable to believe the outcome. Vegeta lost. The others from Universe 7 found it hard to believe their mouths dry. Goku's expression turned serious. He truly hadn't expected this move from his opponent. Luya also slightly closed his eyes. He was not surprised by the outcome, but felt a bit regretful, as in terms of combat power, Hit was not that much stronger than Vegeta. It was just that Hit's time skip had caught Vegeta off guard. As a result, Vegeta was completely at a disadvantage. The fighter Vegeta from Universe 7 has fallen. The fighter Hit from Universe 6 is victorious. With the referee's announcement, this duel came to an end. Hit glanced at Vegeta and said, "You are the first person to withstand so many of my punches without dying." After saying that, he turned and left. Vegeta's expression was grim, but he was unable to stand up. Whoosh. Goku appeared next to Vegeta and took him back to the stands. Bulma hurriedly asked Krillin for a Senzu bean and fed it to Vegeta. After consuming the Senzu bean, Vegeta fully revived, but his expression was a bit gloomy, feeling quite impacted. Seeing this, Goku immediately said, "Alright, Vegeta, Hit really is formidable. Even I can't see his movements. That guy, I will definitely not lose to him," Vegeta coldly declared. Goku laughed heartily and then said, "Alright, I'll take the next match." "What?" Vegeta was taken aback and then looked at Goku saying, "Isn't Luya supposed to go next?" Luya. Goku laughed heartily. "I swapped with him. I also want to fight Hit." Vegeta scoffed, "Suit yourself." Goku waved to everyone saying, "Everyone him off." Goku, good luck. Krillin and the others cheered him on. Goku smiled slightly and then jumped down to the arena. On the other side, Hit also landed on the stage. The two exchanged serious glances from several meters apart. "Can Goku really do it?" Beerus asked with a complex expression. Weiss on the side chuckled lightly. "If Goku loses, we still have Luya and the universe's top fighter Manaka. Why is Lord Beerus so anxious?" Upon hearing this, Beerus' face stiffened, and then he awkwardly replied, "Actually, Manaka is not a martial artist, he is just a delivery man in the universe. I only said that to spur Goku's fighting spirit, you know that, Weiss." "Ho ho ho. It seems that Lord Beerus, you might be making a miscalculation. If Goku loses, there might be no one left in Universe 7 to stop Hit," Weiss said gleefully. "Damn it," Beerus said in annoyance. Piccolo, with his keen hearing, overheard their conversation and was immediately frightened, realizing that Goku had become their only hope in Universe 7. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Luya. Can this guy really do it? P.S. brothers, cherish these updating days. I am almost at my limit. Do you have anything to say to me? In the arena, Wukong did not attack immediately, nor did he transform into Super Saiyan Blue right away, but instead he stared intently at Hit. The two faced off, and the atmosphere became tense. Everyone watched anxiously and eagerly, wanting to see the spectacular duel between Wukong and Hit. Playing tricks, the Saiyans cannot defeat Hit at all. Our 6th universe will be the ultimate victor. Kappa couldn't help but mock. Shut your mouth. The outcome is not yet determined. Keep your eyes wide open, Beerus said in a deep voice. Although Kappa was displeased, he did not cause too much trouble. In the arena, Wukong's expression suddenly relaxed, and he looked at Hit smiling as he said, "Sorry, I was just looking for your weakness. So I didn't make a move." Hit was taken aback and then said, "You're quite honest." Wukong struck a battle pose and said, "Alright, now let's begin our match." "I can't wait any longer." Hit replied indifferently, "Can't wait to lose. You have decided you can't win against me." Wukong smiled slightly. "Who knows? Maybe I will find your weakness." Hit looked at him and said, "Let's talk, come on." With that, Hit assumed to stand still in the simplest and most ordinary posture. But Wukong squinted his eyes slightly, then he sighed. As expected, there really are no weaknesses. The referee, noticing the tense atmosphere between the two, quickly said, "Now that both contestants are ready, let's begin." As soon as the words fell, Wukong's expression hardened, and the next second, he charged forward, reaching Hit in the blink of an eye, launching a straight punch. Hit's expression remained unchanged, his figure dodging like a phantom, and in the next moment he appeared beside Wukong, delivering a punch of his own. Wukong noticed this, but he couldn't react in time. He was directly sent flying back by Hit's punch. Wukong, stumbling backward, clutched the spot where he was hit, exclaiming, "This pain, your power, I've never seen before." Hit looked at him indifferently and said, "Use your full strength, you cannot win against me." Wukong grinned and then charged forward again. He approached Hit, launching punches and kicks, but unsurprisingly they were all dodged by Hit. His power was truly terrifying. Moreover, utilizing his time skip, Wukong didn't even touch the hem of Hit's clothing before being struck by a heavy punch. This kind of power was simply unbelievable. Boom. Ugh. After taking several hits, Wukong was sent flying, about to fall off the stage, but suddenly he flipped in midair several times and landed successfully. Wukong looked at Hit and then smiled. Although it came at a cost, I've already seen through your moves. What? Hit was stunned, then slightly incredulous. He scoffed, son Wukong, your confidence is impressive, but I have no weaknesses. No, Hit. I've grasped your weakness. From now on I will be serious. Wukong said with a confident smile. TCH. Hit found it hard to believe his expression was no longer calm as it had been at the start. Is Wukong joking? How could there be a flaw in Hit's attacks? Damn, this Kakarot guy. Krillin also found it hard to believe. Vegeta was somewhat convinced. After all, Kakarot was his partner, and he knew him well. Wukong was not one to lie, or perhaps he really discovered something. Huh. At that moment, Wukong suddenly burst forth with energy, a powerful force erupting from within him as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. With a whoosh wrapped in blue light, Wukong looked at Hit and said, Hit, you're really strong, but I won't lose to anyone. Hit watched as Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his eyes now filled with caution. Undoubtedly, this form was extremely powerful. Even he might have some trepidation without using his time skip. Thinking of this, Hit assumed a stance and said, Humph. You say you found my weakness. Son Wukong, truth be told, I admire your courage. But my time skip has no weaknesses. Really? Wukong grinned and suddenly raised his energy, maximizing the power of his Super Saiyan Blue state. In the next moment, Wukong charged toward Hit. Hit's eyes narrowed, and at that moment he still executed his time skip, suddenly freezing for an instant as Wukong approached. What a... Hit found it hard to believe. He couldn't comprehend how Son Wukong had really blocked his time skip attack. How was this possible? What a... Hit found it hard to believe. He couldn't comprehend how Son Wukong had really blocked his time skip attack. How was this possible? Oh, he blocked it. Everyone was shocked. They never expected Wukong could truly withstand Hit's attack. How could this be possible? How could Kakarot perceive that kind of attack? Vegeta found it hard to accept. Time skip means the opponent can stop time for 0.1 seconds, and in that 0.1 seconds, a lock. It's not just that simple. The opponent can manipulate time and enter another parallel space with the time skip, which is why Vegeta cannot hit him, yet he mysteriously appears in another position. Luya explained slowly. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly looked at Whis, just like Mr. Whis can manipulate time using time reversal, while Hit's ability is to stop time probably around 0.1 seconds, but that 0.1 seconds allows experts to do a lot of things. Whis nodded in agreement. You're right, that's how it works, but I'm also surprised that besides me there are others who can manipulate time. It's quite hard to comprehend. Everyone suddenly realized, so that's how it is. But even knowing the principle of the opponent's skill, overcoming it is still very difficult. First, it requires sufficient strength, and then the ability to control one's body to achieve a harmonious mind and spirit. To react in an instant, predict the opponent's position in the next second, and Wukong is predicting Hit's intentions. Whis explained, This is too amazing. Krillin and the others looked at the arena with complex expressions. They never thought it could be operated this way. In the arena, Hit looked at Wukong with a shocked expression, saying, How can you? Wukong chuckled, I did it. In the next moment, Wukong threw a sweeping punch toward Hit. Unwilling to back down, Hit activated his time skip again, freezing space, and without hesitation, he aimed a punch at Wukong's stomach. Bang! But an unexpected scene unfolded as Wukong firmly grasped Hit's fist with one hand. In the next instant, Wukong delivered a whip-like kick. Thud! Hit was instantly kicked back. He looked at Wukong, his face full of seriousness. His time skip had truly been broken. Until now, Son Wukong was the first person to decipher his time skip. Wukong posed looking at Hit with a slight smile and said, Hit, without time skip your strength is not particularly formidable, so now I won't hold back. Hit gazed at Son Wukong, squinting his eyes slightly, and then he suddenly said, I must admit you have surprised me greatly. Being able to break my time skip shows your judgment ability is formidable, but to defeat me you are still far from it. Crack, crack, crack. Clenching his fist, Hit revealed an excited smile. I haven't experienced such a thrilling battle in a long time. Boom. In the next moment, he suddenly erupted with energy, and a powerful purple force burst forth, shocking. Wukong remained silent, but his expression gradually grew serious. Over the years, no one has been able to evade my assassination, nor has anyone been able to decipher my time skip. So during all this time, I have not chosen to advance further. And now you have made me realize that I can become even stronger. After Hit finished speaking, he suddenly vanished. Wukong's expression changed, and in the next moment, he shouted in anger, exploding with energy, and charged forward. Bang! Caught off guard, Wukong was suddenly hit by a punch. How is that possible? I got hit. Krillin and the others' expressions changed dramatically, their eyes filled with shock. Even Wukong couldn't decipher it. Hit's time skip has enhanced from controlling 0.1 seconds to 0.2, and he is continuously growing stronger. Luya said slowly, Is this guy a monster? How can he become stronger? So it's not that he is a monster, but he could have advanced further all along. He just felt it unnecessary, because he had never encountered an opponent he deemed worthy before. Luya said calmly. The others looked serious. Wukong won't lose, will he? Bulma said worriedly. Vegeta calmly watched the battle, then slowly closed his eyes. Kakarot must have some tricks left, so just watch. At that moment, Wukong staggered back, holding his stomach. That last punch had an enhanced power. You have gotten stronger. Wukong looked at Hit and said slowly. Hit looked back at him and said, you made me stronger, so I must thank you for you made me realize my own shortcomings. Suddenly Hit said, son Wukong, just now my time skip was already at 0. 2 seconds, and now it is 0. 5 seconds. After speaking, he suddenly vanished. Wukong was shocked as he could not see Hit's movements at all. Suddenly Wukong's eye, saying this, he fired a key blast to his left. Boom. The blast exploded, but Hit did not appear there. Instead, he was now in front of Wukong delivering a punch. Huh. Wukong reacted and suddenly exploded with energy, pushing Hit back. Seizing this opportunity, but just then his movements suddenly froze. Hit's fist swung out the next second. Boom. There was no doubt it struck true. The purple fist energy pierced through Wukong's body, just like when Vegeta was defeated before. This punch represented Hit's true strength. The power was so immense that even Wukong couldn't withstand it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thud. Wukong knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach, his body trembling slightly. Hit stood right in front of him, saying, although you can predict my actions, I who bear time skip and the enhanced version of it can predict your predictions. How many punches can you endure from me? Wukong gritted his teeth, his expression somewhat defiant, and suddenly exploded with energy again, charging forward with a punch aimed at Hit. Thud. But undoubtedly Hit easily dodged Wukong's attack with time skip, and at the same time with all his strength, he delivered a punch that sent Wukong spitting blood. Wukong could no longer withstand Hit's 2 heavy punches and fell forward. Wukong, Krillin, and the others' faces changed dramatically as they hurriedly shouted, is it over? On the 6th universe's side, Kampa looked at the fallen Wukong, laughing with delight. Beerus said with a smile, Hit is the #1 assassin of the 6th universe, and he can manipulate time just like an angel, though very few can defeat him. Although Son Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue is stronger than Hit, if he can't hit him, that strength is meaningless. Haha, my 6th universe has won for sure. Kampa suddenly looked at Beerus with a proud expression, his eyes full of provocation. Beerus couldn't hold back. Veins bulged on his forehead. Wukong cannot defeat Hit. He can predict Hit's attacks, but Hit can control 0.5 seconds of time, which is already quite long. So even if he predicts Hit's attacks, Hit can still make changes within that time. It's not possible to lose to the 6th universe like this, is it? Beerus couldn't accept it. Losing to the 6th universe meant not only handing over the Earth, but also losing face. If Kampa boasted about it later, wouldn't that be extremely frustrating? Let's see how it goes. If Wukong has other trump cards, he might be able to turn the tide. Wes said calmly. Kakarot has reached his limit. He cannot withstand Hit's attacks. Vegeta said in a deep voice. Not necessarily. Luya suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him. What do you mean? Vegeta said to Luya, his expression serious. Luya smiled slightly and said, Wukong's strength is far more than you imagine. He still has a hidden card. What a... Everyone was taken aback, then looked toward the arena with some anticipation. TCH, how do you know? Vegeta said somewhat unconvinced. He had trained with Kakarot for so long, yet had never seen him with any hidden card. Wait, could it be? Vegeta was startled, and then looked at the fallen Wukong, his eyes filled with disbelief. Observing the fallen Wukong, Hit refrained from striking again, and instead called for the referee. Hey, referee, how do we proceed now? The rules state that killing is not allowed, right? But if the opponent can't even concede, what should we say? Hit replied indifferently. The referee was also at a loss, glancing at the sprawled Son Wukong, and then at Hit. Are we going to declare a winner? Hit looked at Son Wukong, and then said, it's over. With that he turned to leave. Wait, at that moment a deep voice suddenly rang out. What a... Hit was startled, and quickly turned around. Not just him, everyone else also stiffened. Wukong slowly stood up, his body still trembling, but he was on his feet. Wukong chuckled, don't rush. I haven't lost yet. You guy? Hit looked at Son Wukong in disbelief. This was impossible. Even the Ultra Blue Vegeta fell down after receiving a full force punch from him. This guy took 2 punches from him, and still managed. What kind of monster is this? Wukong gasped for air, unable to deny that he truly felt the threat of death just now. The opponent's strength was terrifying. Moreover, not only that, but his movements also seemed to anticipate Wukong's own anticipations. What kind of talent was required to achieve all this? I can still fight. Wukong said tenaciously. Why? Is victory really that important to you? Hit looked at Wukong and said lightly. Of course not. Wukong shook his head and then looked at Hit. I just don't want to disappoint you. Oh. Hit looked puzzled. Wukong laughed. You must hope for someone to be your opponent, right? So I won't lose to you. Hit slowly closed his eyes and then opened them, looking at Wukong with indifference. You can hardly even stand. How can you fight? Wukong chuckled. I initially wanted to keep my abilities hidden, but now I have no choice. I'm not being stingy, but it's just that this technique was only recently mastered, and I'm not confident with it. Hit's eyes slightly narrowed. Everyone was somewhat shocked, wondering about Wukong's words, realizing he still had a card up his sleeve. How is that possible? Vegeta's face turned grim. Luya smiled slightly at this scene. Wukong steadied himself, took a deep breath, and then said, now it's time to get serious. Assuming a stance, Wukong unleashed his energy, immediately entering the full power state of Ultra Blue. With a loud shout, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Not only that, but a faint red glow also appeared on the surface of his blue aura. How can this be? That state. Could it be? Vegeta's face changed dramatically as he finally remembered. The Kaioken. Kakarot's trump card is actually the Kaioken. Ah! Wukong kept roaring, and his aura surged in that instant. And it seemed to be rising endlessly. Crack, crack, crack. Under the powerful aura, the protective barrier in the air shattered. Impossible. This kind of power has already surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. Could there be a state even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue? How is this possible? But what is this? The people from Universe 6 looked horrified at this scene. Kampa and the Angel Vados, both showing a wary expression at the same time. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Kampa's face as he vaguely sensed that something was off and suddenly shouted, "Hit." Now that he hasn't transformed yet, take him out. Hit's eyes revealed a glint of cold light as he looked at Sun Wukong preparing to strike. Quick, defeat him, Kampa urged again. Hit looked at Wukong but did not rush to attack. Instead, soon Hit lowered his hand that was ready to attack. Kampa saw this and instantly became furious. Hey, what are you doing? Do you dare to defy my orders? Hit ignored Kampa and looked at Sun Wukong, revealing a confident smile. Sun Wukong, you are indeed strong, but I will become even stronger than you. Ah! Sun Wukong's aura continued to surge, and the entire arena could not withstand his power, starting to crack and break apart. Suddenly Wukong stopped unleashing his energy, and the light around him vanished without a trace. Everyone was puzzled because they could no longer feel Wukong's aura. Hit also watched Wukong, but in the next second his pupils dilated. Huh! Wukong suddenly shouted. In the next moment, a super terrifying power erupted. The blue light was enveloped in red light. Kaioken. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The overwhelming power caused everyone to change their expressions drastically, including the god of destruction and the angel. Their faces became solemn at that moment. This power. So strong. Hit looked at Wukong, his expression serious. This is my trump card. Kaioken. It was taught to me by the Kai long ago, but considering the tremendous burden it puts on me, I have not used it all these years. However, after seeing Luya use it, I recalled it, and after 2 years of training finally mastered the Kaioken. But it's not easy to control. It requires synchronizing the energy and mind. Only with perfect mastery can it be used. I originally intended to use it against Lord Beerus, but now I have no choice but to unleash it. Wukong explained. What a... Beerus exclaimed, suddenly feeling a bit furious. Damn, this was meant to deal with him. This guy's been haha. Lord Beerus, are you afraid? Whis teased. Hearing this, Beerus feigned indifference and said, how could they? Although he is indeed very strong, thinking he could deal with me is still too naive. Luya looked at this scene and had to admit that using Kaioken in the state of Super Saiyan Blue greatly amplifies the power. Wukong's power in Super Saiyan Blue now reached 164 trillion, and after using Kaioken his power doubled to 328 trillion. Hit's power, on the other hand, was only 165 trillion. Wukong's power was slightly stronger than his. However, Hit's potential had yet to be unleashed. By the way, if Wukong has such a powerful technique, why is he only using it now? Beerus suddenly wondered. As Beerus spoke, those familiar with Goku wore strange expressions. I still remember the scene from our battle back then. In my eyes, he was merely a weakling, but it was because he unleashed the Kaioken that I was defeated. However, he must also pay a price, for while the Kaioken can easily double his power if sustained for too long, it would inflict unimaginable harm on his body. Moreover, as Kakarot grows stronger, the difficulty of utilizing the Kaioken also increases. He will not use it unless absolutely necessary. Everyone fell silent. You are right. Even now, although he can transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he still cannot maintain it for too long. Luya spoke up. I haven't asked you yet. Kakarot's recent ability is due to you, isn't it? Vegeta suddenly turned to Luya and asked. Luya did not deny it. It is me. TCH. Vegeta snorted coldly, clearly displeased that Kakarot had once again outpaced him. At this moment, Goku looked at Hit. He did not attack, but instead calmed his emotions, then revealed a joyful smile. Hit looked at him with a serious expression, though he did not want to admit it. Goku's current strength was above his. Wow, I can't believe I have perfectly mastered this power. Goku looked at Hit, and then smiled. Hit. Now I challenge. Hit's eyes narrowed as he assumed a combat stance. I am ready at any time. Goku laughed heartily, and immediately burst forth with energy, charging at Hit. Hit's eyes gleamed, and in an instant his entire being, and even the fabric of time itself, seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving the surroundings blank. In an instant, Hit looked at Goku, and the next moment he struck out with a punch. Crack. But the next second a shocking scene unfolded. The restraints that trapped Goku suddenly appeared with cracks, which began to expand. Hit sensed something was wrong, and his face turned horrified. How is this possible? Huh. A powerful force shattered Hit's time freeze, and in the next second Hit's punch was directly blocked by Goku. You? This is impossible. Hit still found it hard to believe that his time freeze had been broken through by Goku. The others were also astonished, their eyes reflecting deep shock. It seemed that Hit's invincible time freeze had been shattered just like that. Goku grinned. Your time freeze is already ineffective against me, because the place I stand far surpasses your time. Huh. With a burst of energy, Goku landed a punch squarely in Hit's abdomen. Ugh. For the first time, Hit felt a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of white, his body trembling in pain. Without hesitation, Goku followed up with an elbow strike, sending Hit flying. Hit staggered back repeatedly, and when he finally halted, he couldn't help but clutch the area where he had been hit. Power speed, everything has increased so much. How is this possible? Hit said incredulously. It's not over yet. This is the power of the Kaioken. Goku smiled softly, and in the next moment, he suddenly clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy. Ah! Boom. The blue and red lights expanded significantly, and Goku's energy erupted with a terrifying force. Goku's power has increased once again. Krillin and the others became excited. Such terrifying power, I never thought that this old guy's son Wukong could elevate his energy to this level. Piccolo couldn't help but be shocked. His face turned green in disbelief. Damn it, why does Kakarot always get ahead of me every time? Vegeta said somewhat unwillingly. Luya watched Goku erupting with energy, his eyes narrowing. Undoubtedly the effects of the Kaioken used by an ordinary Super Saiyan and that used by Super Saiyan Blue are vastly different. It was evident that the Kaioken in the Super Saiyan Blue state infused with divine energy was significantly more powerful, although it was just a tenfold increase. Thinking of this, Luya couldn't help but probe Goku's current strength. Good heavens, it directly shot past the range of 20 trillion, and it was still increasing. 45 trillion, 47 trillion, 50 trillion. Nima. Goku using the tenfold Kaioken actually reached an infinite combat power at the first tier of an angel. The most astonishing was Hit, for he was closest to Goku and could easily sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This was a terrifying power. Even he felt a sense of fear at that moment. His power is rapidly increasing. 3 times. 4 times. No. It's 10 times a tenfold Kaioken. Goku suddenly roared, and the terrifying power exploded. Boom. After Goku finished his burst of energy the next second, he suddenly charged at Hit. But in the next instant, feeling the sharp pain in his muscles, Wukong's expression gradually became serious. It seems that even the Super Saiyan Blue cannot maintain the tenfold Kaioken for long. As his strength increased, so did the power of the Kaioken, which placed an immense burden on his body. Thinking of this, Wukong looked down at the arena, his gaze sharpening. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a rumbling sound erupted, and a wave of purple energy swept away the dust on the arena, revealing Hit's form. Ah! At this moment, purple light gathered around Hit, and he kept unleashing his power, causing his combat strength to soar. What? That guy Hit actually has such great power hidden. Vegeta's face instantly turned pale upon seeing. He realized that Hit's energy had far surpassed that of the Super Saiyan Blue. For a moment, the companions of Universe 7 became anxious for Wukong. On the other side, Universe 6 was in a roller coaster of emotions. Initially, they thought they would lose, but after Hit entered the arena, they saw hope. However, Wukong's move caught them completely off guard, and now Hit was making efforts to catch up. Hit possesses tremendous potential within him, and he likely never unleashed it before, as he had few opponents to challenge him. But now he has encountered the anomaly that is Wukong, which has activated his combat instincts and revealed all his power. Bardoss said slowly. Kompa sneered him. Victory is definitely ours in Universe 6. Wukong's form cannot be maintained for long. Lord Kompa is right. Such a level of explosion cannot be sustained by oneself, and will naturally bring a significant burden to the body. Bardoss smiled. Kompa crossed his arms, displaying a proud smile, as if victory was already theirs. In the air, Wukong stared intently at Hit, who was erupting with energy, feeling that the opponent's aura was gradually catching. Unable to hide his shock, Wukong murmured, I didn't expect such strong opponents existed in other universes. Had I known, I should have let Lord Beerus take us to see them. This opponent who can make me feel a shiver, I must respond. Clenching his fists tightly, Wukong roared, erupting with energy, once more elevating his aura to its peak, the red light dazzling. Has Wukong lost his mind? Why is he raising his energy? His power is clearly stronger than Hit's. Krillin, Kakarot's condition will worsen as his power increases, so he must finish the battle as quickly as possible. Under this premise, Kakarot's strength must far exceed Hit's. Vegeta said solemnly. Rhea looked at Hit in the arena, his lips twitching slightly. At this moment, Hit's energy had completed its eruption, and under Hit's assessment, it actually reached hundreds of trillions. It had increased nearly several times. Is this a monster? How can such powerful energy exist within him? However, although Hit's combat strength had not yet reached Wukong's level, it should be noted that Wukong's body, even with a combat strength exceeding 100 trillion, could not exert its full strength. At this moment, Hit was enveloped in a purple light, his aura stronger than ever before. He slowly raised his head to look at Wukong, and said, I must thank you, son Goku, for thanks to your help, my inner potential has finally been fully unleashed. Wukong looked at Hit and smiled slightly. Very well then, let us begin again. Hit's gaze sharpened, and he immediately assumed a fighting stance, still showing no flaws, but from his posture it was clear that Hit was taking this seriously. Then Hit suddenly vanished. In the next moment, the space where Wukong stood turned completely white. Everything froze. Wukong gritted his teeth, then suddenly erupted with energy, breaking through Hit's flash. In the next second, he raised his arm to block. Boom. A heavy punch struck his arm, but fortunately, it was blocked by Wukong. Wukong roared in anger and threw a punch. Smack. But unexpectedly, Hit caught his fist. Hit looked at Wukong and said slowly, as my power fully erupts, my flash has also broken the 1-second limit, so don't think you can surpass me. Wukong suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, oh really? Huh. Boom. Ugh. Hit was struck hard, bent into a shrimp shape by Wukong's knee, and with another heavy punch from Wukong, Hit was sent crashing to the ground. Hit fell awkwardly, and the next moment, he suddenly erupted with energy, then activated his flash again, appearing in front of Wukong. but Wukong directly broke through Hit's flash. While he couldn't completely crush Hit, he was still able to suppress him. Bang! Suddenly, in a gap, Hit punched towards Wukong, who could only cross his hands to block, and instantly fell onto the arena. Swish! Hit reappeared standing right in front of Wukong. Little did he know Wukong suddenly roared in anger, and the powerful aura directly pushed Hit back, his energy rising once again. Whoosh! After pushing Hit back, Wukong did not hesitate, and directly used the prince's fighting style, continuously unleashing energy blasts towards Hit. Under the powerful and dense barrage, Hit was pushed back continuously, and couldn't dodge in midair. However, suddenly, while continuously unleashing energy blasts, Wukong's face became grim and his muscles began to contract. Even transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he could not sustain the tenfold Kaioken for long. Finish the battle quickly. Wukong's expression tightened, and in the next moment, he suddenly withdrew his hands, then brought them together at his waist. Came. Hey. Huh. Hit sensed the impending danger, and suddenly his expression became serious. Then he roared angrily, directly elevating his power to its peak. Whoosh. Extending his palm towards Wukong, a powerful purple energy began to coalesce in the palm of Hit. Whis. In the audience, Beerus suddenly called out. Yes. Whis understood, and in the next moment he was already above the arena. At the same time, Bardos also appeared beside him. The two angels exchanged glances and nodded, then both activated their staffs instantly, creating a barrier that enveloped the arena and both Wukong and Hit. At this moment, Wukong suddenly roared, wave, boom, an incredibly terrifying energy blast surged. The terrifying energy wave shone brilliantly, tearing through space as it surged towards Hit. At this moment, Hit felt the immense power of Wukong's technique, and his expression shifted. He roared in anger, and suddenly a purple energy wave shot out from his palm. The two energy waves collided with a thunderous roar. Ah! Ah! Both Wukong and Hit unleashed their strongest powers, for they understood that only through this could they withstand each other's assault. However, it was evident that Wukong was the superior one. That massive energy wave gradually dissolved Hit's attack, pressing closer to him. Hit realized the danger and quickly activated his instant transmission, vanishing in an instant. I've been waiting for you. Wukong roared, immediately executing instant transmission, appearing right before Hit in an instant. Huh! With a fierce shout, the Kamehameha directly struck Hit. Hit desperately defended himself, but he was too hasty, completely underestimating his opponent's power. With Hit's final resistance, the enormous explosion finally erupted in midair. A blinding light engulfed the entire area, dazzling the spectators, who instinctively shielded their eyes. What incredible power! I never expected that old sun could rise to such heights. Piccolo couldn't hide his astonishment. He had started alongside Wukong, yet his rival kept surpassing him time and in fact, apart from Vegeta, the perennial second, who felt frustrated, he was also quite upset, because before these Saiyans arrived on Earth, he was Wukong's strongest opponent. But since encountering the Saiyans, he realized he had lost any chance of standing out. Ever since the android incident, he no longer chased after these Saiyans, having the self-awareness that he could not compete with these freakish Saiyans. Of course, Vegeta was different. He yearned to surpass Wukong time and again. But now his rival had surpassed him by such a margin, leaving him feeling incredibly frustrated. Truly a martial arts genius, Wukong's strength is quite remarkable. Lord Beerus, wouldn't you agree? Whis chuckled. Beerus' lips twitched slightly. It is indeed impressive, but this kid thinks he can use that move against me, which is a bit Whis merely chuckled without responding. At this moment, the smoke in the arena dissipated, but Wukong and Hit were nowhere. Huh? Where did contestants Wukong and Hit go? The referee exclaimed in surprise. Over there, someone shouted, and everyone turned to look in a particular direction. There at the top of the mirror image of Kampa and Beerus stood two figures. It was Wukong and Hit. Seeing that neither had fallen, the crowd gasped in disbelief. They never expected Hit to evade Wukong's decisive. Wukong stared at Hit seriously. How could you possibly dodge my Kamehameha? Hit smiled mysteriously, saying, thanks to you, I managed to elevate myself again at a critical moment, allowing me to evade your attack. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, his eyes revealing depth. Wukong gritted his teeth slightly. His body was already beyond its limits, and that last move had drained too much of his energy and stamina. He was now suffering from intense muscle soreness. He could even faintly see his muscles twitching. Meanwhile, the sharp-eyed Kampa noticed this and excitedly shouted, hey, what a great opportunity. Son Goku can't hold on much longer. Hit, finish him off quickly. The members of Universe 7 all wore serious expressions. Hit looked at Wukong, who despite struggling maintained the Kaioken and a defiant smile. Suddenly Hit smiled, as well. Son Goku, I must say, I really admire you. After all these years, I have never encountered anyone like you. Wukong smiled slightly. Likewise, this is the first time I've met someone as powerful as you, aside from Lord Beerus. The two exchanged glances, smiling, sharing a mutual respect. In the next instant, both erupted with energy, one red and one purple, exuding an incredibly powerful force. They struck poses, preparing to continue their decisive battle. Suddenly, Wukong's muscles began to twitch violently, unable to endure the pain. Beads of sweat streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth to hold on. This is bad. Wukong is about to reach his limit. The old Kaishin suddenly changed his expression. Go for it, Wukong. Krillin cheered. The other companions also encouraged Wukong. Beerus squinted his eyes, watching the scene without saying a word. Just like that. Hit. Don't get entangled with Son Goku. Delay him. He will naturally reach his breaking point. Kappa suddenly exclaimed excitedly. As soon as he said this, he drew numerous displeased looks even from the contestants of Universe 6, who were somewhat unhappy. Gabba stood up directly, saying to Kappa, Lord Kappa, please do not interfere with them. Respect the fairness of the martial arts practitioners. Shut up. Kappa could not tolerate a mere kid defying him. He angrily glared at Gabba's kid. Don't meddle in my affairs. You should know that you are merely my pawns. Who cares about your lives? As he spoke, Kappa reached out his hand, pressing it in front of Gabba's. Say another word, and I will obliterate you on the spot. Gabba's face turned pale as he stepped back repeatedly. At this moment, two sharp gazes shot over, carrying it. Kappa was startled, instinctively taking a step back. When he saw it was Wukong and Hit's gazes, he became furious again. How could he be so timid, being intimidated by two mortals? Yet Wukong and Hit ignored Kappa and locked eyes with each other. Let's continue. Wukong took a deep breath, forcing himself to endure the burden of the Kaioken, smiling. Hit nodded, then flashed to Wukong's side. Wukong did not strike. The two exchanged a glance, then smiled simultaneously, gently bumping fists. This was true camaraderie through martial arts. Hit stepped back, then assumed a new battle stance. In the next moment, he took the initiative, using instant transmission to appear before Wukong. So fast. Wukong was unable to react this time, and was directly pummeled by Hit. He cried out in pain. How is that possible? Krillin and the others could hardly believe it. Ryu said solemnly, Wukong's physical ability can no longer maintain the peak tenfold Kaioken. He can't keep up with Hit's instant transmission. The faces of everyone turned somewhat grim. Bang. Oh. Goku was struck by Hit's punches, each one landing with force, causing him to lose consciousness and plummet from the air. Hit's face changed dramatically. It's over. Oh dear. Whis also shook his head in regret. Goku. Krillin and the others stood up, their expressions filled with worry. Are they really going to lose? Has Goku truly been defeated? That's great. On the other side, Kappa was ecstatic, nearly applauding. Hit remained silent, watching Goku slowly descend, then closed his eyes, lost in thought. It's over. Just when everyone thought the match had ended, Goku suddenly opened his eyes wide, and in that instant a powerful mental pillar erupted, causing him to explode with energy. Oh! With Goku's roar, his energy peaked in an instant. The next moment, he charged directly towards Hit. Impossible. Hit's expression changed instantly. Caught completely off guard, he was hit multiple times by Goku, and flew out, embedding himself into the wall. What? Kappa and the others stood up in disbelief. Who would have thought Goku could retaliate at this moment? And with such... After the barrage, Goku suddenly relaxed, collapsing onto the ring, gasping for breath. Hit, embedded in the wall, struggled to pull himself out, also panting as he looked at Son Goku. Goku gritted his teeth, managing to stand up, then took a deep breath and looked at Hit. Hit, you must have some ultimate move left. Moi. Hit was taken aback, then replied, what makes you think that? Goku laughed heartily, saying, I sensed you were holding back during our fight. You must be cautious about something. Hit looked at Goku, then after a moment of silence said, I am an assassin and my duty is to kill. So to avoid killing you, I try not to use lethal moves. Goku nodded, I understand. He suddenly turned to Kappa and said, Hey, Lord Kappa, I request to revoke the match's rules. What? Goku's action left everyone puzzled. Hit froze, then stared deeply at Goku without speaking. Kappa was somewhat surprised. Oh, what rules do you want to revoke? Goku smiled slightly. I want to revoke the rule of, if not for that, Hit wouldn't be able to exert his full strength. Kappa was stunned. What kind of operation is this? The opponent actually dared to say such a thing. Everyone was dumbfounded, not expecting Goku to be so reckless. Has Goku taken the wrong medicine? Krillin said with some sweat. The others were puzzled. Why, oi? Hit looked at Goku. Aren't you afraid of death? Goku smiled and explained, of course I fear such things, but I can't let you feel regret. You should also put forth your best effort in this battle, right? Hit looked at Goku, and after a long silence he smiled. Son Goku, you truly are an interesting person. Goku chuckled. Haha, good. Since you want to seek death, I will comply. Let's revoke the match rules. Kappa said excitedly. Hey, I don't agree. Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Kappa, gritting his teeth. Why don't you? That's what your Universe 7 requested. Kappa glared angrily at Beerus. Disagreeing means disagree. Beerus snorted coldly. Flah. The two gods of destruction were about to come to blows over the match. Watching the two gods in the air, Hit sighed. Such powerful gods indeed, we are just mere ants in their eyes. Goku smiled and said, I don't think so. Although I can't defeat them now, I will definitely reach that level in the future. Hit was taken aback, then smiled slightly indeed. Goku chuckled and began to walk towards the edge of the ring. Everyone looked at Goku's actions in confusion, not knowing what he was about to do. At that moment, Goku jumped down from the ring. At that moment, everyone was petrified. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? Beerus, realizing what was happening, immediately shouted angrily. Goku smiled and said, I concede. I can't win against Hit, he is just too strong. At the same time, Goku softly said, I am not a pawn. Nanny. Beerus' face turned purple with anger. Beerus, now you know how powerful my Universe 6 is, right? Kappa laughed proudly, not forgetting to add insult to injury. Beerus snorted and then returned to his seat. Suddenly Goku retracted the Kaioken and Super Saiyan blue forms, and in an instant his muscles spasmed, and immense pain caused him to fall backward. Goku, Shishi and the others rushed down, and Krillin fed Goku a Senzu. Goku finally felt much better, letting out a sigh of relief. I survived. Hit walked to the edge of the ring and looked at Son Goku. Goku chuckled. My body has long reached its limit. If I don't quickly cancel the Kaioken, it could end badly. Hit frowned. Is it really that way? Goku chuckled. Of course, I also want to show them with my actions that we are not pawns. Hit was taken aback and his expression became somewhat complex. Goku stood up and looked at Hit, his fist slightly clenched. Hit, you are very strong. You are even stronger than me, so if there's a chance, please compete with me again. Hit looked at Goku and then smiled. Son Goku, to be honest, among the people I have met, you are the strongest, so I look forward to our next match. Goku was finally satisfied. Good. He turned to Krillin and the others. Let's go. After saying this, the group returned to Lord Beerus. I apologize for losing the match. Goku still showed some tact. Although Beerus was a bit angry, he waved his hand. Forget it. It's not your fault. Goku sighed. Hit is really impressive. Next time we fight, I must surpass him. Kakarot, before that I will Vegeta suddenly said in a deep voice. Haha, then let's work hard together. Goku laughed heartily. Oomph. Vegeta arrogantly turned his head, ignoring him. The atmosphere was no longer tense, and everyone's expression softened. By the way, since Hit is so strong, only Monaka should be able to defeat him, right? Goku suddenly said. Upon hearing this, everyone changed their expressions and Beerus broke out in a cold sweat, feeling somewhat anxious. Goku looked at Ryuya and smiled. The next match is yours against Hit. Hey, be careful, that guy is not simple. Ryuya smiled. Don't worry. Beerus suddenly said urgently. Hey, Ryuya, you must take care of Hit for me. Otherwise the consequences will be severe. Did you hear that? Ryuya glanced at Beerus, then inexplicably looked at Monaka, saying somewhat helplessly, I'll do my best. Beerus, do your best. If you lose, it will be the end of it. It was Luya's turn to step onto the stage. Sun Wukong glanced at Luya, then frowned in mild consternation. Luya stands little chance against Hit. After his battle with you, Hit's reserves are severely depleted. So perhaps there remains a sliver of opportunity. Beerus remarked. Sun Wukong blinked in surprise, then arched a brow and turned toward Krillin. Krillin, do you still have any sense of beans? At those words, Krillin and the others paled instantly. Hey, what on earth are you planning? Piccolo blanched his face, turning ashen green. Surely he isn't thinking of feeding a senzu bean to Hit. The others shared the same dread. Memories of their desperate clash with Cell surged unbidden. But Gohan had nearly choked on his own breath back then. Had he not transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in time, every Z fighter present might have perished on that battlefield. Could he possibly be contemplating the same reckless gambit again? Beerus sensed the undercurrent at once. He fixed Sun Wukong with a sharp, icy stare. Hey, you're not seriously considering giving Hit a senzu bean, are you? He knew full well Sun Wukong's impulsive nature made such a notion entirely plausible. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. Well, he's exhausted from our fight, and besides, we still have Monaka as our hidden ace, don't we? At that, Beerus panicked utterly and slammed a fist squarely onto Sun Wukong's head. Bakayaro, how could you even entertain such a thought? The others' lips twitched faintly. Most were already privy to Monaka's true nature. Only Sun Wukong remained blissfully unaware, still convinced Monaka was a peerless warrior. Wincing, Sun Wukong clutched his head and protested, Lord Beerus, why strike me? Beerus clenched his fist, seething. I'll ask you plainly, do you intend for Luya to lose this match so Monaka can make his grand entrance? Exactly. That's precisely what I had in mind. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Beerus fell silent, speechless. Sun Wukong, this is no jest, came the stern rebuke. Whis interjected, suddenly exasperated even by his own master's antics. Why provoke chaos when none is needed? And never before had he seen Lord Beerus so flustered. Sun Wukong turned to Whis. After a moment's pause, Whis replied, Monaka is currently unable to act, and this match is no trivial affair. Should we lose, the consequences will be grave. Huh, why can't he act? Sun Wukong asked, then pivoted toward Monaka, only for Beerus to intercept him sharp. What do you think you're doing? Sun Wukong tilted his head, puzzled. Just want to speak with Monaka. Beerus answered flatly, no. Monaka must not be approached, not now. Why not? Wait, why hasn't he moved at all since the start? Sun Wukong sidestepped Beerus, eyes locking onto Monaka. He's been unconscious ever since witnessing the Kamehameha wave, Whis murmured softly. Beerus flinched, then snapped urgently. I said no, and that means no. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. Something felt deeply amiss, yet he couldn't quite name it. As exposure loomed, a flash of inspiration struck Beerus. Calmly he declared, Monaka is undergoing spiritual unification. Any disturbance now would carry catastrophic consequences. An entire planet was once obliterated due to Monaka's disruption. Sun Wukong recoiled. Really? Wow. A single misstep, and an entire world erased. Truly a supreme warrior. Seizing the moment, Beerus added, thus he cannot act now. Interference would jeopardize him gravely. Do you understand? He requires time. Sun Wukong reluctantly abandoned the idea and returned obediently to Vegeta's side. Beerus exhaled relief, washing over him. Lord Beerus, you seem rather flustered, Whis teased. Beerus bristled. You'd best watch your tongue, Whis. That was perilously close to exposure. Whis smiled faintly. Never imagined the god of destruction himself would resort to deception. Beerus flushed, but retorted stubbornly, if it strengthens Sun Wukong, my sacrifice is inconsequential. Hey, the match is about to begin. Piccolo called out. All eyes turned to the arena. There Luya faced Hit, his expression grave. Though Hit's power was halved, his remaining strength remained formidable. Hit regarded Luya in silence, his features placid, unreadable. Then, Luya reached into his pouch, withdrew a senzu bean, and tossed it to Hit. The spectators froze in stunned silence. Beerus and the others blanched. How dare he act so recklessly? Beerus snarled, his face contorting with fury. What on earth does Luya intend? Krillin and the others murmured baffled. Fool. Piccolo and Vegeta both scowled in disapproval. Ha ha. Luya's got my old spirit, bold and unorthodox. Sun Wukong laughed, surprised yet exhilarated. Perhaps after all he'd still witness Monaka's legendary power. What is this? Hit asked, holding the bean aloft. Luya smiled. A Sinza bean. It restores vitality, instantly returning you to peak condition. Why offer it to me? Restored, I may well ensure your 7th universe's defeat. Luya smiled faintly. Not necessarily. I trust my own strength, and I'm no petty schemer. You fight at less than half your capacity. Oh, I wish only to test myself against your true, unbroken might. Ha ha ha. A fool indeed. Does he truly hand us victory on a silver platter? Kampa roared with triumph, glancing sidelong at Beerus. Hey Beerus, your Earth is mine to claim. Damn it. Beerus fumed inwardly, his face purpling with rage. His gaze locked onto Luya, cold and placable. Listen well, if you fail I shall erase you. Luya met his stare, then grinned. I'll do my utmost. Hit studied him, then offered a faint knowing smile. You remind me of Son Goku. Unpredictable, yet compelling. Still, I won't hold back. Luya's grin turned enigmatic. Then prepare yourself. Boom. Within 2 seconds, Hit stood restored, radiating the full terrifying force of his prime. He fixed Luya with a piercing look. You're a Saiyan, aren't you? Then show me your power, or you'll stand no chance against me. Luya's laugh rang out, sharp, confident, and edged with mystery. With pleasure, Hit cast one last glance toward Sun Wukong in the stands, then swallowed the Sinza bean without hesitation. Huh. Without a moment's hesitation, Luya transformed into a Super Saiyan. He then unleashed his energy once more, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, his battle power had reached an astonishing 50 trillion. With the natural enhancement after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Luya's battle power surged rapidly. Luya looked at Hit and said, I can still transform into Super Saiyan 3, but that form is extremely exhausting, so I will fight you in this form as a base. Hit shook his head. Not enough. He had awakened his potential, and in a state of full power his battle power approached 100, so even without dodging he could easily handle the opponent. Luya smiled slightly. Of course I know it's not enough, so. Ah. With those words, Luya exploded with energy, and at the same time his strength continued to surge. His battle power kept skyrocketing. This posture. Could it be? Hit's expression changed when he saw Luya's stance. Luya is using the King's Kaioken. Everyone from Universe 7 was astonished. How is this possible? His Kaioken is even stronger than Kakarot's. Vegeta's expression changed instantly. Is he really going to become the 3rd strongest after 1,000 years? Oh, this is interesting. Beerus, who was initially somewhat angry, was now surprised, and his anger diminished significantly. Haha, Luya's Kaioken is indeed stronger than mine, and he can withstand a much higher multiplier. This compensates for his inability to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku smiled slightly. He had trained with Luya in the hyperbolic time chamber, so he understood Luya's capabilities. How can that be? He can do it too. At this moment, Kampa and Beerus were both unsettled. Aside from Son Goku, there was actually someone else who could transform into this form. As Luya unleashed his energy, Hit gradually became serious, but he did not interrupt Luya's energy buildup as a way to repay the favor for the Sinza beans. At this moment, Hit suddenly unleashed his energy, and the purple light danced like an angry dragon, his aura skyrocketing in an instant. Ah! The golden light surrounding Luya was now clad in a red hue, just like Goku's. His power was trending towards tens of billions. 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. The energy fields of the two directly caused the recently restored barrier to crack and shatter. Helpless Whis and Beerus could only use their divine power again to reinforce the barrier. Luya's energy is not in any way weaker than Goku's. Krillin said, somewhat sweating. At this moment, Goku was also feeling serious. I can control the tenfold Kaioken quite well, but Luya is even stronger than me, and he is unable to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, indicating that he has mastered the Kaioken to perfection. But what confuses me is that the Kaioken consumes a lot of stamina, so why is this not apparent in him? In the hyperbolic time chamber, he and Luya had practiced Kaioken against each other, but the stamina consumed by Luya was much less than his. And this was while he maintained Super Saiyan Blue. This aspect puzzled him as well. Looking at this stance, there seems to be hope. Whis smiled slightly and said, Beerus snorted arrogantly. Suddenly Luya shouted, 18 times, boom. Instantly his energy surged. 100 trillion. Luya's power had reached 100 trillion. He was on par with Goku using the tenfold Kaioken in Super Blue state. In the hyperbolic time chamber, he had barely mastered the 18-fold Kaioken. Of course, his perfect capacity was 15-fold, and 18-fold was somewhat strenuous, but it was the only way to fight Hit. Boom. At this moment, Hit also completed his energy surge, reaching over 90 trillion battle power. However, he was still somewhat weaker than Luya. Hit looked at Luya and asked curiously why. From what I saw earlier with Son Goku, using Kaioken, this technique should consume a lot of stamina. How can you unleash greater strength than Son Goku without being a Super Saiyan Blue? Luya smiled slightly. You must have heard that practice makes perfect. Hit fell silent. Luya's Kaioken, due to the system enhancement, had a lower burden on his body. Of course, it wasn't without some load. The more he used it, and the higher the multiplier the harder it became for his body to endure. However, he was in a better situation than Goku, as it was due to the enhancement. Using 18-fold Kaioken in Super Saiyan 2 form, he should be able to hold on for a few minutes. However, the burden was still significant, although it wouldn't lead to the after effects Goku experienced. Thinking of this, he looked at Hit. Let me experience the power of your flash time. Hit struck a pose and said, your battle power may be stronger than mine, but in my flash time you cannot be my opponent. Luya chuckled, who knows? Hit smiled slightly. Interesting, I didn't expect there would be someone like you in Universe 7 apart from Son Goku. Saiyans are truly extraordinary individuals. Luya laughed. Alright, let's fight. Hit put away his smile, and his gaze sharpened. The next moment a white field began to spread around him. Time prison. Luya roared angrily, suddenly bursting with energy, and in the next moment, he struck out his fists like afterimages, continuously swinging in front of him. To everyone's shock, with each punch he threw, a collision occurred. That was Hit already attacking him, but it was all blocked by Luya. System. Activate the strongest Saiyan talent. Luya thought silently. Ding. Activating the strongest Saiyan talent. This was a great learning opportunity for Luya. Through the strongest Saiyan talent, he could track the opponent's movements and continuously break through himself through battle. Suddenly Luya's pupils contracted, and in the next moment his stomach was hit by a punch. In that instant, flash time disappeared, and Hit appeared right in front of Luya. How is this possible? Beerus stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Oh no. Goku and the others' expressions changed, filled with concern. Very good. That's how you hit. Kampa exclaimed excitedly. Hit approached Luya and said calmly, my flash time is not that simple. After battling Son Goku, I broke the 1-second limit. So you can't win against me. Is that so? Suddenly Luya raised his head slightly to look at Hit. What a... Hit was taken aback, and in the next second before he could react, Luya delivered a punch to his face, sending him reeling backward. Reverse moment. P.S. Haha, isn't this unexpected? Some said they were looking forward to the appearance of Super Saiyan 4, but it's not necessary yet, it's just not that time. The setting of Super Saiyan 4 has been raised significantly, so it will make an appearance later on. Please stay tuned. Hit was pushed back. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Luya actually managed to withstand Hit's punch. Wukong's eyes brightened with surprise. Vegeta was also astonished, as both he and Kakarot had personally felt the force of Hit's punches, and without a doubt, they could not withstand Hit's attacks. Especially Vegeta, who was knocked down by a full-force punch from Hit. Yet Luya was able to endure such immense pain and counterattack, which greatly shocked them. In the arena, Hit wiped the injuries from his face and looked at Luya. You actually thought of this strategy. Luya smirked. It's my first time fighting you, and I had no choice but to lure you in closer, otherwise I wouldn't have any opportunity. However, the price is a bit high. Holding his stomach, Luya could also feel the scorching pain. He finally understood why Wukong and Vegeta had been defeated by Hit's punches. If it were a weaker opponent, being taken down by a single punch would be nothing surprising. However, because he faced Hit, he gradually grasped Hit's attack patterns. If you can predict Wukong's predictions, then, while you predict my predictions, I will once again predict your predictions. This way I can break through your time skip. Luya said confidently. Hit smiled slightly. Easier said than done. I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. I can do it. As long as I have the strongest talent, I will continue to grow stronger. I will definitely win against you. Luya shouted angrily, and in the next moment he exploded with energy, showcasing the King Kai fist to its fullest. Whoosh. In the next instant, Luya appeared directly behind Hit and threw a punch. Hit reacted and immediately activated time skip. In an instant, a white time cage enveloped the entire arena. Luya's attack froze at that moment. But just as Hit was about to strike, Luya suddenly moved. How is this possible? Hit's expression changed as his punch was caught by Luya. Bang. Luya showed no mercy, delivering a full-powered punch straight to Hit's stomach. In an instant, an invisible force passed through Hit's body. Ugh. Hit immediately spat out. The time cage could not be maintained, and time skip was broken. Hit. Kampa was shocked, standing up with his face drenched in cold sweat. It worked. Wukong, Beerus, and the others were all overjoyed. That guy broke through Hit's time skip. How impressive. Krillin said, drenched in cold sweat. Although Wukong also broke through Hit's time skip when he transformed into the King Kai fist, that Hit was no comparison to Bang. Hit knelt down, gasping for breath, trying to alleviate the pain. He was used to delivering blows to others, but now he was the one who received such a punch. Was his time skip really broken? Impossible. He had controlled time to the level of a second. How could the opponent break through? Luya looked at Hit and said, I predicted your prediction of my prediction. Time skip has gradually become ineffective against me. Hit gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. Why? Why am I unable to withstand just one punch from you? Luya replied calmly, your direct combat strength is actually not that impressive. The main reason you are so formidable is your time skip, but I having unleashed the 18-fold King Kai fist hold the power over you. Bastard. Hit gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, once again activating time skip. In the next instant, he unleashed countless punches at Luya. Luya quickly dodged. Although the opponent's speed exceeded time itself, he had grasped a hint of the opponent's attack trajectory, and coupled with his own advantage, dodging was still possible. Huh. Luya shouted angrily and counterattacked with a powerful punch, which directly neutralized Hit's punch, crossing over time to cancel out his strength. I told you I can predict your predictions. Luya shouted angrily, followed by a side kick. Hit hurriedly raised his arm. Bang. In the next second his figure was sent flying backward repeatedly. Luya gained the upper hand. Hit looked at Luya and said, "Son, Goku couldn't maintain this form for long after transforming into blue. Why are you still fine?" He noticed that Luya was perfectly controlling this state without any backlash. Luya smiled slightly, "Because I am." If Wukong could also ignore the burdens of the King Kai fist, he might have lost to him. But thinking from Luya's perspective, he could still endure the burdens of the King Kai fist, so his chances of winning were high. Hit looked at Luya and assumed a fighting stance. "I underestimated you, but from now on I will fight with all my might." Luya also took a stance, "Bring it on." He had adapted to Hit's time skip. It must be said that the talents of the strongest Saiyan are truly extraordinary. No wonder Broly, who possesses this talent, can crush Wukong and the others. He was ready to rise to greatness. Boom. With a burst of energy, Luya took the initiative to attack, instantly arriving in front of Hit. The enhancement brought by the King Kai fist was not trivial. That speed had already surpassed time. Hit's expression darkened, and the next moment, he vanished, dodging Luya's attack and using time skip on himself, but he couldn't attack Luya within that 1 second gap as the opponent had no openings. So he could only dodge. "Where do you think you're going?" Luya shouted angrily, directly kicking off the ground and charging at Hit, landing a punch squarely on his face. Hit cried out in pain and staggered back, while Wukong had already flashed in front of him, unleashing a barrage of heavy punches like raindrops hitting Hit. The force splashed out, terrifyingly powerful. As Hit was completely suppressed, Compa panicked and hurriedly said, "Counterattack. Counterattack now. Hit, you cannot lose." Others watched the scene and sighed. "I never expected the Saiyans could grow to such a level. The Saiyans of the 7th universe are truly terrifying." Gaby said sincerely, then suddenly remembered something and murmured, "If she could come, it would surely be very exciting." Very well. The situation is tilting in Luya's favor. Beerus, who was previously worried, was now excited. This kid's performance was well passable. Looking at Compa's Sunto, pale-faced Beerus felt a wave of relief. "Impossible. Besides Kakarot, there's actually someone who has surpassed me by so much. I won't accept this." Vegeta's expression was somewhat grim. Of course, this was his inner thought. Kakarot surpassing him would also infuriate him. To his surprise, now there was another one. And he was also a Saiyan. His title of the 3rd strongest after 100 years was. Luya rhythmically struck Hit with rapid blows, putting him under pressure. Although Hit possessed the ability to move in flashes, he found himself in a bind, forced to block Luya's attacks with his arms. Suddenly Luya's expression hardened, and he kicked out, sending Hit staggering backward. As Hit was pushed back, Luya unleashed his Prince's battle technique, bombarding Hit with countless energy blasts. Hit gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Hit's energy is depleting. Wukong suddenly remarked, "At this rate, Luya is sure to win." Clint exclaimed excitedly, "Oomph. Now is the time to defeat him." Beerus said, his mood greatly elevated. Boom, boom, boom. After unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, Luya suddenly gathered his hands at his waist. Came. Hey. Huh. In an instant, a powerful energy coalesced in his palms. Hit seized the opportunity to catch his breath, then roared angrily, unleashing an explosion of energy. A purple glow enveloped his body, and he began to gather energy in his palms, compressing and enhancing the purple energy sphere. Both of their powers surged at that moment. Seeing this, Whis and Beerus understood they were about to unleash their trump cards, and they promptly used their divine powers to maintain the barrier. At this moment, Luya held nothing back, intending to resolve the battle with this full-powered Kamehameha. Hit was no slouch either. His energy had reached its peak. At this moment, he too held nothing back. Huh. Luya suddenly roared, and in the next instant, he launched the Kamehameha at full power. Huh. Hit did not back down, firing the purple energy blast in his hand. He knew that Luya's Kamehameha was incredibly powerful, with a vast coverage area. Even with his ability to move in flashes, he couldn't escape it, so he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Boom. The purple energy blast blocked Luya's Kamehameha, but was gradually pushed back, losing ground. Oh! Luya roared with all his strength, continuously channeling powerful energy into the Kamehameha, while simultaneously enhancing its power. Oh! Although Hit was being pushed back, he refused to give in, desperately holding his ground. The purple energy surrounding him flickered violently, as if it would be blown away at any moment. The immense energy spread out, and even with the barrier in place, it struggled to contain the clash between the two. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the entire barrier. The two angels realized that simply maintaining the barrier would not suffice, and they simultaneously abandoned it, reappearing in their respective camps to activate their protective shields. Without the infusion of the angels' power, the barrier shattered instantly under the tremendous forces. While everyone was affected by this powerful energy, and fortunately, they had the angels' shields, otherwise they would have suffered greatly from such a force. Such immense power. It surpasses mine without a doubt. Wukong gazed solemnly at this scene. While he could unleash battle power comparable to Luya's with his Kaioken times 10, his physical stamina limited his ability to fully utilize that power. Conversely, due to the stamina drain from the Kaioken combined with his incomplete training, Luya excelled far beyond him. Such a battle was truly a rare sight. Beerus was also slightly astonished, as he had not anticipated that a Saiyan could reach such heights. No, it should be said that a mere KO could create such techniques. This left him utterly surprised. However, seeing Wukong's expression, Beerus glanced at Monaka, as if he had overthought. Perhaps Wukong's goal did not require Monaka's involvement. Beerus. In the arena, a massive explosion was inevitable, and even the referee was blown away to who knows where. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, the arena was in ruins. At this moment, the stage was in tatters, and everything except the audience sections of both sides had been destroyed. However, what was strange was that despite withstanding such terrifying forces, this small planet had not been destroyed, which was quite unexpected. Of course, this might also be because the two were merely clashing energy and had not directly struck the planet, otherwise it wouldn't have remained unscathed. Bang! Suddenly, a figure knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his aura extremely weak from the tremendous consumption. It was Hit. Facing Luya's full-powered output, he found it incredibly difficult to withstand, nearly unable to hold on. Moreover, he felt a bit conflicted inside, as he had hoped to improve himself by engaging with Wukong like before, but this time, why? He didn't know. Clearly, this battle was no weaker than his previous one against Wukong, and logically, he should have been able to awaken his inner potential. But this time he had failed. Was it possible that his potential had been fully unleashed? Hit was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, across from him, Luya was also feeling the strain. He felt somewhat fatigued, his chest rising and falling erratically as the full-powered output had taken a toll on him. Moreover, with his stamina and energy depleting, the side effects of the Kaioken were also manifesting. He was now feeling muscle spasms. Beep. Host is experiencing side effects from the Kaioken transition. Side effects 10. The system announced. It was a solid confirmation. Luya managed a wry smile, realizing he had truly pushed himself this time. If he did not find a way to improve soon, he might struggle to use the Kaioken at 18 times. Looking at Hit, Luya took a deep breath and said, "Hit, it's time to determine the victor." Hit stood up, taking several seconds to steady his breath, then looked at Luya. "You are truly strong. I am no match for you. However, I will not concede easily." Having been a killer for so many years, he had never tasted the bitterness of defeat. Even Wukong couldn't truly defeat him. Now facing this formidable opponent, he felt a sense of helplessness. As the top assassin of the 6th universe, and one of its very best, he had his own pride. Hit suddenly unleashed his remaining energy in an explosive manner, and the next moment, he threw a punch at Luya from afar. Simultaneously, he activated his ability to move in flashes. An invisible yet palpable force surged forth, betting everything on this one strike. The speed was at its peak. Luya gritted his teeth and could only cross his arms to block. Boom. A tremendous collision rang out, and even Luya was pushed backwards, skidding along the ground. When he finally came to a stop, smoke was rising from the point of impact, illustrating just how powerful Hit's punch was. At that moment, Hit had used his ability to move in flashes to appear right in front of Luya. As Luya defended against Hit's punch, the latter was already in front of him. A punch came crashing down. Luya raised his hand and grabbed Hit's fist while his other hand struck out directly. Bang! Hit stumbled back 2 steps, and at the same time a sphere of energy formed instantly in his hand. He launched it fiercely at Luya. Quick as a flash, Luya leaped into the air, dodging the energy blast. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, light gathered in both of Luya's hands, and then he brought them together, shouting angrily, unleashing a powerful ki blast. Hit extended his hands to defend, yet his body kept sliding backward. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luya seized the moment, unleashing his remaining strength to wildly maintain the enhancement of the Kaioken while increasing his output. At this point, Hit's stamina was nearly depleted, and facing Luya's overwhelming output, his body trembled, unable to withstand the powerful energy, and continued to slide back. Came. Suddenly Luya spoke, and at that moment his energy was fully unleashed, charging for a single strike. Once again he unleashed the Kamehameha. He wanted his opponent to understand that in the martial world there was more than just the saying that one shouldn't clash with the Sun family. There was also him, Luya. No, it's impossible. Kappa couldn't remain calm anymore, standing up anxiously while sweating profusely. If Hit lost, they wouldn't have another contestant. Just like that, seize the moment. Defeat Hit. Beerus exclaimed, abandoning the demeanor of a god of destruction, shouting. Luya roared, and in the next moment the power of the ki blast surged dramatically, expanding more than twice its original size. Ugh! Under such a powerful attack, Hit could no longer withstand it, and the arena behind him couldn't bear it either, directly shattering into dust. Hit himself was pushed hundreds of meters away by the ki blast. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, accompanied by the rise of a mushroom cloud. We won. The members of Universe 7 erupted in joyous celebration upon witnessing this scene. Beerus' lips curled upward, unable to hide the joy within. Nothing is more joyful than winning against Kappa. So strong. Even without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, Luya can defeat Hit. His martial arts talent surpasses ours. Goku remarked, looking at Luya. But Vegeta's expression was somewhat grim, compared to the previous time he transformed into Super Blue and was defeated by Hit in just a few moves. Luya not only defeated Hit, but did so against Hit in his peak form. This disparity made him feel very uncomfortable. No, it's impossible. How could Hit lose? I don't believe it. How could the Saiyans be so powerful? Kappa frantically tugged at his hair, exclaiming in frustration. He originally thought that Goku was Universe 7's trump card, and defeating the opponent would ensure victory. He never expected such a monster to exist. What kind of beings are the Saiyans of Universe 7? At this moment, Luya floated in the air, gasping heavily. That last move had nearly exhausted all his stamina. An unexpected turn of events. In the next moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of Luya, striking him with lightning speed. Oh no, Luya was alarmed, but he was already too weak to defend. Bang. Ugh. Luya was sent flying, his body curling up like a shrimp. How is this possible? Beerus and the others were shocked at this scene, for the attacker was none other than Hit. Why? Why was he unharmed? Great. Hit, Kampa exclaimed in delight, unexpectedly finding himself back in heaven. Hit looked at Luya and then said, "You are remarkable, but I will also grow stronger." At the moment he was about to be knocked out of the ring and onto the ground, Hit expended a massive amount of energy to use his time skip, narrowly evading the ki blast. Luya gritted his teeth. This was something he hadn't anticipated his opponent could still dodge. It had to be said that this was a bit excessive. Enduring the pain, Luya suddenly let out a furious roar, and in the next moment, he unleashed his remaining energy and grabbed Hit's fist. What a... Hit was startled, not expecting the opponent to counter. Luya violently swung him away. At the same time, he suddenly condensed a ki blast in his hand and hurled it instantly, sending Hit flying into the air. Hit forced himself to stop. He knew the opponent was overexerting himself, and it was effective. Without hesitation, Hit suddenly pushed both hands toward Luya's direction, unleashing a terrifying ki blast. Luya suddenly roared, painfully relying solely on his last bit of strength. He shot up into the sky. Dragon. Fist. Swish. In the next second, Luya's body radiated golden light, and he surged forward like a fish, charging directly into Hit's ki blast, ignoring it as he rushed towards Hit. No. It's impossible. At this moment, even Hit found it hard to believe. Of course, it was already too late. Explode. Luya roared as he charged at Hit. The next moment, he slammed fiercely into Hit's stomach. Ugh! Feeling the explosive power within, Hit's expression changed drastically. Boom. With a loud explosion, Hit let out a terrified scream, a terrifying golden light bursting from behind him, transforming into the phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon that slowly dissipated, revealing Luya's figure. Hit's body, however, had a bloody hole. He trembled, finding it hard to believe that such a powerful body could be pierced through by the... He's going to die. Whis. On the spectators' stand, Goku snapped back to reality. Whis understood and appeared in front of Hit in the next instant, enveloping him with angelic power, slowing the rate at which his life force was depleting. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Luya almost killed Hit. Goku then appeared in front of Hit and made him swallow as quickly Hit's condition began to improve. Meanwhile, Luya, feeling utterly exhausted, also fell, but Goku soon appeared in front of him and gave him a sense of being as well. Luya's condition recovered, and he took a deep breath. Thank you. Goku laughed heartily and said, "You really pushed yourself. You almost killed Hit. And what technique were you using?" Luya smiled slightly. "I'll tell you later." Beep. Host has exceeded the limit of 18-fold Kaioken. Side effects 5. Please take note, Host. Beep. Congratulations, Host has completed the task. Defeated Hit. Rewards being issued. Reward battle power 1 billion points. Reward Hit skill time skip. Current time control 0. 1 seconds. Reward Host's 18-fold Kaioken. Side effects 5. Current side effects 10. Note: 1 side effects reach 100 Kaioken will automatically seal off the host, preventing use. Once it reaches 50, the host's usage of multiple Kaioken will only yield 80 of battle power, and so on, until side effects reach 100. Additionally, the host can offset side effect points through task specifics to be determined. Beep. Due to the host helping Universe 7 achieve victory, extra rewards are issued. Reward Host's battle power 300 million points. Reward Host gains energy from Son Goku and Vegeta. Triggering system task. Task content: collect the powers of 5 Saiyans. Transform into Super Saiyan God. Current progress 25. Swish. Luya took a deep breath and landed on the ground. However, upon hearing the system's words, Luya was taken aback. Super Saiyan God. The one with red hair. Luya remembered that Super Saiyan God is formed by the fusion of the powers of 5 Saiyans into a single Saiyan. Can he do it too? Now that he had the energy from Son Goku and Vegeta, he just needed Gohan, Trunks, and Goten. After giving it some thought, Luya decided not to dwell on it, feeling somewhat excited. Damn. He really acquired Hit's time skip. Although it's only 0.1 seconds of time control, it's still incredible. Time skip can dominate Super Blue. However, he understood that after this lesson, Goku and Vegeta would train specifically to counter it, so ordinary time skip might no longer work on them. Thus, he must become even stronger. Even though he didn't receive a reward for transforming into Super Blue, this was still very impressive. As for Super Blue, he would first transform into Super Saiyan God, one step at a time. Coming back to reality, he noticed everyone's cheers and then looked into the distance. At this moment, Hit had recovered, but his condition wasn't great. Seeing Luya, he also met his gaze. A few seconds later, Hit slightly closed his eyes, and the next second he appeared on the shattered arena. I lost. Luya smiled faintly. You're strong. Hit glanced at Luya and then said, You're also strong. Next time I will become even stronger, so I hope to battle with you again. Luya's lips curled up, of course. Hit looked at him, then thought of something, looking at Goku, and said, This time I gained a lot. Meeting you is my honor, and because of this I broke through my limits. He knew how great his potential was, but he couldn't unleash it alone as he couldn't find a worthy opponent. This battle with Son Goku and Luya put immense pressure on him, allowing him to break through his limits. Luya felt a bit amazed at how proud Hit was to say such words. Hit nodded at him, said nothing more, and instantly flashed to the audience area of Universe 6. The referee, appearing from nowhere, ran over with a face full of dust and announced, I declare that Universe 7 wins the match against Universe 6. Oh, Krillin and the others cheered loudly. Meanwhile, Kompa's face looked like a storm was brewing. Dark as a pot bottom. P.S. If I disappear one day, would you miss me? A faint divine aura rose from beneath his feet, and Xiangpa's expression was exceptionally cold. The performance of Hit and the others embarrassed him greatly. In other words, Xiangpa could not accept defeat. You useless fools, how could you lose to the 7th universe? You have truly disappointed me, Xiangpa said gloomily. He felt a bit regretful. If the rule of not killing had not been cancelled, they would have won. Hit landed on the ground and looked at Xiangpa saying, I don't want the cube anymore, let me go back quickly. Heh, it's not that simple. You have all embarrassed me. Since that's the case, you have no reason to exist anymore. Xiangpa suddenly condensed a destructive bomb in his hand, raising it towards Hit. The expressions of the Golden Bears changed drastically, and they hurriedly stood up, preparing to face Xiangpa's wrath, knowing they could be obliterated together. Hit looked at Xiangpa with an expressionless face, but his eyes grew cold. Is that really the case? Damn it, how? On the other side, Goku could no longer bear it, clenching his fists tightly, ready to help. At that moment, Beerus appeared in front of Goku, his back turned to him, and spoke indifferently. There's no denying that you performed well, but in this situation you are no longer qualified to intervene. A god of destruction does what he must. Mortals meddling will bear the consequences. But Goku's brow furrowed tightly. Hit was a martial arts expert. He had worked hard to befriend, and his personality suited Goku well. If they got along, they could become close friends, so he did not want to see him killed just like that. Additionally, he was very displeased with the way the god of destruction was acting. After all, Hit and the others had fought valiantly until the end for the 6th universe, and now they were to be discarded and destroyed like mere pawns. This was not something a true god should do. Beerus turned to Goku and said, they'll say it again, do not meddle. Goku. Sensing Beerus's rising anger, Goku fell silent, yet his fists remained tightly clenched. Below, Luya observed the situation on both sides, and then seemed to sense something glancing in a certain direction. Suddenly, he froze as if he had seen something extraordinary, quickly retracting his gaze and pretending not to see. On the other side, the destructive bomb in Xiangpa's hand had solidified, and at the same time, he disdainfully declared, you are nothing more than a bunch of pawns. Especially you, Hit. You have repeatedly defied my orders. Now that you have lost your value, you shall be destroyed. Hit gritted his teeth, glaring at Xiangpa's heels, slightly retreating, preparing for a fierce battle. Lord Xiangpa. At that moment, Bardoss suddenly spoke up. Xiangpa was in a rage and naturally ignored him, continuing to rant. You have all embarrassed me. Since that's the case, then let's destroy them all. Come on. Use whatever techniques you want, whether Super Saiyan or instant transmission. Let's see if I can destroy you. Lord Xiangpa. Bardoss' voice came again. What? Don't bother me. Xiangpa glanced at Bardoss with annoyance. Bardoss pointed in a direction, signaling. Xiangpa looked over, displeased, not knowing what he saw. Suddenly his eyes widened, letting out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig, his body trembling, as if electrocuted, and even the destructive bomb extinguished at that moment. Beerus was still thinking about stopping Goku, worried he might cause trouble, when suddenly Whis whispered, Lord Beerus, look over there. What's wrong over there? Beerus was taken aback, and then curiously looked over. In an instant his reaction was the same as Xiangpa, filled with horror. The Supreme Kai watching in the audience also saw it, and instantly the old Supreme Kai was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He saw 3 figures standing not far away, 2 of whom looked very similar, their expressions cold, like shrunken Teletubbies. The other was an extremely short child dressed in a purplish red robe, with 2 upside-down full characters on the front of his clothes. His head resembled an egg with 3 vertical lines dividing it into 2 colors, purple on the sides and blue in the middle. Who is that child? He looks so punchable. At that moment, the Supreme Kai in the audience suddenly whispered to the old Supreme Kai's body stiffened, and then he slapped the Supreme Kai's head with a loud clap. Baka. Shut your... He is the Omni King. The Omni King is a being above the god of destruction, the old Supreme Kai taught. Wah. What? Hearing this, the Supreme Kai's face changed drastically, and he even thought of cutting out his own tongue. No. It can't be. That is... Beerus stammered, his body instinctively trembling. No. It's impossible. That figure is... Xiangpa also appeared startled, looking extremely flustered. In the next second, the 2 gods of destruction exclaimed, it's the Omni King. It looks like a child. Vegeta crossed his arms, puzzled. Who is that? Piccolo beside him also asked. Beerus said solemnly, the Omni King is the one who rules over the 12 universes. No, he is a god. The supreme god. The man standing at the pinnacle of all gods. What? Vegeta and Piccolo's faces changed drastically. Everyone's expressions turned to shock. The Omni King. By the way, Lord Beerus, since we are watching the Omni King from such a high place, isn't it inappropriate? What are you saying? Beerus began to sweat profusely. In the next instant, Beerus and Xiangpa were the first to appear before the child, bowing at a 90-degree angle, their posture textbook perfect, behaving like well-behaved elementary school students. Welcome, Lord Omni King. The Omni King's expression remained unchanged, appearing innocent, his voice like that. Whis and Bardoss also appeared behind the 2 gods of destruction. Long time no see, Lord Omni King. Whis greeted. The Omni King replied. I hope you've been well, Lord Omni King. Bardoss followed up. The Omni King replied without any other words. At this point, the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe and the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe also flew over without a word, directly kneeling down. Oh, Omni King. The old Supreme Kai trembled as he spoke. The Omni King nodded gently. Beerus asked, Dare I ask what brings you here, Lord Omni King? I have come this time because you are holding a tournament here, so I am here to remind you. Yes, Beerus and Xiang Pa hurriedly replied. The Omni King smiled. You must not slack off in the work of the gods of destruction. Yes, Beerus and Xiang Pa quickly responded. Wait, Lord Omni King, I want to report that Lord Beerus is not doing his job properly. He has been spending all his time sleeping and enjoying delicious food. Whis suddenly said. Upon hearing this, sweat poured down Beerus' face like a waterfall. Inside he cursed, you wait, I want to report too. Lord Xiang Pa doesn't pay attention to his health, eats recklessly, and overindulges in food, causing his figure to go out of shape. I advised him, but he still doesn't listen, boo-hoo. Bardas suddenly continued. Inside, Xiang Pa was overwhelmed, feeling 1,000 horses galloping through his mind. He was now in a panic. He almost forgot that the angel's duty was to supervise the gods of destruction. Woo! After hearing the words of the two angels, the Omni King fell into deep thought, and then said, Then let's change to another god of destruction. Hearing this, Beerus and Xiang Pa panicked to the extreme, filled with fear. It was over. They were dead. At that moment, the Omni King said, I was just joking. The two brothers breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. They were terrified. Moreover, the Omni King suddenly spoke again. Yes. The two destroyer gods quickly responded, completely shedding their destructive demeanor, filled only with respect and fear. The Omni King smiled and said, I watched the match between your two universes. It was quite interesting. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Omni King. The two destroyer gods replied in unison. So I plan to gather all the experts from every universe next time for another match. The Omni King suddenly declared, his tone filled with anticipation. Really? Suddenly an excited voice rang out. The gods were startled and quickly turned to look. They saw Goku approaching, asking, Is that true? All the experts from every universe will come. Let's fight. Let's fight. Upon seeing him walk towards the Omni King, the two destroyer gods were completely stunned, thinking that something terrible was about to happen, but it was too late to react. Swish. Suddenly the two guards next to the Omni King blocked Goku's path. It seemed that if Goku took one more step, they would mercilessly destroy him. Goku was taken aback, confused. Is it not okay for me to have a word with him? The two guards shook their heads. Goku pleaded, Just let me say a couple of words to Lord Omni King. The two guards still shook their heads in refusal, already showing signs of taking action. Idiot. You better behave yourself. How can someone as noble as Lord Omni King be approached by such a commoner? The god of destruction, Beerus, scolded. It's fine, the Omni King suddenly said. What a... Beerus, Kampa, and the other gods were all taken aback. The Omni King walked up to Goku and said, You both fought excellently. Goku smiled and replied, Thank you. Then let's have a match. Soon. A competition among the universes. The Omni King looked at Goku and smiled. Goku excitedly said, Great. It's a deal. Saying this, he reached out his hand in friendship towards the Omni King. Beerus and Kampa watched this scene with fluctuating emotions like a roller coaster, their hearts filled with fear. Even Beerus at this moment wanted to bury Goku. Just as everyone thought Goku had offended the Omni King hesitated for a moment, then also extended his hand to shake Goku's. Goku laughed happily, shaking the Omni King's hand, lifting his small frame off the ground. Hey. Beerus and Kampa grew tense again, their mouths agape, as if a bowl could fit inside. Goku. Beerus said angrily. It's fine. The Omni King had no intention of blaming him, looking at Goku. You are amusing too. Goku complimented. Alright, I will take my leave. The Omni King nodded. See you again. Goku waved. Thank you, Lord Omni King. The Omni King walked between the two guards and they transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into the depths of the universe. Once the Omni King left, the oppressive atmosphere in the venue finally relaxed, and Beerus and Kampa both breathed a sigh of relief as if they had escaped death. Suddenly Beerus rushed in front of Goku, grabbing the collar of his shirt. Hey, you little brat. How dare you be so disrespectful to Lord Omni King? Goku was taken aback. Is it really that big of a deal? What do you mean it's not a big deal? If Lord Omni King gets angry, not only will all of us present suffer, but the entire universe would disappear. Kampa said angrily. Goku raised an eyebrow and replied, He doesn't seem like that kind of person to me. But, Kampa glared at Goku through gritted teeth. Hey, is Goku always like this? Gabe leaned closer to Vegeta and asked. Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied, that guy is just that infuriating. The others were silent. Luya looked in the direction where the Omni King had disappeared, lost in thought. In truth, he was already immensely shocked, because just now he was going to use the system to detect the Omni King's power, but he was unable to do so. What does this mean? It means that the Omni King's power has surpassed the system's detection. So impressive. At this moment, Beerus said with a hint of disinterest, sigh. Even if we win the match, it won't be that exciting. Exactly. Kampa quickly chimed in. This was just a warm-up match. The real competition will begin when Lord Omni King holds the event. So losing doesn't matter. Taking the opportunity to excuse himself. But how could Beerus let him off easily, snorting coldly and saying, Humph. No matter what, you lost, and you must keep your promise to leave the Super Dragon Balls behind. Kampa gritted his teeth, then said proudly, Don't worry, I don't need you to remind me. The Dragon Balls will be considered a reward for you. But there's still one last one left, and you won't find it so easily. Humph. You don't need to bother about that. Beerus sneered. Kampa, feeling angry, said, Let's go. Then he turned to hit, and the others, you all leave too. If you don't gather for the next competition by Lord Omniking, then you'll all be dead. Gabe and the others exchanged glances wondering if they were not going to be killed. Seeing Compa turn and leave without any intention to kill them, everyone finally felt at ease. They really weren't going to be killed. Gabe approached Vegeta. Master, you must come to our planet when you have time. Vegeta was taken aback, then said proudly, I don't remember becoming your Got it, Master. Gabe paid no mind to Vegeta's pride. Meanwhile, hey, Hit. Goku approached Hit and said, shall we have another match next time? Hit glanced at Goku, then at Luya, and not far away slightly closed his eyes. I want to enter seclusion for now. Oh, I'm not. Saying this, he turned to leave. Then we'll set another date. Bye-bye. Goku laughed and watched them leave. After watching the crowd from the 6th universe leave the atmosphere in the arena, relaxed once more. Bu, you're awake. On one side, Satan joyfully circled around Bu. Fat Bu smiled him. That was a really comfortable sleep. Too bad I couldn't help Lord Satan win the match. Satan casually replied, it's fine, we already won. Bu nodded. At that moment, Monako approached. Upon seeing him, Satan was suddenly taken aback. He had heard Lord Beerus say that this man was an even more powerful super expert than Goku. If I could persuade. No, if I could invite him to join me, wouldn't that be wonderful? World champion confirmed. The more Satan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately grabbed Monaka and flashed a friendly smile. You are Monaka, right? I am Satan, the strongest man on Earth. Monaka found it odd how he was being stopped. Upon hearing that the other party was the strongest man on Earth, he recalled Goku's performance as a fellow Earthling and nodded slightly. I am Monaka. Satan organized his words and continued, I would like to officially invite you to be my spokesperson. Monaka was taken aback, then quickly refused, shaking his head. No thank you. I have my own job. Satan was stunned, but still somewhat persistent. Being my spokesperson comes with a good salary. Upon hearing this, Monaka's eyes flickered, but he shook his head again. I don't need money right now. Satan was at a loss. Hey, Monaka, so you're here. At that moment, Goku excitedly ran over and grabbed Monaka's hand. Come on, let's have a match. I didn't see you in action during this match. I'm really curious about your strength. So you must compete with me. Upon seeing Goku, Monaka immediately recalled the previous time the latter unleashed his aura, and his face turned pale as he struggled to break free. But Goku wouldn't let go, firmly holding Monaka's hand and trying to get him to agree to a duel. Meanwhile, Beerus suddenly noticed the situation, and seeing Goku approach Monaka, his expression changed. He immediately appeared behind Goku and slapped him. That hurts. Why are you hitting me again, Lord Beerus? Goku complained. Beerus angrily scolded. Didn't I tell you not to approach Monaka? Beerus' shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Upon seeing this scene, those in the know changed their expressions and hurried over. Goku grumbled, but I want to compete with Monaka. Beerus was sweating profusely, and he became a bit flustered. Goku looked at Monaka and said, Hey Monaka, be my opponent. Monaka ignored him, but cold sweat dripped down his face. He was so frightened that he didn't know how to move. No, absolutely not. Beerus directly interrupted. Why not? Goku asked, confused. Beerus thought for a moment and quickly fabricated a reason. Monaka hasn't completed his mental unification because Lord Zeno interrupted his training earlier, so his current state isn't at its peak. You wouldn't want Monaka to fight you in this condition, would you? By the end, Beerus felt his reasoning was increasingly valid, straightening his back and declaring his lie as the truth. As the saying goes, to prevent a lie from being exposed, one must cover it with another lie. Beerus was certainly feeling this way now. Goku pondered for a moment and nodded. That does make some sense. Right. Beerus took the opportunity to say. Everyone was speechless. Goku was truly a simple-minded creature. Even Luya, who already understood Goku's character, couldn't help but chuckle. But Lord Beerus, when can I have a match with Monaka? Goku asked sadly. Well, Beerus thought for a moment, fearing that Goku would cling to Monaka again, and could only say, how about this? Once Monaka is ready, I'll arrange for him to compete with you. But until then, you can't have any thoughts of fighting him. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Goku was instantly satisfied. Great. I will wait for Lord Beerus' news. Beerus sighed in relief. Facing this guy, he truly had to abandon his demeanor as a god. Lord Beerus, you seem to be less and less like a destroyer lately, getting so emotionally unstable. Weiss whispered. Beerus snorted. I have no choice. This kid is too difficult. Weiss secretly asked, so when do you plan to arrange their match? Beerus' expression stiffened, then quickly returned to normal, saying, we'll talk about that later. At that moment, Luya suddenly walked over, looking at Goku, and said, Goku, can I trouble you with something? Goku was taken aback and then smiled. Go ahead, after all, you are our benefactor on Earth. If it weren't for you, the entire Earth would probably have to emigrate. Everyone shared a knowing smile. They thought the same. Even Goku lost, and without Luya's intervention, winning would have been very difficult for them. Luya smiled slightly, and then said, so I have nowhere to go. Can you allow me to become your son Goten's teacher? Let me teach them to cultivate. What? Upon hearing this, not only Goku, but everyone else was somewhat surprised, not understanding why Luya wanted to do this. Goku asked in confusion, why? Luya, why do you think this way? Luya smiled slightly. I am also considered your friend now, right? To be honest, I need to integrate into your side, otherwise I feel very insignificant. Moreover, I hope to spar with you all. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes lit up. Oh, what a great idea. Not to mention the reason presented earlier, just the prospect of sparring was very enticing. Luya's strength was undeniable. If he could spar with him often, it would be highly beneficial. No way. I disagree. At that moment, Shishi rushed out from the crowd roaring like a mother tiger. I disagree. Goten can only focus on his studies. What martial arts? Isn't having you as a dad enough? Goku awkwardly smiled at Chi-Chi. Don't say anything. No matter what you say, I will never agree. Shishi angrily declared. Goku, lure. Everyone else. Seeing this man capable of unleashing the tenfold king fist behaving submissively in front of a woman, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Piccolo watched this scene, his mouth twitching slightly, as he instinctively took a few steps back to avoid being caught in the Kakarot, you have your day today. Vegeta gleefully looked at Goku, then turned to Luya. Hey, come over to my side. My son Trunks has much greater talent than Goten, and I can allow you to be his master. Luya raised an eyebrow, then fell into deep thought. The reason he made this request was to gain access to the special energy of Goten and Trunks, enabling him to gather the strength of 5 Saiyans and transform into the Super Saiyan God. Of course, although Vegeta's attitude annoyed him a bit, he didn't care, as long as he obtained the energy that would be a great success. With that thought, Luya was about to nod. At that moment, Bulma suddenly stepped forward and said with some dissatisfaction, Hey Vegeta, Trunks is my son, can you at least consult me? Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, then he coldly replied, What? Do you have any objections? Bulma crossed her arms. I've already decided to train Trunks to be the successor of my company. Hearing this, Vegeta staggered, incredulously exclaimed, Hey, why would we need to manage something like that? We are proud Saiyans, noble warriors. How could we stoop to such thing? Shishi suddenly snorted coldly. What's wrong with that? My Gohan is studying well and becoming a scholar. Goku and Vegeta were both speechless. These two women really. It seems that even after reaching such a high level of cultivation, they still have their vulnerabilities. From a distance, Beerus smiled faintly, watching the spectacle. Ho ho ho. Indeed, it's not simple. After all, he is someone who has slapped Lord Beerus. Whis suddenly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Beerus instantly exploded. Hey, Whis, don't bring up those past events. Ho ho ho. Whis covered his mouth and laughed proudly. No way. I absolutely refuse to allow Trunks to languish in your company. Vegeta protested. What? Would you prefer he follows you around fighting all day? Besides, now you and Goku are so strong, with you protecting Earth, we should feel at ease, right? Bulma said nonchalantly. Protecting Earth is Kakarot's job, or what does it have to do with me? Vegeta replied with a sour expression. Goku protested as well. I'm not interested in protecting Earth, I just want to battle strong opponents and improve myself. Besides, isn't Krillin here to protect Earth? Krillin? Seriously, relying on him. If something happened, he might not even have time to call for help before being taken out. TCH. Do as you please, but that kid must train with me in the future, so if you stir trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Vegeta said sourly. What can you do to be rude? Bulma said smugly, firmly pinning him down. Oh, in that case, there's nothing we can do for now. Goku looked at Luya. Luya shook his head. It's fine. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, these two proud Saiyans still had their Hey, have you all finished? Now let's get down to business. At that moment, Beerus suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked towards him. Beerus said calmly, Now we have obtained 6 Dragon Balls from the 6th universe. We only need the last one. Only by gathering all 7 can we summon the Eternal Dragon. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited, instinctively looking at the Golden Dragon Ball, comparable in size to a small asteroid, and all sighed. This sight was something that could never be enough, no matter how many times they saw it. So magnificent. By the way, where is the 7th Dragon Ball? Goku asked in confusion. Beerus thought for a moment, then looked at Bulma. Hey Bulma, bring out your Dragon Ball radar. Bulma was taken aback, then quickly said, All right. After speaking, she took out a capsule and pressed a button. With a bang, a radar larger than the usual Dragon Ball radar appeared. Everyone gathered around to take a look. Let me see. Bulma muttered to herself as she activated the Dragon Ball radar. Beep, 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 beep. As the yellow dots on the radar continued to expand, suddenly Bulma exclaimed, How is this possible? What's wrong? Beerus immediately moved closer upon hearing this. Bulma said somewhat awkwardly, Maybe. The radar is broken. What? Idiot. Let me see it. Beerus was shocked and immediately snatched the radar from Bulma's hand, but when he saw what was displayed on it, he was taken aback. What does this mean? Lord Beerus, what happened? Whis approached from behind Beerus and asked. Beerus pointed at the radar and said, It's strange, clearly there are only 6 Dragon Balls here, but why does the radar Upon hearing this, Whis was stunned, and everyone else was too. Luya glanced at Monaka, then looked at the ground, smiling slightly. Yes, what is going on here? Whis, seeing this scene, rarely fell into deep thought. At that moment, Monaka suddenly walked up to Whis and tugged at his sleeve. Oh, what is it? Whis looked at Monaka with confusion. Monaka glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, gestured a bit, and then said, I often look at the universe map. Generally this needs to be viewed from a 3-dimensional perspective. 3-dimensional perspective. Whis was taken aback and confirmed. Monaka nodded affirmatively. After pondering for a moment, Whis suddenly brightened his eyes. I understand. The group hurriedly stepped into the cubic platform. VES instantly rose into the air, then stood upon it. With a sweep of his staff, the entire cube lifted skyward. Gradually, they drifted farther from the arena, until viewing it from afar, they beheld the Super Dragon Ball's colossal form, struck speechless by its overwhelming grandeur. A Dragon Ball the size of an asteroid, rare beyond measure, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Yet they puzzled. The derelict asteroid where their contest had taken place was nearly identical in scale to those Super Dragon Balls. Hey VS, why have you brought us up here? Beerus boomed. VES smiled faintly, then raised his staff and murmured incantations. A soft emerald angelic energy coiled around its length. Glancing at the asteroid, he pointed the tip directly at it. Hum. A radiant beam shot forth, striking the asteroid and vanishing within. Amidst the group's bewildered stares, the unthinkable erupted. The asteroid, resembling a barren dusty sphere, shuddered violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. In the next instant, its rocky crust fractured and scattered outward. Divine light blazed forth as earth and stone erupted like a volcanic cataclysm. Whoa, what in the world is happening? Bulma and the others cried out, faces paling. Could it be? Piccolo paused. Precisely. This asteroid is the 7th Super Dragon Ball, VS said with a gentle smile. That is why only 6 appear on the radar. Yet 7 truly exist. Incredible. Never imagined the true Dragon Ball had been beneath our feet all along. Bulma marveled. We owe this to that young fellow Compa. Without him, locating the 7th Dragon Ball would have cost far more time. Beerus spoke indifferently, though mildly surprised, then added, but why did it transform like this? Goku tilted his head perplexed. Luya smiled softly. After the last wish was granted, the Dragon Ball, bound by its nature to vanish upon fulfillment, collided with an asteroid of similar mass during dissolution, its dust shrouding the Dragon Ball's true form. Exactly. It functions much like Earth's Shinran, Piccolo affirmed with a nod. Understanding dawned among them. As they conversed, the colossal orb finally shed its stony veil, revealing its original splendor. There it stood, the 7th Super Dragon Ball. All 7 Dragon Balls were now assembled. Ha. At last complete, Beerus murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. Awe rippled through the group. Vast as planets, yet dwarfed by the infinite cosmos. How immeasurably vast the universe truly was. Luya gazed upon the Super Dragon Ball, a flicker of yearning in his eyes. This artifact possessed unparalleled power, capable of granting any wish, even resurrecting erased universes. If it could procure one for him, the possibilities were intoxicating. Lost in quiet calculation, Luya studied the 7 orbs closely. The 7 Super Dragon Balls began orbiting one another, coalescing into a perfect hexagon with the 4-star ball suspended at its center. The 7 Dragon Balls had converged. The moment of miracle had arrived. VES, summon Shinran immediately. Beerus commanded. VES offered a wry apologetic smile. My apologies, Lord Beerus. I lack the ability to summon Shinran. Beerus's expression stiffened. He turned to Bulma. Bulma, you know how to summon Shinran, don't you? Bulma hesitated, then replied, I'll tell you, but you must swear not to make reckless wishes, especially those threatening universal stability. Fine, enough already. Don't worry, I won't do anything so absurd. Relieved, Bulma continued, to summon Shinran, speak the sacred tongue to the Dragon Balls, and shout, I wish. Beerus paused thoughtfully, then nodded to VES, then do it now. VES bowed slightly, raised his staff, and a sacred aura surged from within him. His expression turned solemn as he intoned in the sacred tongue, arise. Shinran. A raucous, echoing cackle filled the air. Silence fell abruptly. Confusion flickered across every face. What did it mean? Had the ritual failed? Suddenly the 7 Dragon Balls blazed with golden radiance, each orb igniting in brilliant unison. Their luminous gold intensified, and the 6 outer orbs channeled their full power toward the 4-star ball at the hex. It's responding. Breath held, they watched in reverent stillness, knowing the apex being of this realm was about. Golden light engulfed all 7 orbs, and swelled rapidly, growing ever brighter, ever more. Shield your eyes. Goku raised his arm against the glare. Others followed suit, except Beerus, whose long familiarity with Dragon Balls left him utterly unruffled. Moments later, space itself trembled violently. An immense force surged outward, followed by a crushing wave of primordial presence. Visa's gaze sharpened. With a subtle gesture, his staff emitted a soft green luminescence, enveloping the cubic platform and propelling it backward into safer distance. Once anchored securely, they beheld the spectacle unfolding before them, especially Bulma, whose scientific mind burned with fascination at this phenomenon's profound research value. Goku watched, a tender smile playing on his lips. This scene reminds me of childhood, when Earth's Dragon Balls were so. Indeed, those days we searched together. What cherished memories they are. So many years have passed. Time flows faster than we realize. Bulma sighed wistfully. You're not that old, Bulma. Goku laughed warmly. Bulma bristled. Goku, what nonsense are you spouting? Haha. Goku chuckled sheepishly. Nearby, Vegeta's eyelid twitched violently, a cold premonition prickling his spine. Why did he suddenly feel distinctly green? As the crowd marveled at the 7 gigantic wish orbs, suddenly, at that very moment, the 7 wish orbs erupted with a dazzling golden light. Buzz. The golden light enveloped the 7 wish orbs, and immediately a brilliant golden light, as radiant as the sun, coalesced into a massive figure, a blurry dragon shadow. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the starry sky, and at that moment the entire universe heard this roar, a spectacle of grandeur. Meanwhile, a golden giant dragon soared through the universe, planets reduced to mere specks in its eyes. As it opened its massive mouth, it effortlessly swallowed a planet whole. Simultaneously, Wukong and the others were also sucked into the endless abyss. What is happening? Wukong and the others' faces changed, thinking they had been devoured by the super dragon. Do not panic. We are entering the internal world of the dragon. There we will truly see the dragon's form. Weiss suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone felt somewhat reassured. After an unknown amount of time, everyone saw a colossal golden dragon hovering in the darkness, emitting a sacred radiance, as if it intended to illuminate the universe. Is this the dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Balls? Piccolo, as a Namekian, is quite familiar with the Dragon Balls, but seeing this super dragon at this moment made him genuinely feel his insignificance. Whether it was the dragon of Earth or that of Namek, neither could compare to the dragon before them. No wonder people said the Dragon Balls on Earth were merely fragments of the Super Dragon Balls. It was truly astonishing. All right, we can make our wish now, Lord Beerus. Weiss said, leaning on his staff with one hand and crossing his arms with the other. Beerus nodded lightly, then looked at the super dragon, pondering. Wishes made with the wish orbs must be granted in our divine language, right? Yes, Lord Beerus, so please make your wish quickly, but do not secretly wish for anything bad. Do you understand this? Bulma suddenly reminded him. Beerus could only nod. Understood. No need to repeat so much to me. Saying this, he turned to Weiss and said, Hey Weiss, you help me make the wish, you'll tell you what to wish for. Weiss nodded. Yes, Lord Beerus. After hesitating for a moment, Beerus organized his language and then spoke a series of words in a language that Wukong and the others could not understand to the dragon. Everyone. Luya also looked astonished. It was one thing to not feel anything while looking, but once he heard it, it was shocking. It sounded like bird language. Soon Beerus stopped that incomprehensible language and said to Weiss, just this one. Weiss raised an eyebrow in surprise and said no more. Understood. After saying this, he began conversing with the dragon, naturally using the divine language and adding some special rhythms. After stopping, Weiss looked at the dragon, waiting for its response. Buzz. At that moment, the super dragon's eerie red eyes suddenly blazed with red light. In just 2 seconds, it returned to its original state, looking at Weiss and saying in divine language, The wish has been granted, farewell. Weiss bowed slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the super dragon let out a long howl towards the heavens. At that moment, the entire universe resonated with its dragon's roar. Swish! Then the super dragon became ethereal, transforming into 7 super dragon balls, which shot off in 7 different directions in the next moment. No one knew where they were headed. So, is it over? Wukong's puzzled voice echoed in the silent starry sky. Oh, it should be. Piccolo replied. What? It feels like it was all for nothing. By the way, Lord Beerus, what wish did you make? Bulma said somewhat helplessly, then looked at Beerus. It's a secret. Beerus replied with a faint smile. What secret? You're not telling us. The super dragon balls were won by us. At least give us a hint. Bulma insisted, feeling indignant. Exactly. Tightwad Lord Beerus, what is there to hide about this? Wukong also expressed his dissatisfaction. TCH. Fine, since you all want to know so much, I'll tell you. I just asked the dragon for a comfortable bed. Beerus said proudly. What a... Everyone was stunned, not expecting such a result. Fool. Such a request I could easily fulfill myself, you know. You actually wasted this opportunity like that. Bulma snapped back to reality, instantly furious. What a... You dare call me a fool? Woman, have I been too indulgent with you? Do you want to be destroyed? Beerus shouted angrily. Bulma, however, was unafraid and calmly replied. That's exactly the point, okay. I can easily fulfill your wish. It would be better to use the Super Dragon Balls for something beneficial. Anyway, the wish has already been made. Enough of this. This journey ends here. Weiss, let's go back. Beerus called out. As you command, Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled slightly, then began to travel through space in his cube. What a waste. Bulma sighed, all for nothing. I don't think so. This time being able to witness the powerhouses from other universes has me very excited. I look forward to battling them again next time. Wukong laughed, excitement evident in his eyes. Single-celled organism. Bulma snorted coldly. It's true, right, Luya? Wukong laughed heartily, then looked at Luya. Luya came back to his senses and nodded. Ah, yes. Speaking of which, do you have plans after you go back? Wukong asked curiously. Luya thought for a moment, and then said, He'll stay in the heavenly temple for now. Wukong understood. By the way, Luya, you probably still don't have a place to live, right? Given your good performance this time, I decided to gift you a house. Oh, what do you think? At this moment, Bulma suddenly spoke up. Luya was taken aback, unsure of what this woman was planning this. That house I don't usually live in, but it's useless just sitting there. You always staying in the heavenly temple must be boring, but it's better to live well down below. Moreover, it's close to my home. You can come over to spar with Vegeta when you have time. Bulma said playfully. She had some selfish motives after all. Vegeta had fallen behind Wukong this time, and was even surpassed by Luya, as she wanted to help Vegeta improve his strength, at least not to make him feel too embarrassed. Vegeta knew this woman's intentions and snorted coldly. Luya thought for a moment, and also felt that he couldn't just focus on training, he needed to live well, so he said, alright, then thank you. Meanwhile, as she was hurrying back to the 6th universe, Bardoss suddenly paused, noticing that her staff had emitted a green light. What's happening? Bardoss, feeling curious, glanced at the events unfolding within the crystal ball of her staff, and her expression brightened instantly. Whoosh! The space cube still traversing came to a sudden halt. A whoa! Xiangpa, caught off guard, slammed directly into the glass in front of him. Bardoss, are you trying to murder me? Xiangpa roared as he glared at Bardoss. Bardoss appeared inside the cube and said, No, Lord Xiangpa, I have something to report to you. What could be so urgent that it can't wait until we return? Xiangpa replied grumpily. Bardos presented her staff before Xiangpa, revealing a planet within the crystal that bore a striking resemblance to Earth from the 7th universe. Lord Xiangpa, take a look at this. Xiangpa glanced dismissively at the Earth in the crystal ball, but soon became displeased. Isn't that just Earth? Don't mention Earth to me. It makes me angry. Damn it. He had summoned the strongest beings of the universe, yet he couldn't even handle the inhabitants of a single planet from the 7th universe. How could he not feel frustrated? No, this is Earth from the 6th universe. Bardos shook her head. What do you mean? Xiangpa, starting to comprehend, asked with curiosity. Bardos explained, this is our 6th universe's Earth. For some unknown reason it now has humans again, and everything from civilization to other aspects is similar to Earth in the 7th universe. Really? Does that mean we also have our own Earth? Xiangpa exclaimed, suddenly thrilled. Yes. We can also enjoy delicious food now. Bardos smiled slightly. By the way, what caused this? Xiangpa appeared puzzled, wondering why this was happening. Bardos thought for a moment, and then said, it must be because Lord Beerus made a wish with the Super Dragon Balls, turning our Earth into a similar one. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's eyes widened, and he frowned, saying, how is that possible? Suddenly a massive golden ball flew past them, quickly vanishing into the depths of the starry sky. That is a wish ball. Xiangpa stared in shock at the scene, unable to believe it. Bardos said, Lord Xiangpa, it should be exactly as I said. Xiangpa fell silent, his feelings complex. After a long while he suddenly looked up and smiled smugly. That, don't think you'll thank him. Our competition will not end so easily. Although he said that his tone was not as aggressive. Bardos smiled knowingly and then set off again. Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing the competition with the 6th universe, the friends all returned to Earth. A peaceful life began anew. Luya also moved into the house that Bulma had given him. To be honest, Luya never imagined such a life. In his view, crossing over to the Dragon Ball world should involve constant battles or the journey to battle. Besides that, it was all about cultivation. Who had the leisure to live in such a comfortable house? However, now it felt real, and Luya's tense nerves gradually relaxed. Since that's the case, a few days of rest would be nice. On the 3rd day, Bulma announced a notice that a celebration banquet would be. She invited all her friends to attend. Naturally, their hero Luya was also invited. Luya thought for a moment and soon realized that this day seemed to be about Goku and Monaka's story. So he went directly to Bulma's house. Mr. Whis, hello. On Beerus planet, Whis was talking to Bulma. Oh my Miss Bulma, what can I do for you? Or is there some new delicacy that has come out? Whis asked with some anticipation. Within the crystal ball, Bulma smiled slightly and said, well, I plan to hold a celebration banquet to celebrate our heroes who defeated the 6th universe, so I would like to invite you all, if it's convenient for you. Whis chuckled, a celebration banquet. It must be a gathering filled with delicious food. Yes, it's just like the first feast when you and Lord Beerus came. This time there will be plenty of food. Bulma tempted. Really? Will there be food? At that moment, Beerus suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking excited. Of course. But Lord Beerus, could you please bring Monaka along with you? Bulma added thoughtfully. Beerus' expression stiffened for a moment before he quickly recovered. I understand. Let's do it this way, we will come. After saying that, he signaled to Whis, who smiled slightly and bid farewell to Bulma. After ending the call, the room fell silent. Beerus paced back and forth, feeling a bit restless. Whis noticed what he was thinking and said, Lord Beerus, if I may suggest, we should just confess. Absolutely not. Beerus immediately replied in a deep voice. But it won't do if this continues. Sooner or later Goku will find out. Whis said softly. No. If we confess, then Goku and the others will become complacent in their training. Even though Vegeta already knows the truth that Kid Goku is greatly influenced by this. If he finds out that Monaka is a fake expert, he might lose all motivation. That would be a poor performance for him. Moreover, as a god, I have already lied, and if Goku finds out, I fear I won't even become his target. Furthermore, if this matter reaches the ears of Lord Zeno, won't it ruin my reputation? Beerus listed a whole bunch of Whis chuckled. In the end, you're only looking out for yourself. Beerus nonchalantly replied. In any case, Goku must not know Monaka's identity. So we won't take Monaka to this celebration banquet. But Bulma specifically requested Monaka to be there. Whis suddenly said, Idiot. Can't we just lie and say he's sick and can't come? Beerus replied with a dark expression. Oh dear, it seems Lord Beerus, you're getting deeper into the path of lying. Whis joked with a chuckle. Beerus' face turned dark. Who am I doing this for? Who knows? But I am really looking forward to Earth's delicacies. Whis chuckled again. Beerus glanced at Whis speechlessly. You guy. Bulma's residence. A grand celebration banquet was underway, hosted by Bulma and attended by her close friends. Luya had naturally arrived as well. He sat at the dessert table, savoring delicate pastries. Truly exquisite fare, subtly distinct from what he knew in his own world. Still, Luya remained unobtrusive. Beyond Bulma's initial greeting, he spoke little. After all, everyone present already knew one another, making further introductions feel somewhat awkward. Today is Goku's battle against the imposter Monaka. Yet somehow, I find myself quietly anticipating it, Luya murmured with a faint smile, glancing around and noticing Goku's absence. Yet a faint frown crossed his brow. He had yet to attain the Super Saiyan blue form, not even the Super Saiyan God state. And though he diligently trained toward that divine threshold, he remained short of it. His gaze then drifted toward Trunks and Goten, who were playfully wrestling nearby. I'll need their help, he thought, and wrote. The two boys instantly noticed Luya walking over and exchanged curious glances, whispering conspiratorially. Hey Goten, look, it's brother Luya. Really? He's an incredibly powerful warrior. He defeated enemies even Dad and Uncle Vegeta couldn't overcome. Should we spar with him? Trunks suggested eagerly. Isn't that a bit risky? Goten hesitated, eyes wide. Mom would scold us if she found out. Foolish. We'll just find a secluded spot. And if we beat Brother Luya together, we can boast about it right in front of Dad. Trunks beamed, lost in reverie. But Goten, ever the obedient child, still wavered, torn between excitement and conscience. Trunks' eyes gleamed with cunning. How about this? I just bought a limited edition toy set yesterday. I'll give you one. It's absolutely awesome. At that, Goten's eyes lit up. Really? That's amazing. Perfect. Deal sealed. Trunks smiled triumphantly. Luya paused mid-step, surprised to see the two boys striding confidently toward him. What could this possibly mean? Hello, Brother Luya. Trunks and Goten greeted him cheerfully upon reaching him. Luya returned a gentle smile. Hello there. Did you need something? Trunks nodded vigorously. Yes. We saw you defeat Hit, the strongest assassin, and we're utterly in awe of you. Right, Goten? He nudged his friend, who quickly chimed in. Yeah, absolutely. Luya laughed heartily. So, was that why you came looking for me? Not at all. We came to challenge you, to fight you. Trunks declared proudly. Oh, you want to spar with me? A spark flickered in Luya's eyes before he grinned. Very well, I accept. This was an opportunity. If he could harness the latent energy radiating from these two young warriors, he would draw significantly. Yay? Fantastic. Both boys cheered. Great. Let's find somewhere private to battle. Trunks proposed. Luya glanced toward Bulma and Vegeta in the distance, and nodded. Agreed. Moments later, the three departed. Vegeta watched them go, his expression unreadable, then silently turned away. They soon arrived at a quiet islet beside a tranquil lake where Luya and the boys halted. Perfect. This place won't disturb the banquet. Trunks announced, facing Luya. We'll be fighting as a team, you know. Luya smiled faintly. Then come, let's begin. Though individually unremarkable, their fused form held formidable potential. Trunks turned to Goten. Goten, we'll fuse. Yeah. Goten replied, brimming with exhilaration for the coming. Side by side, they raised their arms outward, stood on tiptoe, and began stepping rhythmically toward each other. Fu Xiao Ha. Their index fingers touched, and a brilliant light enveloped them both. Luya's eyes sharpened. He sensed it immediately. Their combined power surged dramatically. As the radiance faded, Gotenks stood before him, unchanged in stature, yet crowned with a striking hybrid hairstyle, half golden, like Goten's Super Saiyan transformation, half lavender like Trunks. A seamless fusion of both. Gotenks' base form. How's that? Impressive, isn't it? This is our ultimate trump card. Gotenks boasted, convinced Luya knew nothing of their fusion technique. Luya gave a slow, appreciative nod. Indeed, it's remarkable. Beep. System quest activated. Engage Gotenks in combat. The system's chime startled him, then filled him with renewed vigor. He met Gotenks' gaze. Then let's begin. Gotenks assumed a stance, and with a thunderous stomp launched himself forward. A blazing fist shot toward Luya, but was caught effortlessly in his palm. How is that possible? Gotenks recoiled in disbelief. Surely fusion should have granted overwhelming. Luya chuckled. I can anticipate even instantaneous movement, so don't hold back. Give me your absolute best. Then here it is. Gotenks roared, and erupted with golden aura, ascending instantly into Super Saiyan form, his power surging 50-fold. A torrent of force slammed into Luya's grip. His brow furrowed, and reluctantly he released the boy's fist. Seizing the opening, Gotenks unleashed a blistering barrage of rapid-fire punches, each strike punctuated by sharp percussive cries, da-da-da-da-da-da. Yet Luya evaded every blow with effortless grace. Even amplified 50-fold, their assault failed to land a single hit. Though both Goten and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyans, their raw combat prowess remained modest. Even fused, their synergy lacked the finesse of true mastery. Still, Gotenks' aura continued swelling, his presence growing ever more imposing. Soon Luya knew he must engage seriously. Thud. Crack. Luya intercepted another punch, then retaliated with a lightning-fast elbow strike. But Gotenks anticipated it. In one fluid motion, he planted both hands on Luya's forearm, vaulted backward over his head, and spun midair, delivering a sweeping roundhouse kick. Luya vanished in a blur, reappearing elsewhere in an instant. Their dual intensified titanic clashes sent shockwaves rippling across the lake, hurling towering geysers skyward. At this moment, in the banquet hall celebrating the victory, everyone sensed a presence coming from a distance. That's the aura of Gotenks and also of Luya. Why are they fighting? Clint asked, somewhat surprised. Indeed, what are those two kids up to? Piccolo said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke in a calm tone. They must be sparring, but given Rya's personality, it's likely that Goten and Trunks initiated it, Clint pondered. Everyone agreed, as the mischievousness of these two little ones was indeed quite troublesome. Shishi and Bulma were both a bit angry upon hearing this. Where did those two kids disappear to in the blink of an eye? Hey, Vegeta, go call them back. The party is about to start. Bulma shouted to Vegeta, who was standing with his arms crossed not far away. Vegeta paused for a moment, ultimately unable to refuse his wife's request, and then he vanished from the spot. On the other side, Rya and Gotenks were in fierce combat, and Rya was finding it somewhat challenging. It had to be said that these two little guys were getting stronger after finding their rhythm. Take this. Gotenks suddenly exclaimed excitedly, then he swung his fist, his arms spinning like a whirl. Gotenks launched a powerful punch at Rya. Startled Rya quickly crossed his arms in front of him. Crash. The next moment Ryu was sent flying backwards, and when he stopped his arms were slightly numb. Rubbing his arm, Ryu looked at Gotenks and smiled. You've got some moves. Gotenks chuckled, looking quite but now I must get serious. Ryu tightened his fist, then shouted fiercely, unleashing his energy enveloped in a pale white glow as his power continuously surged. Earlier Ryu hadn't utilized his full strength. His approach was somewhat similar to Goku's, warming up first without going all out, and only now was he truly letting loose. Edge. Seeing such a powerful aura, Gotenks could no longer remain calm. System activate the strongest, Ryu silently thought. Ding. The strongest Super Saiyan talent activated. Ryu looked at Gotenks. He wouldn't simply complete the task. This was also a great opportunity for improvement. Great. Let's go again. Ryu smiled slightly, then took the initiative to attack, appearing right in front of Gotenks in an instant and sending him flying with a single punch. Ouch. That hurt. You actually ambushed me. Gotenks cried out, covering his face, tears of pain welling up. Ryu innocently replied, what ambush? I clearly warned you. I told you in advance. Gotenks placed his hands on his hips and declared fiercely, I'm angry now. There will be serious consequences. Let me show you my technique. As he spoke, Gotenks suddenly took a deep breath, then began to exhale repeatedly, and one by one projections of Gotenks appeared before him, a total of 6. Ryu raised an eyebrow. He had seen this before. As soon as these things were touched, they would explode immediately, causing tremendous damage. It seemed he needed to be careful. Grab him. Gotenks pointed at Ryu, and instantly those little copies charged out like wild horses. Ryu's gaze sharpened, and he quickly extended his palm, firing multiple energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, as the energy blasts hit those projections, they exploded. The hall was filled with the sound of explosions. What a... Gotenks was somewhat unconvinced, then took another deep breath, summoning dozens more little copies. Those projections surged forward once again. Ryu remained calm, and the next moment he erupted with energy, maximizing his speed, flying through the air while dodging those attacks. Gotenks was controlling a group of little copies in pursuit. It had to be said that this was quite fun. A smile appeared on his face as he continuously chased after Ryu. Boom, boom, boom. Several of the projections that Ryu dodged crashed into each other and exploded. Suddenly Ryu changed direction and charged straight at Gotenks. Edge. Gotenks was startled, then quickly reacted. I know what you're trying to do, but I won't let you succeed. Ryu smiled slightly, and in the next second, he was right in front of Gotenks. Gotenks erupted with energy and threw. However, those puppets showed no signs of letting up. Whoosh. Just as Gotenks was about to hit Ryu, he suddenly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Gotenks' attack, with the two barely a fist's distance apart. In the next instant, Ryu used instant transmission to disappear, and just moments ago, he had been just a fist away from Gotenks, yet he had no intention of attacking him. Gotenks was taken aback, then quickly realized that his little copies had collided together without distinguishing friend from foe. Gotenks screamed in agony, but still couldn't escape the fate of getting blown up. The smoke from the explosions completely engulfed Gotenks' figure. Ryu appeared several dozen meters away watching the explosion, but in the next second his expression stiffened. A roar echoed, followed by a golden light breaking through the smoke like the sun, revealing Gotenks' figure. At this moment, Gotenks had undergone a tremendous transformation. His hair had grown wildly, and his eyebrows had vanished. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Gotenks had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. His aura surged. Ryu squinted his eyes, slightly feeling a bit heavy-hearted. You've pushed us to use our true strength. Very good indeed. Gotenks arrogantly looked at Ryu, crackling with energy like lightning, looking extremely cool. Ryu smirked, bring it on. Gotenks grinned widely, and in the next moment appeared right in front of Ryu, both index fingers pointed at Ryu. Beams of light shot out from his fingertips, attacking in a very peculiar manner. Due to the significant increase in Gotenks' speed, Ryu could only dodge at this moment. At the same time, he gathered an energy blast in his hand and charged toward Gotenks amidst the rain of attacks. Gotenks also noticed this scene and immediately assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, roaring angrily as he shot out a dazzling wave of energy. Ryu also shouted, pushing out the energy blast he had gathered. It collided with Gotenks' Kamehameha. He managed to block Gotenks' attack. Good opportunity. Gotenks naturally wouldn't give Ryu a chance to breathe, immediately intensifying his output, causing the energy of his Kamehameha to rise sharply. Ryu's expression changed, and in the next moment he had to draw in his limbs while extending his other hand, summoning energy to withstand Gotenks' attack. A cry tore from Wu-Taiankas's throat. Seizing the rare opportunity, he refused to hold back his ki and unleashed it in a single unbridled torrent. Luya withstood the opposing force, his face betraying an oddly composed calm. A sudden whoosh cut through the air. Suddenly, as Wu-Taiankasi sent forth an energy wave, he expelled a soul-like form that shot toward Luya at breakneck speed. Watching the spectral figure hurtling his way, Luya smiled with enigmatic calm. A thunderous impact. Luya blocked the ki wave with one hand while lightly slicing with the other. With a sharp tearing sound, the two forces collided and a massive explosion erupted. Whoosh! Wu-Taiankasi suddenly materialized before Luya and with a single punch sent him crashing into the sea. The impact sent water billowing upward like a steaming bun, the surface seething into violent waves. Yes, I won. Wu Tiankasi shouted, striking a triumphant pose and grinning with self-satisfaction. Above them, Vegeta, who had arrived to watch, observed the scene and smiled, pleased with the two youngsters' progress. Before the spray settled, however, an even more terrifying surge of water burst forth. What? He can still stand. Wu Tiankasi complained in frustration. From the sea, a figure slowly rose, and it was Luya. His green clothing was torn in places, yet he bore no serious wounds. He's unharmed. Wu Tiankasi grumbled. He had truly used his best technique. He still had not managed to defeat him. Luya glanced at Wu Tiankasi, then at the rips in his own clothes, and smiled softly. It seems I underestimated you. He then looked up at Vegeta and asked, has the banquet begun? Vegeta crossed his arms and shook his head, not yet. Continue. Wu Tiankasi noticed Vegeta's presence and suddenly hesitated over how to address him. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Talangsi is Vegeta's son, but Wu Tiankasi is not. Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Carry on with your sparring, Wu Tiankasi. I want to test the results of your recent training. At that, Wu Tiankasi grinned. All right. Watch closely. We will definitely beat Big Brother Luya. With that, he suddenly erupted with energy, while a potent aura radiated outward as Wu Tiankasi pushed himself to the pinnacle of his strength. Luya smiled faintly, shifted his foot, and in the next instant burst forth with energy, a pure white radiance. Vegeta noticed that Luya had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his expression flickered. The next moment, he looked at the tail coiled around Luya's waist, lost in thought. Without transforming, Luya assumed a stance and said to Wu Tiankasi, come on, Wu Tiankasi. Let me spar with you. All right, here I come. Wu Tiankasi shouted excitedly and charged at Luya. Luya grinned and surged. Clash. Their fists met blow for blow, releasing a tremendous force. In an instant, they engaged in a blistering exchange, the power of their strikes sending ripples through the air. In combat, they were evenly matched, yet Luya dealt with Wu Tiankasi, who had already reached Super Saiyan 3rd level, with a notable ease. Although their current might was not overwhelming, when they matured, they might well be formidable on their own. Clash. Suddenly, Wu Tiankasi's punch was caught. Luya showed no mercy, and knee struck, followed by an elbow that slammed Wu Tiankasi onto the little island, raising a cloud of dust. Vegeta watched in silence. Though Luya had struck hard, he did not fear Vegeta's reprisal. He felt undaunted, and if necessary, he would not hold back. This was a stern father and a proud warrior. Luya looked at Wu Tiankasi on the islet, brought his hands to his hips, and in tone came. Haim. Huh. Kamehameha, Turtle School, Energy Wave. A dazzling energy condensed. In the next instant, Luya unleashed a key wave that swept across the whole islet. Wu Tiankasi, still clawing at his pain in the crater, looked up at the Kamehameha racing toward him. His expression hardened, and he fired a Chongtian Pao skyward cannon. After the fusion of Wu Tiankasi and Talangsi, he possessed both of their techniques, and the Chongtian Pao was one Vegeta had taught him. As he unleashed it, Vegeta in the air frowned and muttered, what is that? Is the Chongtian Pao used like that? Boom. The two key waves clashed violently, but Luya's Kamehameha, boom. Wu Tiankasi was gradually pushed back. His Chongtian Pao was being eroded. Cough. Cough. Wu Tiankasi gritted his teeth and endured despite surging with energy time, and again, he could not halt Luya's Kamehameha. Huh. At that instant, Luya exerted himself, and his output surged. The Kamehameha was about to strike Wu Tiankasi in the face. Aya. At the critical moment, Wu Tiankasi seemed to draw out a hidden reserve. With an enraged shout, a terrifying ki flowed from his hands, pushing Luya's Kamehameha back somewhat. Whoosh. What? But in the next moment, Wu Tiankasi flashed and separated back into Wu Tian and Talangsi. This is bad. Luya cried in alarm and hurriedly drew back his ki, but he was a heartbeat too late. Wah. Talangsi and Wu Tian both screamed in panic. Mom, it's over. A streak of motion cut through the air. At that moment, Vegeta appeared before them, and with a single hand halted the Kamehameha. Gritting his teeth, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and with one sweep sent the Kamehameha flying aside. Phew. Luya exhaled. He had pushed hard. His aim had been to draw out the youngster's potential, but he had nearly erred. Had the blast struck unopposed, the two children would have been grievously wounded, if not killed. Sorry, I seem to have overexerted myself, Luya said awkwardly. Vegeta glanced at Luya, then looked at Talangsi and Wu Tian. You two must train diligently from now on. No? Huh. What? Talangsi replied with a slumped tone. You idiots. If you don't train properly, I won't take you to the amusement park. Vegeta barked. Vegeta's voice thundered. All right, Talangsi resigned. He loved the amusement park. He had thought he might defeat Big Brother Luya, but the fusion had been prematurely undone by excessive energy consumption. After concluding the spar with Wu Tian Keisai, the group returned to the banquet scene. When Shishi and Bulma saw their son looking like a beggar, they immediately reprimanded him. The last two kids were ordered to take a shower, and of course Luya was included. After a refreshing bath, Luya felt invigorated. He was quite satisfied with the rewards gained from his battle with Wu Tian Keisai. The battle power reward was substantial, and the energy of the two little ones had also increased. They were now just a step away from becoming Super Saiyan gods. Moreover, he had acquired Wu Tian Keisa's skill, which allowed him to summon bombs resembling the undead. This technique was quite lethal. If he encountered opponents known for their speed, he could unleash a vast number of bombs to hinder their movement. As preparations for the banquet began, Goku and Sun Wukong had yet to arrive. Sun Wukong's absence disappointed Luya. If the other party had shown up, he could have seized their strength in advance, which would have been quite advantageous. By the way, where's Goku? Bulma chatting with Shishi and the others suddenly asked. Shishi replied, Goku should still be working in the fields. Do I wonder when he'll arrive? Huh, Goku working? That's quite rare. Bulma said with some confusion. If he doesn't help out, our situation will become difficult. I can't manage alone without his assistance. Huh, Goku working? That's quite rare. Bulma said with some confusion. If he doesn't help out, our situation will become difficult. Vegeta, what about Wukong? Wukong, since that last tournament he's been very busy these days and won't be able to find time to come over for a while. Alright then. Hey, Bulma. At that moment Vegeta suddenly walked over and called out to Bulma. What? Vegeta frowned and said, are you sure holding this celebration banquet is a good idea? Don't let it end up like the last birthday party, making Beerus angry. Bulma thought it was something serious and waved her hand saying, don't worry. I've made ample preparations. This time there will be enough food, so the last unexpected incident won't happen again. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression softened, and he fell silent. At this moment Jair suddenly sensed something, stood up and looked up at the sky. Has it finally arrived? Whoosh. Suddenly a car flew through the sky. Yes, a flying car. What is this? Krillin Jayak proudly said, this is food. I spent a great deal to order this takeout. Food, eh? The crowd gathered closer. The flying car slowly descended and the door opened, revealing an alien dressed casual. How could it be? You are. Seeing this alien, everyone was taken aback, their expressions changing dramatically. The alien took off his hat and bowed to everyone, his pink large head standing out prominently. Monaka, how could it be you? Krillin exclaimed in shock. In his eyes, wasn't Monaka a formidable master of the universe? How could he be delivering takeout? As the crowd was astonished, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others all changed expressions, looking somewhat displeased. What? Monaka hesitated for a moment and then handed the delivery to Jayak, saying, here's your delivery, please sign for it. Jayak came to his senses and had to sign for it. The carefree Bulma cheerfully said, oh Bulma, why did you arrive early? What about Beerus and the others? Monaka thought for a moment and then said, sorry, I'm not with Lord Beerus. He couldn't help but recall the scene after returning to Beerus planet where Beerus had given him a truckload of money while reminding him, and he quickly looked around, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, son Wukong isn't here. Oh well, as long as you're here, join our celebration banquet. Bulma invited with a smile, but I still have deliveries to make. Monaka displayed a look of refusal. Hey, don't refuse. Also consider that matter I mentioned to you last time. At that moment Satan appeared out of nowhere and wrapped his arm around Monaka. Monaka was taken aback by Satan's enthusiasm. So how about coming to be my gym's ambassador? I've even prepared a show for you. Satan laughed heartily and waved to someone off to the side. Hey, come over here. Hearing this, everyone turned to look and couldn't help but laugh. A figure that looked 90 like Monaka approached, albeit somewhat clumsily, and was larger than the average person. After removing the headpiece, a beautiful face emerged. Lord Satan, I can hardly breathe. Satan waved his hand to dismiss her and then looked at Monaka asking, how about it, Mr. Monaka? Would you like to be the ambassador for my gym? No. Monaka shook his head and refused. You're just going to refuse like that? Satan appeared somewhat. Oh, it's Uncle Monaka. Suddenly from a distance, Trunks and Wu Tian rushed over, skidding to a stop in front of Monaka. Hello. Monaka was dripping with cold sweat as he greeted them. Haha. Uncle Monaka, how come you're here? I heard from Lord Beerus that you are very strong, right? Trunks suddenly said. Hey, Trunks, behave yourself. Vegeta, seeing these two kids, realized that something was amiss and shouted. What? I rarely get to see Uncle Monaka. Trunks said while playfully punching Monaka's chest. Isn't that right, Monaka? In the next moment, Monaka's figure was sent flying. What? Everyone was shocked. Mr. Monaka, are you alright? Bulma quickly asked. Trunks. Vegeta's face darkened significantly. Trunks glanced at his hand and then looked back at Monaka, muttering, it shouldn't be. I didn't use much force. By the way, isn't Uncle Monaka the strongest in the universe? Hearing this, everyone reacted. Those unaware were puzzled. How could this happen? Woo. Suddenly everyone's expressions changed. Oh, wasn't Monaka supposed to be a master? How could he be crying? Hey, Piccolo, could it be that Monaka's martial arts skills are very low? Krillin looked at Piccolo. Piccolo's lips twitched slightly, who knows? Meanwhile, Luya watched this scene without surprise and suddenly sensed something looking up at the sky. It's here. Just as Luya looked up, Vegeta's expression changed and he too gazed into the sky. It seems we've arrived. Suddenly a rainbow light shot down, followed by the appearances of Beerus and Whis before everyone. Oh, it's so lively. Are you all welcoming us? Whis chuckled. I traveled a great distance, so I expect a feast. By the way, you all. Nanny. Monaka, what are you doing here? Beerus exclaimed, suddenly noticing the crying Monaka, and his expression turned cold with sweat. Lord Beerus, why did you come so late? Bulma stepped forward. However, Beerus ignored her and instead glared at Monaka, angrily saying, hey, Monaka, didn't I tell you not to come? How did you end up here? Monaka, feeling wronged, replied, I was just delivering a package. Beerus choked, and after glancing at everyone, he felt a chill in his heart. This is bad, it has been exposed. Oh dear, it's been exposed. Whis said regretfully. Well, Lord Beerus, actually Monaka isn't a powerful fighter, right? Krillin asked nervously. Beerus remained silent. The others looked somewhat complicated. Vegeta felt uneasy. At this moment, Beerus regained his composure and casually said, indeed, the reason Monaka has been labeled as a powerful fighter is my Whis idea. Whis, Luya and Piccolo's mouths twitched violently. Damn, he can really spin a tail. Why, oi? Krillin, unable to understand, asked. Why pretend that Monaka is a powerful fighter to deceive us? Beerus felt a headache coming on. He wasn't one to enjoy long explanations. There's nothing a destruction ball couldn't solve. If there is, then two will do. Suddenly Whis stood up and addressed everyone. The reason we have Monaka pretend to be a powerful fighter is that we want to give Goku and Vegeta a goal to strive for, because only then can they become stronger. At the same time, his expression turned serious. However, I hope everyone can keep this secret, because if Goku finds out that Monaka has no martial arts training, it would be a huge blow to him. It would make him lose his drive, and even if he continues to train, he will often become lazy and ultimately fall into despair. Do you want to see him like that? The crowd exchanged glances, feeling complicated. All right, since the matter has been exposed, from now on you all must help me keep this secret, Beerus said blandly in a commanding tone, and only this way could he comfort himself. I didn't expect the mighty god of destruction would also lie. How rare. What did you say? Beerus' face darkened at Bulma's words. Bulma was about to say something else when Vegeta suddenly rushed over and covered her mouth, saying, Stop talking. Lord Beerus also hopes for me and Kakarot to work hard in our training, so stop causing trouble. You're right. Beerus snapped his fingers and gave Vegeta an approving look, saying, It is precisely because we still need Goku's strength to face the upcoming universe tournament, so you must keep this secret from me, or I will destroy you. Did you hear that? Seeing Beerus' ferocious demeanor, everyone felt a bit scared and hurriedly nodded. They forgot that this guy is the god of destruction and shouldn't be provoked. What secret? Suddenly a voice rang out and Goku appeared behind Beerus. Yoa! Beerus jumped in shock, and seeing it was Goku, he shouted angrily, Idiot! Where did you come from? Don't mind me, Lord Beerus. Goku laughed, then suddenly his eyes lit up as he spotted something, and he exclaimed excitedly, Oh, Monaka, you're here. Goku appeared right in front of Monaka, gripping his arms excitedly. Great. Now that we have some time, let's have a match, Monaka. Oh. Monaka turned pale upon seeing Goku and looked towards Beerus for help. Beerus was startled, fearing that Goku might accidentally kill Monaka with too much force, and immediately shouted, Goku, no rudeness. What's wrong? Goku chuckled, and then earnestly requested Monaka again. Smack. Suddenly someone slapped Goku on the head. Who was that? Goku was about to get angry, but when he saw it was Chi-Chi, he immediately wilted. What's wrong, Shishi? Shishi replied unkindly, Look at how you look right now. Do you even know what kind of banquet this is? How can you dress like that? Go back and change your clothes. You stink. Goku sniffed himself and indeed detected a sweat smell, and he could only sigh. All right then. Whoosh. Goku used instant transmission to leave. Hey, hurry up and think of a way. Goku will be back soon. Bulma immediately said. Beerus looked at Whis, who shook his head. What should we do? How can we prevent Goku from finding out about Monaka? Krillin said anxiously. Should we let Monaka go back? Isn't Lord Whis able to manipulate time? Jace suddenly suggested. The crowd's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. No way. It's already too late. Today Goku must have a match with Monaka, and if we let Monaka leave now it might be inappropriate. Whis shook his head in refusal. So what do we do then? Beerus asked impatiently. Haha, I have an idea. Trunks suddenly exclaimed. What? Everyone looked at him curiously. Trunks proudly said, Since that's the case, why not find someone to impersonate Uncle Monaka? Impersonate? The crowd's eyes brightened. Beerus gave him a thumbs up, saying, Very good, kid. But the problem is who can impersonate Monaka? Whis asked. Beerus paused, and then said, The only ones here who can match Goku are Vegeta and Luya, but Goku is surely very familiar with Vegeta's techniques, so. He looked at Luya. Luya shrugged helplessly, saying, I can't handle Goku. I might be able to put up a fight if I use Kaioken, but using Kaioken would give away the ruse. The crowd suddenly felt deflated. This won't work, that won't work, what should we do? Suddenly Luya smiled slightly, and said, But Lord Beerus, can't you take Monaka's place? With your strength, dealing with Goku would be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Beerus' expression suddenly turned cold. What did you say? How could I, the mighty god of destruction, possibly do such a thing? Beerus exclaimed in exasperation. What does it matter? Haven't you lied already? Isn't it only natural to sacrifice something for your own lies? Bulma replied dismissively. Beerus' forehead veins bulged as he suddenly thought about slapping this woman. Lord Beerus, please make a decision quickly, otherwise Goku will be back soon. Whis suddenly interjected. Beerus hesitated. Did someone call me? Whoosh. Goku suddenly appeared in the scene using instant transmission. Beerus' eyes widened so soon. Everyone was equally surprised. Monaka, can we compete now? Goku approached Monaka with a smile. God knows how long he had been waiting for this moment. Upon hearing that Monaka was a very powerful expert, he became so eager to spar with him that he couldn't focus on anything else, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. Seeing Goku like this, everyone was at a loss for words. Beerus stepped forward again, forcibly pulling Goku back. Hey, Monaka is not someone you can challenge so casually. Oh, what should I do then? Goku asked in confusion. Beerus thought for a moment, and then said, I've got it. If you want to challenge Monaka, you must do 100 trillion sit-ups first. 100 trillion. Alright, I'll go do it. Saying that, Goku dashed off to a patch of grass and began. While Goku was doing sit-ups, Beerus fell silent. At this moment, Trunks and Goten suddenly brought over the Monaka costume that Satan had previously brought. Lord Beerus, we have prepared the props for you, Trunks said proudly. But Beerus looked at the headpiece, struggling to find the words. It was simply too ugly. How could he, the god of destruction, be made to wear such a thing? It was a complete insult. Just as Beerus was hesitating, his voice suddenly came through. You need to hurry, Lord Beerus. What? Beerus instinctively looked in Goku's direction, and his eyes widened in shock. He saw Goku suddenly speeding up. That speed was terrifying, and it seemed he might actually finish in a short time. Beerus fell silent. Next to him, Vegeta and Piccolo looked at Goku, beads of cold sweat dripping from their faces. This old buddy was the most troublesome when it came to wanting to spar with everyone. Alright, suddenly Goku charged over. So fast. Beerus was stunned, then his expression changed. Hey, Goku, how could you possibly finish so quickly? That's 100 trillion. Goku paused, then replied, it's 100 trillion. What's the problem? How? Did you? Beerus said in disbelief. Goku innocently counted on his fingers. It's 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion. Isn't 100 trillion finished quickly? I haven't even warmed up yet. Everyone. Luya also broke into a sweat. The rumored Goku from Dragon Ball Super was not only a bit of a weirdo, but truly a simpleton. He finally witnessed it. Idiot. That's not how you count. Finishing 100 trillion sit-ups would take at least several years. Beerus, in a fit of rage, accidentally let it slip. Goku didn't mind and said, Alright, I'm going to compete with Monaka. Saying this, he ignored everyone and pulled Monaka towards the distance. Come on, Monaka, let's find a place to fight. Monaka immediately struggled, but was as weak as a paper tiger, only able to look towards Beerus and the others for help, tears streaming down his face, silently crying. Oh no, stop him quickly. Beerus was anxious. Dumpling used gravity to hold Goku down. Tien Shinhan suddenly said to Dumpling, Okay. Dumpling didn't hesitate and directly reached out his hand to use confinement on Goku. Ugh. Goku, who was walking, suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness and was startled. What is happening? So heavy. Well done. Beerus praised. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Dumpling exclaimed, I. Everyone's expression changed as they saw Dumpling being dragged forward. Could even the gravity technique not stop Goku? Beside him, Krillin suddenly gritted his teeth and dashed out. Solar flare. A low shout directly blinded the unsuspecting Goku, who instinctively let go of Monaka. Seeing this, Krillin immediately moved Monaka away. Lord Beerus, take the chance. Otherwise it will be too late. Krillin hurriedly said. Trunks and Goten quickly handed over the equipment. Beerus gritted his teeth looking at Goku, who was about to recover and could only reach out towards that equipment. Ugh, so glaring. What is this? At this moment, Goku suddenly recovered and looked back in confusion. Monaka, why have you gotten bigger? At that time, the now oversized Monaka stood before Goku, his expression cold. Inside the costume, however, was a Beerus with a face full of disdain and displeasure. Hey, you all need to fight far away from here. Otherwise the banquet won't be able to proceed. Bulma reminded. Goku laughed heartily and waved his hand. Got it. At that moment, however, Beerus unexpectedly made a move, instantly appearing in front of Goku, and before the latter could react, a punch had already struck his face. Ugh! Goku suddenly cried out in pain, his body flying out. Beerus followed right behind him. Without hesitation, he began to rain punches and kicks on Goku. Goku was directly suppressed and took a few punches, causing him to grimace in pain. Bang! Beerus executed a flying kick, sending Goku flying dozens of meters. Everyone's expressions turned serious. It had truly begun. How impressive! Luya, Vegeta, and Piccolo also became serious as they were still unaware of Beerus' true strength, so they focused intently. Luya even activated his strongest Saiyan talent to observe. He inwardly wondered when he would be able to obtain an ability like the Sharingan. Although this was the Dragon Ball world, he remembered that there seemed to be an identity known as a time-space patrolman. Without thinking too much, Luya earnestly watched the spar. Ouch, that hurts. Goku rubbed the sore spot, but instead of minding Beerus' sneak attack, he excitedly said, I didn't expect you to be this strong, Monaka. Since you are so powerful, I won't hold back. Huh. With a burst of energy, Goku charged straight at Beerus. The puppet-like Beerus also sneered, and P.S. please support with a tip. The more tips I get, the more I'll update daily. Boom, 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 boom. In the high sky, waves of fist energy surged as Wukong and Beerus began their high-speed combat, notably exchanging blows back and forth. Bang! Ugh! Wukong was sent flying by a punch, crashing into a distant mountain. But in the next moment, Wukong charged out again, roaring as he shot directly towards Beerus, launching a flurry of punches with astonishing speed. Beerus calmly defended against the attacks. Although Wukong's level was far below his, he was currently restricted by the toy outfit and unable to unleash his full potential. Tap, 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 tap. Wukong was like an excited bull, continuously attacking Beerus with each blow delivered with full force. In his mind, Monaka was an incredibly strong being, so he had completely corrected his previous lackadaisical approach, taking the fight very seriously from the start. Bang! Suddenly Beerus directly caught Wukong's incoming fist, and with his other hand he struck out. What a... Wukong never anticipated that he could be caught in a gap, even under full pressure. Before he could react, he was hit squarely in the face by Beerus' punch, instantly sent flying like a cannonball. However, because Beerus had put some strength into this punch, he was also somewhat taken aback. His fist tore through the toy outfit, ripping it apart. Beerus was shocked by this scene, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. On the other side, Wukong covered his face with both hands, shouting in pain. As he paused, he looked at Beerus and smiled. Since you're being so rude, I'll fight you with all my strength. With that, he burst with energy, and in an instant, a terrifying wave of energy rolled forth, enveloping Wukong in a pearly white glow. In the next second, Wukong shot out. Beerus, feeling anxious, could only hide the exposed claw behind his back and brace himself for Wukong's attack with one hand. Bang, bang, bang. The two resumed their battle, and surprisingly Beerus was momentarily suppressed. Is this a joke? How is it possible? Lord Beerus is being suppressed. Everyone was puzzled. When did Lord Beerus' strength become so weak? No, he is being constrained. He's wearing that toy outfit, and if he exerts even a little force he might expose himself. So he is controlling himself. Vegeta observed the battle, speaking calmly. Then does that mean Wukong might actually win against him? Bulma said with surprise. You underestimate Beerus too much. His power is far from simple. Vegeta replied coolly. As everyone watched the intense battle, their eyes, filled with Amanako on the side, had long since passed out. Ugh. Wukong could not defend against Beerus' attack, once more taking a punch to the stomach. Meanwhile, Beerus' other hand also burst through the glove, revealing itself in the open air. Seeing this, Beerus was momentarily stunned. Was it really that fragile? While he was distracted, Wukong had already reacted, roaring as he unleashed a punch. This directly sent Beerus flying several dozen meters. Wukong looked gravely at Beerus, sensing that the opponent had yet to unleash his full power. Of course, in his eyes, the person before him was Manaka. As Beerus stopped, he then gazed at Wukong, and suddenly purplish-black light began to emanate from the toy. Within the toy, Beerus looked at Wukong and suddenly grinned, his eyes filled with a hint of fervor and excitement. In the next moment, he suddenly changed his tone and roared, instantly enveloped by a terrifying aura. This was Beerus' first time unleashing power beyond his divine aura. Nevertheless, the enhancement from his own divine power made him appear incredibly strong. Wukong saw this and naturally did not dare to be negligent, grinning. Now that's more like it. Fighting should be exhilarating. Wukong exploded with energy and charged directly at Beerus. Beerus snorted coldly, fully disregarding the exposed arm. He unleashed a flurry of chaotic punches at Wukong. Wukong hasn't even used his full power. He should be able to transform into Super Blue. Krillin suddenly remarked. They dare not. If they truly went all out, not only would this place be destroyed, but the entire West City might also be obliterated. Piccolo stated calmly. But will Lord Beerus be angry? Being suppressed by Wukong like this won't embarrass him. And looking at him now, he seems a bit angry. Bulma said with some concern. The idea of having him impersonate Manaka and wear that toy was already difficult to broach. Now being forced into such a corner and worried Beerus might destroy Earth out of anger. Other companions hearing this also grew worried. Beerus' temperament was unpredictable and no one knew when he might become displeased. If that happened, everything could be destroyed, which was very serious. Ha ha ha, that won't happen. At that moment, Whis approached, having replaced his staff with a fruit salad in his left hand and a fork in his right, feeding himself piece by piece. Whis, will Lord Beerus really not be angry? He seems a bit off right now. Bulma asked. Whis swallowed his food and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Lord Beerus is currently enjoying the thrill of the fight. He's not angry at all. You can rest assured. Phew. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, since the last competition with the 6th universe, Lord Beerus has only been a spectator, and he's been itching for a fight ever since. So now he craved a battle. After all, since his fight with Wukong, he had rarely engaged in combat, and due to his overwhelming strength, he couldn't find any worthy opponents. But now with the constraints of the toy outfit, he could maintain control while battling Wukong. This kind of fight was exactly what he desired. Whis chuckled, explaining, and popped a piece of fruit into his mouth, his mood soaring. Vegeta and the others closely observed the fight, and it was evident to them that Beerus was deeply immersed in the enjoyment. On the other side, Luya watched the fight. While eating, he had to admit he felt a little restless. However, he quickly lost interest in this limited combat, and soon quieted his mind, allowing his consciousness to enter the scene. Looking at his battle power exceeding 100 billion, Luya felt a sense of accomplishment. He had improved significantly since the competition with the 6th universe. Because he had been using his strongest Saiyan talents during battles, of course, aside from fighting and training, he had not used them. When he saw his skills, he fell silent. He almost forgot that he still had one transformation left. Regarding the transformation into a great ape, Luya only knew a little, which was that Saiyans could transform into gigantic gorillas by harnessing the power of the moon through their tails. The great ape is the most primitive form of a Saiyan, and this form is incredibly terrifying. Once transformed into a great ape, their power would surge immensely. He also knew that there was another effect, which was to transform into Super Saiyan 4. However, Luya understood that the tail was merely a tool for the Saiyan transformation and had no direct relation to the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The tail functioned more like a collector that enhanced the body's ability to absorb the natural frequency of blood's waves, determining whether a Saiyan could naturally transform. Even without a tail, a Saiyan could still transform, though their ability to absorb blood's waves would be weaker, much like Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT, who successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4 using the enhanced blood's waves created by Bulma. In other words, as long as one could enhance the blood's waves, transformation was possible. Thus, the tail had no connection to the Golden Great Ape or Super Saiyan 4. After transforming into a Golden Great Ape, a Saiyan would require a strong will and the restoration of their rationality to compress that energy and subsequently transform further, achieving Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, despite lacking a tail, successfully transformed through enhanced blood's waves, and at the moment of transformation his tail appeared instantly. Simply put, with a tail one could transform under the moonlight. Without a tail, enhanced blood's waves could also facilitate the transformation. Thus the tail had lost its significance. The old Supreme Kai knew of the dormant power within Saiyans and how to awaken it, understanding that the tail needed to be removed, yet he was unaware that enhancing the blood's waves could yield the same results. Of course, currently this is in the Dragon Ball Super universe, and one cannot use this concept to balance the situation. Moreover, today's Saiyans are on the path of divinity, unlike in GT, where they repeatedly evolved into higher forms of Saiyans. Thinking of this Luya Muse system, is this transformation into a great ape the one I imagined? The system replied, what kind of great ape transformation does the host imagine? Luya's lips twitched slightly. Of course, can this transformation break through to Super Saiyan 4? The system responded, host, there's no need to rush. First you must increase your strength, otherwise if you truly lose your reason while using this skill, I fear you may be recklessly slaughtered. Luya remained silent, shaking his head. This system seemed a bit unorthodox. It was better to talk less with it. As for whether Super Saiyan 4 could exist in this super universe, he didn't know, but he believed he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue. The question was whether Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue could coexist at the same time. Naturally, Luya was contemplating whether he could somehow merge these two powers together. With these thoughts, he gazed up at the sky. Boom. At that moment, Beerus and Goku were in the midst of a fierce battle with white and purple lights clashing, exuding a terrifying aura. Bang! Beerus struck Goku in the stomach, causing a pain scream from Goku. At the same time, enduring the pain, he countered with a punch aimed directly at Beerus' forehead. Meanwhile, Beerus reacted quickly, tilting his head slightly, but due to his large head, Goku's punch merely grazed the headpiece. In an instant, the Monaka doll's headpiece lost an ear. Not good. The expressions of everyone changed dramatically. No, that was my carefully crafted piece. Satan immediately looked aggrieved. But in that moment, Beerus sent Goku flying with a kick. Goku was sent flying. Beerus was somewhat unsettled. Damn it, the ear was gone. What to do? It was going to be exposed. However, Goku was carefree, oblivious to the missing piece, his eyes locked solely on Beerus and the thrill of battle. This fight exhilarated him. Bring it on. Goku laughed heartily, suddenly unleashing his energy, and in an instant a powerful aura radiated from him as he teleported in front of Beerus. He threw a punch. Beerus sidestepped to avoid Goku's blow, but in the next moment Goku's foot followed up with an upward kick. Not good. Beerus was startled and dodged once more. In the next second his rear was grazed, revealing Beerus' tail. This is bad. Piccolo and Vegeta's faces changed simultaneously, and in the next moment they vanished without it. Goku, unable to land a hit, launched another attack. But Beerus turned around and delivered a kick instantly, sending Goku flying. Goku naturally wouldn't give up, charging out once more. Swish! Swish! At that moment Vegeta and Piccolo suddenly appeared in front of Beerus. Piccolo even used his cape to shield Beerus, while Vegeta hurriedly handed Beerus a piece of white cloth. Understanding the situation, Beerus quickly wrapped his tail. Vegeta, Piccolo, what are you doing? Goku asked, bewildered. That. We don't know what's going on. It seems Monaka has some controlling power. Oh. Why is my hand uncontrollably stretching? Piccolo pretended to panic, extending his arm to bind the unsuspecting. Vegeta, your acting is terrible. Piccolo's face twitched. At this moment Vegeta looked awkward and said yes. Yes. I have no control. My body is completely unresponsive. Piccolo, you little brat, our acting skills are equal. Although it was a common occurrence, the intensity of the battle was hardly any less than that of a Super Saiyan. Goku and Beerus exchanged glances from afar, their auras surging rapidly, as if they were eager to determine the victor. Seeing this scene, Vegeta and the others were taken aback, quickly turning to Whis. Whis, quickly stop them. Vegeta's expression was somewhat urgent. He could sense that if these two went all out, the entire Earth would likely suffer a tremendous blow. Was feeling somewhat helpless, wondered how these two had become so addicted to fighting. At that moment Goku in the sky suddenly began to unleash his energy, and his power surged upwards. Beerus snorted coldly, and at that moment an astonishing purple aura enveloped his body. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously charged towards each other. Neither of them considered dodging this punch. Luya also stood up, ready to intervene to prevent any accidents. However, it soon proved that he had underestimated the power of the angel. Just as Goku and Beerus' fists were about to collide, Whis appeared between them and grabbed their fists with one hand each. Oh dear. I must say this is enough, or the banquet will not be able to proceed, Whis said with a slight smile. His timely intervention was indeed impressive, successfully stopping Goku and Beerus, much to the astonishment of their companions, as Whis' strength left them feeling utterly unpredictable. Second-tier angel. Luya squinted at Whis, unable to deny that the opponent's power was indeed above that of Beerus. Whis, why did you stop us? Goku said, somewhat displeased. Being interrupted in his duel made him unhappy regardless of who it was. Whis did not mind slowly responding. Lord Beerus instructed you to stop. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Beerus were taken aback and simultaneously looked downward. In the midst of the crowd, Beerus was standing, but this Beerus looked somewhat strange, lacking the divine authority he usually exuded, appearing rather dazed. Seeing this scene, Beerus twitched the corner of his mouth, but did not dwell on it. Oh, well then. Hearing it was Beerus who spoke, Goku had no choice but to comply and descend. Whis glanced secretly at Beerus, then chuckled softly. Lord Beerus, you acted quite well. Beerus, somewhat intrigued, followed suit and descended. Not bad, not bad. Monaka is even stronger than I imagined. If he didn't hold back, I might not have been able to defeat him. Goku exclaimed excitedly. Hey, I already told you to go to a distant place. You've turned my backyard into a mess. Bulma suddenly became... Goku waved his hand. Oh well, Bulma, your family is the world's richest, so don't mind such trivial matters. Bulma sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, but what could she do? After all, Goku had a good relationship with her. Huh. By the way, your fight was so spectacular that it knocked Monaka out. Inkai suddenly laughed heartily, pointing at Monaka. The expressions of the crowd turned stiff, and they collectively broke out into a cold sweat. Beerus also froze at that moment due to those words. Huh. Monaka. Goku was confused. Wasn't Monaka just fighting him? How could he be knocked out? Thinking this, Goku looked over and immediately saw Monaka, standing there, his gaze vacant, staring ahead, with no reaction. Goku was shocked. He hurriedly looked back and forth between the real Monaka and the fake Monaka. What's going on? Well, Bulma and the others were somewhat awkward. Inside, feeling even more embarrassed under the murderous gazes from Piccolo, and others wished he could disappear immediately. At this moment, Beerus inside the doll was furious. He had gone to such lengths to abandon his divine dignity to impersonate this ugly and troublesome thing, only to have his efforts rendered futile by Yinkai's one sentence. He could not be forgiven. Hoo. The purple divine power surrounded Beerus' body, resembling a demonic god ready to destroy everything. Vegeta and Piccolo noticed this and immediately broke into a sweat, quickly adopting a combat stance, prepared to face. As expected, this situation has come to this. Vegeta thought 1,000 alpacas galloping through his mind. They could no longer allow Bulma to host such grand banquets, otherwise they risked jeopardizing the safety of the earth. This gathering is toxic. Whis also looked at this scene helplessly, for it is said that one does not fear an opponent like Goku, but fears teammates like pigs. Now even Lord Beerus' anger was something he did not wish to provoke. Just as Beerus was about to take action, Goku suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Soga. I understand. Does Monaka also have a transformation like Boost? How impressive. Just a mere transformation makes it hard for me to handle. Everyone was taken aback and Beerus was also stunned. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Alright. Although I can't fight Monaka Heat, and if his transformation is this strong, then he must be incredibly powerful. Great. Next I must train hard. I will definitely win against Monaka next time. Goku declared confidently, but shortly thereafter his stomach grumbled. After fighting for so long, I'm really hungry. I should go eat something first. After saying this, he ignored everyone and headed towards the food area. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The storm had finally passed. That guy Goku really has a big heart. Krillin remarked with some understanding. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling amused by Goku's personality, but thankfully, they had successfully muddled through the situation. Sorry, it's all my fault. Inkai quickly apologized, awkwardly realizing he had almost ruined. To be able to speak so thoughtlessly, you are quite a character. Tianjin Fan glanced at Inkai and said flatly, Insai. Beerus removed his headpiece, drenched in sweat. Finally over. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Beerus. Beerus waved his hand. After this, let's minimize Monaka's appearances on Earth. Yes. Whis nodded. Luya looked at Goku, who was eating with a strange expression. Logically, Beerus impersonating Monaka should have had many flaws, but was Goku really that oblivious? Is that so? The banquet reached a delightful conclusion after an exhilarating duel, leaving everyone in high spirits as the gathering. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. Bulma waved at Beerus and Whis. The crowd felt uneasy, wondering if every gathering would be as thrilling as this one, fearing for their lives. Then see you next time. Let's go, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled gently. Beerus nodded, lightly reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. Soon Whis and the others vanished like a beam of rainbow light. Well, since it's over, let's all head back. Piccolo approached, glancing at Vegeta, and Goku nodding before taking off. The others also departed. Luya bid farewell to Goku and the others before returning home. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed feeling a bit contemplative. I can now consider myself one of the top experts in the universe. If I constantly unleash my strongest Saiyan talent, my power could soon surpass Goku and the others, but then it would lose some enjoyment. Perhaps I should refrain from that. Luya shook his head. Since the battle with the sixth universe, his strength had surged rapidly. In his normal state, his combat power would likely be difficult for even a battle genius like Son Goku to catch up with. Moreover, it's worth mentioning that Luya had now learned to use instant transmission. Though it was only for 0.1 seconds, it was not something that an average person could break through. Apart from Super Saiyan Blue, he could easily defeat any Z fighter. Of course, even without instant transmission. Next I'll practice instant transmission. Hit's instant transmission has already reached 1 second. I suspect he will improve further, so I need to prepare for the upcoming tournament of power. Luya murmured to himself. Thus in the following days, Luya found a place to train. He didn't go to the time chamber, but rather sought out a small island. He began practicing instant transmission, continually utilizing it, and exploring ways to unleash his strongest Saiyan talent. His progress gradually became evident. However, just a few days later, Luya heard some news. Goku had fallen ill. Luya was somewhat surprised, but after some thought he deduced that Goku's illness stemmed from overexerting himself while using the Kaioken X10, resulting in a delayed reaction disorder. With the Kaioken's power amplifying his already formidable strength, it was no wonder Goku struggled to manage it. Luya sighed. After all, Goku's ability to use the Kaioken was largely due to his own efforts, so he decided to. At that moment, Goku was at Gohan's house playing with Gohan's daughter Pan. She glared at Goku with an upset expression. This old rascal, after she worked hard to prepare dinner for him, instead of gratitude, he shocked her by wrecking the house upon his return. Now having to move in with Gohan, seeing Goku act as if nothing had happened only fueled her anger as she gritted her teeth. Piccolo was sitting on the couch watching Goku, and Pan, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Oh, the days without training are just too dull. Goku lifted Pan high, lamenting. I don't see anything wrong with it. You Saiyans basically train every day. It's nice to have some leisure time. Moreover, you and Vegeta are both nearly at your limits. It's nearly impossible to improve further, so it's better to relax. Piccolo replied calmly. That may be true, but I still can't quite accept it. Goku said, his face contorted. He had indeed reached his limit. No matter how much he trained, the results would be minimal even in the time chamber. Unless he faced a truly powerful opponent, he wouldn't be able to unlock his potential. I'm telling you, Goku, you should recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm worried you might wreck Gohan's house too. Shishi said, like, what are you talking about, Shishi? Goku replied awkwardly. That won't happen. I believe Dad won't do that. At that moment, Gohan and Videl walked in through the door. Oh, Gohan, Videl, you're back. Goku greeted them with a wave. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Pan was thrilled to see her father babbling happily. Gohan approached smiling on. While saying this, he picked up Pan. Pan, did you miss Daddy? Yay. Pan affectionately kissed Gohan, acting all cute. Everyone was filled with warmth. By the way, Gohan, weren't you discussing collaboration with the school professor? I heard he wants. Why are you back so soon? Shishi suddenly asked. She was very concerned about her son. Gohan slightly lowered his head and then said, I declined. What? Shishi exclaimed, quickly asking why. Gohan smiled at Pan. Videl, and I decided we wouldn't be so busy with work anymore. It's better to find more time to spend with Pan. Yes, Gohan, and I think the same. Besides, we don't really need to work. We have enough money at home. All right then. Shishi felt a bit disappointed that her son had given up a promising future. It wasn't surprising she was upset. Hee, Gohan, you're quite the opposite. Piccolo suddenly turned to Goku and said. Goku laughed heartily. He didn't care about such things, or what mattered to him was true. Of course, I still hope that during our free time Uncle Piccolo can help me train. I haven't had proper training in a long time, and I worry that if this continues, I won't be able to intervene in future matters. Gohan suddenly looked at Piccolo and said with a smile. Piccolo glanced at Gohan and then smiled approvingly. Even if you didn't say that, I would still train you. Huh. Both Goku and Gohan laughed. You Saiyans. Shishi had no words to express her feelings. Just then a sound of footsteps came from outside the house. That energy is Rya's. Piccolo looked out the window. Rya? Goku was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. The group stepped outside to find Rya waiting. Rya, what brings you? Goku looked at Rya, then smiled. Rya replied, I heard you were ill. Are you alright? Goku's face fell slightly as he said, It's fine, but I can't use my energy lately, otherwise it would cause chaos in my body. Rya nodded, saying it was because you overexerted yourself while using the Kaioken. It was manageable at first, but in the end you pushed yourself even when you were already exhausted, which led to this situation. Goku said helplessly, I didn't expect you would defeat Hit. If I had known, I wouldn't have pushed so hard. Rya. Luya greeted Gohan, and then turned to Goku saying, since you have nothing to do, I shall take my leave. Goku nodded. Goodbye. Luya nodded and turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Gohan suddenly called out. Luya stopped, turned around, and looked at him. Gohan, are you calling me? Gohan took a few steps forward, his eyes now carrying a serious expression. Luya, I would like to request a battle with you. What? Gohan's unexpected request surprised Piccolo and Goku, leaving them puzzled as to why Gohan would propose such a thing. Luya was also somewhat taken aback. He actually wanted to engage in battle with Gohan to allow the system to gain Gohan's strength, but he felt hesitant to voice it. Now unexpectedly, the other party brought it up first. Gohan looked at Luya, his gaze resolute. Luya fell silent for a moment, and then said, Gohan, you must understand I have grown immensely stronger since the beginning. Gohan nodded, I understand. That's why I want to ask you for a match. Goku looked at Gohan with a mix of concern, but Piccolo gestured for him not to interfere. Why? Luya replied with a smile. Gohan clenched his teeth slightly. I don't want what happened last time to occur again. I haven't trained for many years, my strength has regressed rather than progressed, and because of that, when powerful enemies come, I can only watch my friends and family suffer. That feeling is incredibly painful for me, so I want to regain that feeling. Luya said, but Mr. Piccolo can help you too. Piccolo remained silent. Gohan nodded. I understand that, but I still want to spar with different masters. If my dad is available, I would also ask. Gohan. Shishi and Videl both had complex expressions. Please, train me. Gohan bowed to Luya. Luya sighed. Alright, I'll accept your request. Great. Gohan exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist. Let's change locations. Luya said, suddenly taking off into the air, flying in a specific direction. Gohan nodded to Goku, and the others then followed Luya. Goku, unable to restrain himself, was about to follow when Piccolo held him back. Your body is not well, so don't go. I'm afraid you'll be agitated by them. This. Goku had no choice but to relent. Nevertheless, Piccolo decided to follow on his own. So cunning. Goku pouted. Goku, hurry and take care of Little Fong. I and Videl will start cooking. Shishi called out. Goku could only hold Little Fong. On the other side, Luya arrived at a valley. Gohan closely followed, landing opposite. Luya looked at Gohan and said, don't hold back. Use your strongest power. Gohan nodded, slightly widening his stance and adopting a posture similar to a horse stance, then suddenly shouted. Boom. The Super Saiyan transformation took place. Gohan's energy surged and his battle power increased. However, Luya frowned, for even in his Super Saiyan form, Gohan was not his regular opponent. His battle power was Gohan had transformed into a wild version of himself. Luya smiled slightly, then jumped twice, assuming a combat stance. Ding. Mission activated. Mission content: acquire the strength of 5 Saiyans. Current progress 45. Gohan looked at Luya, becoming alert. Although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he still found Luya in his normal state flawless. So strong. In just half a year, Luya's power has increased so much. Shouldn't he also go train in the time chamber? Luya's gaze sharpened, his figure vanished in an instant, and before Gohan could react, he delivered a powerful punch to Ugh! Gohan cried out in agony, his body sent flying crashing through several small mountains. Don't get distracted, Luya said calmly, looking at him. At that moment, Piccolo also appeared on the scene, but he did not intervene. He watched this unfold from the air. Oh! Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst forth and Gohan's figure charged towards Luya. Luya tapped his toes and met Gohan heat-in. Tap tap tap. As soon as they clashed, a powerful force erupted, and they exchanged punches at an astonishing speed. The sound of their punches was like thunder. However, soon after exchanging several hundred punches, Luya suddenly grasped Gohan's fist, then thrust forward with a knee strike. Another heavy punch sent Gohan crashing down. In the next moment, Luya brought his hands together at his waist, and suddenly unleashed a Kamehameha. Boom! A massive energy wave surged forth. Gohan stood up, and the next moment, he pushed his energy to the limit, simultaneously unleashing a Kamehameha to counter Luya's. Although there is a taboo in Dragon Ball against countering Kamehameha against the Sun family, it seems Luya can ignore this rule because Gohan's condition was simply too poor at this moment. Oh! Gohan frantically output Kamehameha. The immense energy caused a large pit to form beneath him. Luya shouted, directly powering up to maximum. On the other side, Piccolo, watching this scene, had a grim expression. Although Gohan sought him out for training after the fight against Frieza, he had only trained for a few days before being delayed by his participation in a scholar exchange meeting, resulting in only slight improvement in his strength, still far too weak. He couldn't even handle Luya's normal state. The power within him has been dormant. How can I help him awaken it? This thought crossed Piccolo's mind, but soon he dismissed it as Gohan's current pursuits were different from those of Goku and the others. Although he was once the finest warrior that glory had passed, now there were no particularly dangerous foes, and even if there were, Goku and the others could easily handle them. Thus he abandoned the thought of helping Gohan awaken his potential. Ugh! Gohan let out a strained cry, unable to hold on any longer. In the next second, an explosion erupted in the arena, and simultaneously a hemispherical energy wave appeared. Luya retracted his energy, watching amidst the explosion. As the smoke gradually cleared, a massive pit emerged with Gohan's figure at the center. Gohan was now kneeling on the ground, sweat streaming down his face as he gasped for air, having reverted to his normal state. Seeing this, Luya descended into the pit and said to Gohan, "Your strength has fallen far behind compared to your past." Gohan fell silent. At this moment, Gohan's body trembled, seemingly blaming his own weakness. Luya looked at him, shaking his head, and said, "As far as I know, during your battle with Cell, you awakened Super Saiyan level 2, and later in the fight against Majin Buu, you transcended yourself and unleashed all your potential. However, now your potential seems to have been sealed once again." "You're right." Piccolo suddenly descended, walking slowly towards them. If Gohan continues to train, his power will definitely not be much inferior to his father's. It's just that he now yearns for a peaceful life, automatically discarding the talents of a Saiyan. "I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo, for disappointing you." Gohan stood up and said softly. Piccolo, however, showed no sign of blame and smiled. "It's nothing serious. You now have your own family and little Fong, so there's nothing wrong with pursuing your own life. You don't have to chase after our footsteps. This earth is just fine with those two guarding it. I also respect your choice." Gohan looked up at Piccolo, noticing that there was no hint of disappointment in his eyes, and smiled back. Although he had already settled down in front of Piccolo, he was still just a child. Piccolo had a tremendous influence on his life. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo chuckled lightly, and then turned to Luya. "Let's end the battle here. Gohan still doesn't need this kind of training." Luya nodded, saying, "Understood." He sighed, inwardly regretting the loss of a genius. However, he was not worried. The power tournament was still a long way off, and they could address it then. "Let's go, Gohan," Piccolo said, looking at Gohan. Gohan nodded, and then turned to Luya. "Then we're heading back for. Thank you for today." Luya nodded. "Oh, it's a small matter." Moments later, Piccolo and Gohan left. Luya pondered for a moment, and then smiled. "Interesting. Ding. Post task not completed, still need to put in more effort." The electronic voice of the system suddenly rang out. Luya smiled slightly. He had already guessed the outcome. Although he stated that he had not gained Gohan's power, he was not in a hurry. On the other side, when Piccolo and Gohan returned home, they noticed that Goku and the others had rather grim expressions. "What's going on?" Gohan asked in confusion. "Gohan." Biddle suddenly rushed over, throwing herself into Gohan's arms, choking back her tears. "What's wrong, Biddle?" Gohan was puzzled. "Hey, old son, what happened?" Piccolo narrowed his eyes, looking at Goku. Goku scratched his head. "Well, it's like this, we can't find little Fong." "What?" In an instant, both Piccolo and Gohan's expressions changed. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could little Fong possibly be missing? We just left for a short while. How could she just disappear?" Piccolo's face turned green with anger, indicating how furious he was. Piccolo could be said to be Little Fang's caretaker. He treated her like his own granddaughter, and now this terrible news caught him completely off guard. What on earth happened? As a father, Gohan's expression was grave as he spoke in a low voice. Let me explain, it's like this Bidalai and I were cooking, and we left little Fong with Goku. Unexpectedly, that big heart guy fell asleep. By the time we got here, little Fong was already gone. Chi-Chi chimed in at this moment, glaring at Goku as she spoke. This can't be blamed on me. Little Fong was asleep when I fell asleep, and I haven't been feeling well lately, so I slept pretty deeply and didn't notice what was happening outside. Goku said quietly. Now's not the time to talk about that. The most important thing is to find little Fong. Piccolo said, clenching his fists. We searched nearby, but we didn't find any sign of little Fong. Goku said with some regret. I'll go look. Gohan, let's go together. Piccolo looked at Gohan. All right. Gohan followed Piccolo out. Let's help too. Goku suggested. The group hurriedly began to search the vicinity, not believing that a small child could run very far, so they only searched nearby. Meanwhile, in a nearby thicket, the mixed rice gang was using binoculars to watch the scene at Gohan's house, and behind them loomed a massive robot. They had heard the news of Goku being sick and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. But now they saw Piccolo and the others searching nearby and immediately thought they had been discovered. Boss, we should run. They're coming, Ash hurriedly said. The mixed rice gang was almost scared out of their wits, quickly adding, run. Little Dance was the first to react, quickly charging toward the robot. Boom. But just then the robot suddenly moved as if its engine had started gradually lifting off the ground. What a... The mixed rice gang was terrified at this sight. Their spaceship couldn't possibly start on its own right. Not daring to think too much, the three of them slipped inside just as the spaceship was about to take off. Bang. Boom. The next moment, flames suddenly erupted from under the robot's feet, and in an instant it sped away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were still searching. At that moment, in the cockpit of the flying robot. Isn't that Gohan's daughter, little Fong? Ash's voice suddenly rang out, filled with shock. The mixed rice gang looked at little Fong, who was happily pressing buttons, beads of cold sweat rolling down their faces. Why? Why is this little brat here? Boss, what should we do now? Little Dance asked, somewhat at a loss. Idiot. What else can we do? Quickly throw her down. This is the descendant of a Saiyan. The mixed rice gang was in a panic. No, she's still so small we can't. Little Dance, being a woman, was overwhelmed with maternal instincts. Idiot. The mixed rice gang cursed in frustration. What's that smell? Ash wrinkled his nose, and then his face suddenly darkened. So stinky. Could it be? The three of them realized at the same time, and simultaneously turned their gaze toward little Fong. She actually pooped. The mixed rice gang's faces turned pale. Boss, we don't have a design window here. Little Dance hurriedly said. How could this happen? The mixed rice gang was suddenly filled with rage. The smell was overwhelming, causing him to lose his reason and punch the control buttons. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly an alarm rang out, and then the entire robot shook violently. The next second it lost control and fired its weapons indiscriminately. It quickly soared into the sky. No. Boom. A sudden violent tremor erupted, and Luya, who was flying, sensed something amiss. He looked up and immediately saw a gigantic yellow robot soaring into the clouds. Is that a mixed rice? Luya was momentarily stunned, but then he suddenly burst into anger and charged straight toward the robot. Boom. The robot broke through the atmosphere and continued its ascent. It seemed as if it could keep going as long as its... Luya followed closely behind, having broken through the atmosphere and activated his Frieza cells, allowing him to survive in outer space. Just as he caught up, the robot suddenly exploded. Not good. Luya exclaimed, realizing that Gohan's daughter Xiaofang, the mixed rice trio, was also present. Although they were the antagonists, they were decent people. In an instant, Luya dashed toward the explosion. Drink. Without further ado, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, releasing an immense force that dispelled the flames. However, in the next moment, something that made him widen his eyes occurred. A small creature appeared in his line of sight, radiating a... As for the mixed rice trio, they were holding onto her feet. Luya felt a mix of emotions. He understood that Xiaofang had awakened. Truly, as a descendant of the Saiyans, it was rare to possess such talent before the age of 1. Yay. Xiaofang waved her small hands, and then spotted Luya squinting her eyes and smiling. Luya smiled slightly, and then looked at the mixed rice trio beneath Xiaofang's feet. You three really never change your... Spare us. We really didn't mean it. That little girl came over on her own. The mixed rice trio pleaded, completely unable to stand their ground. If Gohan and the others find out that you almost put her in danger, no one will be able to save you. Luya sneered. Not to mention that Gohan and the others are kind-hearted. Piccolo is not one to show mercy. If he finds out, they will surely meet. We wanted to take her back too, but the machine malfunctioned, and that's why we did this. Xiaowu suddenly spoke up. Luya glanced at Xiaowu, knowing that she would eventually be with Trunks, so he didn't say much. Then Luya approached Xiaofang, grinning and spreading his arms. Come on, I'll take you back. Xiaofang blinked, her big eyes hesitated for a moment, then placed her small hand in Luya's hand, smiling back at him and curiously making sounds. Luya smiled slightly, then performed an instant transmission, and in an instant he and the others appeared flying above a forest. Luya looked at the mixed rice trio. They'll give you a little lesson. You're all decades old, yet still trying to be villains. Give it up. After saying that, before they could be surprised, Luya waved his hand, and the three of them fell straight down. Oh. Ignoring the trio, Luya knew they would be fine, and he embraced Xiaofang, his brow furrowing. Did you? Pooh. Yay. Xiaofang giggled, her small hands playfully touching Luya's face. Well then, let's get you back. Luya sighed with resignation and disappeared in the next moment. At this time the trio was still hanging at the treetops, though all three had fainted. Meanwhile Goku and the others were sitting at the doorstep, their faces somewhat solemn. Piccolo's veins were bulging, resembling a volcano on the verge of erupting. Gohan was comforting Beerus, both wearing worried expressions. Goku, it's all your fault. Not keeping an eye on Xiaofang, and now she's gone. Chi-Chi reproached Goku, poking his head in frustration. Goku also felt guilty. If he hadn't been ill, it would have been easy to find Xiaofang, but he couldn't sense her energy, so he missed the opportunity. Damn it, all my fault. Xiaofang. Just as everyone fell silent, Luya appeared on the scene, carrying Xiaofang. Xiaofang. The sudden appearance of Luya startled everyone, but when they saw him holding Xiaofang, they immediately lost their composure. They all rushed toward Luya. Beerus immediately embraced Xiaofang, bursting into tears. Luya, why is Xiaofang with you? Goku asked, puzzled. Luya replied, I just left not long ago, and this little girl came running over. Plus she can fly now. Oh, it's incredible that she achieved this at such a young age. I was afraid she would run around, so I brought her back. I see. Piccolo's grim expression also softened somewhat. Thank you so much, Luya. If it weren't for you, we would really never have found her. Gohan bowed to Luya. Luya waved his hand, and then said to Beerus, it was just a small effort. By the way, could you help change Xiaofang's diet? Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately realized what was happening. Her face flushed, and she nodded, thank you. After saying that, she took Xiaofang inside. Speaking of which, she really did poop while we were gone. Goku also relaxed and laughed heartily. Shut up. If you do that again, you won't be allowed near Xiaofang. Chi-Chi warned, still upset. How can that be? I'm basically Xiaofang's grandpa. Goku protested. Is there a grandpa who loses his granddaughter? If it weren't for Luya's help, we wouldn't have found Xiaofang. Chi-Chi retorted. Goku smiled awkwardly, and then gestured to Gohan for help. Mom, let's not blame Dad. Now that Xiaofang has been found, let's eat. Gohan understood that his father's nemesis was his mother, and tried to mediate. Oomph. Chi-Chi snorted coldly, and turned to go back inside. Hey Luya, why don't you join us for a meal? It's a way to thank you for bringing back Xiaofang. Goku looked at Luya. Luya was about to decline, but Gohan added, come eat with us. I'll just a casual meal before heading back. Piccolo, in a rare good mood, spoke to Luya. All right then, Luya said, unable to refuse. Soon after eating with Goku's family, Luya bid farewell. He and Xiaofang had also become familiar with each other. At least Xiaofang no longer regarded Luya as a stranger. After Luya left, Goku decided to go train with King Kai to restore his condition. He didn't want to continue like this. Living without strength was extremely torturous for him. Upon returning home, Luya was just about to take a shower when suddenly a system prompt sounded. 3 days later, in a certain forest, whoosh, a strange flash of light passed by, and then the surrounding space fell into emptiness. A figure had appeared in the scene without anyone noticing. It was Luya. Luya, with a hint of excitement, realized that his time flash had now reached a control time of 0. In just 3 days, under the condition of utilizing the strongest Saiyan talent, it must be said that the time flash was indeed terrifying, and the difficulty of cultivation was extremely high. Reaching a level like hits before the strength tournament was quite challenging. As Luya pondered, he suddenly froze, then looked up at the... After thinking for a moment, he pointed his fingers between his brows, focusing his mind and calming his breath. Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten are no longer on Earth. He murmured, narrowing his eyes slightly. If I'm not mistaken, they should be on planet Hot Pot. Ding. System task triggered. Luya was taken aback, and in an instant his figure suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, on boom, boom, boom. In a valley, a series of explosions echoed, and soon several figures flew out from the valley, constantly dodging the laser cannons shooting at them from behind. Hey, Goten, run faster. Don't let them catch up. Trunks shouted to Goten while running with Monaka on his back. Goten was carrying an old man who was clutching something resembling a pacifier in his hand. Behind them, a group of pink aliens was in pursuit. These aliens had been possessed, and the thing possessing them was called superhuman water. Originally, Trunks and Goten accidentally boarded Monaka's spaceship, which brought them to planet Hot Pot. Before they could fully understand their surroundings, they encountered a chase as an old man was being pursued by several wanted criminals, prompting Trunks and the others to intervene. They saved the old man. However, unexpectedly, the criminals captured Monaka, leaving Trunks and the others with no choice but to comply. The goal of the wanted criminal Greer was the pacifier in the old man's hand. It is said that this pacifier is a key which seals something called Super God Water. They were blinded by ambition and snatched the key, only to find that as soon as they unlocked the superhuman water, they were forcibly possessed. No, they were perfectly replicated after their energy was seized, and the strength of the replicated monsters surged. Given the strangeness of the superhuman water, Trunks and the others could only flee first. Slap. Off. Not good. Suddenly Trunks turned around and tripped. Crash. Trunks. Goten couldn't help but stop, anxiously shouting. Whoosh. 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 At that moment, before Trunks could react, several laser cannons suddenly shot towards him. It's over. Trunks' face changed drastically. Just then, at this critical moment, Vegeta's figure appeared in front of Trunks, casually waving his hand and directly deflecting the laser cannons. Dad, Trunks exclaimed with joy. Vegeta turned to him with an arrogant expression. What are you doing running around? Do you know how worried your mother is? Sorry, but if you didn't come soon, we would be done for. Trunks quickly changed the topic. Vegeta snorted coldly, turning his gaze towards the aliens. What are these things? Oh, it's Greer. At this moment, the approaching Gak suddenly exclaimed. Greer, is that the fugitive you mentioned? Vegeta pondered. Looks like a stronger one has arrived. Great. Next, he'll absorb all your powers. Greer stepped forward, glaring at Vegeta with a ferocious expression. Oomph. Vegeta showed a dismissive smile. You trash still think you can absorb my energy. It's utterly ridiculous. But how can you know if you don't try? Greer smiled mysteriously, then waved his hand. Suddenly his subordinates charged. TCH. A bunch of trash. Vegeta snorted coldly, and in the next moment, he suddenly vanished, appearing mysteriously in front of one henchman, delivering a heavy punch that sent the opponent crashing down. Simultaneously, Vegeta's figure kept flashing, and each time he appeared, he would take down one enemy. And no, it's impossible. Greer's expression changed as he realized the sudden appearance of this mysterious guy was so powerful. But after the surprise, Greer thought of something and revealed a subtle smile. No matter how strong you are still no match for. Vegeta shot an energy blast at the henchmen, flying towards him, instantly wiping them out. On the scene, thick pink viscous liquid dripped down, and this liquid began to writhe. Dad, be careful, Trunks said worriedly. For Trunks' reminder, Vegeta showed no sign of fluctuation, landing in front of Greer with arms crossed. You're the last one left. Speak up. How do you want to die? I must say you are really strong. But defeating me is utterly impossible. Greer smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed. What nonsense are you talking? With your kind of trash, I could destroy you with a single finger. Are you joking? Vegeta replied dismissively. Is that so? Then your power will belong to me. Greer laughed eerily. Just then suddenly, a mass of pink liquid appeared silently behind Vegeta, suddenly wrapping around him. Daddy! Trunks was shocked at this scene, turning pale. How is this possible? What is this thing? Vegeta struggled wildly, but the more he struggled, the more he suffocated, eventually becoming powerless, as if his strength was forcibly drained away. In just a few breaths, Vegeta was spewed out by the pink liquid. He fell in front of Trunks. How is this possible? Vegeta stood up with great difficulty, looking incredulously at the other party as the liquid was now writhing, ultimately transforming into Vegeta's figure. Pink Vegeta. It's impossible. Vegeta exclaimed. This is my power. Didn't expect this, did you? Greer approached, leering. Vegeta began to question his life, realizing that his power was gone, feeling weak. Dad, are you okay? Trunks came forward, concerned. What trouble have you gotten into? Vegeta said, a bit displeased. Well, the old man hesitated to speak. But at that moment, the counterfeit Vegeta suddenly charged over. Watch out. Vegeta pushed Trunks aside, but he was struck by a punch and sent crashing into the mountainside. Surrender now. Every one of you shall have your energy completely absorbed by me. Greer roared with arrogant confidence, emboldened by the presence of the counterfeit Vegeta at his side. You monster! How dare you harm my father? Trunks gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the foe. Don't be impatient. You'll get your turn soon enough. Heh. Greer murmured coolly, then turned to the counterfeit Vegeta. Absorb them. Now. The imposter cast a hesitant glance at Trunks. Trunks, run. Vegeta staggered upright from the rubble and shouted. But Trunks had no intention of fleeing. Fixing his gaze on Greer, he let out a sharp battle cry, and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his small frame surging forward like a blazing comet. Whoosh. Suddenly, the counterfeit Vegeta stepped before Greer, snatched Trunks' wrist mid-lunge, with effortless precision, flashed a cruel grin, and hurled him violently through the air. Gallic Gun. With a chilling expression, the counterfeit Vegeta unleashed his signature technique. Its searing beam No. Vegeta's heart clenched in desperate urgency, but in his battered state, he could do nothing. Trunks' face paled with terror. Even under normal circumstances, the gulf between him and his father was vast, let alone against this vastly empowered imposter. This attack would launch him straight into the heavens. For a fleeting moment, Trunks stood frozen, unable to dodge. Trunks! Goten cried out, launching himself forward and shoving Trunks aside. Both tumbled sideways to the ground. The Gallic Gun soared wide, obliterating mountain after mountain in its wake. Impossible. His power surpasses even mine. Vegeta stared, disbelief etched across his features at the sheer devastation. He had never imagined the imposter's strength could surge so dramatically. Incredible. The elder man trembled inwardly. First Greer had been terrifying enough. Now another figure of such overwhelming dread had appeared. Today their doom seemed inevitable. Goten, Trunks called out, having narrowly evaded death. Goten nodded sharply right. Instantly, they assumed formation, their combined aura erupting skyward as both ascended to Super Saiyan. Then in a flash of radiant unity they fused. Boom, boom, boom. A blinding white light erupted and faded, revealing Gotenks. Oh, you can fuse too. How intriguing. Still, your power is mine to claim. Greer's eyes gleamed with surprise, then fierce exhilaration. Once he gathered all these powers, no being in the cosmos would stand against him. I am Gotenks, the embodiment of justice, and I shall eradicate you. Gotenks pointed an accusing finger at Greer and fired a colossal energy blast. Yet Greer remained unruffled. Simultaneously, the counterfeit Vegeta stepped forward, and with a casual flick of his wrist deflected the assault into oblivion. Whoosh. In an instant, Gotenks reappeared before the counterfeit Vegeta, unleashing a furious barrage of blows. Thud, thud, thud. The imposter parried each strike with serene ease. Gotenks simply lacked the strength to match him. Huh. Seizing and opening, the counterfeit Vegeta seized Gotenks' fist, then hoisted him aloft like a ragdoll. Gotenks writhed, but the imposter delivered a single devastating punch that sent him hurtling backward, shattering peak after peak in his wake. Humph. Pathetically weak, the counterfeit Vegeta scoffed. Perhaps inheriting Vegeta's pride, he felt no urge to kill outright. Only a condescending desire to chastise these two youths. God. With a thunderous surge of energy, Gotenks charged anew and fired a full-power Gallic gun straight at the fool. You dare use that move against me? The counterfeit Vegeta sneered, then exploded with raw ki. Even at base power, his fist rose high and struck like a meteor. Crockum. A blinding white shockwave erupted, shattering Gotenks' Gallic gun and blasting him bodily into a nearby cliff face. Vegeta watched, jaw clenched. Gotenks had undergone no systematic training. His combat prowess lagged far behind what it should have been. We must retreat. For now, the elder urged suddenly. Hey you, what is that thing? Vegeta fixed him with a sharp, unyielding glare. The elder spoke plainly, recounting the entire affair. Superman water. It replicates others' abilities. Vegeta fell silent, then looked toward the counterfeit Vegeta, his expression grim. Now we're truly doomed. The real me has no flaws left. Only one person in existence can defeat this copy. The elder blinked, stunned. Was Vegeta truly that confident? In Vegeta's eyes, only Kakarot was worthy of being called a rival. No one else measured up. You must defeat him quickly, or you will vanish. After a pause, the elder finally spoke. What a... Vegeta recoiled in shock. Vanish? How could that be possible? That is the true horror of Superman water. The elder's voice grew grave. Its power was so catastrophic it was sealed away long ago. Yet now greed-blinded fools have unleashed it once more. Vegeta stood motionless for a long moment, his gaze locked on the battlefield, urgent, burning. Hawk. Suddenly Gotenks roared, his aura surging violently upward into the third tier of Super Saiyan. Oh, finally taking this seriously. The counterfeit Vegeta smirked, then lunged forward without warning. Gotenks met him, heat unflinching. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Their fists collided in a blur. Hundreds of strikes exchanged in mere seconds. Thud. Ugh. A crushing elbow strike sent Gotenks flying once more. Ha ha ha. The counterfeit Vegeta gathered a seething orb of energy in his palm and hurled it toward Gotenks in the next breath. Ha. Gotenks exhaled hard and unleashed the Kamehameha. Kraboom. The two beams collided and detonated in a cataclysmic explosion. I'm completely outmatched. I need to flee. Gotenks turned to run, only for the counterfeit Vegeta to emerge from the smoke directly before him, grinning. Where do you think you're going? Thwack. A brutal kick sent Gotenks spiraling. Gotenks. Vegeta's face twisted in alarm. Such force was beyond anything they could withstand. Thud. Crashing onto the earth, Gotenks dissolved back into Trunks and Goten, both weak and breathless and trembling. Humph. The counterfeit Vegeta observed them coldly, then raised his hand to form another energy sphere. Then he froze. His head snapped sharply toward a distant ridge. There, standing tall and still alone, figure pointed 2 fingers to his brow. It was Luya. A figure clad in green battle attire with short hair fluttering in the wind is none other than Luya. Finally arrived. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Luya's arrival. Luya's strength is not inferior to his own. Even when employing the Kaioken, he could barely withstand it. Big brother Luya. Trunks and Goten were equally surprised. Sorry to keep you waiting. Luya smiled faintly, then turned to the imposter Vegeta, his eyes narrowing slightly. One must admit the copied Vegeta is even stronger than the original. TCH. I thought it was Kakarot who... It turns out to be you. The imposter Vegeta looked at Luya somewhat disappointed. Luya smiled slightly, saying, Don't be disappointed because soon you'll learn how to write beaten. Ridiculous. The imposter Vegeta scoffed arrogantly. Hey, don't mind that guy. Absorb the energy of those 2 brats first. Did you hear that? At this moment, Griel suddenly commanded. The imposter Vegeta's gaze turned cold. Don't order me. What did you just say? Griel was somewhat incredulous. He was clearly the boss, yet this guy dared to defy him. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot out directly, aimed at Griel. What? No. Griel's face changed drastically, but he had no way to dodge. Boom. Beneath the enormous explosion, Griel was taken away. The imposter Vegeta looked at Luya, saying, Who allowed you to strike? Luya retracted his hand and laughed. I think you dislike being ordered around too. Vegeta snorted coldly. Luya landed in front of Vegeta and smiled at him, saying, All right, it's just you left. Ha. You're overly confident. It's fine. Ever since the battle with the 6th universe, I've long wanted to fight you. What gives you the right to stand above me? The imposter Vegeta coldly remarked, and in the next moment, he suddenly erupted with power, instantly raising his strength to its peak. Luya smirked and also suddenly exploded with power, creating a clash of astonishing forces. Let's get away from here. Vegeta suddenly spoke. Trunks and Goten hurried over, and the group quickly fled to a Dad, can big brother Luya defeat that imposter? Trunks asked. Vegeta crossed his arms, watching the two in the distance, and replied indifferently, Who knows? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two locked eyes with only light surrounding them making a noise. Suddenly Vegeta shouted angrily, and in the next moment, he charged in front of Luya, throwing a punch at him. Luya reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block the opponent's arm while punching back. Smack. However, the imposter Vegeta was not to be underestimated, and he quickly seized Luya's fist. The two stared at each other closely, and in the next moment, they both kicked out. Crash. Holla. For a time, the two soared and crashed into each other, and the battle became intense. His strength has become even stronger. Clearly, we are both Saiyans. Does this guy have no limits? From a distance, Vegeta looked at this scene with some sweat. Though his battle power had diminished, it did not hinder his observation. He noticed that Luya's power grew stronger by the day. In fact, he and Kakarot had almost reached their limits. Any further training would yield minimal results unless they could push their limits and then stimulate breakthroughs. Otherwise, significantly increasing their strength would be extremely difficult. However, Luya, this Saiyan, is quite strange. His talent is terrifying, and it seems there is no upper limit to his growth. If he continues to improve like this, Luya's strength may very well surpass both him and that Kakarot kid. Crash. Crash. In the sky, after the two clashed, they once again simultaneously launched countless energy blasts, executing the prince's fighting technique. Final flash. Kamehameha. Boom. In an instant, the sky exploded, and the tremendous force swept in all directions. So powerful. What kind of monsters are they? The old man nearly got blown away, but was fortunately caught by Trunks. Damn, who are these people? How can they be powerful to this level? Boom. The fierce clash began anew. Luya and Vegeta were indeed locked in a grueling battle, but surprisingly, Luya's strength was also continually increasing. Vegeta frowned watching this fight, as if he were personally involved. That guy hasn't even gone all out. What is he holding back for? Vegeta felt somewhat displeased. Even if it was his imposter, he disliked Luya's reluctance to go all out, as it made it seem like he couldn't defeat him, as if he were unworthy of having the opponent unleash their full power. Swish. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure appeared somewhat illusory at that moment. Dad. Seeing this, Trunks and the others' expressions changed drastically. Not good. It's starting to act up. The old man also began to worry. Vegeta looked at his own body, then gazed at the... Is there any way? The old man's face was slick with cold sweat as he solemnly replied, the only way now is to defeat that imposter you. Otherwise, we need to find that super water and destroy the opponent's core energy to completely understand all of this. Hearing this, Vegeta's expression soured. Being defeated by someone was hard for him to accept. He then looked at Trunks and the others. Trunks, hurry and search the nearby area where Grill was killed. That super water is likely still there. Understood. Trunks and Goten nodded eagerly and then left immediately. Well, I won't go. Gak hesitated for a moment, then decided not to move. Vegeta glanced at Gak, instinctively feeling somewhat displeased, but he said nothing more. The fierce battle continued. One must say that Vegeta's power is truly formidable, especially the imposter Vegeta, whose strength had now been elevated to an entirely new level. In his normal state, Luya actually found it hard to quickly defeat the opponent. Hey, Luya, the way to resolve this now is to quickly deal with that imposter. Hurry and finish him, otherwise I will disappear. At this moment, unable to contain himself, Vegeta suddenly shouted. Luya also momentarily lost focus. Boom. Seeing this, the imposter Vegeta erupted, transforming into a Super Saiyan and directly punching Luya in the stomach. Then with a kick, he sent Luya flying. Wah! Luya screamed while crashing through several small mountains. What a... Vegeta's expression darkened, clearly unable to bear it any longer. Huh? Is that all? You think you can defeat me? You're too naive. The imposter Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. No martial virtue. Luya stood up from the pile of stones, looking angrily at the fake Vegeta. Fool. Vegeta replied, somewhat speechless. I think you shouldn't disturb them. Suddenly the old man said beside them. Shut up. Vegeta glared at the old man with a sour expression, instantly silencing him. The old man sulkily fell silent. Luya looked at the fake Vegeta and then flashed to appear right in front of him. Although the fake Vegeta had a purplish-red body, his entire being glowed with a golden light, just like a Super Saiyan, inheriting all of Vegeta's powers. Oomph. The fake Vegeta looked at Luya, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Luya glanced at him, and in the next moment his eyes shifted. What a... The fake Vegeta hadn't reacted, yet when a flash of white light enveloped him, his body became immobile. In an instant, Luya was already in front of him, delivering a punch directly into the fake Vegeta's stomach. Ugh! This punch made the fake Vegeta vomit. It was like being struck by a heavy blow. Impossible. This must be a joke. On the other side, Vegeta's face turned pale with terror upon witnessing this scene. This scene felt eerily familiar, but he wasn't certain. Luya smiled faintly, not holding back, and delivered another knee strike, sending the fake Vegeta flying. Boom. A huge stone shattered, burying his form within. A sneak attack. Hey, race one for you. Luya said. Just now he had executed a flash move, and the fake Vegeta had no strength to resist. Boom. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from the pile of stones, and a massive light directly blasted the debris away, revealing the fake Vegeta's form. The fake Vegeta was furious, looking at Luya with eyes filled with rage and disbelief. Impossible. How could you possibly use flash moves? Flash moves. At this moment, Vegeta finally confirmed. This guy actually knew his flash move. Luya smiled slightly. I learned it during my last battle with Hit. Damn it. The fake Vegeta was somewhat unconvinced. He inherited Vegeta's while making it hard for him to accept this fact. Why did this guy possess such monstrous talent? He was clearly the prince of the Saiyans. He could accept that Kakarot, a low-level warrior, was stronger than him, but now any random Saiyan seemed to have greater talent. He couldn't believe it. Luya said faintly, transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Otherwise you won't be able to defeat me. Shut up. You don't need to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. The fake Vegeta said with a distorted face, his eyes shining with a fierce red light brimming with demonic energy. Off. With a roar, the fake Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his power rising to a new. Luya's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, without any warning, he appeared right in front of the fake Vegeta. Watch out. From a distance, Vegeta couldn't help but shout, worrying for his fake self. The old man thought, who are you trying to help? However, the old man underestimated Vegeta's pride. For him, even a fake version of himself could not be easily defeated by anyone. Even Kakarot was no exception. But it was too late. Although Luya's flash move lasted only 0.3 seconds, it was beyond what the fake Vegeta in this state could withstand. He was struck like he was hit by a heavy blow. Although he couldn't see how Luya attacked, the fake Vegeta was bombarded with a series of impacts, as if being struck by a dozen fists simultaneously. Off. After being hit multiple times, Vegeta's form fell into a half-kneeling position. Luya appeared in front of him about to speak, but suddenly the fake Vegeta unleashed a skyward attack. Luya didn't react in time, not expecting that after such a heavy blow Vegeta could still be this tough. He took the hit, he'd in having to cross his arms to block. Boom. Under the massive wave of light, Luya was directly propelled, crashing through countless rocks and pushed down a mountain. Boom. A tremendous explosion sounded. TCH. You want me to use my real skills? The fake Vegeta, he replicated Vegeta, not only enhancing his strength, but also reinforcing his physical body. Thus, although the opponent's attack was heavy, it was only at a normal level and could not cause fatal damage, giving him the opportunity to counter. Standing up, the fake Vegeta flashed to the top of the pile of rubble, suddenly unleashing his aura, raising it to its peak. Snap. Suddenly, several stones on the pile moved. The fake Vegeta's eyes hardened, and the next moment, he unleashed his royal battle style, continuously firing energy blasts downward, causing a series of explosions. This is bad. Vegeta felt a sense of impending doom upon witnessing this. At this moment, his form flickered. You? The old man said with a complex expression. He knew he couldn't help anymore. His power level was far too low to be of any assistance. On the other side, Goten and Trunks, who were tracking the super water, also noticed this scene, and they both became worried. I hope big brother Luya will be okay, Goten said anxiously. Trunks replied solemnly, Dad's power is really too strong, not at the same level as before. Big brother Luya is in danger now. Then what do? We're not a match for Uncle Vegeta. Goten shrugged his shoulders. While the two little guys were discussing, they didn't notice that above them a mass of purplish red liquid was creeping closer towards them. As it came within 5 meters of the two little guys, the super water leapt down, intending to engulf them directly. However, as it jumped down, Goten and Trunks noticed the shadow covering them and quickly jumped to the sides. Smash! The super water hit the ground and then suddenly accelerated towards Trunks. Trunks was slightly stronger than Goten, so it decided to take him down first. Ugh! Trunks was startled by the speed of the attack and quickly took off. The terrifying thing was that the super water also flew up, lunging at Trunks. What a... Trunks was dumbfounded. The opponent could fly too. At that moment, a series of lasers shot through the air, directly piercing several holes in the super water. The latter was affected, crashing to the ground, and without hesitation, the super water started to flee. Trunks and Goten looked up to see Jack standing on high ground holding a gun. Jack, what are you doing here? Trunks sighed in relief and smiled. Jack shrugged. Of course, the main character makes his entrance at the most critical moment. He finished coolly, putting away his gun. He actually didn't want to be around the icy-faced Vegeta. P.S. Starting today, there will be 5 updates a day, right? So have you prepared your gifts? Let me buy some supplements. Oh, only with a strong body can I deliver more updates. Hovering midair, the imposter Vegeta executed the prince's combat style with flawless precision. He was not Vegeta, though he replicated every facet of the Saiyan prince, yet now stood firmly on the side of darkness, determined to deny Luya any chance of turning the tide. After a barrage of relentless strikes, the imposter suddenly thrust both arms forward in a preparatory stance. Final. No. Vegeta and the others recoiled in shock at the sight. If this technique struck, they would be caught in its cataclysmic blast. Damn it. Luya, what are you doing? Unleash the same power you used against Hit. Vegeta gritted his teeth fiercely. Dodge. A torrent of overwhelming energy coalesced in the imposter's palms, bathing the sky in blinding, terrifying radiance. Then, suddenly the unexpected erupted. Enough. Cease your resistance. A calm, unruffled voice rang out, causing the imposter's expression to harden instantly. He tilted his head slightly, only to find Luya already standing behind him. Wow, what? The imposter's key collapsed in disbelief, his eyes wide with utter incredulity. When did he? Even the true Vegeta broke into a cold sweat. The opponent's appearance had been utterly unforeseen. Luya's short black hair surged upright, blazing gold, but without the incandescent golden aura, his gaze turned icy, detached, undeniably a Super Saiyan. Startled, the imposter whirled around instantly, intent on striking Luya down. Thud! But he was too slow. Even as he raised his fist, Luya's punch slammed deep into his abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta instinctively clutched his stomach. Luya showed no mercy. His fist morphed into an open palm from which radiant energy began to emanate. Whoosh! Boom! At point-blank range, the blast hurled the imposter violently backward. Luya's frame trembled. Then in an instant, a trail of afterimages streaked across the air as he reappeared directly behind Vegeta. Flash step. Clasping his fists, he delivered a crushing blow, driving Vegeta crashing into the earth once more. Just as Luya prepared to end the battle decisively, chaos erupted anew. Boom. A staggering pillar of sapphire light erupted skyward, the imposter Vegeta himself the source. You wretched fool, cease this at once. Aya. A monstrous surge of ki exploded outward, transforming the imposter instantly into Ultra Blue. How is this possible? How can that imposter achieve Ultra Blue, just like Father? Trunks and the others landed beside Vegeta stunned. Trunks gasped aloud. It's only natural, Vegeta replied, coolly, arms crossed, utterly unsurprised. That being has inherited my full power and manifests it flawlessly. Vegeta observed the battle impassively. Father, your body. Trunks suddenly cried out, noticing Vegeta's form growing increasingly translucent. Ah, don't worry. So long as Luya defeats that imposter, I'll be restored. Vegeta remained unflustered. Trunks, frantic, turned to the elder. Is there any other way to restore Father's body? The elder replied, two options: either locate the original Hyperman water entity and destroy its core energy, or defeat the imposter himself. Though judging by this stalemate, it appears the battle may drag on. How could this happen? Trunks frowned, troubled. Ah, I have something that may buy you time. Place this in your mouth, it will slow your fading. The elder produced a pacifier and offered it to Vegeta. Vegeta, baffled by the object, nonetheless accepted it, slipping the pacifier into his mouth, trusting it might off. The scene was undeniably absurd. Yet the two young warriors, sensing the gravity of the crisis, remained solemn, their usual mischief subdued, for had they noticed, their jaws surely would have dropped to the ground. In the arena, the imposter Vegeta continued unleashing staggering power. Ultra Blue output maxed his entire silhouette, blazing with brilliant azure light. Luya narrowed his eyes. So, you're finally serious. Forgive me, but I won't grant you that opportunity. Think you're the only one who can master Flash Step. Kakarot cracked it. I can too. With a roar, the imposter launched himself forward, vanishing in a blur before materializing directly before Luya. Luya activated Flash Step instantly. Time itself froze. He gathered power mid-stasis and struck. Yet, unexpectedly, the space surrounding the imposter began to fracture like shattered glass. Then, his fist imprisoned within the temporal cage slowly rose. Tum. Their blows collided, unleashing a deafening sonic boom that ripped across the battlefield. In the next instant, Luya was sent hurtling backward. Not yet. Roaring, the imposter flared his aura and shot. Luya felt an overwhelming threat, shocked that Vegeta had devised such a counter so swiftly, far beyond his expectations. And yet, he commanded time for a full 0.3 seconds. How had the imposter advanced so drastically? Without hesitation, Luya ignited his aura Kaioken. Boom. Golden light flared around his crimson GI, doubling his power instantly. Whoosh. As Vegeta lunged, Luya vanished. Whoosh. In the next breath, Luya reappeared above the imposter, hammering down a devastating punch. Boom. Irk. The imposter plummeted, but halted midair, suspended just above the ground. Luya gazed upon the imposter, a fierce, exhilarated spark igniting in his eyes. I never imagined your strength would soar to such heights, not even after our battle with Hit. Don't assume progress is yours alone, the imposter sneered. Still, I'll admit mastering Flash Step caught me off guard. TCH. Watching from afar, Vegeta's expression darkened. Though Luya's Flash Step had stunned him deeply, he'd never feared his doppelganger's defeat, precisely because, as the imposter claimed, he'd undergone rigorous training to counter Hit's time manipulation, even receiving direct tutelage from Whis, the angel who governed time itself. Under Whis's guidance, Vegeta's power had surged dramatically. He'd intended to reserve this advantage for his eventual rematch with Hit, never expecting Luya to master Flash Step, first forcing him to reveal it prematurely. Still, despite his irritation, Vegeta found himself torn. He wanted Luya to vanquish the imposter, yet refused to concede superiority to him. This inner conflict gnawed at him even as the pacifier only barely slowed his accelerating dissolution. Suddenly, high above, Luya ceased his aura flare and reverted to his base form. All observers froze in bewilderment. What was he doing? Surrendering? What is he trying to do? Even Vegeta finds Luya's mysterious actions somewhat incomprehensible. Luya's aura is already extremely low. Trunks spoke up. In the arena, the counterfeit Vegeta looked at Luya and coldly said, "Oh, are you planning to surrender?" Luya smirked. "You think too much. I just plan to test my latest acquired skill." "What skill?" Vegeta frowned, feeling a bit displeased. "Can't you be a bit more straightforward?" Luya smiled slightly, then clenched his fists, his eyes gently closing. At this moment, his aura had reached a very tranquil state akin to a still pond. His mind and spirit merged into one. The next second, strands of red flames suddenly rose from Luya's body. These flames were ethereal, yet undeniably real. Impossible. That unfathomable aura, that posture. Is it? At that moment, both Vegetas, noticing this scene, looked at Luya in shock. They couldn't believe that this kid could reach such a level. Just then, Luya suddenly opened his eyes, and they turned red. In the next moment, Luya shouted explosively, and the red flame-like light spread out. His hair transformed into pure red in an instant. Super Saiyan God. Luya has transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Ever since gathering the powers of 5 Saiyans, he could transform into a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. The counterfeit Vegeta obviously recognized Luya's transformation, and his expression was no longer calm. It is well known that the power of Super Saiyan Blue is supposed to surpass that of Super Saiyan God, But why can the other party transform into a Super Saiyan God? Isn't it said that the legendary Super Saiyan God needs the power of 5 Saiyans to be transferred to 1 Saiyan? Did Luya behind Vegeta's back find Kakarot and the others? How could this be? Meanwhile, Goku, who was training on King Kai's planet, also stopped at this moment. He happily raised his fist and said, "Great. I've returned to my peak." Through his relentless training, pushing his limits, he finally regained control of the power that should have been his. This made him very satisfied. "Hey, Goku, come here. Something's wrong." At this moment, King Kai suddenly... Goku was taken aback and then asked with confusion, "What's wrong, King Kai?" With that, Goku appeared in front of King Kai. King Kai did not look at Goku, but gazed at the endless starry sky above gravely, saying, "Just now, I sensed the powers of Vegeta and Gotenks beyond Earth, and then I felt Luya's aura, but now Luya's aura has vanished, and a divine aura has appeared. Something must have happened." Hearing this, Goku was startled, and then curiously asked, "So they're not on Earth?" "That should be the case." King Kai nodded. "It's strange. Why would they leave Earth for no reason?" Goku muttered to himself in confusion, then said, "Since my power has been restored, I'll go take a look." "Okay, be careful on the way," King Kai reminded. At planet Fireboil. How did you transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Vegeta looked at Luya with a somewhat grim expression. Luya smiled slightly. "I transformed just like Goku did." "Impossible. Transforming into a Super Saiyan God requires the power of 5 Saiyans. Did you receive help from Kakarot and the others?" The counterfeit Vegeta asked in a deep voice. Luya thought for a moment and then said, "I didn't gather them together. Instead, I collected the powers of Goku and the others, researched them, and then practiced until I successfully fused them." "Vegeta, bastard, are you here to insult my intelligence?" "Alright, no matter what, there's no point in talking nonsense now. Let me see what makes Super Saiyan God so special." Luya landed on the ground and began to warm up with a bounce. "TCH, do as you wish. While Super Saiyan God is powerful, it still pales in comparison to Super Saiyan Blue. You won't be my opponent." The counterfeit Vegeta said coldly. "Who knows? Maybe soon I can also transform into..." Luya tilted his head, speaking meaningfully. "But..." Vegeta clenched his teeth and glared at Luya. He didn't refute because the feeling Luya gave him was simply too strange. This rate of growth was astonishing. Perhaps he really could become Super Saiyan Blue. This monster. It wasn't until later that Vegeta encountered Broly that he realized there were even more monstrous existences. But that's a story for another time. "Hey, Luya, big brother. Hurry up and defeat the counterfeit dad. My dad is about to disappear." Trunks. Luya's gaze sharpened as he looked over, and indeed Vegeta's form was becoming increasingly transparent. Luya fell silent for a moment, then looked at the counterfeit Vegeta. "I wonder what will happen if I reach this initial merging state of Super Saiyan God and use instant transmission." Whispering, in the next instant, Luya appeared in front of the counterfeit Vegeta. So fast. The counterfeit Vegeta was startled and quickly reacted. Luya punched directly against the counterfeit Vegeta's arm, instantly knocking him back. The counterfeit Vegeta felt pain. Even without using King Kai's fist, Luya's strength was formidable. With instant transmission added to the mix, it was not easy for him to deal with Luya. At that moment, Luya charged again. Normally, Luya wouldn't mind sparring with Vegeta, but now lives were at stake, and he couldn't hesitate. Bang, bang, bang. Luya relentlessly attacked Vegeta with instant transmission and the Super Saiyan God form, launching an impeccable assault that left the counterfeit Vegeta struggling to keep up. Though the opponent's instant transmission wouldn't severely injure him, the current situation had increased in strength significantly. He was forced into a corner. No, he needed more power. Meanwhile, Trunks and the others were intently watching the battle, completely unaware that a mass of purplish red liquid was rapidly approaching behind them. Monaka, just waking from his coma, suddenly guessed what the superhuman water was and shouted, "Ah, what?" Everyone instinctively turned around. The superhuman water immediately revealed itself, rushing at the strongest Trunks with lightning speed. Wah! Trunks panicked, forgetting to resist. "Trunks!" Vegeta rushed in front of Trunks to block, but his body was already nearly transparent. The superhuman water easily passed through him and rushed towards Trunks. Life and death crisis. "Damn it! Stop right now." Vegeta's face twisted with fury. His pacifier dropped from his mouth as his body began to flicker and fade. Whoosh! At the very brink of disaster, an orange-clad figure materialized before Trunks. Without a word, he unleashed a searing energy blast, instantly vaporizing the Superman water. Arg! From afar, the imposter Vegeta suddenly shrieked in agony. "Now, strike while you can." Gohan. Ryua instantly reverted to his base form. Then, with a thunderous surge, overwhelming power erupted from within him. Crimson battle armor flared into place as he activated the 18-fold Kaioken. Kamehameha. Gathering an awe-inspiring torrent of energy, Ryua unleashed the devastating beam. The imposter Vegeta, unable to resist, took the cataclysmic blast heat in, and like the Superman water before him, dissolved instantly into wisps of vapor. As the imposter vanished, Vegeta's form stabilized and returned to normal. It was over. Ryua retracted his power, turned toward the newcomer, and offered a quiet, confident smile. "Dad!" Goten cried out, elated at the sight. Aunt. The arrival was none other than Goku himself. He glanced at Vegeta and asked, "Are you all right?" Vegeta. "Nothing serious," Vegeta replied coolly. "Though I must ask, why did you two come here alone? And why didn't you call me about this dangerous foe?" Goku surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. "TCH. As if I chose to come. I only followed these two reckless kids who sneaked aboard Monaka's spaceship for fun. I was merely sent by Bulma to retrieve them. Vegeta said flatly. Oh, I see. Wait, Monaka. Goku suddenly recalled something, then turned sharply to where Monaka lay unconscious on the ground, and froze. Monaka. What's wrong? Monaka had fainted the moment he stepped onto the Superman water. Thank you, truly, for your help. Without you this entire universe might have perished. The elderly man approached, speaking earnestly to Goku and the others. Haha. I'm afraid I arrived too late to lend much aid, Goku replied wistfully. He'd been eager to test his newly restored strength. Indeed, if not for Brother Ryua's timely intervention, we'd all have been finished. Trunks waved cheerfully. Ryua stepped forward smiling. I simply sensed an extraordinary aura and followed instinctively. Humph. Save the chatter for later. Let's go home. Vegeta cast one long searching glance at Ryua, then moments later Goku and the others bid farewell to the elder Monaka and Gohan before returning to Earth. No sooner had they appeared than Bulma rushed over and seized Trunks by the ear, scolding him fiercely. Goten watched his friend endure the reprimand in stunned silence, relieved at least that his own mother hadn't yet noticed him. A deep voice cut through the air. Instantly Shishi burst forth from nowhere and seized Goten, delivering a swift, stinging slap. Ignoring the two women chastising their sons, Vegeta fixed his gaze on Ryua and demanded, Explain, how did you achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation? Huh? Goku blinked in surprise, turning to Ryua. Ryua, you can transform into a Super Saiyan God. How is that possible? He hadn't paid close attention when arriving, thus missing Ryua's divine transformation entirely. Ryua smiled faintly, unruffled. I studied the 5 Saiyan lineage's energies, experimented with their fusion, and quite by accident succeeded. You're joking. Still, you've already fought me, Vegeta Gohan Gotenks. Though startled, Goku harbored no skepticism. His curiosity was reserved solely for formidable opponents. Grinning, he added, then the Super Saiyan Blue is surely within your reach. Train diligently, and you'll master the transformation. Ryua nodded. Understood. I will strive without fail. Excellent. Once you do, we'll spar properly. No holds barred. Goku pleaded eagerly. Ryua accepted without hesitation. Humph. Besides the Super Saiyan God form, he's also mastered Hit's time skip. Vegeta interjected coldly. Goku voiced no doubt. That seems reasonable. Ryua already knows my Kamehameha and instant transmission. Time skip is formidable, yes, but not invincible. Merely difficult to master. TCH. Typical single-celled brain. Vegeta scoffed, then turned and walked away. Goku watched his retreating back, then turned to Ryua. So, what do you say? Care to train with me these next few days? Ryua paused, then nodded. Very well. Perfect. Thank you, truly. Goku laughed heartily. His powers had just returned, and he burned for battle. Ryua as a worthy sparring partner was ideal. Ryua too wished to refine his mastery of the Super Saiyan God's divine power. For the next several days, Ryua and Goku trained on an island near Vegeta's residence. Daily battles pitting Super Saiyan Blue against Super Saiyan God. Naturally, Hit's time skip no longer caught Goku off guard. He could now evade it effortlessly. Ryua's overall strength had surged significantly, especially after his clash with the imposter Vegeta on the planet. His control over time skip had surpassed 0.5 seconds, and his combat power soared accordingly. 5 days of intense sparring yielded profound growth for both warriors. Just as they prepared to resume their match, Beerus and Whis arrived at Bulma's estate. Upon hearing of their visit, Ryua and Goku hastened to greet them. Unsurprisingly, the two Gurmans had come to Earth in search of new delicacies. After feasting, they prepared to depart, only to be detained by Vegeta's request for training on their realm. Whis readily agreed. Seeing this, Goku wasted no time, raising his hand enthusiastically to volunteer for the same opportunity. Ryua declined, stating he preferred to continue training on Earth. Ascetic training under Beerus and Whis held little appeal for him. He possessed innate advantages and trusted his own path to transcendence. Thus Goku and Vegeta departed with Whis and Beerus. Ryua returned to his secluded abode to resume cultivation, preparing deliberately and resolutely for the adversaries yet to come. Meanwhile, in the future timeline, reality itself had undergone a seismic upheaval. The future. Boom, boom, boom. In the stillness of the night, a series of massive explosions erupted, and faintly, several hemispherical glows could be seen. In what should have been a bustling city, suddenly, there was devastation, ruins, and smoke with various cries intertwining, portraying an extremely tragic scene. Incredibly, this is the world of the future. Such a scene had never appeared, even when the androids descended, yet now it was even more tragic than during their time. Humanity could only flee like lambs to the slaughter, or terrified mice with no one knowing when their fate would end, perhaps in the next second, perhaps immediately. Amid the ruins, a young man with a sword moved swiftly, daring not to make a sound, fearing to disturb some terrifying presence. The young man had short blue hair and handsome features resembling Vegeta. If Bulma, Goku, and others were here, they would surely recognize him as Trunks. Trunks from the future. Trunks was now in tattered clothes, bearing visible injuries. He ran with all his might, as if there was some concern in his heart, prompting him to urgently reach the place he desired. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted from not far away, and a terrifying shockwave swept everything away. While running, Trunks suddenly stopped. He looked in that direction, his eyes revealing a stunning intent to kill and hatred, but he did not strike, only watching the explosion unfold helplessly. Damn it, dark person. I will never let you go. Trunks was filled with rage, but desperately restrained his power to avoid revealing his presence. He knew that if that terrifying presence detected his aura, it would undoubtedly mean the arrival of death for him. He cast a deep glance at the distance where a vague figure could be seen, incredibly proud and powerful. Trunks' cold eyes fixed on the figure for several seconds before he turned away, disappearing into the night. After an unknown amount of time, a figure suddenly appeared in the air above where Trunks had just stood, with emotionless eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. You run pretty fast. But as long as you're still on this earth, I will definitely find you. Trunks. Hee. With a sinister smile, that person lingered for a moment before vanishing. Meanwhile, Trunks returned to a humble basement where he saw Bulma from the future. Mom! Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Bulma, no longer youthful, appeared somewhat haggard. Seeing Trunks return, she immediately smiled. Trunks, you're back. The mother and son embraced, finding comfort in each other. By the way, how's the situation outside? A hint of sadness crossed Trunks' face as he shook his head. I'm sorry, I couldn't win. Bulma was taken aback, then smiled gently. It's okay, you did your best. It's just that the dark person is too strong. We're no match for him. Trunks gritted his teeth. That bastard has killed so many people on Earth, and he's still not satisfied. If Uncle Goku and the others were still around, he wouldn't have succeeded. Bulma fell silent for a moment, then thought of something, her eyes brightening. By the way, I have something to show you. Trunks looked at her curiously. What is it? Bulma took a cylindrical container off a laboratory instrument, half filled with This is fuel. Trunks recognized the item immediately. It was fuel used to power the time machine. With this, I can travel through time and return to the past. Bulma nodded with a smile. Yes, but the current conditions are too difficult to gather. I've been collecting it for so long, and have only found half a barrel, just enough for one trip. She spoke with a hint of helplessness. If the world had not become what it is now, she wouldn't have to worry about fuel. After experiencing the android disaster and the Majin View incident, they should have returned to a peaceful life, but fate had played a cruel joke on them. There is hope, Trunks suddenly declared firmly. As long as I can return to the past, meet Goku and my past mother, there is hope. This world still has hope. Yes, only Goku and Vegeta should be able to deal with the dark person. Bulma nodded. You must reach the past before the dark person finds this place. Bulma handed Trunks a box of capsules and the fuel, saying, otherwise he won't let you succeed. Trunks nodded firmly. I understand. Mom, I will definitely protect you, this world, and her. Silly child. Bulma chuckled, shaking her head. Just as the two continued their conversation, suddenly an astonishing explosion erupted. Meanwhile, on Earth, 10 days had already passed. At this time, Goku and Vegeta were still training with Beerus, and Earth had temporarily returned to peace. Luya had left home 3 days ago and headed to the Supreme Kai's temple. After expressing some intentions, Luya re-entered the time chamber. However, having been warned by Tian Tian and others, Luya had little time left to train in the time chamber. Luya was not concerned. Without a door, he could create one himself. Entering the time chamber, Luya focused on training his instant transmission and enhancing his strength. However, Luya was surprised to find that his potential for improvement was diminishing. Just like Vegeta and Goku, no matter how great a person's potential is, there is a limit. No, it should be said that development is limited. Luya has already reached Super Saiyan God, which is quite impressive. Even the system finds it difficult to allow him to attain the Super Saiyan Blue state directly. Of course, although Luya had not yet evolved into the Super Saiyan Blue state, he could still refine his base combat power. After all, the stronger his base form, the stronger he would become in his transformed state. Even in the time chamber, Luya's speed of improvement using his strongest Saiyan talent was no longer as fast as before, for while skills are good, his body was somewhat inadequate. Filling his potential was becoming difficult to continue exploring. It was like digging a pit and pouring water into it, but once the water is full, there would be no space left unless one digs deeper from the bottom. However, Luya's basic combat power and various conditions had already met the standards, and now his goal was to become only by mastering more of the power of the gods could he strive to attempt the Ultra Instinct in the future. What is the most classic aspect of Dragon Ball Super? Undoubtedly, Ultra Instinct occupies a significant place. Of course, he had not thought about what realm comes after Ultra Instinct, as he had already found his own path to training in another aspect. In a space capsule at Bulma's home. On this day, the sky suddenly turned dark, transforming from a clear and sunny day to one filled with ominous clouds and roaring thunder. In the high skies, bizarre lightning-like rays continuously converged in one direction. Wow, what has happened? What is going on? Nearby residents suddenly became restless, anxiously gazing at the sky, bewildered by the Hey Trunks, quick look at what's happening. On a patch of grass, the trio of Chow Fan noticed the abnormality in the sky, and in fear, they urgently called out Trunks' name. What? Trunks hurried over, somewhat puzzled. Upon seeing Trunks arrive, the group felt a sense of calm, knowing that he was a Saiyan and could transform into a powerful form. They had to stick close to him. It looks like something is about to descend from above. Chow Fan pointed at the sky. Moi. Trunks looked up, and just 3 seconds after he did, a massive vortex appeared in the air, followed by a time machine materializing directly above. Wow, aliens are invading. The trio of Chow Fan immediately huddled together in fear. Trunks glanced at the frightened trio with exasperation, then curiously examined the spaceship. It seemed that the spaceship had run out of fuel, and after sputtering a few times, it plummeted straight down. Not good. Run. Trunks was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Boom. The yellow machine crashed into the ground, but did not break. Instead, it created a crater burying the machine. Everything fell silent. Trunks curiously approached the spaceship. Hey, Idiot. Be careful. If there are aliens, we're done for. Xiao Fan couldn't help but exclaim. However, Trunks ignored him. Having encountered many aliens, including the god of destruction Beerus, he was not scared at all. Thick smoke had covered the entire body of the machine, and its surface was coated in a layer of dust, obscuring the view. Trunks' heartbeat quickened as he thought that if Goten were here it would be great, but unfortunately, he had been taken back by Aunt Shishi, who otherwise he could have tested the waters. He wiped the dust off the glass of the machine, and suddenly Trunks was startled. Ah! The trio reacted even more dramatically, retreating tens of meters back. There's someone inside. Trunks seemed to have discovered something significant, waving to the trio. There's someone. The trio was puzzled, but then gathered their courage to approach. Hey, isn't that the Capsule Corporation logo? Trunks, isn't this your family's thing? Suddenly the sharp-eyed Ash noticed the logo on the machine and exclaimed. Trunks also realized this, somewhat surprised. No way. When did my family create something like this? Hey, you all go call my mom over here. Ash, you go. After calming down, Xiao Fan instructed Ash. Huh, why me? Ash replied somewhat unreasonably. Because the errand boy runs fast. Hurry up, don't delay. Xiao Fan replied casually. Ash. Soon Bulma arrived anxiously on a flying device. Upon seeing the familiar time machine, Bulma was taken aback, then exclaimed in shock, it really is. Trunks. Huh. Mom, what do you need me for? Trunks jumped down and walked over to Bulma. Bulma snapped back to reality and asked, by the way, Trunks, is there a boy with blue hair inside? Yes. Mom, how did you know? But it seems that Big Brother has fainted. Trunks replied with some confusion. Fainted? No good. Trunks, hurry and bring him out. Bulma's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Before long, the future Trunks was saved and Bulma found a soft cushion to carry Trunks into the pavilion. Seeing the worried look in Bulma's eyes directed at the older Trunks, the trio and Trunks were even more puzzled. What was going on? I say this boy won't have any relation to Bulma, right? That kind of indescribable relationship. The trio whispered, not caring whether Bulma heard them. No way, but it seems a bit plausible if this boy looks a bit like Trunks, don't you think? Xiao Wu whispered while sizing up little. When you put it that way, it does seem that way. Ash agreed. Hey, I'm telling you all, make sure to keep an eye on him. Yes. The others immediately stood at attention. Bulma looked at little Trunks and said, Trunks, keep an eye on him, don't let anyone touch him. That. Mom. Little Trunks was filled with confusion, wanting to ask, but Bulma had already. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, on another planet, Goku and the others were relaxing after a meal. I have to say, this instant noodles are really never boring to eat. Huh. Whis said with satisfaction. Beerus used his sharp cat claws to clean his teeth, and then remarked, next time bring some different flavors. Got it. Huh. Goku laughed heartily. Just then the crystal ball on Whis' staff suddenly lit up. Huh. It's Bulma. Whis was momentarily surprised, then connected the call. Hi Bulma, is there more food again? Whis? No, I have something else to discuss with you today. Bulma sounded somewhat anxious. This puzzled Goku and Vegeta. Hey, what are you chatting about without food? Beerus, who had just enjoyed a meal, was obviously displeased, thinking that after filling his stomach, Bulma would again bring food, which disappointed him. Idiot. Can you stop thinking about food all the time? I really have something important to talk to you about. Bulma snapped impatiently, leaving Beerus speechless. Whis, is Vegeta next to you? Bulma ignored Beerus and asked Whis. Oh. Bulma, what's up? Goku suddenly spoke up. Great. Goku, you're here too. Bulma exclaimed with delight. What's going on, Bulma? Be clear, Vegeta said indifferently. On the other side, Luya, who had emerged from the time house using special means, suddenly felt a wave of relief. I must say, staying in that blank world was truly lonely. Moreover, after practicing for so long, apart from a slight improvement in skills, his combat power had not surged dramatically. Although there was some enhancement, it was far from the impressive prowess he had at the beginning. One could only say that he was approaching his limit, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to improve. Fortunately, he had already mastered the form of Super Saiyan God. Although he had yet to reach Super Saiyan Blue, he knew that he was already meeting the requirements, just a little more to go. No rush. Luya found Tian and Bo asking them for a set of battle gear. Of course, it wasn't the green one, while it was comfortable to wear, Luya wasn't fond of it. Those who understand, understand. After bidding farewell to Tian and the others, Luya was about to leave when he suddenly sensed the aura of Goku and the others. They're back. Luya was somewhat surprised. He knew that Goku and Vegeta had gone to train with the god of destruction, and now their return meant the curtain was about to rise on the events to come. Thinking of this, Luya decided to take a look. On the other side, in Bulma's garden, Trunks was fuming, and the next second Goku and the others appeared in the scene. Of course, Beerus and the others were also there. Dad. Trunks ran up to Vegeta. Trunks, where's Bulma? Vegeta was about to ask when he suddenly caught sight of Bulma and the others out of the corner of his eye. We're over here. Bulma waved. Beerus and Whis glanced at the situation in the pavilion and then simultaneously noticed the time machine. Whis? Beerus said lightly. Yes, things seem a bit strange, Lord Beerus. Whis squinted slightly, the first hint of seriousness showing on his face. What's going on? Vegeta and Goku moved closer, and upon seeing the unconscious Trunks, they were both shocked. What happened to Trunks? How did he get so badly injured? Goku stepped forward, puzzled. Hey, Kakarot. Stop looking. Hurry to Korin Tower and get some senza beans. Vegeta's expression darkened. Oh no. Goku reacted quickly and prepared to use instant transmission. I have senza beans here. A voice rang out and Luya's figure appeared in the scene, pulling out a Senza bean and tossing it directly to Vegeta. Vegeta caught it and immediately handed it to Bulma. Thanks, Luya. Goku expressed his gratitude. Luya casually nodded, glancing at Beerus, and was greeting them to avoid them, thinking he was just floating around. Trunks. Huh, did I hear that right? At this moment, the trio, snapping out of their daze, were suddenly shocked, circling around the unconscious Trunks and the young Trunks. You actually have the same surname. You both are related to Bulma at the same time. You look way too much alike. The trio said to Trunks simultaneously. The others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Young Trunks was also confused. Where do I come from? Mom, what's going on? Young Trunks asked anxiously. Oh well, Bulma was about to explain when the older Trunks woke up. Trunks, you're awake, Bulma exclaimed with joy. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, and the latter moved closer to ask, Hey Trunks, long time no see. Upon hearing this voice, the recently awakened Trunks' pupils contracted, and his body trembled at that moment, as if recalling something terrifying. Trunks, can you hear me? Goku asked, somewhat puzzled. You bastard. Suddenly, upon recognizing Goku's appearance, the older Trunks erupted in anger, roaring and throwing a punch at Goku. Goku directly caught Trunks' punch, his eyes narrowing slightly, as he sensed something was off. Everyone was also bewildered. Oh, why was one of their own attacking another? Hey, Trunks, what are you doing? Vegeta said, somewhat displeased. However, at this moment, Trunks' eyes were only focused on Goku, filled with an endless killing intent, as if he wanted to devour Goku whole. I mean, are you out of your mind? Goku looked at Trunks in confusion. You bastard. You demon. Trunks' internal power was gradually going berserk, seemingly wanting to kill Goku. Stop it now. Slap. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, and in an instant, Bulma slapped the older Trunks, stunning him. After regaining his composure, he looked at Goku, stunned. Goku uncle. Huh, Trunks, you're finally back. I thought you were possessed. Goku said cheerfully, having encountered a series of strange events recently, he almost thought this Trunks was possessed. Sorry, I didn't see clearly, Goku uncle. Trunks apologized, and then looked at Vegeta dad. Vegeta crossed his arms, still as proud as ever, only nodding slightly. Trunks, what exactly happened? Bulma suddenly spoke up. Hearing the familiar voice, the older Trunks' body stiffened instantly, and he looked at Bulma with a somewhat dazed expression. Mom. Thud. The next moment, the older Trunks knelt down in front of Bulma, tears falling from his eyes. Everyone was somewhat baffled by his actions. Luya watched quietly, knowing Trunks' feelings. After all, in the future, he was the only one left. The feeling of almost all family members being dead was something that one would not understand unless they experienced it. Dad. Mom. The group of Trunks was utterly astonished. What kind of relationship was this? The young boy's name was Trunks, and there was another Trunks over there who also called Vegeta dad. Calling Bulma mom. Wow, this is juicy news. Mom, I want an explanation. Trunks could no longer hold back and directly questioned. Bulma rubbed the older Trunks' head and then looked at the young Trunks. He's just like you, both my and Vegeta's child, and he is also called Trunks, meaning he is you when you grow up. Huh, you mean, he is me? Young Trunks exclaimed in shock. The trio also expressed that they had never heard. Oh, I see, so it seems he indeed comes from the future. Time has actually been altered. Interesting. Beerus suddenly spoke, and it was unclear if it was everyone's illusion, but his voice seemed somewhat cold. Huh, Lord Beerus, what does altering time mean? Bulma asked, somewhat confused. Beerus looked at Whis, who understood, and even the usually cheerful Whis had a serious look on his face at this moment. Young Tae-Lanxi was utterly astonished. How had he never heard that his future self could come here? Why did his parents already? Irma withdrew her gaze and looked at the older Tae-Lanxi. He collected himself and rose to his feet, saying, Sorry, I lost my composure. The older Tae-Lanxi glanced at the younger one and offered a faint smile. I look forward to your guidance. Young Tae-Lanxi was slightly stunned and answered instinctively. Irma asked, by the way, what exactly happened? How are you so badly injured? Has peace not yet returned in the future? Tae-Lanxi fell silent, his mood heavy and uncertain how to reply. Hey, before anything else, shouldn't someone explain? Did you secretly tamper with time and build a time machine? Do you realize that is a grave crime? Bai Lucy suddenly spoke. Goku and the others were stunned. A grave crime. Wei Si stepped forward and said, Time and space have long been guarded and monitored by the gods. If one traverses time and space, unimaginable consequences can follow, even the destruction of a world that once knew peace. Goku, a little sheepish, murmured, Really that serious? Vegeta frowned and, unable to help himself, defended Tae-Lanxi. See, it shouldn't be that dire, right, Wei Si? Wei Si spoke in a grave tone. Consider changing time. If a sapling could have grown into a towering tree, but temporal chaos alters the flow of time so that the sapling withers instead. Have you imagined such a consequence? They exchanged worried looks. There have been gods who sought to control time for selfish ends, and they were all destroyed. Those who tamper with time violate the order and must be annihilated, Bai Lucy said coldly. At his words, everyone's indeed another voiced. So regardless of whether this young man met with great trouble, the very act itself is gravely serious. Wei Si cast a meaningful glance at the older Tae-Lanxi and said, Riding a time machine to shuttle between future and past is already a crime. This is not the first time, I imagine. Irma protested, Hey, must you be so pedantic? Tae-Lanxi is my son after all, and creating a dazzling invention like a time machine, isn't that something magnificent? She added with vain pride, The future me should be truly remarkable. Accustomed to sparring with Bai Lucy, she showed no fear, only self-satisfaction. Wei Si, somewhat surprised, remarked, It seems Irma has yet to grasp the gravity of this matter. While Lucy observed coolly, I did not expect humans to create such a thing. One must admit that humanity is a species of boundless potential. Wei Si smiled lightly and looked at Bu Erma. Building a time machine, Bu Erma, is indeed a grave crime. One that, at that declaration, Bu Erma was taken aback, and Vegeta and the others' faces went pale. No. The older Tai Lang Si, realizing the two gods' gravity, abandoned his dignity and knelt before Wei Si. Esteemed God, this is not my mother's fault, it is all my doing. Please do not harm my mother. Wei Si appeared puzzled. Bai Lucy wore an exasperated expression, silently thinking, who is the true god of destruction? Wei Si chuckled, ho ho, you misunderstand. The true god is him, you should kneel to him, not me, and he pointed at Bai. Older Tai Lang Si, momentarily bewildered, quickly redirected his kneel and implored, honored God, I beg. Bai Lucy regarded Tai Lang Si thoughtfully. Goku laughed and pleaded for leniency. Lord Bai Lucy, show some mercy. Although this is a grave crime, someone suggested, if you don't speak, and I don't speak, and if Wei Si doesn't speak, no one. Bu Erma haughtily warned, otherwise you will be forever deprived of Earth's delicacies. Wei Si and Bai Lucy bristled. It was not that they were unwilling to spare Tai Lang Si, rather they worried about life without good food. Well, if letting him off depends on what you do, it might be possible, one conceded. I came all this way, and there's no good food. The hint was clear. Bu Erma snapped her fingers, no problem. She continued, producing a sausage. I have fish sausages, their flavor will surely satisfy you. Bai Lucy and Wei Si each received one, tore off the wrapper, and bit in. Instantly their eyes widened. Delicious, they exclaimed. Bu Erma beamed and produced a capsule containing a box of fish sausages, handing one to each person. Everyone ate with delight. Even Vegeta, who had often dined with Wei Si and Bai Lucy during his training, found himself unable to resist the cuisine. Luya felt little. The sausage merely had more fish aroma and a specific starch added. It was tasty, but not enough to move him as it did the others. There are still so many left. Bai Lucy observed coolly, looking at the remaining sausages. If you give me that entire box, I can overlook your transgression. Bu Erma gladly handed the box over without hesitation. Now then, Tai Lang Si, can you tell us what will happen in the future? Goku asked with curiosity. Tai Lang Si steadied himself and said in a low voice, in the future, after the androids, an even more terrifying enemy appeared. Everyone leaned in to listen. Vegeta asked, is it Mo Rin Bu-O? Tai Lang Si shook his head. After the androids, we did indeed struggle against Mo Rin Bu-O for a long time, but ultimately we defeated that threat and prevented Mo Rin Bu-O from arising. Not Bu-O. Then who is it? Goku asked, puzzled. Tai Lang Si looked at Goku with an odd expression. We call him Heian Ren. His power is tremendous. Since his appearance, the entire Earth was plunged into darkness. The world lost its light. The whole planet was shrouded in night. The others were puzzled by the name Heian Ren and did not understand its full implication. Tai Lang Si added that Heian Ren bears a striking resemblance to Uncle Wukong. Everyone fell into stunned silence. You mean the enemy from the future world bears a striking resemblance to me? Is that why you attacked me just now? Wukong exclaimed, utterly bewildered. An enemy who looks like me? I have no recollection of such a being. Vegeta furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Trunks nodded solemnly and said, yes, and his power is terrifying. Worse still, his emergence has brought humanity in our future world to the brink of extinction. Only a handful of humans remain alive. Moreover, his sole purpose appears to be the utter annihilation of mankind. I see. So who exactly is he? Wukong rubbed his temples in frustration. Trunks lowered his voice. He calls himself Son Wukong, bearing the exact same name as you, Uncle Wukong, and his appearance is nearly identical to yours. In our timeline, he is known as Black Wukong. Huh. Not only Wukong, but even Beerus, and was perked up with sudden interest. This grows ever more intriguing. How could this be? He shares my name, and even my likeness. Yet wasn't I already dead in that future world? Wukong asked, baffled. I don't know. That wretch murdered my mother, and even slaughtered my comrades. At this, Trunks' expression twisted into one of raw, seething fury. The memory of his mother's death, and of Bulma Jr.'s, fueled his hatred for Black Wukong to its absolute zenith. Wait, Trunks, do you mean I was also killed in that future? Bulma interjected sharply. Trunks gave a quiet nod. Yes. How could this be? Bulma murmured, dazed and hollow-eyed. TCH. Vegeta's face darkened, his mood unmistakably sour. Suddenly Wukong asked, Trunks, since you say this Black Wukong is immensely powerful, how vast is the gap between you and him? Trunks paused, then shook his head. I don't know for certain, but I am no match for him. What's truly horrifying is that he grows stronger during battle. Grows stronger mid-battle. Wukong murmured, then broke into a grin. Then let's spar right now. Trunks blinked, then instantly understood. Agreed. The two soared skyward, ascending swiftly into the heavens. For safety, Sake Bulma activated a protective barrier, enclosing them both within its shimmering dome. I'll check what remains inside the time machine. Bulma declared, uninterested in the impending clash, and strode toward the device. The trio followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Luya and the others gazed upward, eyes fixed on the aerial duel. Luya knew Trunks' strength well. He had already attained Super Saiyan 2nd grade. But even so, he remained vastly outmatched by Wukong and Vegeta. Yet Luya understood clearly the true threat lay in that dark Wukong, and he had already resolved what must be done. High above, Wukong and Trunks faced each other across the void, their auras surging, instinctively escalating rapidly to an awe-inspiring, terrifying intensity. Come on, don't hold back. Wukong grinned. Trunks stared at Wukong's face, and for a fleeting, unsettling moment, he saw Black Wukong instead. Clenching his teeth, Trunks unleashed a thunderous burst of energy. Boom, 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 and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. His power multiplied exponentially, his rage peaked, and then a far greater force erupted skyward in a blinding... Oh, a Super Saiyan second grade. Impressive indeed. Since you've shown your hand, I shall hold nothing back either. Wukong's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. With those words, he exploded with energy, transforming instantly into a Super Saiyan, while his power continued rising relentlessly. The two roared in unison, sending violent shockwaves spiraling outward through the air. The sheer magnitude was staggering. After an indeterminate span, their auras reached their zenith, unbearably intense. A fascinating youth. Far from ordinary, Beerus remarked, watching Trunks with genuine admiration. Indeed. Yet it seems our adversary may be even more formidable. Tell me, Lord Beerus, doesn't this entire affair strike you as deeply peculiar? Whis chuckled softly. Beerus closed his eyes briefly. We lack full knowledge of the events yet, so premature judgment would be unwise. Let us observe first. Up here, Trunks locked eyes with Wukong and declared, I'm coming. Wukong smiled. By all means, come. With a guttural roar, Trunks vanished, reappearing instantly before Wukong and unleashing a furious barrage of punches, each strike explosive, each blow unrelenting. No probing, no restraint. Only pure, unfiltered assault. Wukong made no move to counter. He wished only to gauge how far Trunks had truly advanced. Aha! Trunks' strikes grew faster, sharper, until in a flash he hurled two devastating full-force punches straight. Wukong's gaze sharpened. In one fluid motion, he extended both hands and seized Trunks' fists midair. Not bad, Trunks. You've grown remarkably strong. Trunks replied, voice heavy with complexity. Yet even this version of me cannot defeat Black Wukong. He grows stronger as he fights. Is that so? Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupted. Trunks was violently repelled, his face paling in shock. Even the mere pressure of that aura had forced him backward. Incredible. Aha! With a lupin howl, Wukong's hair lengthened dramatically, ascending instantly to the third tier of Super Saiyan transformation. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Arcs of lightning danced wildly across his body as his form shifted profoundly. Behold, the pinnacle beyond Super Saiyan second grade, the third tier of Super Saiyan. Incredible. I never imagined Uncle Wukong could transcend even the boundaries of Super Saiyan. Trunks gasped in astonishment. Ah, now that my strength has surged as you described, let's continue. Wukong smiled faintly. Agreed. This time, I will hold nothing back. Trunks drew the sword from his back, ignited a final colossal burst of energy, and channeled every ounce of his might into the blade. Then leaping high into the air, he roared and brought the weapon down upon Wukong with devastating force. Oomph. Wukong smirked faintly. Then milliseconds before the blade struck his skull, he caught it effortlessly. Boom. Though the clash appeared simple, the sheer magnitude of their combined auras shattered Bulma's protective barrier instantly. Just then Bulma, holding a book, startled sharply. Hey, are you too serious? How is this possible? To stop it with just 2 fingers. Incredible. Staring at Wukong, Trunks was suddenly transported back to the very first time they'd met, when Wukong had sparred with him using only a single finger. And now, still the same. Yet still just as overwhelmingly powerful. Ha. Not bad, Trunks. I never imagined you'd cultivate such extraordinary strength. Wukong chuckled, then gave a sharp, resonant shake, sending Trunks' blade flying, and launched himself above his opponent, delivering a thunderous downward punch. Ugh, ah! Trunks cried out in pain as he plummeted earthward, crashing violently into the ground and carving a massive crater.